This is not Earth, but my world. I have been chosen to be a god of this world, but I might be erased because there are 27 other gods like me. Thus, I need to gain the recognition of the creatures of this world and generate faith. Only if the number of believers increases can I win in this divine selection competition. Otherwise, the only outcome waiting for me is death. Ranking first, a man named Nebula is a top player of a game called The Lost World. In the game, he developed technology and defeated the second-ranked player, Hegemonia, becoming the first to complete all achievements. Just as he was lamenting the boredom of the game, a mysterious email suddenly appeared on his screen. Amazing achievement. So far, you are the only one who has cleared all achievement. Thank you for enjoying Lost World so far. Lost World, which was in early beta access, is now scheduled to be officially released. Player Nebula can enjoy the game before the official service. Would you like to start? Looking at the invitation in front of him, Nebula didn't hesitate and decisively clicked the yes button. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a ruin-like square, which made him very confused. Was he dreaming? At the same time, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Then, a mysterious woman appeared in front of him. She knew all about Nebula. Looking at the puzzled Nebula, the mysterious person signaled him not to be nervous, as he wasn't the only one who had come here. As she slowly raised her hands, a blue planet floated in midair. Could it be Earth? Nebula wondered, but he quickly dismissed the thought, because he had seen the scenery of that continent many times. The game Lost World, and everyone present might become a true god. Lost World is not just a world that exists in the game. This land was abandoned by the gods because of something that happened in the past. On that planet, there once was a splendid civilization where different races lived in harmony. However, for unknown reasons, the gods left it. Now to them, it's time to welcome the new gods. The purpose of creating the game Lost World was to find suitable new candidates for that planet. And its nature is just like the rules in the game. If you work hard to generate faith among the natives, you can become the only god on this planet, and you can do anything you want, all the desires you've ever dreamed of. It is feasible as a god of that world. Hearing this, Nebula felt incredulous. What if I choose to give up? The mysterious person also explained, if you give up now, you will return to your everyday life and lose the memory of this place. Once you join the game, you cannot quit, and there are only two outcomes: disappear or become a god of that world. After explaining the rules, the mysterious person announced that anyone wishing to give up must do so now. Then, the mysterious person took out strange cards. This is just like the Lost World. Choose a small area to start your game. Nebula realized it really was just like the game. However, he couldn't help but wonder if others were already giving up. He began counting the number of people present. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the count had dwindled to 27. Nebula guessed that they were inviting candidates according to the game's maximum number of players. As the top-ranked player, Nebula was the first to choose a card. Upon receiving the card, he was also teleported to the starting area of the game. However, he was very frustrated, not expecting that being the first to draw a card, his luck would be so bad. It turned out that he drew the area with the lowest win rate, a small insect region, and he could only control creatures of the insect type. It's unfortunate, but also fortunate, because this location is in a remote area on the eastern part of the continent, which means there are few wars here, allowing him enough time to develop. In this sense, relying on insects would be a good starting line, such as against those frogmen. But what troubled him was the number of tribes. As a starting tribe, it is not easy to develop faith, especially facing a number of 500 frogmen, and his initial faith value was only 10 points, which had no effect on these well-fed frogmen at all. Therefore, he had to find a new target. Soon, he discovered some lizardmen. They also feed on insects and can survive here even without water. After careful observation by Nebula, a young, severely injured lizardman caught his attention. These lizardmen were a primitive tribe, and this young lizardman was likely ousted in a power struggle. The more he felt abandoned by this world, the more he yearned to change his destiny. Well then, let's start with him. In this desolate area, trees are already a scarce resource, let alone food. But just then, the lizardmen suddenly became very excited because they found an injured antelope. The young and strong lizardmen rushed over first, while the old, weak, and sick could only wait for them to finish eating, getting a small portion of the remaining bones. However, some lizardmen believed that food should not be shared with those tribe members who were about to die. It turned out that they had previously encountered a saber-toothed tiger. Rak was severely injured while protecting the tribe, so some tribe members believed that he should not be abandoned. The scene shifts, and night falls. At this moment, all the lizardmen were resting, but just then, Rak was awakened by a sound. When he saw the source of the noise, it was a butterfly, which he found very strange. He felt as if something was calling him, so he immediately followed. When Rak reached the summit, he found beetles piled up like a mountain. He looked incredulously at everything before him, thinking, could this be a miracle? After receiving this gift of food, Nebula successfully won the faith of the lizardmen. Because these beetles became their hope for salvation, he took this opportunity to prepare for the next step of his plan. Meanwhile, the lizardmen tribe had concluded this was divine guidance and began calling him the nameless beetle god. After acquiring so much resource for the tribe, Rakrak's status among his people was elevated. At this time, he saw the butterfly's guidance again. However, when the other tribe's people learned that the butterfly was guiding them toward the cold lands, they hesitated and tried to persuade Rakrak to try another direction. But Rakrak insisted on following the butterfly's guidance. He believed that aimlessly searching in the wilderness was futile, and it was better to trust in divine guidance. Meanwhile, Nebula observed silently from behind. He knew that the lizardmen still lacked enough faith, so he could not directly interfere with their decisions. If they believe in me, they will experience a future beyond their imagination, Nebula thought. Rakrak followed the butterfly's guidance and soon discovered a desert oasis. He was convinced that the nameless beetle god had led them to a sacred place. At the same time, Nebula's divinity level was elevated. The small area's bug level was raised to level 2, and he received the blessing of bugs, which significantly enhanced Rakrak's abilities. Rakrak, do you want to know what I want? Then deliver my will to your people. This blessing will help you. The scene shifts, and night falls. By then, the upgraded Nebula had gained the ability to enter their dreams. He needed Rakrak's help to craft an image of a god. Then, an image of a buffalo's skull appeared in his dream. This was the appearance of the nameless beetle god. The next morning, Rakrak announced to his people what he had dreamed last night. They needed to hunt a wild buffalo and use its bones to create the image of the nameless beetle god. However, the tribespeople seemed to disagree with his approach, as the buffalo herd was too dangerous for them. Rakrak understood everyone's concerns but still firmly believed in his idea and decided to go alone to complete the task. The tribespeople were all incredulous, but Rakrak reassured them not to worry, for he had received the god's blessing. Not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also increased. After speaking, he threw a javelin, which effortlessly pierced a large tree dozens of meters away, shocking everyone. Just then, a herd of buffalo passed by below the mountain. Realizing this was divine guidance, Rakrak charged at the herd alone. With just one spear, he easily hunted a buffalo. Seeing this, the tribespeople came forward to help process the buffalo. By evening, Rakrak had made an image of the nameless beetle god out of buffalo bones and led his people in a sacrificial ceremony to thank the nameless beetle god for his gifts. The nameless beetle god, please accept our offering, no matter how inadequate it may be. Please accept our offering. Although it was a hasty and clumsy ceremony, their sincerity was heartfelt. Nebula's faith value was greatly increased as a result, making him feel that it was all worthwhile. Previously, Nebula had used wild grass to lure the buffalo herd down the mountain to provide resources for them, but what he didn't expect was that they would eat the calves as well. At this stage, it was difficult to expect them to grasp knowledge and skills related to herding. The population support of this oasis was not high, and it could only be maintained for a few years at most. Currently, they had no concept of agriculture or ranching, and the coming times might be very tough. It was simply too difficult for them to grasp certain knowledge on their own. However, due to the rules restrictions, Nebula could not directly tell them the solutions, so he quickly thought of a method, but it would take a long time to implement. The scene shifts to a few days later. One night, Rakrak had a strange dream where he saw the altar shaking, as if hinting that something significant was about to happen. He then climbed up the altar. Under Nebula's guidance, Rakrak's tribe was strengthened. Their skin color evolved from light blue to dark, and Rakrak firmly believed that this was the divine protection and guidance. Just as he felt the altar shake again, he saw the approaching powerful enemy. A tribe was coming in their direction. Judging by their skin color, they were Rakrak's former tribespeople. More importantly, their leader looked very powerful because he was riding a terrifying drake. Looking at their numbers, it seemed that the entire tribe had come, which also meant that their original homeland had been exhausted of resources. Rakrak guessed that they were perhaps just passing through, but since their location required climbing to the mountain's summit to see the full picture, and the patrol team was overly enthusiastic, they prematurely exposed their position. The patrol team also warned them not to pass through this area. The leader did not expect to encounter this kind of unexpected surprise, suggesting that these people were not familiar with the surrounding environment. Rakrak reassured his people not to be nervous, thinking that this might be the arrangement of God. Are you saying this is a test from the god? Rakrak gave a positive answer. He believed this was not only a test, but also a mission. Our mission is to accept and save them. After all, they are just like us. Just then, the butterfly appeared again. Is this also the will of God? Although it was hard to guess further, he firmly stated, I will do my best to convey your will. Watching Rakrak's actions, Nebula realized that he had understood his intentions. Rakrak's tribe and the Blue-Skin tribe must unite to strive for population growth and technological progress. What surprised Nebula was that Rakrak had made this decision on his own, without guidance from dreams. Was it because his willpower was strong enough? It turned out that Rakrak's willpower had reached an astonishing 14 points. Nebula was very reassured. If Rakrak could grow into a leader with a high degree of self-will, he could develop civilization autonomously, rather than relying entirely on player control. This way, Nebula could effectively express his intentions. Faced with the patrol's warning, the leader did not take it seriously, instead trying to extract information about the territory from them. Rakrak stepped forward slowly, telling him, here there are water resources and food, and a deity. This is the territory of a nameless beetle god. However, the leader clearly did not understand what he was saying, gestured for them to leave quickly, and warned, we have many soldiers. If you are a leader, you should know what to do. Rakrak shook his head helplessly, saying, I don't want to start a war with you. Those who have lost their homes can embrace the deity, and you will receive the deity's favor. Hearing this, the leader laughed loudly. You are the one who doesn't know how to scheme. Rakrak was not moved by his mockery, instead firmly saying, perhaps you are right, but you do not know the deity. As soon as the words were spoken, the drake launched an attack on Rakrak. Facing this behemoth, Rakrak knew he needed the deity's blessing. At this moment, he was praying, hoping the deity would grant him courage and strength. However, he underestimated the strength of the drake. With just one strike, it broke his spear. The leader then sneered and said, you can go die now. Nebula silently observed from the side. Just then, a message prompt appeared. Civilization clash. Two different tribes came into contact. Both tribes' experience points increased significantly. This message prompt came just in the nick of time. Area, Lizardmen level 1. You've been paying a lot of attention to one tribe. These tribes are now part of your territory. New skills are available. Would you like to use it? Nebula decisively pressed the yes button. Instantly, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing on Rakrak. At the same time, the drake's claws heavily struck towards him. The leader thought Rakrak had been smashed into a pancake, but to his surprise, he hit nothing. Blessed Rakrak felt an unprecedented strength. The leader sneered, saying, I don't know how you dodged that, but you won't escape a second time. At this moment, Rakrak felt no fear. He knew that even without divine power, he had the confidence to deal with the leader. However, the biggest threat at the moment was the drake. The drake's strength value was 87 points, while Rakrak's strength was only 30 points, with an additional 30 added. But with the blessing of the enhanced physical strength skill, his strength had significantly increased. The divine power boost increased the maximum power of ordinary strength by 200 times. Simply put, Rakrak's strength had now reached 630 points, far surpassing that of the drake. This vast disparity in strength left everyone shocked and awed. Rakrak defeated the drake with just one strike, and everyone realized that no one could do this except those blessed by the deity. However, the leader still seemed unconvinced. He picked up a short sword from the ground and attacked Rakrak. Faced with the leader's stubbornness, Rakrak did not hesitate to give him a heavy slap. grab, sending him to his knees, unresponsive. Who's next? Seeing this, the others laid down their weapons and surrendered. Just then, the blessing's duration also came to an end. Rakrak looked at his body, feeling incredulous. It was as if a deity had possessed me just now. Nebula, watching Rakrak's performance, was also very satisfied. The scene shifts, and night falls. Rakrak sat by the campfire, pondering what path to take next. Since the number of new joiners was 6 times that of their original tribe, he realized that the small oasis could not sustain so many people. Therefore, they must venture out to breed a stronger civilization. After experiencing a nomadic life, Rakrak understood that without a steady supply of resources, this oasis could not last long. To ensure the continued development of civilization, they must find new paths for development. The integration with another tribe also made Rakrak realize that this brought him many different talents. The next day, Rakrak found a blacksmith who knew how to make iron tools and asked him about the conditions and materials needed to make weapons. The blacksmith told him, if it weren't for the leader's stubbornness, I could have made better tools long ago. He explained that making iron tools required a lot of wood to burn special fuels. Rakrak looked at the short sword in his hand, thoughtful. Good tools can not only improve hunting efficiency but also enhance the tribe's overall combat capability. He said to the blacksmith, I will consider it and give you an answer tomorrow. After the blacksmith left, a one-armed lizard man walked in. It turned out he had heard that Rakrak was looking for a guide and decided to offer his help voluntarily. Rakrak then asked the question, you must have been wandering, right? The one-armed man smiled and nodded, saying, yes, this is an old body that wanders around, just looking for a place that will accept it. He said that through this process, he had learned how to discern directions. Hearing this, Rakrak became very curious. What makes you so confident? The one-armed man looked up at the sky, then pointed upwards. My answer is up there. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was late at night. Rakrak also looked up, guessing the answer was the stars. The one-armed man confirmed his guess. Although he was not sure if the stars really moved, he could tell directions by the stars. If you know the path of the stars, you won't easily lose your way. Looking at the vast starry sky, Rakrak felt immensely awestruck. The one-armed man decided to teach him how to identify positions by the stars. In the one-armed man's understanding, the stars do move and change with the seasons. The one-armed man told Rakrak, then I will check again at the same time tomorrow. After the one-armed man left, a guard responsible for watching the drake found Rakrak. After feeding it today, it has become much more docile. It turned out that before this, the drake was very aggressive towards anyone, and the guard could do nothing about it. But after Rakrak appeared, the situation with the drake changed dramatically. When the drake saw Rakrak, it actually trembled with a fear that came from deep within, making every one of its movements cautious. The drake ate the food provided by Rakrak. At the same time, Rakrak signaled to it to be quieter in the future. Afterward, Manon indeed became much more docile. Rakrak thought to himself that God kept Manon alive for a reason. They just hadn't discovered it yet. But the guard came to Rakrak actually for other matters. He said that while feeding Manon at noon, he had an inspiration. Since we contain powerful creatures like the drake, surely similar creatures can also be tamed. Rakrak encouraged him to express his opinion. The guard then pointed to the herd of wild buffalo below the hill. On the other side, Nebula received a prompt. Rakrak's tribe has noticed skill herding. It is recorded that human history at one point split into 2 branches. Some humans took charge of agriculture, while others handled livestock. Although this is not truly a primitive society, the game's development direction is consistent with reality. The origins of all major civilizations are in river basins, greatly facilitating agriculture. However, the Lizardman tribe chosen by Nebula is different. They possess strong bodies and a high environmental adaptability, needing more of a pastoral lifestyle rather than mere agriculture. With just a little guidance, their civilization's development speed could be greatly increased. The development of manufacturing gave their progress wings. With Rakrak's support, the blacksmith obtained materials for forging stronger iron tools. Thanks to the blacksmith's efforts, they were finally able to produce basic iron tools. Although these iron tools might still be softer compared to carefully crafted bronze tools, they represent a huge advancement compared to the stone tools previously used by Rakrak's tribe. The emergence of iron tools will provide significant assistance to their development. What Nebula did not expect was that he would gain an unexpected boon, astronomy. Although the current knowledge is still too primitive to be called astronomy, astrology might be a more suitable term for it. However, in the distant future, this discipline will pave the way to change the world. Rakrak looked up at the starry night sky, and he finally understood why the one-armed man said that the stars are the guides of the sky. Although the stars seem unpredictable, they can clearly point the way for the future. After obtaining sharp iron tools, Rakrak decided to gather everyone to express his thoughts. God have brought us to this land for a long time now, even allowing us to meet our former tribespeople. It was God who let us survive, while those driven into the wilderness will die there. But what God wants is salvation, not exclusion. We survive in order to shelter more people, because this is the directive of God. So I have decided, when dawn comes, we will leave this place and seek more resources. Then, Rakrak signaled to the one-armed man to pass on the knowledge of watching the stars to others, and told them about the place they were about to go to. The one-armed man pointed in the direction of the rising sun and said, after dawn, when the morning sun rises, we will head to the right of the sun and walk for 10 days. Then turn right along the rotten lake and walk for 15 days, and continue through the desolate mountain roads and valley paths for 3 days. Eventually, we will reach our destination, an endless forest with more food and resources. Simply put, it's a good place to live. After the one-armed lizard pointed out the direction, Rakrak went up the altar. Then, he asked Yer why they hadn't eaten the wild buffalo. Faced with Rakrak's inquiry, Yer seemed very puzzled, thinking he had done something wrong. He explained nervously, I wasn't very hungry at the time. Everyone was busy catching the wild bison, and I didn't eat any. At this moment, Yer seemed somewhat bewildered, because I wasn't thinking much at the time, just that my stomach wasn't hungry. If I had eaten then, I wouldn't know if I could eat it when I was really hungry. That's what I thought. Hearing this, Rakrak affirmed his actions. Although you really want to eat beef now, you must prepare for the future, he said, and asked Yer if he could persevere. Yer firmly answered, as long as I don't starve, I am willing to do so. Very well. Then, he decided to entrust everyone with a greater mission. A sharp spear appeared before everyone, and they were all incredibly shocked, because before, even the leaders hardly had such fine weapons. This is a reward for those who can overcome their own appetites. Everyone was very satisfied with his reward, which also made those who had not received a reward think of striving for it. They wanted to do better. At the same time, Rakrak picked up a piece of buffalo bone and wore it on his face. He did this to make his people understand that they bear the responsibility of protecting the tribe, because in this wilderness, dangers are everywhere. Soon, a group of warriors armed with buffalo bones appeared before everyone. Each of them kept the nameless beetle god in their hearts. The nameless beetle god will be with you. However, at this moment, Rakrak understood that this was not a directive from the god, but his own decision. He knew that if they stayed here, it would only be a few years before they repeated past mistakes. Going out is the only way. Please forgive me, dear nameless beetle god. Nebula knew everything about the Lizardman tribe. He knew that Rakrak would do this, otherwise, he could not have become a priest. Attribute update. Reliability from 4 to 7. Warrior level from 2 to 3. Leadership from 7 to 14. Priest level from 1 to 2. With Nebula's help, Rakrak's abilities were significantly enhanced, nearly doubling in all attributes. So far, you have done well and not disappointed my expectations. From now on, you will be a qualified leader. The scene shifts. A few days later, the Lizardman tribe struggled through the wilderness for 3 days. The intense heat making even the Drake struggle to keep up. When the Drake lay down tired, everyone came forward to check, and the one-armed man speculated that it was probably too tired. Seeing this, Rakrak signaled everyone to rest in place for a while. At this moment, he was also filled with worry because the remaining food was running very low. We can only hope for God to perform another miracle. Just then, a tribe member who had gone scouting hurried back, signaling that they had encountered other tribespeople ahead. It was a group of goblins. The goblins left their previous location very happy because there was a terrifying monster living there. However, when they saw a group of powerful lizard men appear before them, armed with well-made weapons, the goblins were instantly stunned. They immediately dropped their stone tools, chose to surrender, and handed over their remaining food. I think there's been a misunderstanding. We just wanted to leave this canyon as quickly as possible to find some food in the wilderness. Rakrak became curious and asked what forced them to leave their home. The goblin leader pointed to the mountains behind them and said, "We used to live there until a monster suddenly appeared." Rakrak's brow furrowed because the monster seemed to appear in the direction they were about to head. Nebula, seeing all this, also realized that this was indeed a formidable enemy, the giant crustaceans. The giant crustaceans' stats are far superior to those of the Lizardman tribe, and it also possesses 2 huge venomous fangs. The Lost World describes them as, these creatures were created by the gods before they vanished. After the gods left, these monsters were left on the planet. Moments later, the goblin leader led Rakrak towards the location of the monster. When Rakrak saw the giant creature with his own eyes, he was shocked. The size of the monster was incredibly large, and just one of its breaths caused the mountain to shake violently. The goblin leader signaled to Rakrak not to be nervous, saying, "This is the sound the monster makes when it sleeps." How many days would it take to detour? At least about 8 days. Hearing this, Rakrak furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Nebula saw his hesitation, which was understandable. Given the tribe members' fear, taking a detour seemed like a safer choice. "What do you plan to do, Rakrak?" Nebula wondered inwardly. Just then, Jael noticed something. She stared at the giant rocks above, and after pondering for a moment, she came up with a plan to kill the monster. Jael signaled to Rakrak, saying, "We must fight. Now we have enough advantage." It turns out, she was inspired by the process of the blacksmith making tools. By optimizing the structure, the blacksmith managed to achieve greater effects while reducing the effort required. "So you mean, if we use this principle, we can easily generate a huge amount of energy? We don't need such complicated tools. Just a few sticks will be enough." The scene shifts. Jael had thought of a method using the principle of the lever, moving a fulcrum to push a massive boulder over the monster, using the rolling stones to crush it. It was a simple yet clever plan, but to kill a crustacean of this level, all the rocks needed to hit simultaneously to increase the likelihood of success. Nebula was also uncertain whether this would be enough to kill the monster. As they moved the lever, the boulders began to roll quickly. By the time the monster noticed something was wrong, the boulders had already reached it, smashing heavily onto its crown. However, 3 boulders were still not enough to kill the monster. They only shattered its shell, further enraging it. Seeing this, Rakrak signaled everyone to speed up and push all the remaining rocks down. But Nebula knew that it might be too late, as ordinary people could not move the boulders quickly enough. In a critical moment, Nebula blessed Rakrak again. In an instant of gaining strength, Rakrak single-handedly pushed a boulder into the air and used his physical strength to throw another rock down. Rakrak understood that the monster might dodge the damage from the boulders, so he decided to actively interfere. He leapt toward the cliff, gathering force, and with his spear aimed precisely at the monster's weak point, he threw it directly. The spear's interference prevented the monster from dodging in time, and the boulder from above hit it squarely. The first boulder incapacitated it for combat, and the second boulder delivered a fatal blow. Nebula was very pleased with Rakrak's performance. The hunt was a huge success. At the same time, a game interface popped up. Hunting monsters. Your tribe has slain abominations. Ancient crustaceans. The giant crustaceans is an ancient crustacean. With the monster killed, Nebula also received a hunting reward. Nebula obtained the essence of abomination. Each god has resources that adapt to their domain. Although these resources can be created by consuming faith, creating non-existent things often requires special ingredients. Nebula thought, if I have this core, I can create a creature that acts as a generator of faith resources, spreading the words of the gods through their existence. Additionally, if these creatures are elevated to higher levels, they might gain abilities like those of apostles or avatars. But Nebula was uncertain if this creation method was the same as in previous games. He was also pondering how to handle this inner core. On the other side, Jael was examining the body of the monster in front of her. She pulled off one of the monster's legs and decided to try if its meat was edible. If the monster's meat was edible, it could provide a huge supply for the tribe. After a simple taste test, Jael found that the monster's meat was edible, but it needed some processing because it didn't taste good. Just then, she noticed herbs growing on the rocks. She thought that if she used the herbs herbs to season the meat, it would definitely taste better. After a simple treatment with the herbs, the meat indeed tasted much better, becoming more delicious. During the meal, Jael suddenly asked Rakrak about the matter of an heir. As the tribe's leader, you should consider finding a mate. Hearing this, Rakrak was stunned because he had never thought about this issue. Seeing him silent, Jael continued to question him. You are growing old. Isn't this necessary for the stability of the tribe? If you've never really thought about it, then what about me? Hearing this, Rakrak fell into thought. Just as Rakrak was about to reply, a shining golden light caught his attention. He walked over and found that it was a metal plate inscribed with runes, which seemed to have fallen off the monster's back. At that moment, Yer curiously reached out to touch it and even took a bite directly. The one-armed man immediately stopped him. You can't eat that. The one-armed man explained that this thing is called gold, which he had seen during his travels. It is said that even after a long time, its color does not change or decay. Would you like to catch an antelope around here instead? Hearing this, Yer immediately shifted his attention, more interested in the delicious antelope meat. Meanwhile, Rakrak was staring at the gold plate in his hands, lost in thought. Everything in the world will die, decay, or disappear. Nothing is eternal. This metal plate does not rot, which means that the person who made it tried to preserve something on it. The scene shifts to the night. Rakrak was sitting on a stone, holding the gold plate, still staring at the runes on it. He was sure that these symbols hid important secrets. Just then, a noise nearby caught his attention. He saw a few insects circling above the antelope meat, as if conveying some sort of message. Rakrak carefully observed the insects' movements and found that their trajectories were very similar to the symbols on the gold plate. Following the insects' hints, he re-engraved those symbols on the soil and soon discovered its secrets. The scene shifts to the morning. Rakrak shared his discoveries with Jael first thing. He carved two symbols on the soil, one representing male and the other female. Between them, he added a symbol in the shape of a small stream, meaning to become mates. This is my answer. Rakrak, do you know what this means? Yes, I know. As a result, the Lizardman tribe invented writing and created their own script. These are achievements that typically take generations to accomplish, yet they were achieved in the early stages of the tribe. For Nebula, this was undoubtedly a huge advantage. At this time, the Lizardman tribe was celebrating a festival. On the surface, it seemed like just an ordinary hunting event, but in reality, it was the Lizardmen's way of celebrating a wedding. Capturing the largest prey as a gift for a spouse symbolized their strength and loyalty. Nebula looked forward to the future that Rakrak and Jael as mates would lead the Lizardman tribe towards. The scene shifts to a few days later. After ensuring a supply of food, Rakrak decided to lead his people out of the forest. He told the goblin leader that the threat had been cleared and they could continue living there. The goblin leader expressed sincere gratitude for Rakrak's help. Without your help, we might have had to continue wandering in the wilderness. Then, he introduced his child and mentioned that his child was very familiar with the terrain and willing to help Rakrak navigate. There are many wild animals and traps in the forest. He can help you avoid dangers. The scene shifts. The Lizardman tribe found some strange footprints on the ground along the way. Rakrak, seeing such marks for the first time, immediately asked the experienced one-armed man, do you know what these are? The one-armed lizard recognized them immediately as frogmen's footprints. He explained that frogmen are an extremely cunning species, with both good and bad among them. Since they came scouting, it means they must have experienced combat. From these footprints, there are at least 5 or more. They must be from a tribe even larger than the Lizardmen. Afterwards, Rakrak decided to return to the camp first. The first thing he did upon returning to camp was to double the size of the camp area and deploy many more scouts and border guards. While ensuring tasks were assigned, he also emphasized the fair distribution of work to maintain internal stability in the tribe. Rakrak knew that another tribe was definitely watching them, so he prepared in advance. A few days after they moved their base, they no longer encountered frogmen. During this time, they made extensive preparations to ensure the safety of the tribe. Nebula felt proud of this. He believed that few players could be more successful than him. The Lizardman tribe not only developed livestock farming, their housing and lifestyle were also rapidly evolving to adapt to the changing environment. Most fascinating was that they soon established the concept of writing. These characters were shared among tribe members, and, combined with traditional hunting marks and symbols, they drew a primitive map. Rakrak also recorded the harvest of each person that day, which not only improved individual efficiency, but also significantly increased food production. This change can be described as a qualitative leap. On the other hand, the locust population was also steadily growing, and now Nebula's insect territory had reached level 4. Nebula found it unbelievable, a development method he could not have imagined in his dreams. Insects on other continents are reproducing quickly. Should I try to benefit from this situation? Nebula wondered. Rakrak's abilities and the tribe's status were now above average, but this was just the beginning, because what happened next was going to be more dangerous than any crisis they had faced before. Just then, Yer came running to Rakrak in a panic. Frogmen have come to visit. Moments later, a group of frogmen appeared before Rakrak. Adhering to the principle of peaceful coexistence, Rakrak decided to personally go and welcome them. When he saw the frogmen, he couldn't help but frown, because he noticed that there was a lizard man among the frogmen. This made Rakrak immediately realize that the situation was not simple. Could they be coming to make peace? Upon arrival, the frogmen introduced themselves first. I am Shunan, son of the great tribal leader Alroy. We have no intention of opposing your tribe. Rakrak greeted them. I'm tribal leader Rakrak. Our Lizardman tribe also has no intention of dealing with you. Why have you come to meet us? Then, the frogmen explained their purpose. The Lizardman tribe had encroached on their territory. To this, Rakrak did not agree. He calmly said, this place was originally a wilderness, with no marks or traces of frogman activity. If we truly encroached on your territory, I apologize for that. However, that is not the case, as we migrated from a distant place and could only temporarily settle here. Rakrak then shifted the conversation, complimenting, it seems you are the ideal candidate to meet the requirements of the next leader, don't you think? Shunan was somewhat embarrassed by this sudden praise. Rakrak quickly grasped the situation through the conversation. As he had guessed, the frogmen's visit was not merely a simple visit. They were sent by their tribal leader to closely monitor the Lizardman tribe. What made Rakrak more suspicious was the presence of a lizard man among the frogmen, which which was very questionable. Rakrak thought, I need to carefully gather their information. Then, he proposed inviting the frogmen to the village for a detailed discussion and stated, let's celebrate our agreement. Shinin was about to agree when a frogman behind him interrupted, forcing him to reluctantly refuse. Is that so? I cannot simply send off those who have done us lizardmen a favor. Just a simple meal, that's all. Hearing it was just a meal, the frogman finally nodded and accepted the invitation. The scene shifts. Rakrak prepared a roasted whole sheep, warmly hosting them. He kept the frogmen around to clarify the relationship between the lizard man and the frogmen and their true purpose for the visit. But Rakrak knew not to let the frogmen see his curiosity. To build rapport, Rakrak intentionally made conversation with Shinin, asking, what are those feathers on you? These are feathers of the Cockatrice, a very dangerous creature. They are huge, venomous, and very fast. Curious, Rakrak asked, can they be killed with a spear? Hearing this, Shinin scoffed and then ordered the lizard man Owen to bring his bow and arrow. After receiving the bow and arrows, Shinin instructed Owen to hang a target at a distance, preparing to demonstrate his archery skills. Rakrak saw through this, but also realized that this might be an opportunity. After the frogmen displayed their precise archery, Rakrak said, I'd like to give it a try. He deliberately shot the arrow off target, and as expected, Owen was called over to pick up the scattered arrows. Rakrak used the excuse of practicing archery to walk over and pick up the arrows, using this as an opportunity to have a one-on-one interaction with Owen. After contacting Owen, Rakrak found that Owen constantly emphasized their mutually supportive relationship with the frogmen, but it was precisely this deliberate statement that further confirmed Rakrak's suspicion. There was definitely something fishy going on. Even though Rakrak indicated to Owen, lizard men are stronger than frogmen, Owen repeatedly emphasized, without the protection of the frogmen, we cannot survive. Then, Rakrak said, forget the conversation we just had. If anyone asks, say we were discussing archery. The scene shifts. The frogmen thoroughly enjoyed the herb-treated lamb, praising it highly. Rakrak then mentioned, beef tastes even better. Shinin agreed, it's been a while since we caught any wild buffalo. Rakrak smiled and said, we caught some alive. Hearing this, Shinin paused. Seizing the moment, Rakrak proposed, we could trade them for bows and arrows. Shinin quickly agreed, but just then, a warning noise came from behind. Immediately, Shinin changed his tone. Our tribe members bear no hostility towards the lizard men. Look how well Owen gets along with us. Then, he called Owen to talk about his treatment in the frogman tribe. Hearing this, Rakrak became more vigilant. Shinin spoke about these matters in a relaxed tone, as if they had been prepared in advance. If Rakrak had not previously interrogated Owen carefully, he might now believe what he said. Time quickly passed, and after a brief conversation, the frogmen bid farewell to the lizardman tribe. Before leaving, Shinin patted Owen on the shoulder, but Owen appeared unusually frightened. All of this was observed by Rakrak, who realized this was not like an equal interpersonal relationship. The scene shifts back to the frogman tribe. As expected, the frogmen began questioning Owen, demanding to know the contents of his conversation with Rakrak. It was just inquiries about bows and arrows, but a scar-faced frog clearly did not believe him and kicked Owen. Owen, enduring the pain, explained, if I hadn't said that, he wouldn't have believed us. That is true. That's why I acted like I couldn't tell him, and that he should pay fee if he wanted to learn. What did he say? He said it was a shame he couldn't give me anything right away and gave up asking. Shinin agreed with this and praised Owen for his good performance. Then, the frogman made Owen look at the people in prison on the island. Guarded closely. If you want them to live, then follow my commands. The new sacrifice has already appeared. Hearing this, Owen helplessly said, I will do as you say. Originally, when Owen's tribe arrived here, the frogmen issued a friendly invitation. Unexpectedly, it was a trap. Their tribe was thus subdued, their population reduced to less than 200, while the frogmen's tribe had as many as 1,500 people. This was mainly because the frogmen have a powerful deity, a huge two-headed serpent, that controls the frogmen. Owen mentioned the leader of the Blackscale tribe, who appeared to be a strong warrior, with about 600 people in his tribe. But Owen did not have confidence in their strength, as they did not even know how to use bows and arrows. Owen struggled internally. As long as they are sacrificed, we'll be able to live for a longer time. Please wait, my son. Daddy will make those lizard men come here. The scene shifts. A few days later, the frogmen did not expect that the lizard man tribe could successfully capture wild buffalo and keep them enclosed. Rakrak suggested, trade them for bows and arrows, and you can take the buffalo back. Just then, Owen spoke, while we trade items, we can get to know each other better. After all, we don't know enough about the Blackscale tribe yet. He then invited Rakrak to visit the frogman village, promising, if you come, we will provide more resources. The scene shifts. Rakrak was testing the bows and arrows he had made, but found that their range was only half that of the frogmen's. He understood that although their design was close, they naturally could not achieve the original's performance due to not knowing the specific manufacturing materials. As the visits from the frogmen became more frequent, Rakrak gradually realized that behind the frogmen's propagated peace, there actually lay some undisclosed motives. Under the guise of faith, they might be plotting something. The problem is, Rakrak still does not know their specific plans, so the lizard man tribe must remain highly vigilant. Meanwhile, the lizard man tribe made significant progress in herbal research, as there was a doctor in the tribe knowledgeable about herbs. Rakrak and Jail also began discussing Owen's situation, with Jail suggesting, perhaps we can give Owen a chance. I believe he is being coerced by the frogmen. On the other side, because Owen had not succeeded in inviting Rakrak to the frogman village, he was suffering punishment from the frogmen. Shinin signaled to Scarface to stop, saying, he can't die yet. Scarface, upon hearing this, shoved Owen away but simultaneously warned him to speed up the progress. The frogmen demanded that Owen complete the task quickly, as they planned to hold the ritual in advance. The plan of the frogman village was to lure the lizard man leader and warriors to the village before the ritual and capture them all. They decided to act early because the frogman chief was gravely ill and could no longer afford to delay. This was a secret among the frogmen, but Shinin felt it wouldn't hurt to tell Owen. He mentioned a strange disease that caused intense itching all over the body. At first, a white membrane covers the skin, and as the disease worsens, the membrane spreads until the frogman can no longer breathe and suffocates to death. Owen was hearing for the first time that itching could be a deadly disease. He felt incredulous jealous and was curious as to why Shunin would tell him this. He speculated that perhaps the frogmen were testing him. Then Owen said, "We shouldn't let the Black Scale tribe know about this," but Shunin motioned for him to let it be, because you can't hide fire with paper. Immediately, Owen thought of a plan. He could tell the Lizardmen that this disease could also infect them. He proposed using some medicine to induce itching on their skin in order to confuse the Lizardmen. Upon hearing this, Shunin approved the plan and promised, "If you succeed in luring the Lizardman leader out, we will unconditionally release your child." Meanwhile, Owen made a request. "Could I bring some bows and arrows with me? It would make the offer seem more sincere." Though Shunin were somewhat reluctant, they eventually agreed. The scene shifts. The frogmen visited again, bringing many supplies, while the Lizardman tribe traded herbs in exchange. However, the frogmen said, "This is still far from enough," and once again mentioned the faith of peace. Rakrak had long suspected their true intentions, and he made a request. "I would like to have a separate conversation with Owen alone." Upon hearing this, Shunin agreed to his request. A moment later, Rakrak took Owen to a secluded place. Just as Rakrak had anticipated, Owen was still promoting the frogmen as very friendly toward them. Owen hoped that Rakrak would set aside his doubts and build trust with him. At that moment, a blue butterfly flew in and landed on Owen's head. Rakrak watched the scene and then said, "There have been many suspicions and doubts between us, but it's time for all of that to end. Let me tell you everything about us, everything for the tribe." Rakrak squatted on the ground and drew some symbols with a stick. Owen, looking at these symbols, couldn't help but ask, "What are these?" "These symbols are what we call letters. Each has its own meaning. For example, this symbol means refuse or no, while another symbolizes lie or fake." Owen curiously asked, "Can they be combined together?" "Of course. If you put these two symbols together, it means do not lie. In other words, it can also mean truthful." This explanation left Owen very confused. He asked, "Why don't you tell the frogmen this, but tell me instead?" Rakrak, seeing the confusion in Owen's heart, explained, "Because of faith. Between the Lizardman tribe and the Frogman tribe, I'm more interested in the trust between you and me." Owen seemed reluctant and said softly, "There's no need to differentiate between frogmen and lizardmen." But Rakrak interrupted him directly. "From the beginning, I haven't trusted anything about the frogmen. I know this matter is very complicated. We understand those who are marginalized and expelled very well, because we have experienced the same as you." Hearing this, Owen appeared very hesitant and awkward, not expecting Rakrak to deduce everything. Seeing Owen's reaction, Rakrak understood that he had been shaken, as signs of faith began to appear. The scene shifts. At that moment, Shunin was praising Owen. "Well done. The Lizardman tribe plans to visit our tribe." Scarface Frog chimed in, "They are so foolish, actually inviting us to visit their tribe. Now we know the size and actual number of the Lizardman tribe." Unexpectedly, the actual number is half of what we had estimated during our scouting. There are only a little over 300 people. Shunin looked at Owen satisfied. "All thanks to our great contributor. Tell me, what do you want?" Owen spoke softly. "I just need you to release my son." Scarface Frog obviously was reluctant. "The chief won't agree." Shunin reassured, "Don't worry, I will remember my promise." The scene shifts. Evening. At this time, Owen was caught in deep hesitation. He didn't know whether he should help the people of the Black Scale tribe. Even though Rakrak appeared confident, the number of frogmen was simply too great, and the Lizardmen didn't even know how to use bows and arrows, let alone the frogmen warriors' secret weapons. Owen kept telling himself, "Don't trust them," but deep down, his thoughts involuntarily revealed themselves. "Rakrak, why do you trust me? I'm just a swindler." The scene shifts to the next day. Rakrak leads the tribe's warriors to the frogmen's tribe. Shunin immediately comes out to greet them warmly, saying, "Welcome. I hope our two tribes can exchange in friendship." Rakrak acknowledges Shunin's welcome, but the Lizardman tribe's warriors come fully armed, because we were worried about encountering monsters along the way. Shunin, although smiling, had already planned everything in his mind. He planned to get Rakrak drunk at the feast and then kill him with a poison arrow. Rakrak looks around, searching for Owen. Shunin points to a spot. He's over there preparing the feast. Owen is currently squatting on the ground, carving something. Rakrak notices that he seems to be marking the positions of the Black Scale tribe's warriors. Then, Rakrak calls out to Owen. Owen greets Rakrak as usual and reminds him, once the Black Scale tribe's warriors sit down, the banquet officially starts. This is an interesting meeting for peaceful exchange. Rakrak looks at the symbols on the ground, already understanding everything. He then puts on a bullhead mask, signaling to his warriors. The banquet begins. The Lizardman warriors were already prepared. In the next instant, their spears pierce through the frogmen archers. The frogmen, completely unprepared for such a swift action by the Lizardmen, are instantly routed. Rakrak calmly commands, "Let none escape." In moments, most of the frogmen's assassination squad is dealt with the rest scattering in retreat. Yer then reports to Rakrak. Next, the frogmen will likely retaliate with bows and arrows. "Don't worry, because we have already prepared for this." Then, Rakrak calls Owen aside, as there's an important task only he can complete. On the other side, Shunin is furious, cursing Owen and his entire family. He did not expect Owen to turn traitor so quickly. Soon, the frogmen rally their warriors on the other side, stating, "The Lizardmen are at the end of their tether. We far outnumber them, and as long as we hold out until reinforcements arrive, victory will ultimately be ours." In an instant, arrows soaked in venom are shot directly at the Lizardmen, and even a scratch would cause agonizing death. However, the frogmen do not know that the Lizardmen are already prepared. An army holding shields appears in front of the frogmen. The frogmen's arrows cannot penetrate these shields, and seeing this, Shunin is momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that all the arrows would be deflected by the Lizardmen's shields. These shields, meticulously crafted, couldn't even be penetrated by spears, let alone small arrows. Shunin immediately ordered, "Keep firing arrows. Stop them from advancing." But just then, a strange smell drifted over. Shunin turned to see that thick smoke had already covered most of the sky, greatly reducing the accuracy of the frogmen archers. It turned out, this was the task Rakrak had given to Owen, to sneak into the frogmen's village, rescue the trapped companions, and set fire to the houses of the frogmen village. After completing his task, Owen quickly returned to his companions, signaling them to join the resistance. Although the trapped Lizardman companions were clearly hesitant, Owen firmly said, "This is your only chance. We must trust the Black Scale tribe. They will definitely defeat the frogmen." Meanwhile, Meanwhile, when the frogmen realized their village was under attack, they understood that other lizardmen had also joined the rebellion. Shinin had no choice but to retreat temporarily, but a nearby frogman warrior obviously disagreed. We've already lost many warriors. Why retreat? Shinin cursed internally. Idiot. If the tribe's heir is endangered, the entire tribe is doomed. Then, the warrior suggested, should we let the two-headed serpent god fight? Shinin was clearly reluctant to use this trump card. Isn't there a more reliable method? On the other side, when Scarface saw the village on fire, he realized that a full-scale war with the Lizardman tribe had erupted. His subordinates reported to him, there are only about 15 people left with Shinin. Scarface pondered for a moment and said, including us here, we still have 45 people. We still have a numerical advantage. He then ordered, let all soldiers coat their arrows with frog poison, ready to support Shinin. Just then, a huge noise came from the bushes nearby, chilling the frogmen. That noise can only be made by a monster, Scarface murmured quietly. In an instant, the frogmen shot poison arrows in that direction. However, they were soon horrified. A huge drake appeared before them. The drake, Manon, blocked all the poison arrows, even swallowing them without harm. Before the frogmen could react, Manon charged at them, biting and killing a frogman in one bite. Scarface reacted quickly, dodging Manon's attack, and then he ordered, throw the poison frogs. Everyone throw together. That's the only way to poison it. Manon precisely swallowed all the poison frogs in one gulp, crunching noisily as if enjoying the taste of chicken. Why did they throw away the poison frogs? If they wanted to kill Manon with poison, they clearly miscalculated. The answer was simple. Manon had received the blessing of the nameless beetle god, making the poison completely ineffective against him. This realization drove Scarface to complete despair, but there was no chance for him to turn the situation around now. Manon stared at him like prey, and in the next instant, Scarface fell. Everything went silent. On the other side, the frogman tried to launch a sneak attack on Rakrak from behind, but Rakrak showed no intention of dodging. With a single tail swing, he knocked the arrows down. Immediately, Yer rushed forward to finish off the frogman, quickly dispatching one. Meanwhile, Owen's tribe members joined the battle as well. However, Rakrak found it strange that the frogman's leader, Alroy, had yet to appear. Looking at the entire battlefield, Nebula's lips curled slightly, thinking to himself, of course, it's because of me. It turned out that when Rakrak had decided to leave the sacred land, Nebula, 100 kilometers away from the frogman's village, had discovered a deadly mucus virus. This virus had a strong ability to spread and a high mortality rate. Most importantly, it only affected the mucous membranes of amphibians. Nebula used a group of wasps to successfully carry the virus into the frogman's village, and it quickly spread. After the outbreak, the frogman's leader, Alroy, disappeared. Alroy, mistakenly believing that sacrificing humans could cure the disease, captured many lizardmen, but it turned out that this had no effect on alleviating the illness. Now, Alroy was preparing to sacrifice the captured children again to the two-headed snake god, hoping to save his tribe and his own life. He requested that the god kill all the lizardmen. Meanwhile, Owen, exhausted, found Rakrak, his face frantic. Seeing this, Rakrak immediately asked, what's the urgent matter? Gasping for breath, Owen said, go to the small island in the middle of the lake. They're sacrificing children to the two-headed snake. That god might not cure their disease, but you have enough power to stop it. Upon hearing this, Rakrak said, this needs careful consideration. All their manpower is on the island. If we rush there, we won't be able to withstand the frogman's archery, and we may face an ambush in the water. Owen pleaded, please help me. My son is being used as a sacrifice. In an instant, Rakrak's gaze turned fierce. In anger, he punched Owen in the face, shouting, you idiot. You should have trusted me. I don't believe in the god those clumsy frogs worship. I believe we can defeat it with our own strength. If that so-called god really shows up and attacks me, I'll tell you how to crush it. But why didn't you tell me earlier to save the children? Despite Rakrak's anger, Jail was at a loss for a moment. If they had known Shinin's intentions earlier, they might have been able to devise a strategy. On the other side, under the frogman's summoning, the two-headed serpent finally appeared before them. The frogman knelt and shouted, great god, here, I offer my offerings. Please punish these black-scale lizardmen. From afar, Owen was watching all this, filled with despair. He knew time was running out. However, Rakrak firmly said, we still have a chance. Although we don't have the geographical advantage this time and can only confront them head-on, we must make some sacrifices to save those children. Just then, a blue butterfly flew by, and Rakrak immediately signaled Owen to look up. Do you believe in miracles? As the butterfly danced, a colossal figure appeared before everyone. Rakrak immediately recognized it as the incarnation of the nameless beetle god. The great battle between the two-headed serpent and the mantis deity was about to erupt. When the frogman's leader summoned the two-headed serpent, he knelt and prayed, God, please accept this sacrifice. Please kill all these black lizardmen. However, the two-headed serpent did not heed his prayer, which left the frogman's leader bewildered. Usually, it starts being insatiable from the sacrifices. Why this time? He looked up and was startled by the scene behind him. A giant mantis was coldly watching them, its oppressive presence breathtaking. What in the world is this? Could it also be a deity? In contrast, the two-headed serpent seemed tiny before the mantis. Feeling threatened, the serpent issued a deep warning growl. This mantis, named Stratus, was a creature created by Nebula. Using the crustacean's inner core and belief values previously obtained, he endowed it with life. Stratus appeared as a giant mantis, but at this point in time, almost no other player could create such a powerful creature as quickly as Nebula. The battle erupted. The two-headed serpent attacked, its sharp venomous fangs striking at Stratus, but Stratus easily caught them. The frogmen hiding under the serpent scattered in all directions. Even the frogman's leader nearly got crushed by the two-headed serpent. Then, the other head of the two-headed serpent also attacked, but before Stratus's sharp scythe, the serpent had no chance to defend itself. With a swing of the scythe, the serpent was split in two like chopping vegetables. Then, Stratus issued a hollow and deep voice. A little water snake dares to call itself a god? You are just an animal. Now, I will sacrifice you to my master, to cleanse you of your sins. With his immense strength, Stratus easily tore apart the two-headed serpent. Thus, the snake god worshipped by the frogmen perished on the battlefield. Stratus's attributes were enough to crush the two-headed serpent. Seeing the serpent dealt with, cheers erupted from the black scale tribe, everyone's heart filled with gratitude towards the nameless beetle god. god. Watching Stratus's performance, Nebula felt very satisfied. It looks huge, but it can be stored in the summoning space, and the randomly added strength skills greatly enhance its scythe attributes. At the same time, Nebula gained another inner core, surprised at his own good fortune. This inner core had the ability to create a domain, but when he clicked yes, a message box informed him that he obtained a small area of seawater. However, he could not use it because the freshwater environment did not match the domain requirements. Nebula had to set aside the inner core for now, thinking someday it will be useful. On the other side, Alroy stood dumbfounded, completely unable to accept what had happened. He had not expected their two-headed snake god to be defeated so easily. In front of Stratus, all the frogman warriors turned into cowards, afraid to step forward. Stratus slowly turned its head, signaling to Nebula, "Master, the task is completed. Well done, you can rest now." In the next instant, Stratus disappeared before everyone's eyes, and all was calm. "Rak, you won't just sit and wait, will you?" The frogmen were sailing towards the upper village, and there was no longer any trace of frogmen on the island. "Today, we will achieve a perfect victory. Is there anyone willing to lead us to the frogmen's village?" Owen was the first to stand up, confidently stating, "I am fully capable of taking on this task." At that moment, a member of the grayscale Lizardmen stepped forward and pleaded, "Please let us help you too." Tribal leader Rak. However, Rak responded, "This is a dangerous mission, and you are not warriors." The grayscale Lizardmen firmly replied, "It is not only warriors who can kill frogmen. The frogmen have sacrificed our children and families to the two-headed serpent, and now we only seek vengeance." Rak saw their anger and then said, "Everyone has the right to be angry. All who seek vengeance, I will stand with you." All the Lizardmen quickly crossed the lake, determined and focused on their objective. Fortunately, the children were all safe, and Owen finally reunited with his son. Seeing this, Rak finally felt relief. He then signaled to Ur, "Prepare the boats to send the children away," then led the grayscale tribe around to the rear of the frogmen's village to confuse them. Upon hearing this, Ur immediately understood Rak's intentions. "Your plan is to hit both sides at once?" "Correct. Once the frogmen are drawn to you, I will lead the soldiers across the water to launch the attack." Ur asked with some concern, "But is such a plan feasible?" "Don't worry, I've discovered another blessing from the god. Under the moonlight, our black scales appear like mist, capable of confusing the enemy's vision. This is their end." A moment later, the frogmen's village was in complete disarray. The villagers were frantically preparing to flee, but before Alroy could recover, the Lizardmen tribe launched their attack. Alroy had not expected the Lizardmen to arrive so quickly, and the Lizardmen's pike formation rendered the frogmen's arrows ineffective, giving them no chance to react. Rak quickly confronted the frogmen's tribal leader, Alroy, and coldly said, "This ends now." But Alroy was still deluded that the two-headed serpent would save him. "I have sacrificed so many. Great god, please save me." Rak ignored him, and with a thrust of his spear, Alroy's sinful life came to an end. "Your god isn't here anymore." Elsewhere, Shunin realized that the situation was lost. "Although we outnumber them and have poison arrows, I never expected the black scale tribe to be resistant to toxins. Poisoning is completely useless." Shunin muttered to himself. As he searched desperately for an escape, Rak quietly appeared behind him. "So, this is where you've been hiding." Upon seeing Rak, Shunin instantly collapsed to the ground, his face full of terror. Rak looked down at him from above and coldly said, "Stand up like a warrior, protect your last honor with your weapon, and fight me." Shunin, however, frantically bowed and begged for mercy, even trying to play the emotional card. "For the sake of our past friendship, could you let me go? I was also threatened by the two-headed monster." Seeing that Rak remained unmoved, he quickly added, "I can tell you the secret of the bows. I'll tell you all the materials needed." At these words, Rak showed some interest. "What materials?" Shunin sighed with relief and said with a fawning expression, "It's a tendon." Rak frowned and coldly asked, "What species of tendon is it?" Shunin immediately became evasive, his words faltering. Seeing his behavior, Rak seemed to have figured everything out. Memories flooded back. Earlier, when Shunin visited the Lizardman tribe, he had mentioned, "Only we know the materials for making bows, and Lizardmen can easily obtain them." But the Lizardman tribe had tried many materials and still couldn't complete the task. Now, Rak finally understood the truth. The frogmen had killed hundreds of Lizardmen just to harvest their tendons to make bows. Back to the present, Rak remained silent for a moment, then opened the tent flap and coldly said, "Go, Shunin. We have no grudges. I'll honor our deal." Shunin froze for a moment, then turned and ran out, filled with joy at the thought of having just saved his life. Owen, witnessing all of this, asked with confusion on his face, "Are you really letting him go?" "It's okay. I just needed a moving target." Suddenly, a bowstring shot an arrow straight through his foot. The intense pain shot through his whole body, and Shunin collapsed heavily to the ground. At the same time, the grayscale tribe rushed over. Shunin tried to struggle and escape again, but the Lizardmen decisively delivered a fatal blow. Thus, the war between the frogmen and the Lizardmen was definitively concluded. A few days later, after several days of practice, Rak's archery skills had significantly improved, and the bows had also been greatly refined. However, there were still shortcomings. The bow would break if pulled slightly more than its capacity, despite the substitution of new materials for the bowstrings. If only there were materials to strengthen the bow arms. There are no stronger materials than this in the forest. Although the frogmen also use this material, the bows cannot withstand the great strength of Lizardmen. It seems we should not limit ourselves to just this forest. Winter is approaching. If we want to feed the buffaloes, we must move some people to warmer places. Then, Rak inquired about the situation of the frogmen's escape. Owen reported, "They have been mostly annihilated." "Is your target Alroy?" "No way. Alroy's body was damaged as much as Shunin's. He will be on someone's head like Shunin's skull are on your head." Come to think of it, when I was ambushing the frogmen, just as Owen was about to speak, a disturbance nearby interrupted them. Jail curiously approached a child hiding behind a tree and asked, "Child, what are you doing here?" Jail's appearance startled the child. "Are you here to find Rak?" Meanwhile, something on the ground caught Jail's attention. She picked it up curiously. It was a rudimentary handmade wooden carving. Rak immediately recognized it as an effigy of their guardian deity. He carefully examined the small doll and then affirmed the child's work. "You've made it very beautifully." Hearing Rak's praise, a happy smile appeared on the child's face. "This is a gift gift for our great tribe leader. Owen gestured to Rakrak to accept it with peace of mind, adding, the children in the village all like to make these crafts and use them for exchange. Are there many such carvings in the village? Yes, because the guardian saved us, so he is the idol of all the children. Rakrak also thought this was a good practice and signaled to Owen, we can produce more of these, so everyone remembers the great guardian. At this moment, Rakrak remembered the words Owen had not finished saying. It was inside the cave where they were hiding. I discovered something odd. Soon after, Owen led the others to the entrance of the cave. This is the entrance. The frogmen used it as a hideout. Owen felt that this place was very mysterious, suspecting that it hid some secrets. When Rakrak saw the mysterious patterns on the stone wall, he was also startled. He observed carefully and found that these hard stones were carved exquisitely, and he was also surprised to notice that these patterns very closely resembled the patterns on the backs of insects. Only Nebula knew that this was actually an ancient ruin. There are many types of ancient ruins. Some ruins provide ancient knowledge or uncover miracles. Some of these ruins have important functions, and in certain ones, you could even acquire magic or relics. These relics are often fixed in a special location due to their unique resources or mystical blessings. For the nomadic Lizardman tribe, whose current level of civilization is still low, the value of such relics might not be apparent. Nevertheless, Nebula was secretly praying that this was not the ruins of a demonic castle. As Rakrak pushed open the stone door, a dazzling light emitted from inside, and a deep, majestic voice sounded. Who has awakened me? Stranger, welcome to the demonic world. They entered an ancient abandoned city and found a secret space within these ruins. In the center of the clearing stood several arch bridges tens of meters high, extending downward in a zigzag pattern. Should we consult the nameless beetle god? Such trivial matters should not trouble God. I believe we can resolve them ourselves. Suddenly, a mighty sound came from afar. In the passage below, countless eyes were staring at them. When the people saw clearly, they realized those were a group of enormous rats. Why are those rats crying so much? These should be nutrias. We've eaten them a few times on the road before, but typically nutrias are only about 60 centimeters long, while these in front of us are at least 1 meter long and could weigh tens of kilograms. Moreover, normal nutrias do not appear in groups, nor do they use their teeth to attack people aggressively. Rakrak realized that these rats were not ordinary and named them rat monsters. He speculated that these rat monsters might be guardians of the ruins. Rakrak immediately ordered everyone, prepare for battle. In the next instant, the rat monsters indeed launched a fierce attack. In front of the Lizardman tribe warriors' spears, the rat monsters quickly fell, and the remaining ones scattered in retreat. Rakrak looked at these enormous rat monsters and pondered, we should be able to eat these creatures. Perhaps we could domesticate them, just like the wild buffalo. If possible, I think fish farming could be feasible as well. Rakrak asked doubtfully, don't fish disappear on their own? He recalled the swamps and ponds he had lived near, where the fish gradually dwindled as they were caught and eventually disappeared. Owen refuted his view. When I lived with the frogmen, I know that in large ponds, this is not the case. Fish lay eggs and breed fry. During the breeding season, the frogmen even warned us not to fish. Just then, a warrior holding a rat monster's body suddenly screamed. Rakrak quickly turned around and asked, what's wrong? The warrior was clutching his hand in pain. My hand, it feels like it's been burned. I only touched it briefly and felt a sharp pain. At this moment, a sizzling sound surrounded the rat monster's body. Rakrak hesitated, then extended a finger and lightly touched the rat monster's body. Suddenly, a powerful force surged through his body, causing him an instant paralysis. Jail anxiously asked, are you alright? Are you hurt? Don't worry. It seems this creature can electrify upon contact. Only Nebula, observing from a distance, knew what this meant. This is exactly what I was hoping not to see, a demonic castle. He thought to himself, if Rakrak breaks through this ancient ruin to the end, there is a high probability that he will obtain demonic power. Obtaining magical properties does not immediately make you a wizard, but the magic properties get stronger with each generation. We can create wizards in future generations, but there is a problem. In Lost World, divinity and magic are in conflict. According to the lore of the game, magic originates from ancient evil, not from God. High-level wizards create their own forces without relying on gods. If the number of people affected by this increases, there will be a penalty for building faith. It's not that here is no way to overcome it, but if you get it early in the game, there are too many variables. Slowly, the demonic ruins will reveal their true colors and tempt you. Meanwhile, a creature resembling a devil fish suddenly appeared in front of Rakrak. Visitor, do you desire that kind of power? If you are willing, I can bestow it upon you. However, Rakrak did not immediately respond to its proposal. Jael reminded him from the side, your condition is not good right now. We should go back and make thorough preparations first. Let's take the rat monsters back with spears first. Rakrak noticed that he was the only one who could see this mysterious creature. The devil fish explained, I am the guardian spirit of this place, visible only to those of great power. You only need to think it, and I can hear your conversation. Rakrak then asked, what power did you mention just now? Nebula was also observing all this, hesitating whether to remind Rakrak. If I don't remind him, given his personality, he will surely reach the end of the ancient ruins. But when Nebula checked Rakrak's data again, he discovered a new unique attribute that had appeared, trickery. This ability could help Rakrak identify others' deceptive actions and increase his alertness. Nebula speculated that this ability might have appeared after Rakrak defeated the Frogman tribe. Therefore, he decided to wait and see what would happen next. At this moment, the devil fish was explaining the power it had mentioned. Its name is electricity, a power that can melt living beings and release a brightness like the sun. I can bestow it upon you. Rakrak, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude. If you are willing to give it to me, I would be glad to accept it. However, the devil fish changed its tune. There is a condition to obtain it. Rakrak immediately frowned and said coldly, why didn't you mention any conditions before? Seeing this, the devil fish clearly panicked and hastily added, the condition is simple. You just need to possess enough strength. When making a deal, conditions should be stated first. You need to clearly tell me what you can offer and what you hope to get from me. The devil fish appeared even more nervous and kept apologizing. Sorry, I didn't explain it clearly. What are the conditions to obtain this power? If there are any more secrets, this will be our last conversation. Rakrak waited for the spirit to elaborate penetrate further. I can fly freely in this space, but I cannot leave here. Only by breaking free from these bindings can I regain my freedom. What needs to be done to break the seal? It's simple. Just defeat the creature guarding my seal below, and you will gain the power. Is the power you mentioned the same as the electricity those rat monsters have? Yes, but the electricity in their bodies is minimal. You can train it by continually using this power, making it stronger, and even able to call down lightning from the sky. This growing power can rival that of gods. Not just you. Your family members can also gain this power. Although your achievements can't be directly inherited, your descendants, if they keep training, might become even stronger than you. Hearing this, Rakrak was astounded. He couldn't help asking, if such powerful abilities exist, why are you still trapped here? Because my power is too strong. People always stay away from dangerous things. If they can't stay away, they bind it. Well, then, you just admitted yourself to be a dangerous entity. What are you hiding? Or is the downside of this power greater than its benefits? Stop lying. I warn you, if you continue to hide, I will go back now, completely seal the entrance to this cave, make sure no one ever finds this site, and warn my tribe's descendants never to enter here. The spirit suddenly panicked, and Nebula noticed that its intelligence wasn't as high. For those entering the demon ruins, resisting the spirit's temptation isn't easy. As expected, Rakrak's steadfastness was due to his newly acquired abilities. In the distant past, I was a being that ruled this world. I originated from an ancient demon. Our existence has been forgotten by people. Even the gods do not remember us. I can't even remember my own origins. When I regained consciousness, I found myself trapped here. Hearing this, Rakrak said indifferently, you two are a pitiable creature. This kind of mysterious power easily leads people astray. Because its origin is unknown, people believe the power belongs only to them. But in reality, they just happen to acquire it. Once they think this way, they tend to look down on those without power. Rakrak found it somewhat hard to understand, but agreed anyway. He thought about the previous blue scale leader and Alroy. I suppose they were like that. Demon magic also turns people into that, right? Correct, but my power itself is neither good nor bad. Those who possess power simply decide by chance. Rakrak began to ponder what would happen if he acquired this power. He realized that this demonic power seemed different from the power granted by gods. The power of gods is given only to those chosen by the gods, and it is the gods who decide how it should be used. If a person is deemed unworthy of such power, others may become envious or even hostile. As power grows, people might begin to question or even despise the gods. Rakrak understood why this kind of power is considered dangerous, but he also felt its strength and allure. It could also enhance the tribe's overall combat effectiveness. If this power could be restricted by conditions, then it would be even more beneficial for the tribe's development. Rakrak agreed to the spirit's request, but set several conditions. Although power can spread indiscriminately, if needed, one can also gain power through a ritual. If both these things are true, couldn't we also choose not to distribute the power indiscriminately, but rather to certain chosen individuals? Why do that? That's not the point. If people think it is a divine gift, then from that moment, it is. Those chosen will believe the god granted them this power and will naturally develop faith and devotion. Thus, people will not defy the god. The spirit tried to object to Rakrak, but was at a loss for words. What Rakrak said was also consistent with the system of Lost World. If those who possess demon magic think the power is coincidental, then the faith points they gain would be penalized. However, if they mistakenly think it is a divine gift, it could actually bring more faith points. Then, Rakrak looked at the spirit and set a second condition. You must also believe in our god. Hearing this, the spirit was stunned. I am a demonic spirit, an existence older than your gods. None of that matters. What matters is what you choose to do next. The spirit slowly calmed down, but still felt that the gods would not like demonic spirits. Don't think of our god with your standards. The nameless beetle god seems to be generous, and you seem useful. Will your god accept me if you accept the conditions? Actually, I'm not trapped in these ruins, but I rule them. That nutria, they were simply an attempt to break you down. It was a test to see if you qualify, but I still trick you. Aren't you mad? I see. I understand. So you're forgiven. In such a damp and dark place, if you live with those rat monsters, I would get a bit eccentric too. You should go out and see more beautiful sights. What's your name? I'm Rakrak. Good. The test is over. If your god accepts me, this ability will be yours. It's your choice. If you can change your faith, you'll find that the power you hold will no longer be bound by past mistakes, but can serve a new future. At that moment, a prompt appeared. One of the demonic spirits wishes to be your subordinate. If you accept this, you will receive demonic domain, electricity. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Nebula pressed the yes button. This is the only way to overcome penalties and acquire magic. Well done, Rakrak. Perhaps meeting you is lucky for both of us. Thus, Nebula acquired demonic domain, electricity. 9 years later, a tower made of buffalo bones stands in the wilderness, visible from a great distance. This bone tower, built on the foundation of the old tower first constructed by Rakrak, not only symbolizes the faith in the nameless beetle god, but has now become a milestone for the Lizardman tribe. A Lizardman is telling a human the story of their tribe. After listening, the man curiously asked, but what does the nameless beetle god have to do with the thunderstorms? What color is lightning? It is blue. As the two were about to continue their conversation, a noise suddenly came from a distance. Well, we will have to end our talk here. It looks like we have uninvited guests coming. Those are gnolls. I have a question. Do they look like Sockate's people? The man paused for a moment, then answered, they are defenseless, lack vigilance, and they are also poorly armed. To me, they are just wandering gnolls. Upon hearing this, Owen lowered his head, his expression complex, but with a hint of relief. I think so as well. Then shall we break their spirit? And at this moment, the completely unaware gnolls had no idea that danger was closing in. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air, appearing in front of the dog tribe members. Seeing this, one of the underlings immediately shouted, we're under attack. Before they could react, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, instantly enveloping them in a powerful electric current. Damn it, it's the Lizardman tribe. Seeing this, Owen's face showed a look of satisfaction. The dog tribe members frantically fled the scene. Owen turned and smiled, saying, just to clarify, my name is Owen. Hearing this, the human was stunned. I had no idea you were such an important figure. Then, Owen pulled out a stick from his chest. The end of the stick was rounded, and it was hollow inside. He gently exhaled, and a puff of smoke emerged from his mouth. The human finally understood. It was was a pipe and tobacco, a ritual tool used by the chosen black-scale lizardmen. Owen noticed the human's puzzled expression and said lightly, "If you have something to ask, go ahead." So, the human asked, "With such powerful abilities, why do you choose to live alone in this wilderness under such harsh conditions? This is something I can't understand." Owen exhaled a puff of smoke calmly and replied, "There's a reason for that. I am a man with a deep burden of sins." This made the human even more puzzled, "But the lizardmen hold you in high regard. I have betrayed many of my kind, but someone showed me a path to redemption, by telling stories and recording writings, spreading the faith of the nameless beetle god, in the name of the tribal leader Rakrak. This is the way of atonement I have chosen." The human pondered, "Even if you don't do this, in this wilderness, no one is unaware of the existence of the black-scale tribe, especially Rakrak." Then, Owen curiously asked, "Are you also a wanderer?" The human scratched his beard and answered, "I'm not a wanderer. I come from Automation. Automation is an isolated valley, located at the southwestern end of the wilderness. It is also a region closely monitored by both the gnolls and the black-scale lizardmen." "So you are an envoy from the domain of Automation?" "Yes, I am here to visit the black-scale lizardmen and deliver a message from the king of Automation." "So you are our guest." I was disrespectful. After saying this, Owen blew a whistle, and a 2.5-meter tall creature came running from the distance. The human was shocked. "Is that a cockatrice?" "You're only half right. This is a hybrid of cockatrice and a chicken." The human was stunned, not understanding how the lizardmen tribe managed to achieve such interspecies hybridization. Then, Owen said, "I will personally take you to meet tribal leader Rakrak, but in return, you must listen to my stories the entire way." The scene shifts, and a formidable army of lizardmen is advancing forward, with their leader, Rakrak, at the front. Just then, a messenger boy hurriedly ran up to Rakrak and said, "The one-armed elder says his life is in imminent danger." Hearing this, Rakrak's expression tightened, showing great concern. He knew there were many matters he needed to discuss with the elder. Thus, Rakrak immediately ordered, "Stop the procession, set up camp here." With his command, the warriors conveyed Rakrak's orders to the other lizardmen. Watching the solemn expression on Rakrak's face, Jael approached him with concern and asked, "What has happened to you?" Rakrak told her about the situation with the one-armed. Jael also felt very sad after hearing this and said softly, "This is bound to be a sorrowful night." The one-armed lizardman had made many contributions to Rakrak and the black-scale lizardman tribe. Everyone in the tribe respected him greatly and gave him many titles: Elder, One-Armed Lizardman, Guide, Stargazer, but most often, he was called the Elder. A moment later, Rakrak walked into the one-armed lizardman's tent and quietly asked about his condition. The doctor sighed and apologized. "I have done all I could." The one-armed slightly opened his hazy eyes and said softly, "I remember now. I have done many things in my life. I have traveled many places, learned many things. Because I was missing an arm, I wandered for a long time, until I met you, tribal leader. However, every lizard man will have this day. It's the natural law. There's only one way to cure this disease: sleeping forever." Rakrak sat silently by the bed, listening to him speak. Suddenly, the one-armed smiled. "So, I decided to indulge in my last journey. I wanted to steal the time of the busiest person in the tribe. Time is precious, isn't it?" Rakrak smiled too. "That's an interesting topic, but I don't think this is your last joke." Then, the one-armed asked meaningfully, "I have a question for you, and you are the only one qualified to answer it. What happens after we die?" Rakrak was silent for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, as he was also unsure of the answer. "People often say that when you die, you will sleep forever. Do you think so too? Will we really sleep forever? Why do you think I'm qualified to answer this question?" "I think this way. The nameless beetle god taught us when we were lost. So, I believe that even if we die, he will surely guide us." "Do you think this goes against the will of God? When we are lost, the nameless beetle god will guide us. Even after death, he will surely continue to guide us." Hearing Rakrak's answer, the one-armed showed a satisfied smile and then asked, "Then what do you think that place will be like when we meet God? Will it start with an awkward greeting?" Rakrak, with his arms crossed, smiled and said, "I'm not sure, but I think it won't be that boring. There will be a vast field where you can run as you wish. In this space, every step you take will make a slight creaking sound. The tip of your tail will joyfully swipe through the grass. There will be a giant rock where you can lie down to rest. The weather is usually good, but it wouldn't be fun if it was always the same. So sometimes it's cloudy, sometimes it rains. And there will also be a beautiful river." The one-armed, filled with anticipation, asked, "Is there really such a place? If possible, I hope to have a home there to rest, because I don't want to live in a tent. This elder has grown tired of being constantly on the move, and a tent means moving to another place again. I want to find a place to settle down." Rakrak looked up at the starry sky and said, "We will get there one day, and I suppose God will take the stars with them too, because they can help us find our way home." Just then, Rakrak saw the guidance of the unnamed beetle god. A blue butterfly gently landed on the back of his hand. "Do you see it?" Rakrak asked softly, but at this moment, darkness clouded the one-armed lizardman's vision. His sight was blurry. Rakrak immediately became anxious. "I have one more gift for you." The one-armed lizardman smiled weakly and said, "What trick are you playing now? Are you gonna decline my gift again?" As the one-armed lizardman's last breath touched the blue butterfly, it flapped its wings and flew away. Rakrak gently shook the one-armed lizardman's body, softly calling his name. The blue butterfly flew out of the tent, continuing towards the sky. Dusk gradually fell, and the wilderness was silent. Finally, the blue butterfly landed on another hand. What happens when you die in the lost world? Nebula knew the answer to this question well. The conditions to create the afterlife had been completed. "Would you like to create an afterlife?" Nebula clicked yes without hesitation. In the conditions of level, resources, and faith being met, players can advance their rank. This phase is called demigod, and they can create their own little world. The world after death is a very important element. When combined with a carefully designed worldview, it increases the player's chances of winning. The concept of heaven is commonly used alongside hell. If hell is the only destination after death, then there is no reason to believe in gods. Punishment should complement rewards, conveying a message of upholding morals and ethics. It could also serve as a training ground for warriors, as souls trained in the afterworld could also be sent back to the surface. However, currently, it is difficult for players to utilize the knowledge or power possessed by souls, as this requires a significant amount of faith points. But as the game progresses to later stages, stages, souls become very helpful to players. There's no need to rush at the beginning. Many things are still in their initial stages. At this moment, Nebula is considering how to expand this little world and subsequently names it the Primordial Grassland. He then scatters all the souls across the Primordial Grassland. Hundreds of souls turn into blue wandering butterflies, landing on the prairie. These spirits, believing themselves to be butterflies once they land on the grass, remember that they were once lizardmen and revert to their previous forms. But in the Primordial Grassland, they bear no scars, no fatigue, and no deadly diseases. The lizardmen close their eyes to see if all this is a dream or reality, almost falling asleep beneath them. Just as Rakrak said, it's a vast grassland. Although there are no stone-built houses, he is quite satisfied. I suppose I don't need a house or anything. He looks up at the clear sky, his heart filled with peace and joy. This is perhaps the best gift. Looking out over the endless grassland, he recalls his last conversation with Rakrak. That talk seems like a dream, but is also very real. Now, the title One-Armed no longer suits him. Stargazer might be better. Meanwhile, he notices other lizardmen lying on the grass. They are facing the sky with their eyes closed, seemingly not yet awake. The Stargazer wanders around, unsure whether he should wake them. They seem to be sleeping soundly, so waking them seems somewhat impolite. Among the other lizardmen, the Stargazer sees a few familiar faces. He recognizes one as one of the bravest warriors from a migration they once had, which was ambushed by goblins. Rakrak had split his forces to counterattack the goblins, not expecting a sneak attack from the middle. At that time, it was mostly the elderly and children here, and the one-armed could do nothing. In that critical moment, a young lizard man bravely stood up. The one-armed had taught him how to count, and this young warrior decided to trade his life for the survival of more. His heroic sacrifice was heartrending because if he thought it necessary, he would even defy the leader's orders. This was a scene no one wanted to see. For those warriors who never came back, Rakrak was very angry. He believed that perhaps he should not have taught them math. Warriors who are good at counting actually disobey my orders. They thought trading one life for two was good arithmetic, and Rakrak could only vent his frustration, unable to do anything else. The Stargazer observed the sleeping warrior, not waking him. His deeds had inspired many, and simply seeing him again brought joy to the Stargazer. A breeze swept through the grassland, snapping the Stargazer back to reality, suddenly filled with doubt. Do gods really exist in this place? At that moment, he saw a lizard man hiding behind a tree. He shouted loudly at the figure, then stood up and chased after it. But when he reached the tree, the figure had vanished. The Stargazer continued to follow the trail, quickly spotting glimpses of the figure between the trees. He pursued the traces until he came upon a cottage deep in the forest. Cautiously, he approached, driven by curiosity. At that moment, the Stargazer's mind was filled with questions. Why would a god choose the lizardman tribe? Is it because lizardmen are superior to other races? Or because gods are merciful? Or perhaps because we are useful? What happens if one day we are no longer useful? These questions remained unanswered. He remembered Rakrak saying that perhaps it was all just coincidence, yet it was the best outcome possible under the given circumstances. The Stargazer agreed with Rakrak's perspective. With these thoughts, the Stargazer entered the center of the room, where an astronomical telescope caught his attention. It was his first time seeing such a device, but instinctively he quickly learned how to use it. He adjusted the telescope, looking through the lens, and saw the stars clearly for the first time. Do stars really look like this? He continued to observe until he was certain this was the ultimate form of stars. The Stargazer gazed at the starry sky, thinking, I guess I need to recalculate the trajectories of stars, because what I knew before was just superficial knowledge. He pondered how this knowledge could greatly assist the living lizardmen. However, since one cannot return after death, why would a god create such a place? Just to make an old lizard man happy? The Stargazer knew it wasn't just that. He caressed the mechanical device of the observatory, thinking to himself, the god did his best. He wouldn't do anything without reason. This knowledge will surely be useful in the future. Nebula was pleased with the Stargazer's understanding. The world after death is not just a resting place for the dead. It significantly impacts the values of those who believe in gods. If warriors enter the small world, their tribe might dream of Valhalla. If scholars enter, it could lay the groundwork for technological advancements. So far, Nebula's creation of the small world had a perfect start. The afterlife had to start functioning properly, as the clipped ear tribe had displayed more advanced steel technology than the lizardmen, and even tamed fierce saber-toothed tigers. These technological forces and actions were highly unusual. Nebula speculated that behind the clipped ear tribe, there must be the involvement of other players. However, before going to war with other players, Nebula needed to be well prepared. After 9 years of development, Nebula had accumulated enough resources, and it was time to start a new chapter. Now, it's finally time to confront other players. Players are gradually expanding their territories, and to keep up, Nebula has invested heavily in the development of the insect tribe over these 9 years. Now, he commands 3 massive insect armies. Among them, a group known as the Locust Swarm has the fastest breeding rate. They can easily take control of other players' farms. Nebula is quietly dispersing them across the continent, allowing them to develop gradually to avoid detection by other players. The virus cluster hosts are used by Nebula as transport workers. Previously, he used them to carry a virus to the Frogman tribe, delivering a devastating blow. Finally, there are the hives, where Nebula breeds various insects. They are used to consume the food of other tribes. In times of food shortage, these tribes often choose to ally with powerful forces. With Rakrak's help, the members of these tribes also come to worship the nameless beetle god. Now, controlling the southern islands is just a matter of time. However, Nebula faces a new problem: how to deal with those overly aggressive players. Meanwhile, on the other side, Owen returns to the Lizardman tribe with a guest. A tribesman approached him and informed him that Elder One Arm had passed away. Hearing this, the guest behind also expressed condolences. We have all heard of his deeds. Today might not be a good time. Owen disagreed. We don't think it's bad to have a stranger attend our funeral. On the contrary, we see it as a lucky sign. Isn't it good to have one more person to share our sorrow? Owen then led the human to the funeral. A robust lizard man with buffalo horns on his head appeared before them. Among the lizard men, he was particularly conspicuous. He must be Rakrak, the chief of the Black Scale tribe. Seeing the tribe chief in tears, the human was very surprised. Is Is it okay for the tribal leader to shed tears? Hearing this, Owen was puzzled. Don't humans cry when they are sad? Human leaders do not cry in such public occasions because they need to consider their reputation. Different races have different values. Although I understand what honor is, what you mean is, if the tribal chief shows a weak side, his warriors will think the chief is weak. But do not try to explain this to other lizardmen, because they will not understand. For lizardmen, they believe some things are more important than reputation. Just then, Rakrak turned around. Owen apologized. I must have returned late. He then noticed the human beside him. Owen introduced him to Rakrak. This is an emissary from Automation. The man bowed politely to Rakrak, introducing himself. I am the emissary from Automation. Rakrak and Owen whispered for a moment. Then Rakrak smiled. Seeing this, we had a bad feeling. Then, the two entered the tent. You must have traveled a long way, but I'm sorry. We have to stay up late today. I hope you understand. This is our tradition. It's okay. We then pulled out a wrapped item from his chest. This is a gift from the leader of Automation. I hope you will accept it. Rakrak opened the bag and saw what appeared to be a white rock inside. He held the rock in his hand and immediately understood what it was. This is rock salt. The human confirmed. This is a product we take pride in. The first gift from our leader to the Lizardman tribe. It is an extremely rare item. Rakrak smiled, knowing this was not just a simple gift. There are second and third gifts to come, right? There will be even more after that. Please accept it. Rakrak's gaze sharpened and then squeezed the rock salt tightly. The next instant, the rock salt crumbled into dust, falling through his fingers. We was stunned, not understanding why Rakrak did this. Rakrak then clapped his hands. Go back and tell your city lord that I received this fine gift, and I crushed it as an offering to our god. We frowned. That was a gift from Automation. I made good use of it. Isn't that great? At the same time, we gravely indicated to Rakrak, you know, that's not the purpose of giving a gift. Rakrak gently scratched the corner of his mouth. I have indeed heard that the Lord of Automation is very wealthy, but sending so much rock salt seems a bit extravagant. I hope you can bring more goods for trade next time. We, struggling to contain his anger, sized up Rakrak, who seemed like an experienced lizard. Despite their different races, there were no barriers in their communication. Although Rakrak's actions seemed crude, they were not meant to be rude, but rather a way of expressing rejection through appearances. Just as we was about to leave, Rakrak gestured for him to stop. I prefer direct communication over playing word games. We, turning sideways, asked, you surely understand the significance of this proposal, so why reject it? Rakrak, raising a finger, said, first of all, I don't like to accept proposals that others have rejected because I don't like picking up garbage. If others have rejected your proposal, isn't it because it is worthless? Hearing this, we looked even more confused. This offer is made only to you by the Lord of Automation. Rakrak interrupted him. Do you really think Owen happened to meet you, then brought you here, just because you were lucky? It turns out Owen had already guessed Wee's real intention. Since Automation is to the west, and we came from the north, the territory of the hyena tribe, that means you've already made the same proposal to them, but they rejected it. Now, why don't you be honest with me? Listening to Rakrak's deductions, we said nothing. He knew he had been seen through. Automation is an ancient ruin, difficult for ordinary people to locate. Its walls are 5 meters high, and have mud soldiers that can automatically repair the walls. A true wonder of the lost world. In this castle that no one knows who built it, many humans and several tribes live together. Additionally, it occupies a strategic location on the essential path to the mainland, which is one reason why Automation seeks protection. The city not only has rich salt mines, but also stores a large amount of food. Facing the silent we, Rakrak was certain we was not just an emissary, but the Lord of Automation himself. A gift from someone who hides their identity like you. I cannot accept. Are you curious how I came to this conclusion? The first clue was the name you gave. You probably revealed that name to test how much we know. Even within the walls of Automation, few know your name and appearance. Such a thing is very rare for ordinary people. Anyone related to you by blood has we in their name. I've also heard you have 2 sons and 3 daughters, and from the wrinkles on your hands, it's clear you're not young. So I deduce that your real identity is the Lord of Automation. Hearing this, we showed no surprise, instead revealing a relieved smile. Yes, I am the Lord of Automation. We admitted to Rakrak's deduction, then slowly sat down. Actually, we could have provided the rock salt for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Even the greedy Sockate rejected you, proving their strong insight. If we accepted your proposal, we would have to protect Automation when you are attacked by enemies, because we would become dependent on the salt mines. And that is exactly what you intended, right? This is what's called diplomacy. But what I don't understand is, this is clearly beneficial for the Lizardman tribe, so why do you refuse? I believe you've already heard the same question from others. Why don't we just take over Automation? Wouldn't all the resources inside be ours then? Hearing this, we was taken aback, but quickly suppressed his emotions and said, is the Lizardman tribe also planning to attack us? No, that's just the most advantageous assumption for the Lizardman tribe, because compared to your so-called diplomacy, it has no advantages. We frowned. Don't underestimate Automation. Even if we suffer a little damage, the Lizardmen could easily take down Automation. We have the Blue Insect God, and those walls are just fragments to the Blue Insect God. And now, your city lord is here. We laughed lightly, seemingly unconcerned about Rakrak's threat. He calmly said, I know you won't kill me. If I die now, Automation will immediately choose a new successor. What does that have to do with the Lizardman tribe? You must have heard of a game called Go, right? We place black and white stones one by one at the intersections. In this game, you win by completely surrounding your opponent's pieces. But now, the rules of the game aren't the point. What's important is that I am a stone on this board, because the real competition has already started. It is a contest between 2 gods. Automation is the board of this game. The conflict between the hyena tribe and the Lizardman tribe is just a match between gods on the chessboard. And we, the Lord of Automation, had realized that his children also began discussing gods at some point. A spark of insight flashed in Rakrak's eyes, but he did not respond directly. 3 weeks ago, both Nebula and Hegemonia approached Automation, triggering a civilization clash. Remember our last game? This time, I will be the final winner. Nebula looked at him calmly. I guess you might have forgotten. This will be the final round. Facing his old rival, Nebula knew Hegemonia's gameplay inside out. Though his strategy seemed simple, he possessed an animal-like intuition and instinct in conflicts. Nebula knew there was no need to adapt to the opponent's preferred method, and Hegemonia Hegemonia felt the same. So, you want to decide the outcome in a different way? It seems clear we both want the same thing. So, it's decided. Putting automation and humanity in jeopardy. Let's go with contradictory prophecy. The so-called prophecy is a skill that can only be used when a deity's level reaches 6 or higher. It's like a task that players set for themselves. Using the prophecy skill consumes divine experience points, so the risk of failure is high. If the prophecy fails, not only does the player receive no reward, but they could also be punished or even trigger negative events. A contradiction prophecy is a more complex form of prophecy in player gameplay. It originates from an ancient story and typically involves two players making opposing predictions about the same target. In the end, only one prophecy can come true. The successful player will be rewarded, while the loser will face punishment. This kind of gameplay is a specialty of Hegemonia, and he is quite pleased with it. Now, they have an excellent opportunity to initiate a contradictory prophecy. The ruler of automation is selecting an heir. After some discussion, Nebula and Hegemonia learn that the ruler of automation currently has 5 children competing for the inheritance. If each of them selects one heir and makes a prophecy about them, the two prophecies are likely to contradict each other, triggering the contradictory prophecy mechanism. However, Nebula doesn't know much about the personalities of these 5 individuals. To ensure fairness, Hegemonia shared detailed information about the candidates with Nebula. The first child is Dan, a man in his early 30s. He has a strong physique and is trusted by Wisio. He has the backing of 2 families out of 4, making him the most powerful heir candidate. The second candidate is June, a man in his late 20s. He is Dan's half-brother, and his personality is somewhat weak, not liking to show himself to others. Although rumors suggest he has little interest in becoming the successor, he is only supported by his mother's family. The third child is Jean, a woman in her 20s. She shares the same mother as Dan, but often goes out and deliberately hides her identity. However, she gets along well with hunters and hooligans, and has received the support of the one remaining family. The fourth child is Kyung, a woman in her early 20s. Her mother has already passed away, and her appearance seems to be cursed, which has led her to be alienated by the city lord and other family members. The last candidate is Min, a girl in her mid-teens, a smart and talented girl, the youngest of the 5. She is deeply loved by all the family members. After introducing all the heirs, Hegemonia provocatively looked at Nebula and asked, "So, what do you think? Do you need some time to think it over?" Nebula decisively rejected the proposal, firmly saying, "No need, let's decide right away." Without hesitation, the two chose the heirs they preferred and established the contradictory prophecies. A prompt appeared: contradictory prophecy. Would you like to set up a contradictory prophecy with the player Hegemonia? Warning: if a contradictory prophecy fails, you will incur big losses. Please check once more before proceeding. Both players simultaneously selected confirm and exchanged their chosen candidates. Hegemonia chose the second candidate, Wee Jun, as his prophecy target, while Nebula chose the fourth child, Wee Kyung. Nebula's choice of prophecy confused Hegemonia. He did not expect Nebula's choice to be so different from his own, which meant that the contradictory prophecy was officially established. With Hegemonia's hand falling, the Lost World acknowledged the contradictory prophecy between player Hegemonia and player Nebula. On the other side, the Lord of Automation, Wisio, risked his life because of 2 prophecies that were circulating. The 2 massive tribes, the Lizardman tribe and the Hyena tribe, were closing in on automation. He realized that everything was inevitably connected to these 2 tribes. As he had guessed, after meeting the leaders of the 2 tribes, he did not encounter the death foretold in the prophecies. This made him both relieved and despairing because it proved that he was still an important piece in the divine game. Rak slowly spoke. "If you put diplomacy and respect aside, you can choose one of them. So, will it be the angry teeth god of Sokate or the blue insect god? If a saber-toothed tiger and a cockatoo appear, I'd have to stick my head into their mouths and see which one does less damage. It's a pity that you think that way, but wouldn't it be better to stick your head into the cockatoo's mouth? If I let the saber-toothed tiger and the cockatoo fight each other, the winner will likely be exhausted, so you still don't want to choose?" Rak understood Wisio's approach. Perhaps doing nothing at this point was the better choice. Wisio remained silent and then slowly stood up. He had one last question. "You're just a piece on the game board after all. Don't you feel afraid or angry?" Rak smiled confidently because he decided to wait until the situation was over to answer. A moment later, Wisio left the Lizardman tribe. Outside, someone was already waiting for his appearance. He changed into his clothes, shaved off his 3-month-old beard, and then set off on the road back to automation. At the same time, a drop of water fell on the attendant's face. When the attendant looked up, he realized it was the Lord's tear, which puzzled him greatly. Another story was unfolding. The girl had always been considered unlucky since she was born with strange antennae on her head. People said she was cursed, so they avoided her. Yet, such a person was chosen by the god. As the rumors went, accidents had followed her life since she was a child. At the age of 13, she fell from the stairs at the market. At 14, she was accused of stealing salt and was locked up for 4 days. At 15, a wooden board strangely broke, sending her straight into a toilet. This was no joke. It was a life-threatening situation. 3 weeks ago, while transporting goods on a small road, her cart's wheel suddenly malfunctioned, causing her and the cart to fall off a cliff. But fortunately, she grabbed a rock just in time, saving herself from certain death. At this moment, Wee Kyung was nearly at her limit because one of her feet was injured, but she could only keep encouraging herself. "Wee Kyung, believe you can do it. After all, you can only rely on yourself." Just then, a voice interrupted her. "Grab my hand." Wee Kyung looked up, and it was a person from the lizard people tribe. The lizard person noticed her hesitation and asked, "Don't you want to grab my hand?" Full of doubt, Wee Kyung didn't understand how a lizard person could suddenly appear here. She slowly spoke, "I don't have anything valuable to offer as a reward." Before she could finish, the lizard person grabbed her hand and pulled her up. "I don't want your things. This path is so narrow. How did you dare to load it with goods?" Hearing this, Wee Kyung felt a bit embarrassed and answered, "If the wheel hadn't broken, I would have made it through safely." Then, she slowly got up and asked for the lizard person's name. "My name is Siran Mule." Wee Kyung thanked Siran Mule and was about to leave when Siran Mule blocked her path. "We haven't finished our business, Miss Wee Kyung." Wee Kyung instantly became alert, as she had never told him her name. She thought thought to herself, do I have to fight him? Siran Mule signaled her not to be nervous and explained, Rak told me your name, and he ordered me to find you. Wee Kyung became even more puzzled. Rak? Isn't he the leader of the Black Scale tribe, the one with the power of lightning, the first to receive the chosen blessing from the gods? On this continent, everyone knew the story of Rak. Wee Kyung asked doubtfully, but why would someone as powerful as him come looking for me? Recently, there have been 2 rumors about the successor of automation, focusing on the 2nd and 4th children. Wee Kyung was completely unaware of this and casually said, I just came back from a long trip buying silk. Do you really believe such rumors? Siran Mule didn't care whether the rumors were true or false. He was just seriously carrying out his task. Wee Kyung, however, suggested, you should look for someone else. I was just an abandoned baby thrown out by automation. Such rumors would be more beneficial to my siblings. However, Siran Mule rejected her suggestion and said earnestly, because my second task is to ensure your safety. Hearing this, Wee Kyung was startled and asked, why do you need to protect me? Your family members are very sensitive to rumors. They wouldn't allow a potential variable to exist. Wee Kyung insisted, I can protect myself. Siran Mule did not say more, only firmly stated, I am committed to completing my task. To make Siran Mule leave her alone, Wee Kyung lifted the broken horn hidden under her hair and said coldly, this is an ominous curse. When I was born, my mother was cut open by my antennae. Besides that, unfortunate incidents always happen around people near me, so you'd better leave now. Siran Mule was silent for a moment, then responded in a low voice, I am sorry about this, but regardless of whether your curse is real or not, I have accepted the chief's order, representing the will of our tribe. Even if you refuse, I will still protect your safety. Wee Kyung realized that intimidation would not persuade Siran Mule. With no other option, Wee Kyung had to accept Siran Mule's company, considering that having a helper might not be such a bad thing after all. She tentatively said, I need to go down to get my silk. Siran Mule saw through her caution immediately and said calmly, your leg is injured. Just ask, and I will help you. Hearing this, Wee Kyung felt at a loss, with ripples in her heart. This was the first time someone had offered to help her voluntarily. She said softly, could you please bring up the silk for me? Siran Mule smiled slightly. I'd be glad to assist you. Soon, Siran Mule helped Wee Kyung retrieve the silk, and the two set off on the road back to automation. Along the way, Wee Kyung remained puzzled and asked, how do the lizard people know my whereabouts? I know you use the name Mangji to do business with others. However, your partners seem to be dissatisfied with you. Why would they tell you? It was information bought with a bag of salt. They also mentioned that you borrowed a handcart and never returned it, so feeling cheated, they didn't hesitate to tell me. Wee Kyung, feeling somewhat ashamed, said in a low voice, it seems I shouldn't have been so greedy for small advantages. At the same time, the two had already approached the outskirts of automation. However, they were unaware that danger was silently approaching. Just then, a hidden weapon suddenly shot towards Wee Kyung. In the nick of time, Siran Mule did not hesitate to block the weapon with his palm, and blood dripped down from his hand. Wee Kyung was shocked and quickly asked, are you alright? Siran Mule looked at the wound piercing through his palm, but his face showed no pain as he said calmly, it seems that Rakrak's worries were justified. The succession battle has already begun. They suddenly encountered an assassination attempt by masked individuals, but these attackers were no match for the warrior Siran Mule, who defeated them in less than a round. Seeing this, Wee Kyung was incredulous and asked in confusion, doesn't the Lizardman tribe have a very strong warrior named Ur? Yes, he is one of the most powerful warriors of the Lizardman tribe, and I learned my combat skills from him. Wee Kyung was even more surprised, and what astonished her further was Siran Mule's extensive medical knowledge. He had acquired these skills while running errands alongside Jail, who handled the Lizardman tribe's internal affairs. Being able to learn from Ur in Jail, he must hold a high position in the Lizardman tribe. Wee Kyung realized that the Lizard People tribe sending such an important person to protect her was no small matter. Perhaps this was actually a good thing for her. Soon after, when Wee Kyung returned to the gates of automation, she found them shut tight, barring anyone from entering or exiting. Anxiously, she turned to a nearby fox to inquire about the situation. From the fox, she learned that automation was now under a full lockdown, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Wee Kyung suddenly felt a surge of unease in her heart. The city gates would never close without reason. Something must have happened inside. Before long, Wee Kyung then heads to one of the 4 major families, the Gyo family. Upon seeing Wee Kyung, the head of the Gyo family appear very troubled. Wee Kyung looks at him, her helplessness mixed with a hint of anger. I should be the one who's angry, right? After all, I was almost assassinated just now. Seeing her composed demeanor, the head of the Gyo family hesitates, momentarily at a loss for words, sensing that Wee Kyung doesn't fully grasp the situation. Did nothing particular happen on the way here? Wee Kyung then introduces Siran Mule, who had intervened just in time to prevent the assassination. Siran Mule politely introduces himself. My name is Siran Mule, from the Black Scale tribe, a warrior. The head of the Gyo family expresses sincere gratitude for Siran Mule's assistance. The reason Wee Kyung and Siran Mule came to the Gyo family was because they had learned from a goblin that the assassination was not orchestrated by the Gyo family. Of course, our Gyo family would never act like other families. Then, Wee Kyung inquires about what exactly happened in the automation. An assassination attempt occurred here too. Upon hearing this, Wee Kyung is shocked and involuntarily asks, how could this happen? The city lord is not in automation right now, which has intensified the struggle among the heirs. Now, the first heir, Wee Dan, has disappeared. Moments later, Wee Kyung and Siran Mule arrive at Wee Dan's study. This is the first time Wee Kyung has stepped into this place in many years. When she was young, Dan took great care of her, but as she grew up and became sensible, she began to distance herself from him. As the two inspect the study, Siran Mule noticed a faint smell of blood under the desk. He lifts the rug under the desk and indeed finds noticeable bloodstains. The head of the Gyo family, seeing this, explains, we also discovered these bloodstains, but the problem is, we haven't found Wee Dan's body. Based on our deductions, he's likely been killed. Automation immediately locked down all the gates to prevent the murderer from escaping. It won't be long before the corpse's scent is exposed, and they won't be able to escape. However, Wee Kyung mused, things aren't as simple as they seem. If the murderer dared to strike under the watchful eyes of so many, it means they were fully prepared. Just Just then, a strange laughter echoes in Wee Kyung's mind. Do you want to know the truth? Or do you intend to sit and wait for death? Siran Mule noticed Wee Kyung's unusual expression and asked, "Are you okay?" When she didn't reply, he decided not to press further. Wee Kyung told everyone the body can be preserved in salt until it's finally disposed of. However, this will require a sufficiently large jar and a lot of salt. Her words caught Siran Mule's attention. That means the murderer not only knows how to handle a body, but even how to cure meat. This skill is usually possessed only by hunters or butchers. But why would they do this? Siran Mule paused, seemingly realizing something. This is to prevent the body from decaying. The murderer wanted to dispose of the body without anyone noticing, and not many people can do this. It requires a big enough jar, having stored a lot of salted meat, and being able to freely access the study. All this points to a person with a special identity. My sister, Wee Jin. Wee Kyung's deduction was quite reasonable. So, even though she shared this tip with only a few people in automation, by the time news of Dan's death spread, most assumed Wee Jin was the main suspect. As soon as Wee Jin learned that Wee Kyung deduced she was the murderer, she immediately sought a hiding place. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted her. Wee Min had been waiting there for a long time. Wee Jin was shocked, not understanding how Wee Min knew her whereabouts. However, before she could react, her companion was ruthlessly shot dead. Wee Jin immediately sensed trouble. She had not expected Wee Min to be so ruthless. No need to be so angry. After all, you were the one who first killed Wee Dan, the brother with the most potential to become the city lord. Let's put an end to this cursed sibling relationship. Wee Jin was furious, but helpless, only able to roar Wee Min's name, and she, unarmed, soon fell to Wee Min's arrows. Wee Min told the guards to check on Wee Jin's condition. However, just when Wee Min thought everything was settled, her pupils suddenly dilated, and she looked down to find a sharp blade piercing her body. You were right. It's time to end this cursed sibling relationship. The one who completed all this, Wee Jun, had a cold and ruthless look in his eyes. He looked at the three siblings lying scattered on the ground and sneered. There lie three. Now only the last one remains. Wee Kyung, I won't keep you waiting too long. The next day, when Wee Kyung heard this news, she was utterly shocked. Wee Dan's body was finally found, and beside it lay Wee Jin and Wee Min. Although the murderer deliberately concealed her identity, it was already very clear. Wee Jun first used Wee Min to eliminate Wee Jin, then took the opportunity to deal with Wee Min, killing two birds with one stone. Additionally, the mysterious mission received by the goblin points to the mastermind behind the scenes. Wee Kyung thought to herself, if not for Siran Mule's appearance, this would have turned into a simple robbery. However, now, the real danger has just begun. But Wee Kyung was not afraid, because she was already prepared. At the same time, the head of the Gyo family revealed to her that the Gyo family had just held an emergency meeting. Wee Kyung seemed to catch his implication and, unruffled, took a sip of tea and asked, what is the Gyo family's stance? The head of the Gyo family explained that after internal discussions, they believe Wee Jun is not suitable for the position of city lord. Therefore, the Gyo family has decided to take a chance on Wee Kyung. Upon hearing this, Wee Kyung slowly stood up and expressed her thanks to the head of the Gyo family. However, he solemnly said, this is not a favor, but a calculated decision. Please try to survive. Wee Kyung did not expect the struggle among the heirs to be so cold and ruthless. Now only she and Wee Jun remained of the siblings, but she also felt fortunate that she was still alive. Although this body had been cursed, someone still chose to trust her. However, the problem was no longer just about avoiding assassination, because everything would not end until Wee Jun was caught. Moreover, Wee Jun had already gained the support of two families, while she had only one. At this moment, Wee Kyung was considering whether to seek support from the Su family. She touched the antenna on her head, her expression slightly hesitant. Siran Mule seemed to see her thoughts and reminded her, don't think about cutting off your own horns this time. It always bleeds a lot every time they are cut off. Indeed, not worth it. She composed herself and then thought about how to deal with Wee Jun next. Just then, news came from outside the castle. The city lord was on his way back, expected to arrive tomorrow. Following that, the guards slowly stepped forward, breaking the moment of silence, because the scout team had an important message that could only be told to Wee Kyung. Just as the guard leaned close to her to speak, he suddenly spat out blood. It turned out that Siran Mule and the goblin had attacked the guard. Immediately afterward, a dagger fell from the guard's hand. Wee Kyung was stunned. Wasn't this guy from the Gyo family? The head of the Gyo family appeared visibly panicked, realizing the family had been infiltrated. Meanwhile, intense fighting sounds came from outside. Realizing something was wrong, the head of the Gyo family signaled Wee Kyung to leave quickly. It seemed that Wee Jun had made up his mind to complete all his plans before the city lord returned. Wee Kyung quickly opened a secret passage, though she was doubtful about the safety of this route. But at this moment, they had no other choice. The passage emitted an unpleasant odor, but without hesitation, she jumped into the secret passage and signaled Siran Mule to follow. She recalled an experience from her childhood when she had fallen into this passage. At the time, she almost thought she would die there, because it was pitch dark below, and she couldn't see anything. Just as she was about to despair, suddenly many light orbs floated around, illuminating the pathway. When she saw the glowing objects clearly, she guessed they were the fireflies mentioned in books. However, Siran Mule denied this. Fireflies don't live in a place like this. But they were here. I saw it with my own eyes. Maybe it was a creature similar to fireflies. Meanwhile, the two quickly arrived at the end of the sewer. This route led to the basement of the Su family hunter's lodge, and from here they could reach the outskirts of the street. Siran Mule decided to scout ahead. Before leaving, he instructed Wee Kyung, if I don't come back after a while, you must immediately run in the opposite direction. Wee Kyung felt deeply grateful for Siran Mule, thanks to his caution during this time. Otherwise, her grave might already be overgrown with grass. Just as she was contemplating, she suddenly heard the sounds of a fight. She instinctively ran towards the door, despite Siran Mule's earlier instruction to flee. But she didn't know why. She still chose to go to the scene of the incident. She took out the dagger hidden in her bosom and determined in her heart, no matter what, she could not just watch Siran Mule die. It was a bright night, the moon visible through the clouds. When Wee Kyung finally saw the scene clearly, she was shocked and stood frozen. The light at the door cast the silhouette of a lizard man. It was Siran Mule, who had been pierced through the body with a spear. The person at the back of the crowd, a gaunt Wei-jun. Lizardman, you're about to die. But Siran Mule showed no intention of submission, instead displaying an incredible resilience. Wei-jun was clearly surprised because if it were a regular human, being pierced by a spear would have brought them down, but Siran Mule still stood. Kill Wei-kyung, Wei-jun ordered coldly. The surrounding soldiers quickly closed in on Wei-kyung, but how could Siran Mule let them succeed easily? When the soldiers tried to break through the defense, Siran Mule grabbed the spear thrust at him. His tail fiercely whipped back at the soldiers behind him, repelling them. Then Siran Mule stomped the soldier in front of him to the ground. A sound of bones shattering was heard, and the soldier lay down without any resistance. Siran Mule grabbed the spear piercing his chest, wrapped the rest of the shaft with his tail, and fiercely twisted it, snapping the spear in half. Watching this, Wei-kyung couldn't help but wonder, why would humans make such choices, even knowing they are wrong? Not only humans have weaknesses, lizardmen do too. Rakrak said that while protecting a target, one should not put oneself in danger, but I did not achieve that either. It seems the same for you and me. At this moment, seeing Siran Mule's strength, the surrounding soldiers hesitated, with no one daring to step forward rashly. A soldier whispered something to Wei-jun. Immediately after, Wei-jun raised his voice, signaling to everyone, whoever kills Wei-kyung and the Lizardman, I will reward that person with a car of silk. However, the soldiers still did not act. They had heard that Siran Mule was the chosen one, clearly no ordinary warrior. Seeing this, Wei-jun scoffed and said, don't worry, he has been pierced by a spear, yet he has not used his power. If he really were the chosen one, he would not need to hide his strength. Just then, Siran Mule's gaze swept to the wall beside him. Noticing a faint glimmering light, he realized that the wall had a high salt crystal content, which indicated there might be a mine behind it. Siran Mule whispered to Wei-kyung, next, we'll run to the right. Like he said, I'm not the chosen one, but that doesn't mean I'm just a low-ranking warrior. I am the second best warrior among lizardmen. Most people just don't remember the second. When the soldiers launched another attack, Siran Mule and Wei-kyung quickly moved to the right, planning to use the mine to counterattack. Siran Mule used all his strength to break the wall with a determined force. Accompanied by a huge crash, the wall collapsed as he expected, revealing a salt mine passage. Outside the entrance, Wei-jun and his soldiers were stunned, and after a moment, Wei-jun roared furiously, what are you waiting for? Chase them! The soldiers, coming to their senses, quickly rushed to the entrance to pursue them. Inside the salt mine passage, Siran Mule's wounds continued to bleed, bright red blood drops falling to the ground, forming a striking trail. Wei-kyung supported the battered Siran Mule, the two staggering forward. Siran Mule kept forcing himself on, not daring to stop his steps. Move fast, Wei-jun will catch up soon. Moments later, they stopped at the end of the mine passage. Wei-kyung's heart suddenly overtaken by fear. She looked at the continuously bleeding wound on Siran Mule's chest, saying, won't it be best to pull it out and rest for a bit? I can't pull it out. If the spear is removed, the wound will become uncontrollable. His words were not yet finished when he was interrupted by Wei-kyung's sudden crying. Are you crying for me? Siran Mule's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Wei-kyung could no longer control her emotions, her voice filled with despair and anger. I don't want to cry, but now you're about to die, so what's the point in saying these things? It's always been like this. Bad things happen to those around me. Siran Mule understood that Wei-kyung was referring to her curse, but he never believed in such things. He softly reassured her. In the past 3 weeks, we've been through so many dangers, yet we've survived. Most people would call that luck. Do you remember when we first met? He mentioned that he noticed clear human traces at the axle while he was helping her with the silk. These traces indicated that someone had tried to assassinate her even before the struggle for succession began. These are not coincidences. Someone has always wanted to kill you. Meanwhile, that familiar voice echoed again in Wei-kyung's mind. Yes, you know it too. Who tried to kill you? Just then, the sound of pursuers' footsteps interrupted their conversation. Wei-jun advanced unhurriedly along the blood trail, knowing that these mines were mostly dead ends, and deducing they couldn't escape. Soon, he and his soldiers appeared in front of Siran Mule and Wei-kyung. Without hesitation, Wei-jun ordered the soldiers to move forward and kill them. Although Siran Mule's consciousness was gradually blurring, he still gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze determined. I'm still waiting for your luck. Just as the soldiers charged at Siran Mule, a blue light suddenly flashed in the middle of the cave. The light illuminated the entire dim mine, and the soldiers immediately stopped in their tracks, staring at the light in horror. Wei-jun was also stunned, incredulously asking, what is this thing? Moments later, a glowing ghost slowly emerged in front of everyone. I am called Buzz. Buzz slowly spoke in the direction of Siran Mule. You have been chosen. Hearing this, the human soldiers were clearly frightened by this sudden statement. Wei-jun gritted his teeth, furiously unable to contain himself. Damn it. Such a thing happening at a critical moment. Wei-jun bellowed an order, commanding the soldiers to shoot Buzz with arrows. However, a hint of doubt rose in Siran Mule's mind. He knew there were exactly 5 chosen ones in his tribe. If he became the 6th, did that mean someone had already left? Buzz was silent for a moment, then said softly, the Stargazer has departed. You are the 2nd strongest warrior in the tribe. Therefore, you are entitled to inherit the power of the chosen. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light burst forth from Buzz. Siran Mule felt a powerful force surge into his body, and from now on, he too could wield the power of lightning. Moments later, the figure of Buzz slowly faded away. Seeing the ghost depart, Wei-jun immediately roared, kill him! The soldiers raised their weapons and charged towards Siran Mule and Wei-kyung. At that moment, Siran Mule gripped the spear piercing his chest with his hand and forcefully pulled it out of his body. Strangely, he felt no pain, and the wound visibly healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. With the power of lightning bolstering him, Siran Mule had become even stronger. He slowly lifted his palm, sparks of electricity beginning to emanate from his hand, making a sizzling sound. Wei-kyung quickly covered her ears. The next instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning split the darkness, illuminating the entire cave. A powerful current passed through the bodies of the soldiers. Wei-jun, who had hidden behind others, luckily avoided the attack. Sparks flew, and they fell to the ground, completely incapacitated. Wei-jun watched everything unfold. He couldn't believe that Siran Mule had mastered the power of the chosen. Having seen what a chosen one was capable of, Wei-jun, though reluctant, quickly made his escape. ground. Wee Kyung stood aside, witnessing all this, and was immensely shocked by Siran Mule's power. She couldn't help but wonder, if the Black Scale tribe had such formidable power, why didn't they actively attack the Clipped Ear tribe? It was Siran Mule's first time using this lightning power, and he vaguely knew the reason. He felt mentally exhausted, clearly indicating that this power couldn't be used without limits. This made him think of Owen, who always smoked periodically, perhaps as a way to alleviate fatigue. Wee Kyung asked with concern, "Are you feeling alright?" "I feel much better now. After a rest, I can continue fighting." Moments later, when the two returned to the surface, they did not expect that soldiers were still guarding the entrance, but Siran Mule quickly dealt with them. Watching all this from a distance, Hegemonia could no longer sit still. He muttered to himself, "If that's how it is, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Just then, Siran Mule and Wee Kyung both showed surprised expressions. Suddenly, a saber-toothed tiger appeared in the mine. Siran Mule instinctively protected Wee Kyung behind him and whispered, "How could there be a saber-toothed tiger in a place like this?" The next moment, the saber-toothed tiger pounced fiercely, but Siran Mule, now empowered with the power of lightning, was clearly superior. In no more than a round, the saber-toothed tiger was defeated and lay gasping on the ground. Wee Kyung analyzed the situation calmly. This must have been brought in by Wee Jun. He clearly isn't ready to give up yet. When the two returned to the surface again, they found that Wee Jun had already gathered people to encircle the place. "Wee Kyung, you left me no choice. Who do you think started all this? It was you who dragged that evil lizard into the castle. The struggle among heirs should have been just a contest between siblings, yet you resort to conspiracies and killings to clear your path." Wee Jun roared, his eyes filled with blame. "So you think all this is my fault?" At that time, two soldiers took the opportunity to pounce towards Siran Mule. However, Siran Mule merely waved his sword, and the blade swiftly cut through the attackers. Who would have thought that a lizard man on the brink of death could still stand up? Wee Jun thought, gritting his teeth. "Wee Jun, you are the foolish one. The automation thrives on trade, but to not get involved with nearby forces means that you're voluntarily isolating us. Don't you know that many nearby forces have been wanting to take control of us? If you were really that smart, you'd have used them. Unlike you or father, I'm no coward. I'll put the automation on the line and obtain something even greater." A strange smile appeared on Wee Jun's face and said, "You don't just look like a cursed monster, you also think like one." He then opened the fan in his hand. Wee Kyung immediately sensed something was amiss and became alert internally. He suddenly opened his fan. Is this some kind of signal? Sure enough, before Wee Kyung could react, an assassin hidden in the warehouse had already aimed at her. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang by her ear. "You're not going to tell me to shut up when you're about to get killed, right?" Wee Kyung was startled and recognized it as Shadow's voice. "If things go on like this, you might die." Siran Mule also reacted, "But it is too late. I should have warned you when I noticed the assassin, but your horns weren't fully grown, so it was impossible. Now, try to imagine a way to avoid it. I don't know, maybe if a gust of wind could blow now, the situation might change." "The wind? Fine. The wind has always been on my side." Just then, a tornado suddenly rose in the sky, and the arrow aimed directly at Wee Kyung were forcibly diverted by the wind. Wee Jun watched this unfold, dumbfounded. "My god, are you playing with me?" Siran Mule was also shocked, but his emotions were complex. To think that something like this would happen. Wee Kyung herself looked just as bewildered, unsure if this was due to the curse lifting or some mysterious fate. The next moment, the arrow fell just in front of Wee Kyung. "It's more complicated than you think," a deep voice echoed in Wee Kyung's mind, "because I can manipulate probability." At this moment, Wee Kyung, engulfed in demonic property, has awakened the demonic property. The hidden demonic property will be revealed. Demonic property, probability. This scene left Hegemonia watching from afar, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Wasn't she supposed to be cursed? Do you think I would be crazy enough to choose a child who is cursed? Hegemonia recalled Wee Kyung's character history. Indeed, her experiences seemed exactly like those of someone who is cursed. He even wondered if Nebula had altered the character's settings. "No, I haven't made any changes. The world's setting has been like this from the start." Hegemonia still felt confused. "Then how did you figure it out?" "At first, I wasn't sure. Her experiences did indeed resemble those typical of a curse, but some things were too coincidental. So coincidental that they made one suspect. There was more to the story. It turned out that many of Wee Kyung's seemingly unfortunate events were not coincidences at all, but carefully planned assassination attempts. Yet each time, at the moment of danger, she always managed to turn the situation around. When she fell into an outhouse, Nebula had created fireflies to guide her escape, but Nebula knew that even without the fireflies, Wee Kyung would have survived, because at that time, Nebula had already realized that what was on Wee Kyung was not a curse, but the demonic property of probability. Hearing this, Hegemonia had an epiphany. It seems my pettiness in summoning the saber-toothed tiger was justified. Now the game should also end, because Automation's lord, Weeseo, had returned. Thus, Weeseo told Wee Kyung and Wee Jun to stop fighting. It turned out that the true purpose of Hegemonia summoning the saber-toothed tiger was to buy time. Nebula was puzzled. Why delay time? Because once Weeseo returns, he will definitely choose the heir, and I believe Wee Jun will be the next city lord. Wee Jun's political views align with Weeseo, so Weeseo will surely choose him. Even if you kill Weeseo, it won't solve the problem. The four major families will acknowledge the heir chosen by the city lord. Your assumption is fundamentally flawed. Why do you think Weeseo would choose Wee Jun as his heir? At this moment, Weeseo finally approached the two, ready to officially announce the next heir of Automation. He noticed that Wee Kyung's horns had fully grown out, and she seemed to have a lot to say. At the same time, Wee Kyung also noticed that Weeseo's beard had been shaved off. Weeseo calmly said, "Speak your mind." Wee Kyung thought it would sound unpleasant coming from her own mouth, but she spoke anyway. "Why have you always wanted to kill me?" Upon hearing this, Wee Jun was stunned, and Weeseo did not deny it. "When did you find out?" It turned out that Wee Kyung had long been aware of this. She just hadn't wanted to believe it. She clenched her fists tightly, her voice containing restrained anger. "And the horns on my head and the so-called curse, those were lies you fabricated, right?" A moment later, Weeseo slowly began to speak. "It's because of your mother, Ryo. Ryo was the only wife he truly loved, but she died giving birth to Wee Kyung. This was a huge blow to Weeseo, so he saw Wee Kyung, born with horns, as cursed, believing she caused Ryo's death. But that wasn't the case. When Wee Kyung learned the truth, she felt much relieved. She had lived with the guilt of killing her mother, but all this turned out to be a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Wee Jun said anxiously, "You can't make choices lightly. This is a decision concerning the fate of automation." Wee Seo then signaled him to be at ease. "I will stand from the perspective of the Lord of Automation, not as a father." Wee Seo understood that he was merely a pawn in the divine arena. Just as Wee Seo was about to speak slowly, Hegemonia behind was incessantly praying. "Buddha bless, deities bless, Jesus, God, please bless this time too." Burning incense and praying simply won't work. Suddenly, Nebula noticed that the demonic magic on Wee Kyung seemed to have manifested. The demon, by observing Wee Seo's lip movements, deduced that the character following Wee was Kyung. "So you are the next heir." But it also noticed that Wee Kyung's expression looked worried. For Wee Kyung, being chosen as the heir might not be a good thing. From the conversation just now, everyone would think that the Lord chose her only to alleviate his guilt. If this story spread throughout the city, people will doubt my ability, saying I got the position out of luck. The 4 families and citizens of the automation won't follow me, and even the position of city lord I will receive will be at risk. I can't be chosen by father as his successor. I need to obtain that position myself. Thus, Wee Kyung raised her hand, saying, "Father, I've changed my mind. Regardless of what your plan was, I think I have to become the city lord. Please entrust me with the position of city lord." Hearing this, Wee Jun immediately started to stir up trouble. "Father, she is threatening you." However, Wee Seo responded calmly, "I'd like to know if you have the courage to threaten me, but how would you deal with it if these soldiers under you turned against you?" Wee Kyung said nothing further. She reached to the side, signaling Siran Mule to step forward. Electricity circled Siran Mule's hand, emitting a sizzling sound. This scene caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat. He is not a regular Lizardman warrior, but a chosen one. Although Wee Kyung did not know if Siran Mule had the capability to defeat all the soldiers, she knew that Siran Mule could definitely kill Wee Seo and take her away from here. Wee Jun reminded his father that Lizardman is now exhausted. His strength is nothing to fear. However, Wee Seo knew the capabilities of the Black Scale tribe, having visited them and met with their leader, Rakrak, an impressive individual. He is certain that Siran Mule is a pawn Rakrak placed for the purpose of making him make the proper decision. But Wee Kyung, you must already know that the automation is special. If I die without designating an heir, the automation will choose someone within it to be the next lord. Wee Kyung responded firmly, "I don't want that to happen, but if it does, I'll seek help from the Black Scale tribe." After completely emptying out the automation with the strength of the Black Scale tribe warriors, all I have to do is be the only human left within the automation. Hearing this, Wee Jun shouted furiously, "You filthy scum, so this is your true nature." Wee Seo paused for a moment, then slowly approached Wee Kyung and said firmly, "There's no helping it. I, Wee Seo, the city lord of automation, give my position to Wee Kyung." Starting this moment, Wee Jun collapsed to the ground, unable to believe what had just happened. A few days later, after Wee Kyung took over, automation burst into new life. Compared to before, trade with other races had significantly increased, and more merchants from afar were visiting. The city was thriving, its streets and alleys bustling with busy figures. The 4 major families within the castle seemed much more settled, gradually accepting the changes brought by the new lord, Wee Kyung. That night, Wee Jun was preparing to leave. His heart was filled with anger and reluctance, thinking that one day he would return to take back everything that belonged to him. Just then, someone approached him, catching him off guard. "Who goes there?" It was Siran Mule, who spoke up. "You must be going someplace far away." Wee Jun glanced back at him, his tone impatient. "That's none of your business." Siran Mule watched Wee Jun, showing no intention to stop him, and said indifferently, "Whether you stay or leave, it won't make a difference. You won't achieve anything." Hearing this, Wee Jun's expression darkened further as he gritted his teeth and nudged the horse to start moving. Siran Mule looking up at the night sky, murmuring to himself, "Everyone has their own choices and destiny, but I cannot let someone as foolish as you stay near Wee Kyung." After speaking, he picked up a piece of firewood and gestured towards the sky. There was no one on the city wall, but goblin assassins had already lain in wait there, silently waiting for their target. As Wee Jun stepped out of automation, a deadly strike from above hit him, ending the sibling strife. After completing the mission, the goblin assassin rode off, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, Hegemonia, clad in armor, maintained a calm demeanor, but his eyes betrayed a piercing sharpness. He candidly admitted defeat in this game, appearing even more composed than Nebula had anticipated. "You're talking so gallantly." Hegemonia scratched his forehead, responding, "I'm vexed, but you are the victor, Nebula." Hegemonia, unconcerned, elegantly turned around, ready to lead the Null tribe westward across the continent. He understood that failure was just a part of the prophetic conflict, and the accompanying negative events were an inevitable cost. However, Hegemonia did not seem overly concerned about this loss. On the contrary, he looked forward to his next encounter with Nebula. As he moved on, he stole technology from the residents of the continent, appearing confident in his future plans. This was a good opportunity for Nebula to expand his influence. The coastal regions of the north and the southern peninsula, because of their geographical advantages, had always been key areas in his plans. Thinking about the inner alchemy he had obtained from the Frogmen, which he had not had the chance to use due to various restrictions, it might now prove useful. Then, Nebula decided to first meet with the new ruler of automation. Meanwhile, while Wee Kyung was handling official duties, she suddenly felt tired and unknowingly drifted into sleep. Just then, a small bug emitting a blue light quietly landed on her hand. This puzzled her, and looking up, she saw a mysterious figure in a long robe standing not far away. Though she had never seen him before, Wee Kyung recognized him instantly as the blue insect god spoken of by the Lizardmen. She immediately changed her expression to one of reverence and devoutly knelt on the ground. "I have received much help from the followers of the blue insect god." However, the blue insect god did not respond. The blue bug in his hand slowly flew up, then surprisingly transformed into a piece of iron. Wee Kyung was stunned. She recognized the piece of iron, which was used as currency in their trade. Not understanding the intention of the blue insect god, Wee Kyung tentatively spoke up to inquire, but suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She swiftly turned around, only to find Siran Mule standing there. However, Siran Mule's figure gradually became blurred, as if fading away. The next second, Wee Kyung's chair suddenly flipped over, and she she abruptly awoke from her dream, realizing that everything had just been a dream. The scene shifts to the marketplace. Wee Kyung, while rubbing her sore buttocks, walked out thoughtfully. She understood that the dream must have been a revelation from the blue insect god, but she still couldn't decipher what the iron piece meant. Indeed, the thoughts of deities are truly unfathomable. At that moment, a troll was trading with a lizardman. The troll had never seen such high-quality silk before and was very excited, eagerly conversing with the lizardman. He mentioned that he came from a tribe in the west, far away from here. The lizardman merchant was also very enthusiastic, as it was also his first time encountering a person from the troll tribe, so he began to pitch his silk to the troll. The troll hoped to enjoy some discounts, so he took out a piece of iron from his bag, asking if it could be exchanged for a bolt of silk. This silk was of very high quality, and he was unsure whether the piece of iron was sufficient. Just as the lizardman was about to agree to the trade, a crisp voice interrupted him. Wee Kyung slowly walked up to the two, stopping the transaction. "Sorry, I think you should trade with me first." The lizardman immediately understood her hint, acknowledged hurriedly, and the troll, without arguing, turned and left. Wee Kyung then sternly criticized the lizardman. "If you continue to do business like this, you will sooner or later run into bigger trouble. Firstly, these fine silks, no matter who the buyer is, should not be sold at a reduced price just like that, because you are a merchant, not a charity giver." Originally, the lizardman and Rakrak had transported these silks here by ox cart, and the cost was not high. He had thought about raising the price, but opted for a discount for a quick sale. Wee Kyung reminded him, "Products from the black scale tribe are rare goods. Reducing costs does not mean you should also lower the selling price. Your goal should be to maximize profit, not blindly chase volume." Then, Wee Kyung brought up the issue with the iron piece. The lizardman seemed puzzled. "Is there something wrong with this iron piece?" Wee Kyung calmly took out a small scale from her pocket. After comparing the iron piece from automation with the iron piece provided by the troll using the scale, the lizardman was surprised to find the troll's iron piece slowly lifting, indicating that its density was lower than that of regular iron pieces. Wee Kyung then advised him, "Be careful to assess the quality of iron pieces. Do not trade them easily just because they look similar." Just then, a familiar voice interrupted her. "Can you compare the weight of this iron piece?" Wee Kyung turned around and saw it was Rakrak. Of course, the scales of automation are very accurate. Wee Kyung picked up the iron piece and felt it was not just an ordinary iron piece. That is from an ancient ruin. It's of very high quality, but extremely difficult to smelt, so our local blacksmiths decided to give up. Maybe automation can find a way to smelt it into new weapons. Hearing this, an idea from the dream that morning immediately came to Wee Kyung's mind. She thought, is this the revelation from the deity? Soon after, the iron piece was eventually fashioned into the spearhead she needed, but now she faced a dilemma. She recalled promising Rakrak to help him manufacture weapons, but the current problem was that the cost of forging this type of iron was extremely high. Normally, a blacksmith could complete the process with 10 hammer strikes, but now it took 30 or 40. It took him half a day to barely forge one product. "Why don't you take a break? During the forging process, the metal must remain malleable. If we stop midway, we would need to reheat it and add more charcoal, which would increase the cost significantly." Hearing this, Wee Kyung felt a headache coming on and then signaled the blacksmith to go and rest. Meanwhile, Siran Mule walked in, clearly noticing Wee Kyung's distress. "Maybe you should be honest with Rakrak." Wee Kyung refused. She was confident at the time and believed she could complete the task. Admitting failure now, she worried that Rakrak might look down on their alliance. Rakrak is a forgiving person. He probably didn't have high hopes to begin with. He would say, "It's okay. I didn't expect much anyway." Siran Mule's imitation made Wee Kyung pause. Although it was a bit of a blow to her pride, she knew Siran Mule was right. Actually, Wee Kyung had already thought of a solution, but it was still just on paper. Then, she motioned for Siran Mule to follow her somewhere. The two walked into a secret passage, where Siran Mule saw the legendary mud soldiers, Automation's repair guardians. However, Wee Kyung's purpose was obviously not to show Siran Mule these. As she pushed open a large door, a giant water wheel appeared before them. Siran Mule was stunned by the sight. It was his first time seeing such a device. This is the power source of automation, built here to prevent enemy sabotage. But there's one thing you need to focus on. The water wheel operates on water flow, producing a continuous supply of energy, like a tireless worker. I don't want to use that power just for the iron plates. I want to use this power to change the automation. Will you help me? Of course. The next day, Wee Kyung took out her design blueprints. Her idea was to add 3 new wheels under the first one without altering it. However, she was not sure if this idea was feasible. Jael, the expert responsible for technological affairs in the Black Scale Tribe, affirmed Wee Kyung's idea. After her careful investigation of the water flow, she believed the success rate of this method was high. However, she also reminded Wee Kyung that this project was enormous and would require significant financial and material support. The wood used for construction needs to be extremely sturdy, and there are no forests nearby. Therefore, the wood needs to be transported from far away. Wee Kyung reassured that funding was not an issue since automation had sufficient financial resources. However, Jael warned her, the problem isn't just on the surface. Along with investing a large sum of money, you also need to consider its return. If it does not meet expectations, it could weaken your position in automation. That's the risk you need to take. After returning to her room, Wee Kyung fell into deep thought. Later, she sought advice from the demon inside her. However, the demon was helpless as well. "I am not a god of prophecy. What I know or can change is simply the moment in front of you." Wee Kyung explained her plan in detail to the demon. The first will serves as the main energy source for automation. The second will connects to the blacksmith's bellows, which, with ample charcoal support, can keep the flames burning continuously. The third will connects to a huge hammer, capable of flattening iron blocks that human strength alone could not. The fourth wheel powers a grindstone, efficiently grinding more grain. Wee Kyung was filled with anticipation, as she believed this would not only improve efficiency but also bring long-term prosperity to automation. Hearing this, the demon commented that it was a good idea, but the immediate tasks could only be completed by Wee Kyung herself. Having gained everyone's approval, Wee Kyung's confidence was bolstered, so she decided to go all out to complete the construction of the water wheels. With that, lizardmen and humans were frantically actively busy with the construction of the water wheel. During the construction, accidents were frequent and dropping water wheels were common. Worse, they were cheated by faulty parts purchased from merchants. However, these were minor issues. A bigger problem emerged due to miscalculations of space. There wasn't enough room to install the fourth wheel. This meant the first 3 wheels had to be dismantled and adjusted. This issue caused Wee Kyung a great headache, but she still opted to rebuild rather than settle for less. Facing a difficult proposal, the major families suggested using only 3 water wheels, arguing that it would save time and reduce the waste of human and material resources. However, Wee Kyung disagreed with this proposal because for her, this was not just a project but a mission given to her by the blue insect god. Do you want to provoke the wrath of the blue insect god? Upon hearing about the potential wrath of the blue insect god, the major families dared not raise any more objections. Meanwhile, Nebula watched everything happening in automation from above. Although he never required Wee Kyung to build 4 water wheels, he saw no problem with Wee Kyung's insistence. As long as Wee Kyung could bring him enough faith value, Nebula was satisfied. After all, humans are a difficult group to control, unlike the absolutely loyal Lizardmen. Although Wee Kyung used the name of the deity to extend the construction period, the other influential families in automation were unlikely to strongly object, as the progress of the construction would bring them various practical benefits. Automation thrives on commerce, and the brief stay of workers would inject resources into the commercial district, and expanding the commercial district would eventually bring greater profits. After many twists and turns, the most advanced structure in the Lost World, the 4 water wheels, finally operated successfully in automation. And behind all this, the help of the Black Scale tribe was indispensable. With the surge of the water flow, the nearby hammer also started operating, emitting a heavy and rhythmic sound. Watching the scene unfold, Wee Kyung revealed a satisfied smile. Then, she silently apologized to the blue insect god because she had used the deity's name to complete the project, but she also firmly believed that the deity would understand her intentions. Meanwhile, Nebula's system alert sounded. Skill, ironmaking, has advanced to level 2. Your civilization has now laid the technological groundwork to produce higher-grade iron. Your civilization can now smelt to create more durable and long-lasting ironware. The first base currency of the third continent, Pion, has been established. The first writing system of the third continent, the Chung letter system, has been established. This technology is significantly faster than the average development speed of all players. How could I be mad at this? This was precisely why he chose humans as his second race. The next day, 2 elves were wandering around the city, full of curiosity about the mechanical and human noises around them. Although they had heard about automation's water wheels, they did not expect to hear the noise from such a distance. Just then, a Lizardman merchant behind them called out to them, introducing them to the silk of the Black Scale tribe. The elves, seeing such high-quality silk for the first time, expressed their desire to purchase and then took out iron pieces crafted by the elf tribe as trade items. After being trained by Wee Kyung, the Lizardman had learned to use a scale for measurement. As the iron pieces were placed on the scale, it quickly became apparent that these iron pieces were underweight, a case of shortchanging. Faced with this situation, the Lizardman merchant decisively refused the trade. However, this made the elves very angry. They disparaged the silks as mere rags on the spot, which enraged the Lizardman merchant. He told them that the production cost of silk was extremely high, not only consuming a lot of time, but also requiring intricate craftsmanship. Faced with such rude customers, the merchant promptly sent them away. Meanwhile, Wee Kyung, hidden in the shadows, secretly observed all this, feeling reassured in her heart. It seems he has grown into a competent merchant. However, the appearance of the elves puzzled Wee Kyung, as elves rarely appear in automation. To find out more, Wee Kyung decided to discreetly follow them to see the true intentions of these elves. After an afternoon of tracking, Wee Kyung was astonished by their behavior. These elves were not exchanging currency, but exploiting their beautiful appearances to deceive merchants. Their targets were often novice merchants, using their lack of experience, rather than conducting legitimate business. This was more like a game of fooling the naive. Wee Kyung realized this was a new scam. Where the hell are these people from? Meanwhile, on the other side, Nebula's inbox suddenly popped up with a message, a video call request from the player Eldar. This was different from Hegemonia. Although Nebula was quite familiar with Hegemonia's personality, he knew very little about Eldar, especially regarding the North Coast region. Nebula hesitated for a moment, unsure whether the call was necessary, but ultimately chose to accept. Once the connection was established, a very beautiful elven figure appeared on the screen. Pleased to meet you. I am the god of elves, Eldar. Is she a role-playing player? Eldar indeed looked like an elf, but due to the androgynous features of elves, it was hard to determine their gender. However, gender is not a crucial factor when creating avatars. Nebula didn't mind. He politely responded to Eldar, who then said, "You are much more polite than Hegemonia." Nebula was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Eldar knew Hegemonia, but the next statement shocked him even more. Eldar claimed that it was she who had driven Hegemonia away from the North Coast. Is this role-playing player that strong? Nebula thought to himself. Then Eldar got straight to the point. She directly demanded tributes from Nebula. Without giving an answer, Nebula hung up and decisively chose to blacklist Eldar. The upcoming war was the real issue that Nebula needed to address. Who would have thought that there would be players so shameless, demanding tributes before even starting a conversation? Although Nebula had no direct conflict with her, with his current strength, he need not fear any player. The elves have always been stationed on the North Coast, and due to the cold climate, Nebula was unable to use insects for reconnaissance, limiting his understanding of the elves. However, this lack of intelligence was mutual. By sending elves into the city, Nebula deduced she also couldn't control birds and other creatures. Despite this, he did not underestimate her, especially since she mentioned having defeated Hegemonia. In this situation, Nebula was already prepared for battle and also decided to observe the movements of other players. The scene shifts, and Wee Kyung confidently heads to one side, having heard that an elven envoy had requested an audience. This person was the captain of the president of a trading company, Leonar. Wee Kyung roughly guessed that his purpose was related to the elves' actions in the city. Upon meeting the Lord of Automation, Leonar was forthright, immediately explaining his purpose. However, Wee Kyung paid no attention to to his request. Seeing this, Leonard took out a box and handed it to Wee Kyung. When Wee Kyung opened the box, she saw a sparkling gem inside. Leonard explained, this gem was discovered by the elves in an ancient ruin. They hope to exchange this precious gem for Automation's tacit approval to conduct their business without interference. It was a clever plan. The elves thought Wee Kyung was greedy, but the next moment, they were stunned. Wee Kyung unhesitatingly threw the gem onto the ground. Seeing this, Leonard quickly lost his smile, bent down to pick up the box, and carefully checked whether the gem was intact, then breathed a sigh of relief. Wee Kyung was very skeptical of the elves' bribery, as they had never come down from the northern coast before. Could something have happened in the north? Without understanding the specifics, Wee Kyung chose to hold her forces. At this time, Wee Kyung thought of the blue insect god, feeling it was a good marketing opportunity. She confidently began to promote their wooden puppets, trying to attract the interest of the elves. However, the elves said they already had their own deity, the dancing shadow god. Not long after, Siran Mule walks into Wee Kyung's office and tells her that he has sent people to apologize to the elves. Last time, not only did Wee Kyung try to change their faith, but she also insulted their deity. To this, Wee Kyung could only sigh helplessly. Those elves, apart from their looks, don't seem to have much else special. You mean to say they're good looking? Hearing this, Wee Kyung was stunned and quickly changed the subject. After all, they were planning to bribe the Lord of Automation. Meanwhile, Siran Mule looked out the window, guessing that the elves might act before the rainy season arrives. We need to be fully prepared by then. Wee Kyung agreed, and Siran Mule said, by then I'll have more insulting things to say. Also, prepare for war. A few days later, the soldiers of Automation suddenly noticed a disturbance ahead. During their patrol, an army was rapidly moving towards Automation. As the view became clearer, the reality matched their guess. It was the elves, guided by the dancing shadow god, launching an attack on Automation. At this moment, the leader of the elves, Hasadian, wore a smug expression. In his view, a castle built of mud could be destroyed at any moment. He firmly believed their deity was watching this battle from above. He confidently thought that with a squad of 300 people, they could easily take over Automation. Although the walls of Automation are towering, there are only about 150 soldiers equipped with inferior bows and arrows. In contrast, their elven bows can accurately hit targets beyond 80 steps. Hasadian is already imagining the scene of the Lord of Automation kneeling before him in surrender. However, Nebula was well prepared. If that's the case, let's see the truth in action. Meanwhile, while Hasadian was fantasizing about capturing the Lord of Automation alive, a guard hurriedly reported that an army was spotted on the mountains outside the city. There are around 70 soldiers. They must have been aware we were coming. Hasadian became confused. They only came with 70 soldiers? Why? Just then, his soldiers noticed a commotion from behind and discovered a small squad attacking them. Hasadian quickly turned around and saw that it was people from the Black Scale tribe. Damn it, how are they here? Meanwhile, Eldar panicked. She had not anticipated that Lizardmen would appear on the battlefield and aid the humans. Clash of civilizations. The opposing tribe possesses faith. Eldar became even more confused after seeing this alert. She was clearly battling one player, so why could the opponent mobilize two races? Eldar hastily sent a message to Nebula, filled with shock. Is the Black Scale tribe your ally? Are there other gods involved in this war? Looking at Eldar's continuous inquiries, Nebula sighed helplessly. Before contacting, couldn't you check the local information first? Eldar checked the local list. She quickly opened the local list, but found that it only showed Nebula as a player, with no signs of other deities involved. What does this mean? Eldar's confusion deepened, but Nebula answered her straightforwardly. You're right, I am indeed a god worshipped by humans, but at the same time, I am also a god worshipped by lizardmen. Eldar was stunned. He hadn't expected that a player could have the faith of two tribes at the same time. The war erupts. Despite Eldar's shock, chaos had already begun on the battlefield. At this moment, the elves were at a disadvantage and in disarray. Exhausted from the long march, the soldiers had no energy left to withstand the siege from two tribes. All they could do was try to withstand the onslaught from the Black Scale tribe and attempt to break out through a narrow path. But the human ambush left no chance for them. Human soldiers on the mountain aimed at the elves, and with fully drawn bows, countless arrows rained down like droplets on the elf soldiers. The unsuspecting elves were immediately thrown into disarray. As the elves were busy dodging arrows, Rakrak had already led his cavalry into the fray. Hasadian tried to keep the troops in formation, though some soldiers managed to raise their spears again. It was too late. Rakrak was at the forefront of the cavalry, pointing to the sky and issuing commands. However, the next moment, they saw Rakrak slowly drag his finger from the sky to where the elf spearmen were. A blue line of energy seemed to strike down from the sky, illuminating an area. Rakrak gave the elves no chance to breathe. With a spear in hand, he charged into their ranks, where he left a trail of blood in his wake. The well-trained Lizardman cavalry slaughtered the elf soldiers without leaving a trace. Hasadian watched helplessly as his soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. Even though Hasadian called out the name of the dancing shadow god in an attempt to boost morale, no one paid heed. The elf soldiers had completely lost their will to fight, collapsing beyond recovery. At that moment, Buzz appeared as a specter, hovering over the battlefield and spreading panic. The Lizardman and human coalition swiftly concluded the first wave of battle, leaving the elf army in disastrous defeat. But Rakrak has no intention of letting the fleeing elf soldiers go. Watching her tribe being unilaterally slaughtered, Eldar quickly offers to surrender. You're not going to intervene with dissent? Eldar is helpless, as the disparity in strength is clear. She asks Nebula to state the terms for a ceasefire. Nebula extends 3 fingers: information, technology, and resources. This leaves Eldar momentarily stunned, as these 3 demands encompass all he has. Faced with such harsh conditions, Eldar looks serious. She knows that agreeing to these terms will doom the elf tribe, but refusing to surrender means complete destruction. But this is already the best outcome. Eldar acknowledged Nebula. I, Eldar, the god of elves, am conquered by the kindness of the god of humans and the god of lizardmen. I will offer everything you require. Please forgive my past arrogance. Now, let me tell you all about the North Coast. Currently, there are 2 other players on the North Coast. They are Solanos and Lim Chunsik. Solanos has won the faith of the Centaur tribe, which is known for its cavalry superiority. However, the disadvantages of the Centaur tribe are also very clear: slow population growth, high resource consumption. Nebula also finds this problematic. Although the Lizardman tribe has its own mounts, they are clearly at a disadvantage in cavalry battles with the Centaur tribe. Lim Chunsik has won the faith of the Ogre tribe by compensating for the intellectual deficiencies of the Ogre race, allowing them to fully leverage their physical size advantage. According to Eldar, Lim Chunsik has made significant progress in this process. Lim Chunsik, through unique methods, has improved the intellectual deficiencies of the Ogre race, making them rely not only on brute strength. Now, the Ogre tribe, with both physical size and strategic capabilities, is a formidable race. He appears to have successfully enhanced their intelligence through the blessings of small regions, which Nebula can understand. After all, he had previously bestowed blessings on Rakrak. Meanwhile, Nebula is curious. Lim Chunsik should be the stronger one out of the two. Then did Hegemonia fight Lim Chunsik? Eldar states that none of this has happened yet. On the north coast, each player occupies a region, while Hegemonia is situated in the far south. Knowing Hegemonia, Nebula believes he would prioritize developing his base in the south until he encounters Nebula. Lim Chunsik is an extremely dominant figure, often demanding tributes from Eldar. At this point, Eldar can't help but tear up as it's difficult for her to meet Lim Chunsik's excessive demands. So Lim Chunsik is more amiable towards Solanos than towards you. Eldar is startled. How did you figure that out? Because Solano's race is the Centaurs, and both elves and ogres are in the same area. Ultimately, land issues usually spark wars. The elves would definitely be the first to be targeted, so Lim Chunsik has no reason to be nice to you. This leaves Eldar stunned, not realizing his situation had deteriorated to this extent. Immediately, Nebula signaled for her not to worry too much. After all, if a powerful nation suddenly emerges in the north, it would be extremely disadvantageous for me as well. So, the best approach now is to help each other. Upon hearing this, Eldar's emotions were stirred. Are you really willing to cooperate with me? Eldar asked cautiously. Her main force had already been nearly destroyed. What could she still contribute? Nebula had already anticipated Eldar's concerns and replied confidently. You said your god name is Dancing Shadow God, right? You must also have gained the domain of arts. Eldar's heart jolted. She hadn't expected that Nebula knew her so well. Then, Nebula signaled for Eldar to come closer and patiently explain the next steps of the plan. After hearing Nebula's plan, Eldar was both shocked and confused. Can this really work? Meanwhile, in the snowstorm, the Centaur clan leader was gazing at the land beneath him. The seer had recently made a prophecy. In the near future, a new king would emerge here, one who would rule over everything, and all would bow before his feet. The leader was curious about this prophecy, yet also somewhat disdainful. He sneered and said, the king you speak of is just a god, isn't it? No, there are no gods in these lands. The leader then laughed heartily, confidently declaring, that person must be me. However, the seer immediately rejected his interpretation, saying, have you heard the recent rumors about the Black Scale tribe? Despite their great strength, they cannot reach the northern coast because a stronger tribe is blocking their way. The one who will become king is a giant, one far more intelligent than the centaurs or elves. Upon hearing this, the centaur leader's expression changed drastically, clearly angered. Am I supposed to bow to him as king? The seer was adamant in reaffirming his vision, but in the next instant, he was struck down, his blood splattering the ground, for the centaur leader had refused to accept the prophecy. I will not bow down to anyone but the gods. This was all a message from the Dancing Shadow God. Eldar was very puzzled by this. She didn't understand Nebula's intentions. Nebula noticed that the leader was very angry and seemed not to believe the prophecy, but Nebula's objective had already been achieved, and now they just needed to wait and watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, Temerdo once again wakes up from his dreams. The nightmare predicted by the elves has troubled him for a long time. Every time he nears the summit of the mountain, a massive stone always lands on his head. He doesn't understand why the position of the king has become an obsession in his mind. In this wilderness, how many people will know his name? Is he doomed to just watch the ogre become the new king? As he is lost in thought, one of his guards interrupts him. A few messengers have come to visit. Temerdo doesn't hesitate and immediately lets them in. He also wants to know the thoughts of other tribes. Soon after, Temerdo appears very imposing inside the tent. The first messenger belongs to the same race as the previous prophet, but their prediction is completely different. He completely disagrees with the previous viewpoint. Instead, he says Temerdo might become the new king. The second messenger comes from the automation. They bring many tributes and also agree that Temerdo will become king. Although this is not a divine revelation, Temerdo's heart begins to show signs of wavering. The final messenger is a representative of the Lizardmen tribe. He enters the tent and naturally removes his hood, introducing himself. I am Owen from the Lizardmen tribe. Temerdo, who is full of anticipation toward this unfamiliar lizard man named Owen, wonders what he will say next. Are you here to tell me that I will become king? Honestly, I don't want you to become the king. If Temerdo had been told just a day ago that he couldn't be king, he would have been furious. But now, after speaking with the first two messengers, his emotions shift from anger to confusion. He wants to know the answer. Is it because I'm not qualified? Owen smiles naturally. It seems that you've gained the recognition of the other tribes. Temerdo confirmed Owen's guess. He has just earned the recognition of the elves and humans. So what about the Black Scale tribe's stance? Owen confidently replies, the chieftain will acknowledge you. But Temerdo feels something is off, as Owen's words seem to carry hidden meaning. Owen then gently reminds him, do not fight for that position. This is just my personal opinion, not that of the Black Scale tribe. At this moment, Temerdo was very dissatisfied with Owen's opinion. He questioned, even humans and elves support me, yet you advise me not to compete. What is the reason? Owen did not hide anything anymore and said straightforwardly, it's not about qualification or capability, but about the gods. Hearing this, Tamari was shocked. Our god doesn't want me to become king? Why? This is simply a guess. If there are hierarchies among the races of the continent, then the same applies to the gods. Your god can only bow down before the god of the ogres. Hearing these words, anger flashed through Temerdo's eyes. He grabbed an axe from the ground and swung it toward Owen. You are insulting our god. However, Owen did not attempt to dodge, instead calmly stating, I was merely speaking of a hierarchy among gods, not between tribes. Why are you so angry? Temerdo stared at Owen and asked through gritted teeth, do you really think the ogre's god is superior to our god? Then, Tamari Mari recalled the scenes from his dreams. Every time, just as he was about to reach the peak, a huge rock would strike him down into the valley. These recurring nightmares had left him increasingly anxious. He then asked Owen if there was a solution, and Owen simply got up slowly, calmly stating, "Warriors of the Blackscale tribe will also defy the chief's orders when necessary. Perhaps your god might do the same." As he was leaving, Owen turned back and advised, "If I were you, I would do what your god is unwilling to do." After the conversation with Owen, Temerdu was left deep in thought. He realized that he had to become a king. He must take the path that his god is unwilling to tread. He resolved to do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nebula and Eldar were quietly watching everything happening in the Centaur tribe. Eldar couldn't help but remark, "I never thought my realm could be used in such a way to actually influence the will of other races, even if they are manipulated by other players. That player named Solanos must be quite overwhelmed by now." At this moment, Eldar, full of confusion, couldn't help but ask, "Can stirring up trouble among races really be used against gods too? Why not?" Solanos must also be aware of the limitations of nomadic development. If he doesn't act, does he really want to wait until Lim Chunsik engulfs him before he retaliates? I'm sure Solanos knows about this, so there's a high possibility that he won't actively stop him. Nebula's tone was full of confidence. As Nebula predicted, Temerdu had already begun waging war on the Ogre tribe, while Solanos was apologizing to Lim Chunsik. However, Lim Chunsik did not blame him, as they hadn't expected Eldar to choose to ally with other players against him. Solanos didn't lift his head, only murmuring, "I indeed hadn't considered that. No, the one who should be apologizing is me, for making you contain hegemonia. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. If Temerdu dies, you'll lose an important high priest." Hearing this, Solanos lifted his head and laughed, his laugh tinged with mockery. He said sharply, "What I have to tell you is, Temerdu will kill Kijin." Lim Chunsik scoffed softly in return. "I don't think so." Solanos chuckled softly, muttering to himself, "Let's wait and see then." On the battlefield, the battle soon began. Temerdu led the Centaur tribe in a raid, but the scene before him was unbelievable. The Ogre tribe had already ambushed in the woods. The Centaurs were caught off guard by the appearance of a group of Ogre giants standing 2.5 meters tall and weighing nearly a ton. The ground was littered with the bodies of goblins sent by the Ogres, obviously as bait to attract attention. At the same time, seizing the moment, the Ogres wielded giant stone hammers, launching a devastating attack on the Centaur warriors. With their speed advantage lost, the Centaur warriors were completely passive, merely slaughtered by the Ogres. Temerdu finally realized that the goblins were just a trap. Watching his warriors being massacred, he was furious and immediately swung his great axe into the fray, chopping down 2 Ogres in front. Blood splattered as he coldly pressed on. After he had slain the 2 Ogres, an even larger Ogre appeared before him. The two stood in the center of the battlefield, eye to eye. They had never met before, yet recognized each other instantly, as if fate had destined them for this battle. Without further words, Temerdu and Kijin charged at each other, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Temerdu was very strong, and even though Kijin was a massive figure, the battle was evenly matched, their weapons having been knocked away in the clash. Kijin seized an opportunity, grabbing Temerdu by the neck, and despite Temerdu's attempts to break free, he found his strength for the first time so suppressed. Using his immense size and strength, Kijin mounted Temerdu's back, pressing him to his knees without using his hands, but rather locking Temerdu's neck firmly with his wrists and forearms. Temerdu gritted his teeth and struggled, trying to seize a moment to counterattack. However, just when he thought he had caught a glimpse of opportunity, Kijin twisted his arm, and with a crisp sound of bone cracking, Temerdu's neck was completely twisted, and he fell to the cold ground. Meanwhile, in the distance, 2 deities stood on rugged terrain, watching all this unfold. "Are you planning to challenge it?" Nebula did not respond, his gaze fixed on the system window, seemingly pondering something. Eldar paced in circles nearby, talking to himself, "What a pity, just a loss of some goblins and Ogre warriors." Nebula still did not reply, scrolling through the system information window with focused attention. "Aren't the lizard people your main force? They have relatively weak resistance to cold. If they fight in the north, they can't give their all. However, I know your human troops have been blessed, enhancing their combat abilities." But Nebula remained silent, as if waiting for some more crucial information to emerge. Their physical abilities have improved, but they are still outnumbered. At this point, Nebula interrupted Eldar, directly stating that he does not need the elves as the main force and will not send the Lizardmen to attack the Ogres. Eldar was stunned, not understanding what Nebula really meant. Then, Nebula suddenly changed the subject, asking Eldar about his ranking in the previous Lost World game. Eldar glanced sideways, reluctantly, but still answered, 3,400th. Upon hearing this, Nebula immediately sank into a low mood. This ranking is not too bad, but it's certainly not outstanding. Nebula began to wonder what the selection criteria for the candidate for deity really were. Could it be random? He muttered to himself. However, the joining of the first and second candidates obviously wasn't by chance. It seemed deliberate. Nebula confirmed to himself, there must be other hidden selection criteria, but he couldn't guess what they were at the moment. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Nebula asked Eldar, "By the way, you'll continue to cooperate with me, right? I just said so much." And this guy didn't listen to a word. Despite this, Nebula immediately responded, "Thank you." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lim Chunsik was analyzing a series of recent events. His system interface displayed the domain information. He began to notice a name, Nebula, a player who was starting to make him feel uneasy. If Lim Chunsik was not mistaken, Nebula was the guy who ranked first on the leaderboard. Lim Chunsik had once tried to invite Nebula to participate in live streams and offline gatherings, but was rejected because Nebula was only interested in the game itself. Recently, Lim Chunsik observed that the Lizardmen were nomading under Nebula's control, which he considered a strategic mistake. He judged that the Lizardmen would not pose much of a threat to his own game strategy. Lim Chunsik felt he had the upper hand because he could control bird creatures, while Nebula's Lizardmen and insects feared the cold. His ogres were completely unaffected by harsh environments, and as long as sufficient food was stored in advance, they could easily survive the winter without disturbance from the Lizardmen. Moreover, Lim Chunsik's previous game ranking was 20th, and he began to consider whether he should try to defeat this this first-ranked player. Soon, winter arrived. However, Lim Chunsik noticed some anomalies. The Lizardmen tribe showed no activity at all, which puzzled and unnerved him. Just then, his map showed smoke billowing from the elves' village. What's going on? Are you trying to divert my attention? Nebula employed the classic scorched earth tactic. He turned all areas that could potentially be occupied by the enemy into ruins, fundamentally cutting off the ogre's supply of resources. This method was as crucial in Lost World as in real warfare. Watching the villages consumed by flames, Eldar's expression darkened, as those were villages she had watched being built. However, she wasn't too worried, because Nebula had evacuated the elves' inhabitants before setting the fires. So, you plan to use this tactic from the start? Usually, it's difficult to implement this strategy in the initial stages of a game, but this time all conditions were met. Since the opponent is located in the North Shore area, it is difficult for them to replenish their food, and I control the food supplies of automation. Once war starts, they will raid the elves' resources, and now they can only wait and starve. Eldar didn't respond, just silently watched Nebula. He found that he was increasingly unable to fathom Nebula's plans. Also, you are a part of my luck. This comment made Eldar blush momentarily, mistaking it for Nebula teasing her, but Nebula did not elaborate further and continued explaining his plan. Because the elves are a sedentary tribe, they have always been providing a steady supply of food to the ogres, so burning their villages is a very effective measure. The ogres won't last until next winter. As Nebula predicted, the ogres decisively attacked the goblin NPCs due to the shortage of food. The starving ogres directly used the goblins as food, which resulted in Kijin losing control over the goblins. However, he was powerless as their food supplies were already minimal after the winter. The starving ogres had no choice but to attempt to flee the area. Kijin realized that continuing like this was not a solution, but since he hadn't received any divine guidance, he didn't dare to make a move and could only continue to wait for instructions from the gods. Seeing his fighters dying from hunger and battle, Lim Chunsik was deeply saddened but had no solutions, and he could only watch helplessly as the ogre tribe gradually disintegrated, as more and more people stopped believing in him, which directly led to a continuous decline in Lim Chunsik's faith value. Now he had to make a decision. Looking at the message window, Lim Chunsik hesitated for a long time but finally made the call. He tried to borrow some manpower from Solonose. However, Solonose had no solution either. Last year's great battle had cost him almost all his warriors, and the Lizardmen tribe had taken advantage of the situation, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled in his tribe. At the same time, Solonose also had something to discuss with him, as Eldar had sent him an invitation, and behind Eldar was Nebula. Hearing this, Lim Chunsik immediately became anxious, eagerly wanting to know what Solanose's choice would be. Solonose stated that he had already rejected Eldar's invitation, but in reality, this decision was made after a long period of consideration. Hearing this, Lim Chunsik was moved to tears, feeling relieved. Solonose then mentioned that he could still send 10 fighters to help Lim Chunsik. The two then began discussing the next battle strategy. After Lim Chunsik's inspection, they finally chose a deserted valley as the battlefield. They deduced that Nebula's divine level was higher than theirs, so they decided to join forces to challenge Nebula's divinity. Lim Chunsik believed that he definitely would not lose this time. Soon, Kijin led all the ogres to attack the Lizardmen, including some fighters from the Centaur tribe, but their combat effectiveness was inconsistent. The Lizardmen tribe's patrol team quickly arrived upon receiving the news, numbering about 50 people, led by the chief of the Black Scale tribe, Rakrak. Lim Chunsik did not hesitate, decisively initiated divine possession, and boosted the combat effectiveness of the ogres to the extreme. At the same time, Solonose also activated the same skill. They knew Nebula would also choose to possess the Lizardmen, so they hoped to take this opportunity to completely eliminate Nebula. However, facing the attack from the two, Rakrak showed no signs of panic, because he knew that God would surely appear. In the next instant, Rakrak felt a surge of power fill his body, and with a swift leap, he easily dodged the attack. After Kijin's attack ended, the Centaur warrior continued their sweep, but Rakrak agilely jumped and quickly reached the side of the ogre. Before the two could react, Rakrak had already leapt in front of them. His hands seemed to be gathering some form of power, as a burst of white light shone from his hand, instantly engulfing the two. After completing all this, Nebula clapped his hands and said with a relaxed expression, "Did you think you could beat me if you just descended?" At the same time, a dialogue box appeared. Players Lim Chunsik and player Solonose has been sealed. In the Lost World, when players lose their health bars while they've descended, this mechanism is triggered. If their level is below 1, they will directly become sealed. This is almost equivalent to being annihilated, viewed as death by the players. Looking at the spoils obtained after the battle, Nebula appeared very satisfied. He noted that Rakrak's required experience points to reach level 10 had greatly increased, but he had finally reached level 12. He then received an opportunity to randomly obtain small domain each from the defeated players. Nebula didn't hesitate to select confirm. Several cards appeared before him, from which he casually drew 2. He obtained bird domain and swamp domain. While the swamp domain was nothing special, the bird domain excited Nebula greatly. He decided to substitute the blessing of the insects that he gave to the Lizardmen and humans. More importantly, the effects of these blessings would start to show in their next generation. With new cards in hand, Nebula already had a clear plan for what was to come. Now, Nebula must prepare for what's to come. Through Locust Swarm reconnaissance, he discovered that a major battle had broken out in the western region of the continent. Although he wasn't sure if he had grasped the full situation, he knew this battle involved 5 players, split into 3 factions. They were fighting at the borders of their respective territories, each trying to occupy open land behind their opponents. However, Nebula wouldn't easily disrupt this delicate balance before they reached his domain. As for the east, the sea was a barrier. Nebula thought it best to focus on developing the land in the early stages. As for the south and north, the north was already completely under Nebula's control, while the south had some NPC tribes. His plan was to send Rakrak to gradually conquer these tribes, solidifying the territory for the Lizardmen and humans. Lastly, the issue with Eldar needed to be resolved. Meanwhile, due to the defeat of the elves, they were forced to relocate to the northernmost part of the continent. This area was harsh for them, and and they were very dissatisfied with this decision. But under the threat of the Lizardmen's spears, they had no choice but to accept reality. The newly appointed elven leader, Leonar, told her people that the dancing shadow god had guided them to a new way out and foretold that a group of people from the south would come to help the elves. Just as she finished speaking, a guard hurried in to report a group of people had arrived to visit the tribe. Leonar immediately understood that these were the helpers they had been waiting for. Despite the elves' current financial constraints, Leonar still prepared a grand welcome ceremony for the humans. As Wee Kyung just took off her hat, Leonar immediately recognized her, and Wee Kyung did not expect her to become the new leader of the elves. Leonar hurriedly warmly invited them to rest in the tent, but a lizard man stopped her. They would not let Wee Kyung enter until they were sure there were no dangers inside the tent. Leonar looked at the stern expression of the lizard man, Siran Mule, worried he harbored hostility towards the elves. However, after inspecting the tent, Siran Mule's expression relaxed due to the warmth of the cabin, and Leonar then realized that he was just unhappy because of the cold. Leonar carefully asked, "What wind has blown you here?" Wee Kyung confidently replied, "It's the blue insect god. He specifically helps the weak and abandoned. So, we've brought some agricultural tools that help with production, as well as seeds that can survive in cold climates." Leonar's face lit up when she saw the seeds, but when she heard Wee Kyung mention we can give you a discount, she was stunned. "You're a merchant too. Naturally you understand my meaning. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch." Hearing this, Leonar clenched her fists. The elves had nearly been impoverished after their defeat, and just migrating here had depleted most of their resources. Wee Kyung gently put the seeds back in her pocket, with a hint of regret in her tone. "If that's the case, then it's a pity, but we might not be able to make a deal. After all, our time is also precious." Seeing Wee Kyung take back the seeds, Leonar couldn't sit still. "I know why you came to this remote land. You must want something. After all, I'm a merchant too. I don't think you would come all this way, especially for an uncertain deal, especially for a chosen one from the Black Scale tribe." Wee Kyung smiled at this. "Didn't you say it yourself? You have nothing to give us, so what should we take?" Leonar pulled out a piece of silk from her bosom. It was an intelligence map of the elves' resources, clearly marking the locations of some minerals. "We can trade these with you at a cheaper price." Hearing this, Wee Kyung couldn't help but laugh louder. "Are you insane? Are you trying to sell me the future and your trust?" Leonar, however, affirmed without hesitation, "Yes, I stake my name as a guarantee." Wee Kyung was silent for a moment, seemingly seriously considering her words, then said, "All right, I agree." However, the slight gleam of triumph in her eyes seemed to suggest that everything was under her control. "Words alone are not enough. I need something tangible as evidence of the promise." Leonar had no choice but to comply, knowing that minerals would become more precious in the future, but they needed a future now. "Believe in the dancing shadow god. She will not abandon us." Eventually, both pressed their handprints on the contract and solemnly swore to their respective gods. At the same time, a system dialog box popped up. "The first credit trade in the third continent's north shore has been made. Up to this point, in the Lost World, the concept of the world was limited to one's own tribe, with other races merely seen as threats. This barrier had resulted in very rare trades with nomadic tribes. But now, with the stabilization of settled tribes and the nomads' migration along the paths, their trades began to be recorded. The value of reputation and credit was gradually being established, and the structure of the entire world was quietly expanding. And Nebula, the instigator behind all this, pondered, "How can I rule this wide world?" Meanwhile, under Rakrak's leadership, the Black Scale tribe fought their way through and eventually took down the southern continent. Looking at the scattering goblins on the ground, Rakrak knew it was all over. He took off the buffalo bone mask from his face and walked alone towards the end of the continent. Blood still stained his clothes. Standing at the edge of the vast sea, Rakrak looked up and murmured softly, "Is this the end of the continent?" Under his leadership, the Black Scale tribe, with the will of the blue insect god, had conquered the southern continent. Now, the name of the Black Scale tribe was known far and wide. However, as all warfare came to a close, Nebula found himself faced with new challenges. What should I do next? Nebula silently looked at Rakrak, as if he also knew the doubt in his mind. Rakrak's achievements in conquest forced Nebula to face a choice. Should he implement a feudal system or establish a monarchy? The advantage of a feudal system is that the king can select a few feudal lords and grant them land. In this model, each lord guards their own territory, which reduces the king's burden. However, the relationships between the lords are difficult to manage, and frequent internal wars could plunge the nation into chaos. While wars can somewhat drive technological development, the management challenges are immense, and once things spiral out of control, the consequences could be disastrous. A monarchy, on the other hand, was the option Nebula leaned toward. A central government rules the entire nation, with a stable and clear power structure. The administrative system with defined roles allows for more efficient management. Moreover, a powerful central government can quickly mobilize the army to handle emergencies. However, establishing this system requires vast resources, time, and full control over localities, and the Black Scale tribe was far from having those conditions at the moment. There was much to prepare, including roads, ports, the legitimacy of the king, and the selection of bureaucratic officials. He turned to Eldar and asked, "Which do you think is better?" Eldar shrugged, not answering directly. She thought it wasn't because she didn't know the answer, but because she felt Nebula already knew it. She just didn't understand why he still needed to ask her. On the other side, Rakrak gathered all the Lizardmen for a meeting. He had a strange dream last night, and after hearing it, the Lizardmen silently looked at him because they knew it wasn't an ordinary dream, but a divine revelation. Jael was the first to speak and asked, "What kind of dream was it?" Rakrak lowered his head, drawing something on the ground with a stick. "I dreamed that I flew up, passing through countless mountain villages and wilderness, places that we had once traveled through." Hearing Rakrak's story, the other Lizardmen were filled with curiosity. Although it sounded somewhat absurd, they believed it without question because it came from Rakrak's mouth. After a moment, Rakrak stopped his actions and pointed his tail at the end of the drawing, saying, "Here, this is the place where we are now." However, he was confused about the name of this area and didn't know what to call it. At this moment, a lizard man raised his hand and said, "The dwarves called it Maganen, meaning the end of the land." Rakrak then wrote the name on the ground, Maganen. Then, Rakrak took another step forward and drew a point on the ground with his stick. This is where we drove out the redskin orcs. Does anyone remember what this place is called? The orcs called it Saman. I've heard of many places called Saman. This area is in the southern part of the continent, so let's call it South Saman. Then, Rakrak marked other unnamed places on the map. After discussion, most of the areas were quickly named. Now only one place remains. Does anyone know what it's called? Everyone was silent, seemingly unaware of the name of that place. Then someone remembered. That's an area where no battles have occurred because cockatrices live there, and other species don't want to approach. It seems that none of us know the name of that area. Hearing this, Rakrak tapped the ground gently with his stick. I know this land. Though surrounded by mountains, it would be easy to clear a path by removing vines and small trees. Deep in the mountains, there's a river connected to a valley, and downstream is a flat, wide land that leads to the sea behind it. Isn't that the place you mentioned in your dream? Rakrak nodded. Yes, its name is Orizon. It means land where our god stands. According to his will, I shall become the king of Orizon. Hearing this, everyone was filled with joy and anticipation. Rakrak then gathered the tribespeople and announced, we will go to Orizon. Looking at the land beneath his feet, Nebula exclaimed, after planning for so long, we've finally taken this step. However, some held opposing views. Establishing a nation requires extensive preparation, and the capital had already been decided to be in Orizon. Rakrak announced this widely and opened a road to Orizon, facilitating the tribe's migration. He also dispatched administrators, naming them war chiefs. These war chiefs, armed with swords and holding codes of law, were responsible for managing the order of the new territory. Nebula was satisfied with Rakrak's arrangements and appointed Weak Young and Leonar as marquises, sending people to coordinate with them. Although all this seems primitive and clumsy, the embryonic form of a nation has already emerged. Meanwhile, the system notification reads, your nation has entered early monarchy. Eldar stood frozen. She hadn't expected Nebula to adopt both systems simultaneously. When I weigh the pros and cons to decide what's best for the current situation, I have no choice but to use both. But why are you making my species a part of your kingdom? Nebula showed a hint of confusion, calmly stating, that's my land too. Hearing this, Eldar fell silent. After the establishment of the nation by Nebula, Tatar was sent to the southernmost Maganen to serve as the war chief. Because life there was too mundane, he often remembered the days he fought alongside Rakrak. A young lizard man beside him chuckled in agreement. Mr. Tatar is the best warrior. That's why you were also appointed as war chief. This made Tatar scoff at himself. The best warrior who lost an eye became useless, so he was sent here to quietly grow old. The young lizard man panicked. I didn't mean that. I think Chief Rakrak wanted you to guard the land of Maganen, because it is now our territory. Such a life is boring. If something came from across the ocean, I wouldn't feel so. Before he could finish, he noticed something approaching from the sea. Then, a group of beings with green shells appeared before the two. Tatar carefully observed these newcomers from behind the bushes. Noting that they carried no weapons, he decided communication might be possible. Thus, he signaled the young lizard man to hide behind him. Outsiders, I am the war chief of Maganen. Please state the purpose of your visit. We are turquoise Astacidines who've come across the ocean. We got lost because of the waves. At this moment, the young lizard man behind him was extremely nervous because he had heard that Tatar was merciless towards foreign enemies. He had already prepared himself to fight the turquoise Astacidines. Meanwhile, Tatar's penetrating voice rang out. I see. Across the ocean, the turquoise Astacidines were all drenched in cold sweat from the pressure of Tatar's presence. Then, Tatar gave a slight smile. Prepare a temporary shelter for them, and if they're hungry, share some of the leftover food with them. This left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The next day, after being treated by the Lizardmen, the turquoise Astacidines expressed their deep gratitude for their help, and then they left. The young lizard man looked confused. Why help them? If it were me, I would have driven them away without hesitation. Tatar looked meaningfully in the direction the turquoise Astacidines had left, and said, do you know how I lost my eye? One day, he received an order from Rakrak to carry out a mission. Along the way, he encountered some wanderers who had been captured and sold by trolls. Tatar chose to join the fight and single-handedly dealt with more than 10 trolls, but the price was that he lost an eye. In the end, he confessed his mistake before Rakrak. However, Rakrak didn't blame him. Instead, he said, from now on, everyone will become your left eye. Don't you regret losing your eye for the people of other tribes? Tatar's answer was, I heard the leader wandered in the wilderness, guided by the blue insect god, but the blue insect god requires no reward. Rakrak's eyes widened, seemingly understanding his meaning. You mean, this was the will of our god? Tatar lowered his head in shame. Even without God's guidance, I would have done the same. Perhaps your actions were right. Then, Rakrak advised Tatar, continue to act like that, and if anyone says you are wrong, let them know about this conversation we are having right now. Tell them that Rakrak also agrees with you. A few days later, Tatar received news from the turquoise Astacidines again, so he quickly went to the seaside. Rubwa greeted him warmly and explained that this visit was to purchase silk and iron tools from the Lizardmen. They brought the most valuable items from their tribe, some shiny stones as a trade. Tatar picked up one of the stones and examined them carefully, but was somewhat puzzled because he had no knowledge of their value. This was his first time seeing such items, so he was unsure whether they were worth trading. However, Tatar's attention was soon drawn to the turquoise Astacidines' boats. He said, I'm more interested in your ships than these stones. Rubwa looked troubled upon hearing this and said, these boats are crucial tools for our survival, and it takes a long time to build one. If you don't like it, then no deal. Hearing this, Rubwa became anxious and said, we'll bring an empty boat next time. Ultimately, the two reached a trade agreement, but they didn't notice a white bird perched quietly on a distant treetop, watching their every move. Meanwhile, the system notification window popped up with a message, Clash of Civilizations. The cultivation level of turquoise Astacidines is the Bronze Age. This suggests that it's unlikely that there is a player controlling them. Nebula recognized that the ship technology was quite advanced. If those shiny pearls could be traded across the continent, they would sell for a high price. But for Nebula, more valuable than the pearls was the shipbuilding technology. If we master this technology, we can start maritime trade, which will be a huge opportunity. Given the current level of their civilization, it is highly likely that the turquoise Astacidines will become a subordinate nation to the Black Scale tribe in the future. At that point, it would be possible to start mining mining the silver deposits on their islands, which are a crucial basis for currency. Just as Nebula was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. It was Hongo, a creation of Nebula. Hongo was created to manage the swarm of locusts, and Nebula had made it clear not to contact him unless it was something special. However, the situation now seems too significant to ignore. The true nature of the locusts has been exposed to other deities, and some of their nests have been destroyed. Nebula opened the window to check and found that indeed a few of his insect colonies had been reduced. Originally, Nebula had commanded Hongo to lead the locusts to stealthily infiltrate other tribes and consume their food to hinder the player's development. Experienced players quickly noticed these movements, realizing it was intentional interference. Despite this, Nebula appeared very calm. "Don't worry, this is all within my expectations." Hongo felt a wave of relief, but still seemed somewhat tense. Nebula asked with concern, "How are you doing? If I lost you too, I'd be at a loss." Hearing this, Hongo quickly scratched its head and replied, "Although a few nests were destroyed, I managed to hide before they discovered me." "Good. Now, use the remaining locust swarms to disrupt the enemy. Survival is the priority. Stay hidden." Hongo bowed deeply to Nebula, then quickly exited the scene. Nebula then turned off the video. He did not want to have too much interaction with his creations. Unlike the AI of Lost World, these creations have their own souls and thoughts. Nebula then checked the battle results of the insect swarm. 5 players have been affected. If they discover that someone is behind this, they will definitely unite against me. He noticed that 2 tribes have already formed an alliance, while the other 3 players are still observing. "I thought it would be a 1 against 5 situation, but it seems things are still under my control." On the other side, the leaders of the Leaner and Satiros tribes are conspiring on how to deal with the locust swarm. They have learned that the locust swarm is controlled by the Lizardman tribe, which has also taken control of Automation's trade. Although the location of the Black Scale tribe is close to them, both leaders do not want the other 3 tribes to step into their territory. The prophecy of the 5 deities tells us that our 2 tribes together can definitely eliminate the Lizardman tribe. If so, how should we proceed with the attack? The southern coastline is filled with swarms of insects, making it impassable. Another route is through Automation, but it is also controlled by the Lizardmen. Then let's take Automation back from the Lizardmen. If so, then even if it takes us a while, we'll take our forces through the northern wilds. A month later, they mobilized their armies toward Automation. The 2 tribes assembled 800 Satiros warriors and 1,100 Leaner warriors. This expeditionary force of nearly 2,000 became the largest army on the 3rd continent. The 2 players watched all this silently from above. The deity worshipped by the Satiros tribe, Krampus, a player ranked 1,430th, appeared somewhat nervous, asking another player, "How do you plan to supply the army?" The one who answered him was a woman who appeared quite unremarkable. She had long hair and wore a white off-shoulder dress. If she wasn't floating in the air, she would almost look like an ordinary human woman. "I'll have them plunder NPC villages along the way, and once they enter deep into the wilderness, they will bypass the northern coast." In contrast, Runda, a player from the Leaner tribe, ranked 38,702 in the player rankings of Lost World, was still frustrated. "I still can't contact Nebula." Previously, she had been trying to contact Nebula, but a month had passed, and Nebula still had her and others blacklisted. If we could have contacted him, we would have been fine with just being compensated for the damages up until now. He also blatantly increased his military training and scouting parties. It's too late for negotiations now. An army of 1,900 is enough to take him down. His defeat is only a matter of time. At that moment, Krampus noticed the mole on Runda's face, a feature that didn't necessarily have to be there. He wondered if her avatar resembled her real-life appearance. Just then, Runda received a whisper request. It was from the player Eldar. "Our joint forces will definitely encounter members of the elf tribe along the way. Perhaps she wants to negotiate, or she has other plans." Eldar's alliance with Nebula is a loose relationship. We could try to persuade her to betray Nebula. Maybe this conversation will create a rift between them. Runda immediately clicked the accept button. A character resembling an elf with petal effects appeared on the screen. "I am the god of the elves, Eldar." This left Runda momentarily dumbfounded, and she stammered, "Hello." Eldar's tone carried a hint of pity. "I need help." Neither of them expected that Eldar was a player fully immersed in role-playing. "What kind of help are you referring to?" Eldar quietly squeezed out a tear. "I had to submit under Nebula's oppression, but I couldn't do anything. He defeated players like Solanos and Lim Chunsik." Hearing this, Runda was shocked. "You didn't help him defeat them? Don't you know Nebula's ranking in Lost World? He has always been firmly in the first place." This left both of them shocked. They had originally thought that Nebula's name was just a coincidence with that player, but now they realized that the 1st and 2nd placers were actually on the same continent. "Anyway, I've been groveling to stay alive until now, so please allow me to help you." Runda paused for a moment and then communicated, "If we are to trust you, we need information on Nebula. To gain your trust, I'm willing to provide everything you need." Eldar waved his hand, and all information about Nebula appeared. He also played the sympathy card. "You don't know how badly I've been treated under Nebula." Upon seeing the information provided by Eldar, both were shocked. "Nebula has taken too much from you." Eldar took the opportunity to say, "So I want you to help me defeat Nebula. Although I don't have an army to support, I know what Nebula is planning for this battle." Having relayed all the details, Eldar ended the whisper and glanced at the figure beside her. "Is that good enough, Nebula?" Unbeknownst to Runda and Krampus, accepting Eldar's whisper request had already led them into Nebula's trap. "Your acting is really good. Is it because you've been playing roles before?" Eldar could only laugh awkwardly. "More than that, it is because the information she provided was so convincing." As instructed by Nebula, she told them that Nebula will launch a preemptive attack. Looking at the unconcerned Nebula, Eldar was worried. "But won't that not be enough to change the situation?" "Why do you think so?" "If the Leaner tribe decides to retreat and the Satiros tribe attacks Automation, then the Black Scale tribe will be caught between them." Nebula directly dismissed her conjecture. "I will end the war with the Leaner tribe ahead of schedule." Eldar looked bewildered, already unable to guess Nebula's plan. "Do you still need my help?" Nebula smiled slightly. "Of course." Meanwhile, the Leaner tribe suddenly received bad news. Many soldiers suddenly got food poisoning. This made Hattie very angry, and he immediately drew his sword, but was stopped by the deputy commander, Yubei. Until yesterday, there was no problem with the food. The issue started with the food supplied by the elves this morning. They look fresh on the surface, but they might contain poison. Yubei quickly guessed that this might be a tactic of the blue insect god. It's rumored that the blue insect god excels at controlling insects, and the elves and lizardmen are allies. At the same time, a subordinate rushed in, interrupting them, as a large army of lizardmen was spotted ahead, with at least 1,000 or more. This left Hattie conflicted, as too many soldiers were sick to fight, with only 900 able to battle. Even with equal numbers, their size puts them at a disadvantage. Now, outnumbered as well, defeat is certain, so Hattie immediately ordered a retreat, deciding to lead the troops into a nearby forest to use the terrain for guerrilla warfare. The massive leaner army changed direction, Hattie only hoping that the Satiros tribe would attack automation soon, which would make the lizardmen go back for support. However, just then, a dark figure suddenly blocked their path. A giant mantis had already ambushed them on their essential route. Dare to step into the territory of the blue insect god, and you shall be punished. The sudden appearance of the giant creature panicked the leaner soldiers. The next moment, huge rocks fell from the sky. Seeing this, Hattie quickly signaled his soldiers to abandon their supplies and retreat, but Yubei stopped him. No, we need to defeat that monster. Yubei, that's not just any monster. It's definitely the guardian of the lizardmen. We can't defeat it. Then, a fast-moving figure approached. A giant rat suddenly appeared in front of the leaner soldiers. This was the guardian beast Runda had sent to the leaner tribe. Seeing this scene from a distance, Runda's face changed instantly, especially when she saw the mantis guardian, Stratus. She was restless because Stratus's attributes were far beyond her expectations. Her own summon could not possibly defeat it. She had thought everything would go smoothly as before, but now hesitated. Should she run? But she knew well, if she fled now and Stratus regained his senses and attacked back, they would undoubtedly lose. So, she decided to take a gamble. Although Stratus's level was high, its divinity level was only level 4. Together with Niji, our divinity levels add up to 12, and we still have a chance to win. The next moment, a powerful energy entered Yubei's body. Hattie realized that their god had descended. Yubei ordered all troops to retreat, as she was going to face this colossal creature alone. Niji tried to persuade her master to leave, but Runda did not want to lose her summoned creature. You have no divine intermediary. It seems your god doesn't value you much. Stratus didn't heed her, merely responding coldly. I'm just here to complete a task. As Niji and Stratus were fighting, Yubei took the opportunity to get under Stratus's feet, hugging his thigh tightly. With divine power, she forcefully tore off one of Stratus's legs. Despite the extreme pain, Stratus didn't stop, instead delivering a heavy punch to Niji. You damn insect, to endure such pain for my god, shouldn't it be considered a blessing? Hearing this, Yubei realized this guy was simply a fanatic. Just as she thought she could defeat Stratus within 10 minutes, a figure as quick as lightning was rapidly approaching the battlefield. Rakrak, carrying the 12th level divine power added by Nebula, stepped into the battlefield. With a roar, Rakrak leapt up, his spear already aimed at Yubei. Found you. The spear tore through the air, directly aiming at Yubei. Yubei tried to dodge, but still felt a strong oppressive force. She was still hit by the spear in the arm, and blood immediately spurted. Seeing her master wounded, Niji immediately lunged at Rakrak. However, a sharp claw quickly extended, firmly locking Niji's movements. With a forceful swing, Stratus flung Niji several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, Rakrak summoned Buzz to lend his power, intending to completely resolve this troublesome little mouse. Rakrak pointed towards Niji, and Buzz quickly gathered all his power. A bolt of lightning suddenly split the sky, striking directly at Niji. The current passed through its body, causing it to be immobilized, blood leaking from the corner of its mouth, yet it still stubbornly muttered, "Even if you are a god, you can't stop me." Before the words fell, another stronger bolt of lightning flashed again, instantly illuminating the surroundings. When the light faded, Niji had been burned to a crisp, completely losing its combat capability. Seeing this, Runda was furiously enraged and wanted to curse aloud, but her words were choked back. She realized that although divine possession enhanced her physical responsiveness, it came with fatal risks. Runda hurriedly tried to cancel the divine descent, but found there was still a 10-second cooldown. She was forced to make a life or death decision. If she died while in the state of divine descent, she would suffer additional penalties. Runda was known to her race as the Supreme Fruition God, which was the first domain she acquired. Quickly, she found a fruit in the nearby bushes and ate it. The power of the fruit began to work, healing her wounds at a visibly fast pace. However, just as she thought to use the fruit's healing power to buy time, a swarm of locusts suddenly appeared, completely blocking her escape route. These insects did not attack her directly, but formed a barrier with their bodies, completely blocking her view. Just then, Stratus's scythe aimed precisely at Runda's position, but she was already alert, determined internally. All I need to do is dodge its attack. Yubei's body quickly leapt in the opposite direction of Stratus, but in the next instant, a powerful hand brutally grasped her throat. "So you're here," Rakrak taunted in a low voice. Yubei struggled desperately, staring at the countdown which had only 1 second left. She clenched her teeth and roared internally, "Damn it, hurry up and end." However, her hope dissipated into thin air. Time was no longer on her side. Blood poured from her neck, drenching the battlefield, staining the ground red. This outcome was hard for the confident Runda to accept. She witnessed her own creation, Niji, die miserably, and now even Yubei could not escape her fate. The leaner's army was reduced from 1,100 to 215, completely breaking their morale. Yet the worst was yet to come. Runda found that her divinity level had dropped from 9 to 5. Had she cancelled the divine descent earlier, it would have dropped only to 7. This irreparable loss left her heart sinking into despair as the battlefield smoke lingered. At the same time, Krampus made a call. Learning that Runda had lost the battle, he inquired about her current divinity level with concern. Runda hesitated, then answered, 7. This response shocked Krampus, his tone clearly uneasy. By this time, Runda was already sweating profusely. If he knew the actual situation, he might be even more panicked. She was well aware that a drop in divinity level would not only lead to a decrease in faith points, but could also directly affect the yield of her orchard, potentially destroying it entirely. Under such circumstances, the leaner tribe might lose faith in her. Even worse, Krampus might change his attitude towards her. To avoid these consequences, Runda decided to hide the truth. She changed the subject, asking, is the Satiros tribe on their way to attack? Yes, they'll reach automation in 2.5 days. The city's defenses are weak now, a perfect opportunity to capture it. Rhonda pretended to be calm and responded, so I just need to divert the Lizardmen's attention for 2.5 days, right? Krampus affirmed this. However, at this moment, Rhonda was struggling internally. Should she tell him the truth? She knew her forces could not delay the Black Scale tribe's soldiers, but she was unwilling to admit defeat and chose to conceal the truth. I can't be the only one who gets defeated. The next day, Krampus contacted Rhonda again, his tone tinged with unease. I heard the Lizardmen forces are coming down this way. I thought you were going to keep them busy. Rhonda immediately understood the true situation, but still chose to lie, calmly responding, it might be that the information from Eldar was inaccurate, causing them to encounter the Lizardmen's army prematurely. I originally thought the battle would occur in Black Scale Continent, but it started in my territory instead. And now, the Lizardmen are closing in on the Satiros tribe's territory. Krampus furrowed his brows, beginning to sense something was amiss. The Satiros tribe's border doesn't have any defensive fortresses, which doesn't make sense. This means they can't stop the Lizardmen's cavalry, so now they must retreat to the capital. However, Rhonda had already foreseen what would happen at the Satiros tribe's capital. The Satiros tribe's 800-strong army, facing 1,700 Lizardmen and the formidable Stratus, were bound to lose the battle. At this moment, Rhonda was already considering new allies. That guy Wisdom, he should be a good choice. Krampus was unaware of Rhonda's thoughts and suggested she provide some support. This made Rhonda panic internally, quickly making up excuses to brush it off. She rubbed her forehead, trying not to show any signs of distress. If she didn't help Krampus immediately, it would look very suspicious. Damn it, at this rate, he's definitely going to find out. The next thing Krampus said made Rhonda even more anxious. He proposed that Rhonda send cavalry to support his attack on automation. You said the enemy lost 400 men, now they have about 1,300. So, 300 of my Satiros, along with 800 of your Lenars, should be enough to match the Lizardmen. Plus, you said you killed Nebula's creation, so the fortress's defenses should be secure. Rhonda didn't speak, only using a smile to mask her emotions. Damn, I've told too many lies. If the lies are exposed, my alliance with Krampus will be over. Just then, Krampus suddenly exclaimed, startling Rhonda. It's a whisper request from Nebula. Rhonda quickly intervened. Don't answer it. But it was too late. Nebula's figure appeared in front of them. So, have you started considering surrendering now? Krampus was taken aback, thinking Nebula was just being arrogant. Seeing Krampus's reaction made Nebula puzzled. Then he glanced towards Rhonda. He quickly guessed Rhonda's intention. She lied to protect herself, downplaying the extent of her losses, so she has been hiding the truth from her own allies. If that's the case, it makes things more interesting for me. Facing Nebula's attitude, Krampus was very angry. Why have you been blocking our whispers? Why decide to contact us now all of a sudden? Nebula felt sorry about this and said lightly, because I have my reasons. Regarding Nebula's suggestion for surrender, Krampus directly refused. However, Nebula didn't mind because all this was within his expectations. After Nebula hung up the video call, Rhonda was already sweating profusely, her heart pounding, but the worst outcome she had feared didn't occur, so she could only laugh and soothe the angry Krampus. Then, she changed the subject. I want to check on my troops. I'll contact you later. Then she ended the whisper. Rhonda immediately requested a whisper with Nebula, but received no response. At this moment, Nebula was calculating his gains, completely ignoring Rhonda's whisper request. Nebula intentionally left Rhonda hanging for a while. However, Rhonda's thick-skinned nature indeed exceeded his expectations. Looking at the messages she sent, Nebula finally decided to accept the request. When the video connected, Rhonda jumped out and yelled, "You piece of shit. What do you really want? What's there to be angry about? I should be the one upset about being suddenly attacked." Rhonda was very dissatisfied with this and countered, "You haven't suffered any losses, have you? But being almost attacked is still very upsetting. If you called just to argue, then I'm hanging up. Goodbye." Then, he directly ended the call. This left Rhonda dumbfounded and fuming, and she immediately initiated another whisper request. "What now? I'm not your friend, so don't treat me like that. What is it that you want? Can you ask me calmly instead of crying?" Feeling almost explosive, Rhonda struggled to suppress the urge to scream and continued, "Why did you end the call when Krampus didn't surrender? I originally planned to end all this by having him surrender, but now, I think it would be better to destroy these two nations and conquer all their land. Although this will require some effort on my part." Rhonda immediately pointed out the flaw in his plan. "You can't protect your own borders, because with your current population and level of development, it's just not sustainable." But such problems were obvious to Nebula. He calmly responded, "I can take over the land of the Satiros tribe and give the leaner tribe's land to the other 3 players. They would be happy to reap the benefits. But what if I and Krampus start a rebellion? Other players might take advantage of the chaos to attack you." Nebula's expression suddenly became serious. "I think you're misunderstanding something. When did I ever say that I'd leave you and Krampus alive?" This statement drastically changed Rhonda's complexion. From then on, Nebula's ruthless image was deeply engraved in her mind. Combining this with her past experiences, she realized that Nebula would indeed eliminate them from the game without hesitation. But she also knew that Nebula didn't just have this one option. Rhonda suppressed her temper and asked, "So, let's get back to the first question. What exactly do you want?" "Information about the Leaner tribe and Krampus, as well as information on the trolls. I can talk about Krampus, but Wisdom is not my ally. I think you misunderstood me. I want you to ally with Wisdom to obtain information. How you do it is irrelevant to me." Rhonda's expression turned even uglier, and her view of Nebula was updated once again. "You want me to be a double agent? To approach Wisdom and Krampus to dig for information?" She pounded the window with her fist, furiously saying, "Stop joking. Do you think you're superior just because you won once?" Nebula extended a finger towards Rhonda's face and said coldly, "Your lies are the problem. I don't need to do anything else. I only need to tell Krampus the truth about our fight and warn Wisdom not to ally with you because you're a liar. You will be isolated by your 4 allies. Then, how will a level 5 deity stand in the center of the continent?" At that moment, Rhonda was furious, but helpless. Then, she ended the whisper and started thinking about her next plan. "Let me think. There must be a way. There must be." Soon, Rhonda arrived at the capital of the Leaner tribe, Minun, located far far from the border, the Lenars felt no fear of the impending war. Meanwhile, a leaner person was praying. This wasn't a prayer about war, but a thanksgiving to their god for allowing him, a carpenter, to safely complete his work for the day. As the prayer ended, Rhonda's faith points increased by 1. She closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Damn it. Eventually, Rhonda requested another whisper with Nebula. I accept your proposal. Nebula revealed a smile. Then, let me first hear the information about the leaner tribe and Krampus. After the war with the allied tribes ended, Krampus seemed to struggle with accepting Nebula's proposal, but under Rhonda's persuasion, he had to compromise. Rhonda had driven herself to this point. No matter the cost, she had to prevent the truth about this battle from being revealed. Meanwhile, this multinational war unexpectedly spurred rapid commercial development. Thus, Wee Kyung invited representatives from various merchants across the Black-Scale Nation to attend this gathering and took the opportunity to establish a commercial alliance. However, the biggest challenge was the issue of trust. Every merchant came from a different tribe, and they worshipped different gods, which clearly wasn't conducive to the development of the commerce alliance. Although we can't change our species' differences, beliefs can be changed. The troll was curious about how Wee Kyung would resolve the disputes over gods. Then, Wee Kyung pulled out a die. Isn't it more convincing to decide this way? Meanwhile, a notification box popped up. Through Wee Kyung's leadership, the Merchant Alliance, the fifth wheel, has been created. Nebula watched everything happening in the Merchant Alliance through the window. I didn't expect Wee Kyung to use her demonic probability control to roll the highest number. That's quite shameless. According to the current situation, the national borders will not change significantly in the short term. Next, it will be a war of the business era. Before that, I also need to make preparations for what comes next. After this period of development, the civilizations of various players in Lost World have gradually evolved. During this phase, beyond meeting basic needs, various items promoting the development of civilization have also emerged. At this moment, Rak is holding a piece of thin paper, a trophy obtained from the routed leaner soldiers not long ago. The Black-Scale Tribe's craftsmen developed new technology based on this paper. Jael suggested using it instead of silk, as paper is cheaper and more practical. Rak immediately inquired about the difficulty of production. Jael, swaying his tail quietly, answered, we have water wheels that save a lot of time, and the paper can also promote the spread of writing. Rak, looking at the paper in front of him, fell into thought. If the paper wears out, the text can be copied onto another sheet, but if the original record is completely damaged, it cannot be restored, and paper has its limitations. Then, Rak glanced at Jael. I have brave warriors in the protection of our god, able to fight and defeat any enemy. If the enemy attacks in 2 groups like before, we can just manage. But what if there are 3 or 4 groups of enemies? Neither you, I, nor the gods could be everywhere at once. Rak picked up a piece of charcoal and drew a line on the paper. This is the barrier I plan to build. Jael carefully examined the defensive line, and after a moment of thought said, but constructing such a long barrier would take a long time. We don't have mud soldiers like in automation, and considering the problem of materials, it might take 100 years to build. I thought it might take 200 years. However, Rak was not planning to give up this idea. He quickly thought of combining geographical advantages, such as swamps, rivers, and other natural barriers. Jael, after some calculations, replied, in that case, it should only take 70 to 80 years to complete. Although both of Rak's ideas were dismissed by Jael, he did not give up. The purpose of the barrier is to delay the enemy's invasion. But what if we think the opposite? Not delaying the enemy, but assembling our troops faster? He then drew several fortress-like patterns on the paper, fire and smoke. One of the 5 must always have a fire lit. It means peace. 2 means that an enemy has been discovered. 3 means said enemy is heading this way. 4 means that the beacon has been intruded. 5 means that a battle has begun. Jael expressed approval after hearing this. To make the beacon towers more conspicuous, Rak decided to build them on mountain ridges. After drawing, the beacon towers formed a defensive line. He asked Jael again, how long will it take to complete this? After a moment of thought, Jael answered, it can be completed within 5 years. 3 years later, the royal palace of the Black-Scale Kingdom was beginning to take shape. Those residents whose houses had been built started to retrofit their floors to replicate the palace's heating system. For the Lizardmen, overcoming the cold is of utmost importance. At this moment, Rak sat alone on the throne in the hall, pondering recent changes. The development of the Black-Scale Kingdom had been smooth, facing not too many troubles, but he knew well that maintaining a nation was harder than establishing one. It was not only necessary to guard against foreign enemies, but also to keep tight unity internally. Species other than humans harbored deep fears towards Lizardmen, and this fear was not wholly beneficial for ruling a nation. Isn't there a way to unite everyone's hearts? Isn't living on the same land enough? Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Yes, though they live on the same land, they are not living in the same time. Seeing the Lizardman in front of him, Rak stood up happily. Stargazer, weren't you already dead? Rak was very surprised and had many questions to ask him. However, Stargazer only raised his index finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, and indicated not to ask further. Rak understood that many secrets might be involved here, so he remained silent. What do you mean that we are not living in the same time? Stargazer didn't answer, but glanced outside through the door. Rak followed Stargazer out. It was a night dotted with stars. Do you see the same shape of stars whether you stand in Maganen, across the wilderness, on Leaner, or Satiros people's land? Rak gazed at the sky, realizing for the first time that every piece of sky looks different. The shape of the sky is the same, but everyone has their own time. But that's not enough, especially for you. As a king, you need to live in everyone's time. Rak pondered. Under Stargazer's hints, Rak gradually understood his meaning. That is to let everyone use unified time. However, Rak felt this plan was difficult to implement because other species harbored hostility towards the Lizardmen. Stargazer smiled, pointing at the stars in the sky. That's why I came back here. He pointed to the brightest star and said, the brightest one there is you. Then, he used his hand to connect the nearby stars in a line, symbolizing Rak's existence. Rak asked in confusion, what about those stars moving toward me? Stargazer compared them to Owen. It pauses briefly, then continues to spread new stories for you. After hearing Stargazer's explanation, Rak found it very interesting. He was was amazed that Stargazer could mention names relevant to them. After a while, Stargazer said, I need to leave now. I have been here long enough. I can feel our god calling me. However, Rakrak still had many questions he wanted to discuss with him. Aren't you curious how many kids I have? That's the business of the living. Then what about the afterlife? Can you tell me about it? That's the business of the dead. After saying this, his figure ascended into the sky, surrounded by a dazzling swarm of butterflies, and disappeared under the starry sky, along with the phantom of the blue insect god. Seeing this, Rakrak devoutly saluted the void in respect. Just then, a voice called his name, pulling him back as he opened his eyes. A servant stood beside him and said, It's time for the meeting. Your vassals have arrived. The morning sun shone through the cracks of the window, and Rakrak immediately ordered his servant to bring a large enough piece of paper and some charcoal. I want to depict the knowledge Stargazer brought. Meanwhile, an information window appeared in front of Nebula, indicating Third Continent Green Cidiac. The first calendar, the Hunting Star calendar, has been created. Seeing this information, Nebula was very pleased. He had been thinking about establishing a calendar since discovering Stargazer and didn't expect it to be realized so quickly. However, every time Stargazer spoke, Nebula's heart bled. The faith points are dropping like a waterfall, but having achieved this so quickly, Nebula also acknowledged Runda's contribution. Since his leaner tribe also supported the calendar, Runda nodded with a frown. Seeing this, Nebula encouraged her to cheer up. After all, this is the first calendar in the Lost World. Runda sighed helplessly. I just told one lie, and now I'm almost becoming your vassal. Regaining his composure, Nebula asked Runda what she needed. Runda's originally angry expression instantly became calm and serious. It seems a new force has emerged in the center of the continent. Nebula was puzzled. How can a new force emerge out of nowhere? I think it's another player. Her reasoning was based on a clash of civilization notifications she received. Two divided tribes have come into contact. Both tribes will experience a great increase in EXP. Warning, the opposing tribe possesses faith. Nebula fell into thought. This seems very unreasonable. It's impossible for a new player to appear in the center of the continent now. The game has been going for 22 years. A player who hasn't made any moves until now suddenly appeared. Runda and others tried to communicate with this new player, but were rejected. After a moment of contemplation, Nebula became skeptical of Runda's news. Where did you get this fake news from? Runda then sent him the information she had about the new player. You got the info I shared, right? This is from player AR-1026, whose main species is Nixon and has formed a loose alliance with me. She also sent this message to Krampus in Wisdom. Nebula looked at the information and felt it was highly improbable. He then asked, what's the new player's name? Runda said her name was strange, as if randomly typed out. The first is the Hanja Geo. We took the next two characters to call this player Geowubi. Nebula originally thought this might be a player seeking an unusual username, or just a system error, but what followed was truly baffling. The appearance of vampires in the world. He had played this game for so long and had never heard of a vampire race. With this, Nebula had to consider a possibility he didn't like, the existence of DLC. Strictly speaking, the Lost World they had previously played was not exactly the same as the current game. The key difference was the lack of graphical options. The options window was empty, with no configurable content items available. After listening to Nebula's explanation, Runda agreed. At this moment, Nebula suggested that a few others go ahead to scout because those vampires looked somewhat dangerous. Although the vampires seemed like a weakened version of zombies, they retained their own consciousness. Runda resisted a bit after hearing this. Currently, 5 of us have already split into 3 factions, and I really can't bring myself to approach AR. After all, she's an enemy to me. That's true. Okay, let's see each other again later. This left Runda puzzled. By then, after Runda left, Nebula continued to study the information before him. This is abnormal. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, 5 players opened their communication windows in sequence, clearly gathered together to discuss and decide on the sudden changes. They were discussing whether to invite Nebula. The man wearing a lion mask expressed his confusion. Do we really need Nebula's help? At that moment, a woman dressed in Rococo-style attire with a bridal veil spoke. After all, we can't invite Hegemonia because Hegemonia would use aid as a pretext to send troops. Next to the woman, the demon Krampus interrupted their conversation. In my view, Nebula and Hegemonia are the same kind of people, but Runda compared them and said, Nebula is somewhat easier to communicate with than Hegemonia. Well, if that's what you think. Meanwhile, a man with a star-shaped head reminded the group, we're in contact. The next instant, Nebula's window appeared before them. Everyone is looking for me. Didn't expect I'd be this popular. Hearing this, other players displayed annoyed expressions, because most of them had been disrupted by Nebula's insect army at one time or another, particularly Runda and Krampus, who suffered significant losses. Wisdom, whose face remained expressionless, spoke first. You should know why we've called you. Nebula then put on an act of feigning ignorance. I have a feeling, but it's not like predictions are always right. Seeing this, Runda clenched her fists. She had already told Nebula all the information before this meeting. This guy really has no shame. Wisdom got straight to the point. A player we call Geowubi has appeared with a race of vampires. Moreover, the vampires that only appeared in the Golden Eye Nation are now widespread across our 5 nations, forming a powerful force. Yes, I'm aware. Now that everyone was aware of the situation, Wisdom directly asked Nebula, are you willing to help us? Why should I help you? Nebula's response brought the meeting of the 5 players to a stalemate. At that moment, Runda was fuming internally. This bastard, here he goes again. Our food supply is unstable because locusts have attacked the fertile lands across the continent. We know you're the mastermind behind the locust swarm. Nebula boldly admitted to this, but the war that Runda and Krampus waged against me, hasn't that already ended? Zhangwan couldn't sit still any longer, interrupting the conversation. It wasn't even a proper war. Have you ever thought that we were going easy on you? Nebula saw Zhangwan's discontent, but remained indifferent. My point still stands. If you're pissed, come at me. Wisdom immediately told Zhangwan to calm down. Nebula is intentionally being arrogant. Don't get worked up. Is that really the case? If we're lucky, maybe we can drive away Geowubi's vampires on our own. But if we're unlucky, the vampires could develop into a bigger force. If it comes to that, we won't be able to negotiate for help. That's why we have to invite Nebula to join us. After hearing this, Nebula unreservedly affirmed his point of view. Indeed, but I could also just watch you slowly get destroyed. So, why should I help you? If our cooperation breaks down, it could become troublesome for you too, because dealing with one united person is harder than dealing with 5 fragmented individuals. Nebula looked at Wisdom without saying a word. Although he didn't remember the other players, he had a distinct memory of the ID Wisdom, who had been in the top 10 for several months during his peak. Thus, Nebula was aware that the gap in their capabilities wasn't very big, similar to his gap with Hegemonia. Nebula sighed helplessly. That's just your thinking. For me, dealing with one person is easy. So you mean you have no reason to help us? Are you saying you can't help us? That's not it. If I do help you, I need to receive the appropriate reward for it. What do you want? Nebula bluntly stated. I need 3 candle craftsmen, 3 glass craftsmen, 3 brick craftsmen, and 12 wagons of gold. Hearing this request, everyone was shocked. Such demands were indeed excessive, but Nebula did not back down. As I said before, if you're pissed, come at me. Helplessly, Wisdom asked Nebula to give them a few minutes to discuss. Then, Nebula's call was disconnected. Wisdom was a smart man. He knew how to persuade others. Sure enough, just 2.5 minutes later, they re-invited Nebula to the call and agreed to his terms, although they needed a few days to prepare. At that moment, Wisdom curiously asked, what's your plan to defeat Jill-Wooby and the vampires? You must have some plan in mind for you to have mentioned being rewarded. Nebula, resting his chin in his hand and staring at the screen, said, in mind? You're wrong. I've already started it. Months earlier, the Nixon were ravaged by the Knoll tribe. Some dark elves survived, but the Juman tribe's chiefess, Shaven's mother, was sacrificed. Her mother fought her life on the line and passed away, and the invisible root god chose another chief from a new family as a result of Shaven's family weakening. Now the new chief is trying to chase and kill them. Shaven felt ashamed before her mother and harbored resentment towards their god. She didn't know what her anger meant. Just then, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared before her. Shaven instinctively thought it was an assassin sent for her. Following this, the mysterious person threw something in front of her. To Shaven, who had been starving for days, these appeared like steaming bread and clean water. She began to devour them without hesitation. Shaven expressed that she was willing to do anything the stranger asked. Meanwhile, the mysterious person drew a sword from his waist and threw it on the ground. Shaven tried to resist, but her hands trembled uncontrollably as they reached for the sword. Realizing what was happening, Shaven understood that a new god had chosen her. I will do as you wish, blood and rotten meat god. Just then, a notification appeared. The blood and rotten meat god has chosen Chief Shaven. The first vampire has been born. Meanwhile, Nebula was looking at the vampires. With just 6 months of development, the vampires had amassed an army of 6,000, 4,000 of whom were combat ready. The first to suffer was player AR-1026, whose nation, Juman, lost its capital, and she was killed while possessing a creation. Nebula guessed her divinity level might now be only 4. If someone had helped AR-1026 eliminate the vampires when their forces were still small, perhaps things would have been different. It was only when other players realized the situation was uncontrollable that they decided to seek help from Nebula. Although it was late, they could still resist for some time. The vampire nation called White Fang, located in the center of the 5 players, mainly consisted of unmanaged weak groups. Their goal was clear, to seek revenge on the gods who had abandoned them, and these gods were the players before them. Hearing this, the players showed embarrassed expressions, but these problems were their own making and had nothing to do with Nebula. All Nebula needed to do was to tell them the 3 weaknesses of the vampires. Krampus was puzzled. Aren't there only 2? It was well known that vampires' weaknesses were sunlight and silver. Rhonda nodded in agreement, but Krampus quickly thought of a 3rd weakness. Vampires would gradually weaken with each generation. Nebula confirmed this, explaining that this was both a weakness and an advantage for the vampires. High-ranking vampires indeed had superior physical qualities, but their reactions to sunlight and silver were also much more intense. As generations passed, vampires' physical abilities would weaken, and some vampires became completely immune to sunlight and silver, but at the cost of their strength becoming ever weaker. At this moment, Wisdom didn't understand the meaning of Nebula's earlier words. Nebula had mentioned that he already started, but Wisdom, after observing, noticed that nothing recent had happened in the Black Scale Nation. I'm not the one who moved but them. The White Fang has started. The players were stunned. They clearly hadn't fully grasped Nebula's line of thinking. Nebula, unwilling to play riddles any longer, lightly clicked on the screen, displaying a map magnified in front of everyone. This is the vampires' 3rd weakness. They had divided their forces into 4 directions, deploying 1,000 men each. Immediately, Nebula divided the map into 4 parts for everyone to see. Rhonda was puzzled, as the content of these 4 maps was exactly the same. Nebula reminded her to pay attention to the dates. These are maps from 4 different periods. This means that the 4 vampire armies haven't moved for a long time. Maybe they are stopping to regroup. Would 4 armies rest at the same time? He further explained that vampire armies usually only pause briefly when pillaging villages, but these forces haven't moved since they last replenished their food supplies. Wisdom raised a question. How can you be sure they stopped for no other purpose? Nebula tapped his mask and said slowly, it's simple. You were wrong from the start by treating vampires as zombies. There is a crucial difference between vampires and zombies. That is, they still possess consciousness. Vampire society is divided into upper, middle, and lower classes, and some individuals are forcibly transformed into vampires. Every vampire must obey their superiors, but this obedience weakens as the hierarchical gap increases. Although others still looked puzzled, Wisdom seemed to understand Nebula's point. That means they lack justification. The core of vampire unity is their inherent obedience. Initially, to obey or to survive, they must harm others. To live, they had no choice. But with the establishment of the vampire nation White Fang, this dynamic changed. The environment in White Fang allows them to continue living even without harming anyone. They no longer have any justification to fight and only have vague subservience left. This means that some of the generals don't want to face losses. It's as you say, some people start daydreaming once they are full. Thus, other vampire generals learn to watch and wait, observing each other, waiting for someone else to make the first move. Meanwhile, Juenro was personally transformed into a vampire by Shaven. During the attack on the capital, he was fortunate to become a vessel for divine possession. Thus, Juenro Juenra became Shaven's most trusted general. At this moment, he was puzzled as he looked at the map, noticing that the other vampire generals had stopped moving. Just then, he sensed a disturbance outside the door. The next instant, a ray of sunlight suddenly shot in from behind the door. Fortunately, Juenra quickly blocked the attack with his hand. Then, he forcefully threw a dagger, hitting the Satyros's woman outside accurately, killing her instantly. When he looked down and saw the mirror on the ground, he realized that the sunlight had been reflected in. Following that, a man fully wrapped up entered. He was Shanghuan. Their relationship was like that of a general and his deputy. Juenra immediately shared his confusion with Shanghuan, who seemed to have already anticipated Juenra's perplexity. Not everyone will follow the will of the blood and rotten meat god. That's obvious. This Satyros was a follower of the life-proving god. However, Shanghuan seemed reluctant to delve deeper. He slowly shared his view. Some among the vampires do not believe in the blood and rotten meat god. Juenra responded angrily, but it was the blood and rotten meat god who helped us in our most difficult times. Not everyone wants to become a vampire. Although the vampire queen carefully chose the first generation of vampire generals, the selection might not have been as careful from the second generation onwards. Perhaps their choice not to attack is to conserve strength, preparing for future plans. Juenra's expression was complex. Clearly, this answer was hard for him to accept. After White Fang was founded, we must fight the other generals in order to conquer even better lands. To do that, we need to maintain new forces. That's why they don't want to advance first and face losses. Hearing this from Shanghuan, Juenra suddenly had an epiphany. Then, he decided to launch an attack after sunset, as he wanted to prove to the vampire queen that there were exceptional generals. As Nebula had predicted, among the vampire generals, only one would obey the vampire queen without question. If they act now, won't that weakness become useless? By understanding vampire behavior, we can predict their next moves. For example, we can set traps that make them think they have an excuse not to proceed. If we use this method to delay the vampire supplies, their army will quickly collapse. If vampires cannot get supplies everywhere, their army will disintegrate. Thank you, Starhead, for explaining so much to us. Wisdom corrected somewhat irritably. This isn't a star. Nebula looked puzzled. Then what is it? This is the great dodecahedron of the Kepler-Poinsot polyhedra. Hearing this, Nebula was silent for a moment, then apologetically said, "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." He secretly decided never to mention Wisdom's head again. Then, are you going to create social division so the army of vampires are broken up? The method is effective, but slow, and as their army dissolves, the damage spreads. So, instead, I'll regroup them. Shanghuan tilted his head curiously. Unify them? How? Nebula confidently answered, using myself as bait. Some guys are confident they can handle everything, then I'll give them a big slap in the face. Meanwhile, Juenra suddenly wakes up from his sleep because the soldiers report an enemy attack. He initially thought it was the Satyros's army, but found it was actually the Lizardmen. Just as the sun was about to set, the army of Lizardmen had already reached the vampire nation. Have you heard about Tatar? Of course, one soldier replied. Tatar is a warrior who defeated 10 trolls alone. Ur smiled, motivating his soldiers. Now, you also have the chance to surpass Tatar. The soldiers laughed at Ur's words, and one of them said, "But aren't you already a great general and an elite warrior? Do you know how to become an elite warrior? You need to be a bit greedy." The battle quickly began. Despite the vampires' large numbers, they seemed no match for the Lizardmen cavalry's charge. Juenra soon clashed with Ur, unafraid because he firmly believed the blood and rotten meat god would grant him strength. However, the battle between them quickly decided the victor. Ur raised the head of the last vampire he had slain and loudly declared to the soldiers, "I only killed 9 vampires because the other soldiers, after hearing about Tatar, desperately tried to kill more." The soldiers all laughed, and Ur continued, "This is the head of a vampire general, so it counts as 2, right?" But he was just joking. After all, keeping the soldiers' morale high was what mattered most. Soon, the news reached Shaven's ears. When Shaven heard the briefing, she couldn't believe her ears. General Juenra was dead, and about 400 vampires had died in battle. At this moment, Shaven was furious, but she was also puzzled. If the Lizardmen wanted to make a quick raid, they had to reduce their supply of military provisions, meaning they needed to obtain food locally. Suspecting that the Lizardmen had crossed so many nations to reach here, she wondered if the Lizardmen had formed an alliance with other nations. However, she quickly dismissed this idea. Shaven believed that Hukran Nation had no reason to help other nations. So, she speculated, was the king of Hukran Nation afraid of the rise of another major power? Although the Lizardmen had occupied many lands of the vampire kingdom, these places, even if occupied, would not truly belong to them. Shaven realized the current situation only after receiving intelligence from the scouts she had sent. Although she had already issued orders to the remaining 3 generals, their forces were still stagnant. Now, Shaven had to make a decision between 2 options. Was it to reorganize the remaining 600 defeated soldiers to face 300 Lizardmen, or call together the remaining 3,000 soldiers, making a force of 3,600 to counterattack Hukran Nation? But she knew the main strength of the Lizardmen was cavalry. They could continue to move around this domain without launching a direct attack. At this moment, Shaven was deeply conflicted. Just then, the blood and rotten meat god gave her an answer. A red moon hung in the eastern sky. Shaven understood. This was the guidance of the blood and rotten meat god. She immediately ordered her adjutant to gather all the soldiers. "We will attack Hukran Nation now." Just as Nebula planned, he successfully gathered the enemies in one place. But at this moment, other players felt puzzled. Are we supposed to perform a joint pincer attack on them? Although Nebula thought this was a good idea, he raised a crucial question. Do we have enough soldiers? Nebula's question left everyone momentarily speechless, as they had all suffered varying degrees of losses in previous battles. Although Zhangwan's troops could participate in the battle, they were too far from Nebula's Hukran Nation to be of immediate use. Only the forces of Krampus and Wisdom could truly be mobilized. However, Krampus could only send 500 people, and Wisdom's forces were even fewer, at only 300. Nebula deduced that if the vampires decided to attack Hukran Nation, they were more likely to target the fortress near the automation rather than crossing the wilderness. From the vampires' perspective, it was hard to avoid sunlight in the wilderness, while the mountain paths provided natural shade, and they could also raid villages along the way to replenish their blood supply. Therefore, Nebula suggested combining his 300 cavalry with the forces of Wisdom and Krampus to pursue the vampire forces from behind. After hearing this, Wisdom asked, "But if we are too far apart, how can we truly coordinate a joint attack? From the current situation, Hukran Nation must withstand the first attack alone. Do you think you can handle it?" Nebula's tone was filled with immense confidence. "Do you think I can't protect myself?" Wisdom shrugged. "As long as you think you can do it." Meanwhile, the other players were assigned their respective tasks. Everyone must do their utmost to eliminate the vampires within their territories. Xiangwan's troops need to recover the areas originally belonging to AR. It's not just about reducing the number of vampires, but more importantly, shaking their faith. However, what Nebula is most concerned about now is the player Jill Wubi. He has yet to utilize his resources, and the territory of Vampire Kingdom has become the largest in the third continent, with the number of vampires rapidly increasing. As a player, Jill Wubi's capabilities should not be underestimated. According to Nebula's calculations, his level might have already reached 17. Players gain a divine skill at level 16. This is the real reason Nebula fears him. If Jill Wubi really is at level 16 or above and remains composed until the end, things will become very troublesome, but it's not entirely without solution. Meanwhile, Shaven led an army of more than 3,000 vampires to the automation. However, the sight before her was disconcerting. The way to automation had already been transformed by Rakrak into a fortress that was easy to defend but hard to attack. The trees around had been cleared, leaving behind a hillside crisscrossed with trenches. The adjutant looked at the terrain and couldn't help but exclaim, only a honey badger could easily reach there. Unfortunately, they didn't have many resources at hand. Time waits for no one, and Shaven knew she had to act quickly. She immediately ordered to use the Lenars and trolls to approach the castle walls with large hammers to break them down. However, the adjutant reminded her that due to the terrain, if they attacked forcefully, at least half of their forces would be lost. Shaven pondered for a moment, thinking if they could make the slope gentler, it would facilitate the soldiers' movement. Suddenly, Shaven stopped in her tracks. A solution sprang to mind. If we wanted to make stairs, why do we, the vampires, have to do the work? Hearing this, the adjutant immediately understood her intent. Using slaves as meat shields for arrows not only reduces the enemy's combat resources, but also fills the slopes. More importantly, a rumor has recently begun circulating among the slaves. The 5 gods have abandoned them, but one god has not given up. Under Shaven's orders, batches of slaves were taken out. It's already the 3rd batch. At this moment, one of the rat people is terrified because they are next. Izan is among them. Although he already knows the outcome, he still feels powerless to resist. They are just vampires, slaves, and food, and their gods have long abandoned them. Otherwise, why would they allow vampires to torture them like this? The recent rumors, however, have given some slaves hope. It's said that the vampires will go to war with the Lizardmen, and perhaps the blue insect god of the Lizardmen will save them. As time passes, it's soon Izan's and his companions' turn. The other slaves are restless, anxiously looking at the situation in front of them, while Izan remains silent. Although it's just a rumor, he has to choose to believe it, because, aside from this faint hope, there is nothing else in his heart to cling to. Below the city, the bodies of slaves are piled up like mountains. Although this is within Izan's expectations, he is still deeply shocked when he actually sees it. Then, a vampire commander coldly says, "Your objective is simple. Run towards the gates of the Lizardmen's fortress. If the Lizardmen are the saviors as you believe, they will open the gates and save you." Izan hesitates between 2 choices, but he knows he is powerless. The road to the fortress requires turning 3 corners to reach the gate, but Izan notices that no one can get past the second bend. The vampires begin the countdown. All the slaves hesitate briefly. Izan looks at the bodies beside him, knowing he must run first. One of the rat people tremble, afraid to move forward. However, what meets him instead is the vampire's cold blade. The moment the countdown ends, everyone is forced to start running. Then, several arrows whiz past Izan. An arrow flies right past his ear. If he hadn't tripped accidentally, he would have been dead. However, the other slaves behind him are not so lucky. Shaven's satisfaction with the continuously running slaves made this plan seem like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It not only reduces the Lizardmen's arrow supply, but also uses the corpses to fill the slopes, and simultaneously intimidates other slaves. However, the adjutant is somewhat worried. What if the Lizardmen really open the gate? Shaven is unconcerned. The Lizardmen are not fools, but if they really do open it, it might also be a good thing for us. The blood and rotten meat god is the only savior of this land. All other gods are just our enemies. Meanwhile, Izan has reached the second bend. He is the first slave to get there. The arrows of the Lizardmen have stopped, but Izan just stands there dazed. He knows the Lizardmen are unlikely to open the gate for him. However, the vampires behind him loudly warn him, "If you don't move, we'll shoot you from behind." Now Izan is doomed either way. He can only move forward slowly. He doesn't understand why he must suffer like this. Why did he come to this world? Who can give him an answer? Just then, a blue butterfly flew up to him. The gate he thought would never open is now slowly opening for him. Time rewinds 2.5 minutes. The Lizardmen notice that the vampires are again sending unarmed slaves forward. The 3rd batch now. Quesel realizes the vampires' intent. They want to fill the slope with corpses to make their attack easier. Also, to achieve a quick decisive battle, the vampires have dispensed with surplus slaves. Rakrak agrees, but points out that there's a deeper reason. Ur has gone through countless battles across the lands dealing with vampires. Such victories will become symbolic and spread to other nations. Therefore, the enslaved slaves see a glimmer of survival. Now the vampires want us to shoot those slaves who pin their hopes on us. If we refuse to help, they will fall into despair. This strategy will lead to slaves completely losing the will to resist. Looks like their commander is wiser than we thought. No, that's not the case. Rakrak then ordered one of the guards to open the gate on his signal. Quesel, puzzled by the command, asked, "Are you planning to save them? Those people may not be slaves, but weapons that the vampires have been hiding. That's why we shot the first 2 batches to verify whether they really carried weapons. Even if we open the gate, we can only accept a few dozen of people." Rakrak smiles slightly. "Do you know why you lost to me last time?" Quesel, your computational ability and logic are excellent, but your vision is not far-reaching enough. Learn to see the big picture. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, a swarm of blue butterflies appears before Quetzal. The blue butterflies are seen as an oracle. Rakrak and Quetzal know the butterflies are not just there to inspire them before battle. More importantly, their god have agreed with Rakrak's approach, hence no one will oppose him. As the gate slowly opens, a boy is the first to rush in. Rakrak then walks towards the gate, while Quetzal draws the silver sword from his waist to check if the slaves are vampires. Rakrak reminds the soldiers not to aim at the slaves. As the gate opened, the vampires rushed in immediately behind it. However, Rakrak showed no intention of avoiding them. He slowly walked outside, grabbed a Nyx woman, and threw her into the fortress. Quetzal caught her inside. At that moment, a vampire from behind lunged at Rakrak. Rakrak turned around, extended his palm toward the vampire, and a blue light shot out from his hand. Immediately, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, lighting up the entire gate. Seeing this, Shaven muttered softly, "What a pity." Rakrak quickly retreated inside the gate. The adjutant behind him quickly apologized to Shaven. "This is all my fault. I thought they wouldn't open the gate, so we missed the opportunity." However, Shaven didn't blame him. She calmly said, "Continue the siege as planned." In her view, the vampire army had a clear advantage over other armies. That advantage was that they were composed of multiple races. The Lenars are fast and skilled with most weaponry, and the Kobolds are small and nimble, which makes it easy for them to dodge their arrows. The Trolls, due to their massive size, could not ride any animals, but this was precisely their strength. They could keep moving forward under attack, showing incredible resilience. The Nixon and Satyros were the main offensive forces of the vampire army. Although the third-generation vampires had reduced physical abilities, they retained the traits of their original races, which was the key to Shaven's success so far. Shaven estimated that there were about 2,000 Lizardmen inside the fortress, while she had 3,400 vampires, so she was confident she would win the battle. However, as Nebula had predicted, Shaven didn't know how to effectively capture the fortress. The fortress's defense design came from simulations between Rakrak and Jail, where they had already solved various potential problems. Meanwhile, the Trolls and Nixon took the lead in charging the fortress. Although the Nixon archers were excellent, the Lizardmen's bows had a longer range, and the height difference of the fortress provided a significant defensive advantage. Under the suppression of the arrow rain, the Trolls and Leaner's soldiers barely managed to hold on, attempting to climb the fortress walls. However, the Lizardmen were well prepared, facing the charge of the vampires. These physically strong vampires could withstand the arrow rain and reach the front lines of the fortress, but none could touch the gate. This was because a lightning lizard stood atop the fortress, and Rakrak only needed to extend his hand for the vampires who managed to get near the gate to be struck down by lightning. Rakrak, while smoking tobacco, looked down at the vampires lying on the ground, appearing completely at ease. He had simply used the necessary force to end this assault. Below, the vampires had all fallen, their bodies scattered across the battlefield. In this wave of attack, the vampire army lost 600 soldiers. However, Shaven insisted on continuing the assault. She swore to capture the fortress and destroy the Lizardmen. At this time, the bodies of the dead vampires piled up the slope, even filling it in. This sight terrified the remaining soldiers, who began to hesitate whether to continue charging, with some even turning to flee. To curb the fleeing behavior, the vampire general immediately executed a deserter to deter the others. Nebula observed the situation, knowing that whether Shaven chose to continue attacking or retreat, it would result in massive losses. If Shaven were a calmer commander, she might accept the reality of not being able to capture the fortress and choose to retreat. Is her fanaticism blinding her? At this moment, Nebula was more concerned that the player Jill Wooby might intervene in the battle. He suspected that Jill Wooby was waiting for Shaven's forces to be completely exhausted before launching his own abilities. However, it seemed that Jill Wooby had not noticed the turmoil happening at the rear of the army. Shaven watched the battle unfold far worse than expected and was furious. If she continued, she might lose all her soldiers. However, just then, a soldier hurriedly reported, "The Trolls and Satyros have joined forces with the Lizardmen." Upon hearing this, Shaven felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. She knew this was the enemy's tactic, but she was unwilling to retreat. "We've already lost so many soldiers. Instead of thinking about retreating, let's figure out how to take down the castle." However, just then, drops of blood fell onto the table. She wiped her nose with her hand and discovered it was nosebleed, making her expression even darker. Due to the slow and gentle heartbeat of vampires, Shaven had never experienced a nosebleed since becoming a vampire. Could this nosebleed be some sort of ominous omen? At the same time, the adjutant's call interrupted Shaven's thoughts. What has happened now? The slaves have revolted. Back then, the fourth batch of slaves had been brought back because the Lizardmen opened the gate. However, these returning slaves brought back shocking news. The blue-haired slave told everyone, "I saw blue butterflies. The Lizardmen opened the gate for us. Some of the slaves have entered the castle." However, many of the slaves were skeptical about this. They couldn't understand why the Lizardmen would do such a thing. "I'm not sure, but no matter the reason, I am going to fight." The rumors might be true. Vampires would eventually be defeated by the Lizardmen. Instead of helplessly waiting for death, let's resist together. Maybe we still have a chance to survive. His words sparked the slaves' desire to live. Their fighting spirit was completely ignited. Just as the vampires sent people to check the situation, the slaves had already begun to resist on a large scale. The adjutant urgently reported to Shaven, "This is no small matter. All the slaves have completely broken into chaos." Shaven was seething with anger, but quickly regained a strange calm and asked, "When you say all, do you mean all 1,200 of them?" "Yes, all of the slaves. The guards watching over them were all attacked. Although most of the slaves are unarmed, we don't have enough soldiers to stop them from leaving the camp. You have swords and spears, yet you can't stop unarmed slaves. The number of slaves in the camp far exceeds that of the soldiers, and these slaves are strangely hostile. Compared to usual, they don't care that they might die and are diving in to steal weapons." Hearing this, Shaven realized that Rakrak anticipated this when he opened the gate. At that moment, the adjutant called to Shaven again, but noticed her nose was bleeding. "This cannot be the will of our god. I don't believe the god who chose me would treat me like this." Then, Shaven calmed down and ordered, "Tomorrow, deploy all soldiers to take down the fortress." "Lord Shaven, what about the slaves? If we send our soldiers outside to to attack the fortress and leave these fleeing slaves behind? Could they pose a greater threat from behind? If the enemy surrounds us, we surely won't hold out. I never said to let them escape. The adjutant, puzzled and about to ask further, was abruptly bitten by Shaven. Shaven's sharp teeth pierced the adjutant's artery, and blood sprayed from the bite. The adjutant, terror-stricken, fell to the ground motionless. After this, Shaven seemed much clearer mentally. It seems I need to replenish my blood, probably because of my nosebleed. Then, Shaven glanced coldly at the generals present and said, "Do you still need me to personally dispatch troops to suppress the slaves?" A general immediately stood up, nervously stating, "There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I will use the station soldiers to prevent the slaves from escaping." Shaven affirmed this and turned to another general, commanding coldly, "From now on, you are my new adjutant. Go fetch my armor now. I will personally open the gate." Meanwhile, the vampires are resisting the rebel slaves. Seeing this, Quetzal was puzzled. Could it be that our reinforcements have arrived? Our reinforcements are still far from here. Moreover, vampires don't need torches, so it must be the slaves who've caused this ruckus. But why would the slaves rebel at this time? Rakrak smiled slightly. It'd be good to assemble the cockatrice warriors. Rakrak then posed another question. What if the vampires don't send soldiers to stop the slaves' rebellion? Quetzal felt this hypothesis was absurd. How could that be? If that were the case, they would surely try to resolve the issue once and for all quickly. Correct. If it's confirmed that all slaves have betrayed them, the enemy will have to face being attacked from both front and back. Their only way to break through the gate might depend on their deity. After saying this, Rakrak's gaze shifted to directly in front of the fortress. At this moment, Shaven, holding a sword, slowly walked towards the Lizardmen's castle. She shouted loudly, "Rakrak, if you are not afraid, come out and fight me one-on-one." Upon hearing this, Quetzal immediately turned to Rakrak and asked, "Will you fight? If I don't, the vampires will use the power of their god to destroy the gate. They are desperate." Before leaving, Rakrak reminded Quetzal, "The slaves will soon appear from behind the vampires. When that happens, send out the cockatrice warriors to join forces with them and eliminate the vampires." Meanwhile, Shaven was calculating her plan. Once Rakrak opens the gate and appears, the big weasels will immediately charge. Without the gate as a defense, they will also lose the advantages brought by the fortress and the terrain. However, things did not go as Shaven had planned. Rakrak, riding a majestic cockatrice, stood imposingly atop the castle walls. This scene left Shaven dumbfounded. "How did you get up there on that?" Rakrak, with a smile on his face, responded, "Don't you know that a winged cockatrice can fly?" With his command, Rakrak and his cockatrice soared into the air and dove towards the ground. The cockatrice's talons aimed directly at Shaven, while Rakrak brandished his long spear. At the moment when Shaven's sword clashed with Rakrak's spear, she was knocked back by the immense force. Although Shaven's physical prowess could match most cavalrymen, she hadn't anticipated Rakrak being so powerful. Before she could fully react, Rakrak had already turned his spear around for a powerful strike aimed at her head. Shaven had no chance to use her fangs, nor could she get close to Rakrak. She could only struggle to maintain her footing and try not to be knocked back. Rakrak was no ordinary cavalryman, and with the swift cockatrice, his combat effectiveness was impeccable. Riding it, Rakrak was a powerful 21-level warrior. Meanwhile, the slaves had successfully defeated the vampire general. They armed themselves and began attacking the enemy from behind. Victory seemed within reach. At this moment, a message popped up on Nebula's panel. Player Jill Wooby requests a whisper. If it were any other player, Nebula would not entertain such a request, especially now with the tense situation in the battlefield. He would at least wait until after killing Shaven to consider having a conversation. However, the caller was an extremely suspicious player, Jill Wooby, a mysterious figure who appeared years after the game started and controls the unprecedented race vampires in the game. After a moment's hesitation, Nebula accepted the whisper. The face that appeared on the screen was an ugly face stitched together from various skins. Nebula couldn't help but comment, "What a weird taste." The other party remained silent, making the atmosphere awkward for a time. Nebula was the first to break the silence. "How should I address you? So far, I've been calling you Jill Wooby. Is that okay?" Jill Wooby remained silent. "If you have nothing to say, then I'm hanging up." It was then that the other's mouth slowly began to move, with a low tone. "Do you think you've won?" Nebula responded without hesitation. "Of course. What else?" Jill Wooby sneered, slowly saying, "You're wrong. You will lose." Nebula didn't understand where Jill Wooby's confidence in predicting his defeat came from. From the current situation, Shaven was doomed to fail. However, Jill Wooby interrupted his thoughts, coldly saying, "I'm not talking about those unintelligent, foolish, and lowly things. Are you talking about the battle currently taking place between Rakrak and Shaven? If you descend, I can descend too." Jill Wooby once again denied his view, stammering, "No, you can't change anything in this world." Nebula was momentarily confused. If the opponent really was a player, especially one from Earth like Nebula, their tone should be filled with anticipation for victory. However, Jill Wooby's words sounded more like stating a fixed fact. Nebula cannot change anything. He decided to try to provoke Jill Wooby to extract more information. "I believe I will win, and then I will be able to open up all civilizations. I will build temples in every city and excavate all ancient ruins." Jill Wooby was obviously angered, raising his voice angrily. "That power does not belong to you. It belongs to us." Nebula instantly caught a key point. "He used us." This implies that Jill Wooby might not be a player. Nebula followed up, "Just what is your identity?" "We are the masters of this world. Everything you owe us, we will take back." After that, Jill Wooby ended the call. This guy's every move was bizarre, leaving Nebula bewildered. However, Nebula decided to set aside his doubts and focus on the situation at hand. Just as he was about to intervene in the battle, suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the void. Seeing this, Nebula was stunned. Meanwhile, Rakrak chopped off one of Shaven's arms, and his cockatrice snatched the limb in its beak. Rakrak then poised his spear and said to Shaven, "The battle should end now." Saying this, he charged at Shaven. However, just at this critical moment, Rakrak suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He immediately stopped the cockatrice action. The next second, a beam of light suddenly appeared between Shaven and Rakrak. When Rakrak looked up, he saw a giant hand holding a massive sword. The giant was too immense to see clearly. Only a vague outline was visible. Through the darkness, the deep red eyes were distinctly visible. Rakrak understood that this was the god of of vampires. Rakrak, the Lizardman, was now facing a giant hundreds of meters tall. Nebula, watching this scene, realized that this was manifestation. This is a skill unlocked only when a player reaches level 16, allowing them to customize the appearance of a deity, with the combat ability depending on the environmental conditions of the deity's location. Looking at this gigantic figure, Nebula realized that even summoning his powerful creation, Shradis, to the battlefield would merely be scratching an itch. Meanwhile, Rakrak was commanding the soldiers within the city, issuing an order: evacuate the city. This was a very wise decision. Facing a giant nearly 100 meters tall, even if thousands of people fired together, the end result would be futile. However, Nebula was aware that manifestation, compared to descent, required a lot more faith points, but there was no ceremony held now, meaning Jielwubi did not make sacrifices, and the giant had to draw offerings from surrounding creatures to sustain itself. The giant hesitated not at all to reach towards the direction of vampires and slaves, indiscriminately grabbing and devouring everything. Seeing this, Shaven's eyes widened in disbelief, her smile frozen in place. The giant's hand swept across the battlefield, revealing their god's indifference to friend or foe as he gorged on blood and flesh. In that moment, she understood that he was no different from her. With that thought, Shaven laughed loudly. Meanwhile, Nebula analyzed the situation, realizing he might lose some Lizardmen. Jielwubi could quickly restore faith points by devouring, but this would drastically reduce the number of Lizardmen in the city. If Shaven survives and captures the city, relying on the remaining forces, she would be unable to fully utilize the mountain fortress's advantages. Jielwubi clearly wasn't foolish. He would leave part of his army and might let Shaven roam the continent to somehow increase her military power again. This would cause more trouble for other players, but these were not within Nebula's considerations. At this moment, Rakrak was quickly commanding the soldiers to evacuate the city. He didn't know when the evil deity would strike, but he had to be prepared. Quetzal stepped forward, offering to stay behind to stall the enemy. However, Rakrak immediately rejected his proposal. What kind of leader abandons his warriors and flees first? For Quetzal, Rakrak was not just their leader, but also their king and the beacon guiding the Lizardmen forward. But Rakrak didn't think his life was more precious than that of other soldiers. Just then, an explosion erupted nearby. He suddenly realized that sacrificing himself would plunge the nation into chaos. At this time, Rakrak and Jael had 3 children, and their future was the hope of the Black Scale Nation. I think I'm not fit to be king. That thing hasn't even filled half of his stomach yet, and not even half of the Lizardmen have been evacuated. Yet Rakrak showed no signs of backing down, his gaze steady on the evil deity's movements. If it continues to live, that vile vampire queen will surely survive by chance. Then, this war could drag on for years, even longer. Quetzal stood in front of Rakrak, trying to persuade him, but ultimately, we will win. It's a victory bought at a great cost, but still a victory. Rakrak just looked deeply at Quetzal and then said, Quetzal, you still need to learn a bit more about math. Quetzal hadn't yet reacted when Rakrak grabbed him by the collar and flung him behind him. By the time he steadied himself and turned around, Rakrak was already charging down the slope on his cockatrice. Seeing this, Nebula's face showed deep concern and disbelief. Why does he have to do something so foolish? I should just control him directly with descent. Nebula opened the interface for the descent skill, trying to forcibly take over Rakrak's actions. However, a system prompt popped up. Your high priest is resisting the descent skill. Would you like to force use? Nebula clenched his teeth and eventually chose to cancel. He knew that if he used descent forcibly, Rakrak will be frozen for a moment, and he might die during that time. Meanwhile, Rakrak finally had a clear view of the immense creature. This must be the true form of their god. It looks absurdly strong. The evil deity slowly raised a giant arm, the massive hammer in its grasp aimed directly at Rakrak. With quick reflexes, Rakrak dodged the hammer's fierce swing. At this time, Nebula's heart was on edge. Rakrak, what are you doing? Run away. Just then, a swarm of red butterflies appeared in front of Rakrak. Blue butterflies symbolize good fortune. Thus, red ones are seen as an ill omen. This was Nebula's first use of red butterflies, and he believed Rakrak would understand his message. However, Rakrak ignored the warning of the red butterflies, bypassing them and pulling his bow to aim at the giant. Damn it, Rakrak ignored my hint. The arrow struck the giant's face like a toothpick, which was inconsequential to the giant and only enraged Jielwubi further. Another giant hand raised a massive sword, slashing down at Rakrak. Rakrak, do you know what you're doing? You can win this fight if you just retreat. Return to the palace. You can live with Jael, the warriors, and your children. For the next decades, no warrior would dare challenge your throne. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Would you like to sponsor faith resources to the battle? Without hesitation, Nebula pressed the yes button. Instantly, Rakrak unleashed lightning at Jielwubi. Though powerful, the lightning required divine power to cause significant damage to Jielwubi. Nebula tried using the descent skill again, but it was still rejected by Rakrak. Is this it? Some of the Black Scale Tribe warriors will disobey the chief's orders when necessary. Is that why you, the chief, is also going against God's will with your own decisions? Using your one life to save more lives. Is that your damn math? Thinking that fighting him would decrease his manifestation time? You're saying victory isn't everything? At that moment, Rakrak used the arrow as a springboard to leap into the air. At the same time, he said to Buzz, old friend, do me a favor. Rakrak needed to borrow Buzz's power, continuously gathering strength, his spear wrapped in intense electrical currents, shimmering with a light as blinding as the sun. Then, this spear of thunder struck straight at the giant's head, instantly illuminating the entire land. However, Jielwubi is a deity. How could a mere ant shake him? Following that, Jielwubi picked up his giant hammer and slammed it down hard on Rakrak. Thus, Rakrak of the Black Scale Tribe, the Hand Hunter and Lizardmen of Thunder, the first chosen one and the chief of the Black Scale Tribe, the founding king of Hukaran and Great Thunder Dragon King, the model of Lizardmen, and the one who opened the path, and he who was more like a king than anyone else, who was known to be good at figures, fell. A notification box appeared. Your high priest Rakrak has died. You have lost EXP. After Rakrak was killed by Jielwubi was furiously swinging his giant hammer, wildly venting his anger. Nebula, standing in the background, clenched his teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. His mind went blank, and he fell into a brief stupor. However, he soon regained his composure and calmed his emotions. No, it's okay. The death of a high priest is acceptable. In fact, he had anticipated that something like this might happen. Therefore, Nebula had previously appointed Weekyung as the successor to the priest. Although there was indeed a loss of experience points, the divinity level had only dropped by 1 level. More importantly, Nebula still had the afterlife at his disposal. He only needed to summon Rakrak's soul there, and not everything was over. Meanwhile, the notification box indicated Rakrak, who was respected by everyone, has died. Many are sad about Rakrak's death. Is someone teasing me? However, Nebula was suddenly stunned by a message window that appeared before him. Entity Rakrak has been enthroned as Apostle. Apostle Rakrak has obtained a divinity level. At this moment, Nebula almost doubted whether there was something wrong with his eyes. Rakrak became an apostle. Apostles are the beings that assist deities. When a god's creation grows, or when special beings like dragons become followers of a god, they have the opportunity to evolve into apostles. Sometimes normal entities can grow and become apostles, and this is called ascension. Apostles receive their own divinity, not only obeying the commands of their god, but also leading the spread of the faith. Nebula still couldn't believe it all, because he knew the conditions for ascension had not all been met. He could not infer the first 3 conditions, but he was sure the 4th condition had not been reached. According to the game rules, a player's divinity level must reach at least 21 to raise the limit of faith points to 1 million. But now, Nebula's divinity level is only 11, and he can only have up to 100,000 faith points. Thinking of his divinity level, Nebula hurriedly opened the panel to check his faith points. This look left him completely dumbfounded. The faith points were rapidly increasing. Compared to the speed of increase in faith points, the amount of faith points consumed to summon an apostle was even more astonishing. How is this possible? Where are all these faith points coming from? He quickly turned his gaze back to the center of the battlefield. At that moment, Jil-Woobi was still lashing at Rakrak's body. However, in the face of the evil god, not a single person fled. The black-scale lizardmen, the vampire's slaves, even the vampires of White Fang Nation were all praying for Rakrak. But even so, their prayers were not enough to generate such a massive number of faith points. Quickly, Nebula realized something. He seemed to have overlooked a crucial point. This was not the Lost World game of the past. Those windows were just a facade to maintain the appearance of the game. When faith will surpass the quantifiable limits of the system, errors may occur. At this moment, the rapidly increasing faith points were the best proof. So, am I witnessing a miracle that transcends the system's scope? Just then, another message window popped up. Your apostle Rakrak is requesting advent. Will you permit? Does Rakrak want to come back for revenge? Becoming an apostle is indeed a good thing, but I can't send him there just for revenge. Nebula opened Rakrak's character panel, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He is indeed very powerful. The abilities and skills of an apostle reflect the reputation and various titles they accumulated throughout their life. Becoming an apostle means becoming a legendary figure in epic tales. Nebula finally pressed the yes button. Do your best, Rakrak. Meanwhile, as the last Lizardman evacuated the fortress, all the Lizardmen successfully retreated. Quetzal watched these fleeing Lizardmen and said, "This is all thanks to Lord Rakrak. His sacrifice secured everyone's safety." But Quetzal didn't know how to break the news of Rakrak's death to jail. Up until now, many on the continent have been fighting just to fill their stomachs, but Rakrak has left an indelible, significant mark on this land. The only regret is that Rakrak didn't defeat the evil god. As everyone fell into silence, a clap of thunder broke the quiet. Quetzal looked up at the sky. However, there were only sparkling stars filling the void. No thunder could possibly be there. Then, a dazzling yellow beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing precisely where Jil-Woobi had hammered. People couldn't look directly at the blinding light of the beam, and they didn't even know what had happened. Seeing this, Jil-Woobi immediately swung his giant hammer at the beam. However, just before the hammer touched the ground, it seemed to hit something indestructible and was directly bounced back. At that moment, the entity that Jil-Woobi was attempting to strike finally revealed its true form. A lizardman, surrounded by golden lightning, appeared at the center of the beam. The lizardmen recognized him immediately. It was Rakrak. He went through all that and didn't die. Jil-Woobi seemed unable to accept that Rakrak had been resurrected. "You dare, a mere mortal." He swung all his sword at Rakrak. However, as the sword were about to touch Rakrak, he turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through Jil-Woobi's body. This left Jil-Woobi utterly baffled. Before Rakrak died, he couldn't leave a mark on me at all. At this time, Rakrak's character panel shows Warrior level 6, King level 6, Apostle level 13, Strength 167 plus 13D, Intelligence 155 plus 13D, Camaraderie 132 plus 13D, Will 287, Leadership 115, Deception 82, and Patience 74. Rakrak's priest level has been transformed into an apostle level, and his capabilities have been unimaginably enhanced. Victory, victory! Rakrak has finally defeated the evil god. At the moment Rakrak ascended to become an apostle, his abilities received an epic enhancement. There's no other way. The high priest levels were transferred to apostle. Since apostle possesses divinity, those levels include the divinity stat for his attributes. However, from an attribute perspective alone, this is no enough to face the level 16 manifestation of Jil-Woobi, as Jil-Woobi's divine attributes were 3 levels higher. But attributes were only part of an apostle's abilities. The true strength of apostles lay in their unique skills. The titles and fame that Rakrak obtained while he was alive are reflected in the form of skills for the apostle. Earlier, the massive hammer attack had been blocked by First-Hand Hunter. Just then, Jil-Woobi aimed an arrow at Rakrak, but Rakrak raised his hand in front of him. Then a giant golden bow manifested beside Rakrak. The skill weapon creation could produce any weapon he desired. Jil-Woobi fired the massive arrow towards Rakrak, and he responded by activating another skill, the Lizardmen of Thunder. By consuming faith, it allows him to use a thunder attack skill. Rakrak then unleashed the powerful bolt of lightning towards Jil-Woobi. Seeing the golden lightning, Jil-Woobi began to panic. Rakrak's lightning struck down on top of Jil-Woobi's head. Do you think I will lose to a mere apostle? An apostle who just obtained divinity. Meanwhile, Rakrak channeled his power, effortlessly dodging the giant spear that was thrown. He flew overhead Jil-Woobi, surging with electricity Rakrak reeled back his own spear. Everyone watching Rakrak cheered for him. Chief of the black-scaled tribe, king of Ukraine, the one who opened up the path. Rakrak is currently earning an apostle's faith based on his camaraderie and charisma. And once you add the first chosen, which increases his stats proportionally to the faith resource he's obtained, Rakrak charged right towards Jilwubi while enveloped in electricity. This means that the more people pray for Rakrak, the stronger he gets. Rakrak, exterminate the evil. The golden lightning, carrying everyone's hope, flew towards Jilwubi's head. Golden light pierced the evil god's body. Seeing the decapitated evil god, everyone was filled with awe. After a short pause, everyone started to cheer for Rakrak, for he had defeated an immensely powerful evil god. Lord Rakrak, Quizzle bowed to his king. Quizzle, I have to leave now. What do you mean? But you just won. I definitely died, and this is the way of the heavens. Shouldn't you at least say your final goodbyes at the palace? Quizzle, the heavens won't take that lightly. Realizing this, Quizzle began to tear up. Take this spear. I shall leave behind the spear that killed the evil god in Ukraine. It's a divine object, so handle it carefully. Even if I leave, I will protect Ukraine as an apostle of our god. I will ensure that the name of Rakrak is never forgotten from this land. That isn't so important, Quizzle. You already understood my intentions before, so I'll leave the rest to you. Of course, I shall carry out your will. With that, Rakrak dissolved into golden lights, and so, the evil god disappeared. Some of the remaining vampires surrendered, while others scattered into small groups. Shaven, who lost his divine powers, was captured by his subordinates and handed over to Ukraine, and so time passed. It is 137 years later. It is King Anpyong's 23rd year of governance. In Ukraine's capital, Orizon, inside a library in the palace. You mean the third prince should be appointed crown prince? Indeed, that is what I meant. That is breaking tradition. It has been the same way for 100 years now. There have been a few exceptions before. Is it such a shock this time? Dinan, the hunting minister of the right cabinet, proposed. The first prince may be lazy when it comes to academics and prefers to play around, but that is not reason enough to pass on the position of crown prince. Wee Moon, the leader of the left cabinet, rebutted. Dinan continued by telling Wee Moon about a rumor of the first prince shooting thugs in the streets. That behavior could be problematic as a king. The current king has been sick for a long time, saying things like that could worsen his condition. If that's the case, then it would be best if you give a hint of this idea beforehand, so he does not get surprised. Wee Moon. This response shocked Wee Moon. Appeal to him that I am going to oust the first prince at the imperial conference tomorrow and try to instate the third prince as the crown prince. What are you talking about, Dinan? How many chances does he think he'll get? Does he want to make it obvious that he is not a noble? After King Rakrak's death, the throne remained with his descendants. Though some kings excelled, none matched Rakrak's legacy, and many were subpar. The current ruler, King Anpyong, had maintained national peace but achieved little in 10 years. Thus, succession issues arose among the royal family. Impressive, Your Highness. I shall ask you a question next. You've read every book in the first library, so I must ask about the direction of your future studies. Ravine Quez, the teacher of the princes, queried, what's your favorite book? The question was direction to Kyle Lark Orizon, the third prince who was just 12 years old. Must I pick only one? Ravine encouraged him to answer sincerely, asking for a simple explanation as to why he liked the texts. First, I really enjoyed Owen's travel diary, as it explains the countless places and species I've never seen before. It is a travel diary from storyteller Owen, a lizard man who lived during Rakrak's generation. Owen traveled to all sorts of places, leaving 9 travel journals before moving westward. There were no other records after this, and so the 10th travel journal was named the Book of Illusions. Ravine smiled. Owen's stories fascinated all children. The others are Zale's algebraic theory and Orizon's architectural design, which greatly shocked Ravine. Zale was known to be a mathematician and architect of her time. She was foundational towards the development of mathematics and architecture of their time, and she was the supervisor of the 4-water wheel, and even designed the capital city of Orizon. The part that surprised Ravine was that those books are full of complicated numbers and floor plans, so it meant that Kyle felt the architect's feelings by reading those books, ones that even scholars have a hard time comprehending. I also enjoyed your ancestor Quizzle's book on ethics. The book had a habit of repeating the phrase. Rakrak said this as well, but it has a good amount of thought on ethics. Ravine was further impressed that a young child is able to regard morality as important, which is a kingly virtue to have. I also liked yours Battle in the Plains, Cyran Mule's Night Sky, and Rakrak's How to Read the Sky. And so, Kyle continued to discuss the books he has read. Ravine could only ponder that it is such a shame that he is not the crown prince, that his knowledge will be of great use. But teacher Ravine, can I ask you something as well? Tell me, can I become king? Stunned, Ravine spilled his tea. Have you mentioned this to anyone else? No, I have not. Yet Kyle pressed, awaiting an answer, aware of the risks. Leifin remained silent. The crown prince position has already been decided. If Prince Kyle becoming the crown prince means ousting Prince Basin, the first prince, just the mention of this would deem Prince Kyle as a traitor. This is a very difficult question. Your Highness, do you wish to become king? I'm not sure if I want to, but I thought it might be good for me to become king. What do you mean? Good for who? Good for the people. Meanwhile, a game of Go has ended between the players. We'll play stone flicking instead. Runda, you should just accept the results. Why are you there again? Elder, we're playing chess. What? While he was playing with me? So you're saying I lost to someone who was playing multiple games at once? I gave you guys such a good report and you aren't giving me info back. It's been 100 years of stagnation. Not a lot has changed. Well, you were going to find out sooner or later, but change might be coming. The 2 other players looked at Nebula curiously. Yes, that is right, but after losing another time at Go, Runda ended the call. What exactly was the sign of change you mentioned? I'm not a double agent, so can't you tell me? Nebula revealed Kyle, the third prince, to Elder, and showed his status window to her. Level 0, low strength and camaraderie, but 107 points in intelligence. This was truly a rare existence for a level 0 character. An intelligence score of 60 is already considered a genius, but to exceed 100 was unprecedented. I'm sure this occurrence won't be seen again for decades to come. After the war between Ukraine and the White Fang Nation, a stagnation for a century was what followed. Other than discovering ancient relics, killing monsters, and obtaining minor small godly domains, national boundaries barely changed. Players had focused primarily on internal management. meaning this kind of stagnation is inevitable in Lost World. Besides the primary species chosen during expansion, appeasement policies were necessary, so players could integrate other species into their nation. The integration of multiple races within the Black Scale Kingdom had caused various issues, large and small. It may not have been recorded, but there were 6 revolutions in Hukryn history. However, the coexistence with vampires was the most difficult issue. After Rakrak killed the evil god, slaves from the White Fang Nation and even vampires sought to join Hukryn. But integration with vampires was challenging, since vampires required blood to survive. 4th-generation vampires could survive on animal blood, but the 2nd and 3rd-generation vampires could not. Thus, the vampires made a surprising choice. Aligning with Rakrak and the blue insect god's ideals, they chose to starve rather than cause suffering. Over 1,000 vampires dug caves near the Lizardmen's fortresses, sealing themselves inside. Some fled, some couldn't resist temptation, but ultimately, 1,000 vampires starved themselves to death. Blue insect god, while it is true that they have sinned, if they are reflecting on that sin and want to be punished themselves, I believe that you should pity and forgive them. Zale bowed down, begging the blue insect god to hear their intentions, and Nebula did hear it and has chosen to forgive them. And so, the area became known as the Sitting Buddha Valley, becoming one of the sanctuaries of the Night Sky Order, becoming a symbol of repentance and atonement. It became proof that even if you weren't a Lizardman, the blue insect god would embrace you if you had true faith. After that, the blue insect god was now known as the Night Sky. It became a faith that embraces many species, not just the Lizardmen. Nebula kept a close eye on Kyle because he was key to upcoming changes. Civilization progresses only alongside matching technologies and inventions. No invention occurs in isolation, as each innovation sparks another. To Nebula, Kyle represented a sign of change. With this level of intelligence, it's suitable for discovering new technologies. If he becomes king, he'll have the influence to bring important inventions all over Hukryn. The current government structure in Hukryn isn't ideal. The left cabinet, for internal affairs, is open to all species, but the right cabinet, the ones with administrative influence, are monopolized by Lizardmen, and it has been this way for a long time. However, stagnant water is bound to rot. This division between the species should be solved by the new king, but still, he is not the crown prince. That is true. The first son, Basin, enjoys himself, but that is not enough to oust him, which makes it more difficult to make Kyle the king. It would have been easier if I just send down an oracle and intervene with the royal succession, but it's best that divine intervention is not involved when it comes to this matter, so an indirect approach would be much better. What kind of approach? Nebula revealed his plan to Elder, but she was still indifferent. You are quite overconfident with Kyle's intelligence. I think it will work. Do you want to make a bet? Meanwhile, back at the castle, inside a large pen, the guardian dragon of Orizon, Manon, is sleeping. The one that was companion to the founder of the nation, Rakrak. Manon, as a drake that does not die of old age, has grown to an enormous size. He is 25 meters long and estimated to be 150 years old. The palace views him as a hindrance due to his maintenance. As such, the people of the palace wanted to release him elsewhere, or that he be offered as a sacrifice. But Manon's existence meant a lot to the history of the sovereignty, and they ultimately chose to keep him. Fortunately, all he did was sleep and eat well in peace, but that was about to change. He excitedly rose, recognizing a familiar figure. Long time no see. Manon, have you been doing well? Manon grew ecstatic upon seeing his beloved master again. Restless after a 150-year slumber, Manon recognized the blue butterfly, recalling happier times with his master. But Manon always hesitates at the fence, reluctant to cause trouble since the Lizardmen would always make a fuss and pushed him back. But this boring routine was about to change. I wondered what strange task God assigned me, but it'll surely be fun. It's good to see you, Manon. Let's see if you're still as sharp as before. Manon didn't understand, but remembered the gesture as the signal to play hide and seek. Happily wagging his tail, he broke through the wooden fence eagerly. The next day, news quickly spread. Did you hear the big explosion yesterday? I did, but I thought it wasn't a big deal. It's quite the opposite. Manon has escaped to the ancestral mountains. Does this not matter to you? Aren't you the hunting minister? So what if I am? His Majesty is asking to catch Manon before the morning meeting. Since it's related to Beast, it should be you who has to prepare. Dinan was shocked. The hunting minister prepares hunts for nobles' entertainment. Catching Manon is a different story. It seems like I've been given the dirty work again. Feeling troubled, Dinan left the morning meeting early to handle the crisis. The palace didn't allow for a hunting expedition team. They were only going to lend him the palace guards for assistance. Yet Dinan knew Manon could easily crush all palace guards. Since Manon was essentially a beast, he could likely be lured back with food. The real problem was how many injuries would occur during capture. Seeing his own hands, Dinan felt doomed. He felt like it was a miracle that he was able to join the right cabinet as a lizard man with white scales and wasn't of noble descent. So if things go wrong, he'll surely get blamed for the damages and be ousted from the right cabinet. Dinan arrived to the broken fence. He wondered why Manon suddenly escaped when he was so well behaved. Is someone planning a conspiracy? Perhaps they constructed this in a way that makes the fence easier to break. Just then, a noise interrupted him. Several figures rapidly passing by. It was Crown Prince Basin heading in Manon's direction. Prince Basin, where are you going? I'm on my way to find Manon. I heard entering the mountains for hunting requires permission from the hunting minister. Does that rule also apply to me, the Crown Prince? Normally you wouldn't, but I have authority of handling Manon's escape. It was decided in the Imperial meeting a while ago. So the Imperial meeting has already ended? That's good for me then. I just wanted to see Manon on the move, but now I want to catch Manon myself. You can't be serious. Those friends of his are a bad influence. He may be a good hunter, but he won't catch Manon on a cockatoo. If you find him, contact the forest ranger. I'll do it, but just so you know, I'll be catching him. Prince Basin, along with his friends, went off into the forest to continue their search. Dinan could only sigh as Prince Basin rode off into the distance. When Dinan looked up again, he spotted another figure. Prince Kyle appeared behind the broken fence. I came to look around since I heard Manon disappeared, and it seems like Basin has also headed out. Indeed, but I don't expect that they'll catch him. He's good at hunting, but catching Manon will be difficult. But just what are you staring at, Prince Kyle? It's strange. This should be difficult to break this cleanly. Normally, it would have broken into pieces. It seems like insects has eaten away at it. If it weren't for the insects, the stone column would have collapsed with it. It would have made a louder noise, and we would have been able to find Manon quickly. It's likely that it was a coincidence. It would have been taken several days to do this artificially, even when coated in honey. Dinan, do you know what the night sky was called years ago? The blue insect god. Insect god? Even before that, the night sky was called the nameless beetle god. Additionally, insect-related miracles were frequent in the ancient days of the Hukran tribe. So you're saying night sky caused this to happen? It's just a hypothesis, but we can verify it by checking if the other fences have similar insect damage. What could the night sky's reasoning for this? I can't imagine what it could be. Manon doesn't seem to have any particular prey, but if someone excitedly follows him, they might become his target instead. Prince Basin could be in danger. Perhaps the night sky has selected the third prince to succeed the nation as its next king. Your Highness, you cannot say what you just said to anyone else. Alright, but before that, please do me a favor. Take me with you to Prince Basin. He isn't being stubborn. If this judgment is accurate, having Prince Kyle nearby will make it safer for Prince Basin. It's truly impressive that he could make such an optimal decision in an instant. Meanwhile, Prince Basin and his friends are still on the hunt. The traces continue this way. Manon appeared asleep, curled up. Basin considered waking him and driving him back to the palace, but his companions quickly offered another idea. Perhaps hunting a deer or boar as bait so they can lead Manon back instead. Basin agreed, sending his companions to find prey, while he stayed behind to watch Manon. He was aware his friends were likely frightened, eager to leave. Still, he hoped they could buy some time for him until the hunting team arrives. Either way, Basin had no great expectations of them. If I capture Manon with others' help, I'll receive less acknowledgement. Ever since Prince Basin was young, he would get heavily complimented whenever he achieved something, but he's soon come to learn that people don't make it a big deal when they truly acknowledge a person. Teacher Ravine. What is it? Prince Kyle, if the night sky is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent, why does he allow there to be war, pain, sadness, and misfortune in the world? Ravine was taken aback by this question. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I am not a priest of the Night Sky Order, so I don't know much about theology. I'll definitely look up the answer next time. Teacher Ravine ended the study session quickly that day, and pondered that question by the window. Acknowledgement is like that, making someone feel taken aback, making them contemplate how they're going to teach you. If true acknowledgement is like that, I've not once in my life received it. I know that many people don't consider me worthy to be king. I'm not a genius like my younger brother. If I can bring back Manon by myself, I will be acknowledged for showing results. It's time to see if someone like me can truly become king. Suddenly, Kyle's voice called out to him. Brother, you must stop. Kyle jumped off the cockatoo and landed on his face. Basin was instantly worried for his younger brother. I'm alright, I just sprained my ankle. Hunting Minister, why did you bring Kyle here? There's a ranger hut nearby. Can you bring some medicine over? Understood. I'll be back as soon as possible. And so, Dinan rode the cockatoo away. You should have been more careful, Kyle. No need to worry. I didn't actually sprain my ankle. I needed to pretend so Dinan wouldn't hear our conversation. So why have you come here? You should be aware that it's dangerous because of Manon. That's exactly why. Kyle proceeded to explain what happened and what Night Sky's intentions are likely to be. The insects ate it. And so you think it means that the Night Sky is truly trying to kill me? I'm saying it's a possible interpretation, and I think Dinan agrees with me. So you being near me would mean that I am relatively safer? If that's true, you could abstain and become the king. Our second brother became a priest of the Night Sky Order after all. So if I died, you would succeed the throne. Don't you want to become king? Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Please give me the crown prince position. Basin stared at Kyle in confusion. If you read history, Night Sky never fails. He accomplishes whatever he desires. Other gods fail occasionally, but Night Sky doesn't. Thus, Night Sky must have fully anticipated this. I do not doubt that the Night Sky will attempt this again in the future. My perspective is limited, but once I noticed, I had to warn you. Only by doing this can your safety be guaranteed. Aren't you afraid of Night Sky? To defy gods will like this. I understand Night Sky's intentions, so I'm not afraid. Night Sky prepared my path to kingship, but that would harm you. Thus, I've chosen to leave the path set by God and follow another. And so, I've come to ask you directly. Please abdicate your position to me. Basin was silent, and then he burst out in laughter. What's so funny? Basin placed his hand on Kyle's shoulder. I acknowledge you, and I'll do as you say. But you know, abdicating my position doesn't mean everything will go according to plan, right? I'll make preparations for it. But first, let's solve our immediate problem. Leaving him here might already be the solution. How will you persuade the ministers? I have a plan. When the hunting minister arrives, I'll explain. I have no reason to refuse. I'll do as you say. Prince Kyle, I look forward to working with you in the future. Hunting minister. With that, Kyle and Basin went back into the palace. Dinan watched Kyle thoughtfully. In the future, he says, could he be succeeding the throne now? Meanwhile, Nebula and Eldar observed the two princes from atop the palace roof. Will this be alright? The third prince is smart and loyal to his god. That's a good thing. But isn't it risky letting him interpret divine intent by himself and making decisions accordingly? Even if he guessed correctly this time, he might not do so next time. It also means that the next king will be very autonomous. I'm not worried at all. How come you aren't worried? If I think of him as a character in a game, it would be problematic. Of course, it's frustrating when characters don't move as I want them to. But now, I know these creatures aren't just NPCs. They are people. Even if we have different intentions, as long as they achieve my desired outcome, it doesn't matter. But doesn't that make more detailed plays and strategies harder to manage? Since a character that moves autonomously can ruin the plan. That may be the case, but it also rewards more benefits than I initially anticipated as well. If I was worried, I could always plan more, so that I can be ready for any situation. Is it really necessary to go this far? Take right now for example. Isn't the current situation even better? Since there can't be two kings, one has to be chosen. But both brothers are exceptional individuals. It would be a waste to lose either of them. Basin giving up his succession and still being alive is meaningful. So for now, let's trust in Kyle's judgment. Meanwhile, back inside the palace. So, you haven't caught Manon yet, hunting minister? We've found Manon's whereabouts, but since he is just sleeping for now, he won't be causing any trouble. That's good news. But his majesty is already quite worried. He couldn't attend the evening meeting due to his sickness. If you found him, you should get him back this instant. What are you hesitating for? I wanted to do so as well, but we noticed something of importance. The wooden bars were damaged by insects. That could be a coincidence. Manon could easily broken it to escape. Exactly my thoughts, but the third prince had a different idea. Dinan Dean quickly relayed the third prince's theory to everyone present that the night sky, previously known as the blue insect god, was the one who plotted this. You're suggesting night sky did this? I even went to the order to share my thoughts with the priests, and they have confirmed this miracle. Just then, a priest entered the palace. I was the one that confirmed it. It indeed was a miracle caused by the night sky. Prince Shan Lak Orazan, the second prince, claimed with confidence, Manon's escape was willed by the night sky, and so I cannot dare go against his will and bring Manon back. This caused a concerned discussion among the cabinet members. Then there's no helping it. However, we can't just leave him be. He might cause an accident if left unchecked. I'd like to propose to expand the hunting expedition team. We cannot keep mobilizing the palace guards. Just how many people do you want? That is not all. If we want to prevent him from wandering elsewhere, we'll need to feed him as before, requiring oxen and wagons. Mountain paths easily damage wagons, so there must be a budget for repairs. Upon hearing costs itemized, the administration minister was speechless. There's another option. Openly defy Night Sky's intentions and forcibly bring Manon back, but it would need to be someone else's responsibility if anyone wants to volunteer. Though if that happens, I can't guarantee Manon won't cause any accidents or not. Later that night, Dean was left alone to ponder. Prince Kyle wants to become king. I'll follow his suggestions to strengthen the influence of the hunting expedition team and further support Prince Kyle to become king, even if it means becoming hostile to the other ministers. And so, Dean grew the power of the hunting expedition team, and the flow of the palace continued until 6 months have passed. King Unpyong removed Prince Basin as the crown prince and assigned Prince Kyle as the new crown prince. And 3 years after that, King Unpyong passed away from a terminal illness. Kyle Lak Orazan then became Hukrun's 11th king. Kyle was 15 years old. Congratulations, Your Majesty. There's no need to speak so formally. It's just the two of us. Brother, you are the supreme king. You must be treated accordingly. I know that, but still, tomorrow will be the first royal meeting. The ministers will undoubtedly demand my exile. Isn't this one of your worries? Currently, Hukrun is dominated by ministerial power, mostly lizard noble families. As such, the opinion of the cabinet is very one-sided. They'll say removing Basin is for royal authority, but in reality, it's so the ministers can gain more power than me, the new king. What do you think should be done? I don't mind if they want me gone. My presence here might hinder you otherwise. It's actually beneficial for me. There are only boars to hunt nearby, so I think I'll go farther away. Hunt, you say? If that's the case, could I ask you for a little more help? In this fateful night, Kyle explained his idea in detail, and Basin listened intently. The next day, in the palace court, I shall begin the royal meeting. I hope you will support me, the new king. Well, I understand there's nothing urgent currently, but please inform me if there's anything crucial I should know. Prince Basin cannot remain in the palace. I understand Your Majesty's close relationship with him, but his continued presence risks manipulation by potential rebels. Kyle swiftly agreed, astonishing the administration minister. I agree with what you said, administration minister. The administration minister cleared his throat. If that's the case, Prince Basin should leave Orazan. I don't want that. The administration minister was about to interrupt him, but Kyle continued. Don't dare to judge my opinions beforehand. I've deeply considered my brother's circumstances as much as you have. What were you thinking, Your Majesty? Do you realize we have unexplored territories? The eastern mountains remain largely untouched. Previous kings attempted exploration but abandoned it due to harsh terrain. Facing threats from western kingdoms, we can't overlook opportunities for expansion. Do you propose sending Basin to the eastern mountains? Indeed, my brother is a skilled hunter and a brave warrior. He even had courage enough to pursue Manon alone. Seeing ministers hesitant but not opposing Basin's dangerous assignment, the administration minister agreed. Your Majesty's proposal seems sound. As the land route previously failed, we'll create a naval exploration fleet. This shocked the administration minister. You're going to send boats? The reason we failed to cultivate the east is because we tried to go through the mountains. So I propose we take boats and go around the mountains instead. But Your Majesty, there isn't an established sea route. That's why we're going to create one. But we'll need people to drive those ships, which can cause trouble. Then hire people to manage them. The administration minister tried to make more excuses, but Kyle just sighed. Time has barely passed since we agreed on this matter. Are you already trying to go back on your word? This matter also involves exploring territories filled with beasts and monsters, so the hunting minister will handle it completely. Understood, Your Majesty. Moving on to the next topic. Someone is waiting outside the great meeting hall. You can let him in. The door opens to a dwarven man, a race that was once a great enemy to the Hukrun tribe. The minister shouted angrily, targeting the dwarf. What's the meaning of this? This is Lump, head of the technical team. He recently was a slave, so that is why you haven't heard of him before. Currently, the position of technique minister is vacant, and I intend for him to fill it. The ministers reacted in shock, vehemently opposing the idea. Kyle simply smiled knowingly. There were now no more mentions of Bazin. Your Majesty, the technique minister has always been a lizard man, so why have you now chosen a former dwarven slave? Administration minister. To be a technique minister, one has to be good with their hands and machines. It has nothing to do with their species. Yes, lizard men were previously the best with their hands, but not this time. I saw his skills firsthand. For example, do any of you know the altitude of Orazan's Arctic? 32.5 degrees. Your Majesty, do you know the altitude of the North Shore's top, Jaren, and the southern tip, Maganen? Jaren's altitude is 37.5, while Maganen is 30. Every 250 ri traveled northward increases the angle by 1 degree. Jaren, situated 1,250 ri north, adds exactly 5 degrees. Maganen, 625 ri to the south, decreases by 2.5 degrees. That's correct. You were able to respond to something the ministers here could not. How are you satisfied just after one right answer? Your Majesty inherited the lineage of the Thunder Dragon King. The ministers here today are descendants of warriors who fought alongside him, yet Lump is descended from sinners, as the dwarves were the enemies of the Lizardmen until the end of the Hukrun tribe. Even after the nation was founded, they caused a rebellion. Have you forgotten the virtue of compassion? The warrior Tatar fought 10 trolls to save one halfling. The Thunder Dragon King opened gates for slaves too. If Lump possesses extraordinary talent, why deny him this opportunity? If we allow this, different species will come for positions in the right cabinet as well. Who will stay with you till the end? Your Majesty. Kyle sighed, for he understood that those who are not lizard men can still be loyal subordinates. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. For now, let Lump serve as an official in the technique department. Surely you won't object to this much? If he is that talented, then that much is permissible. Lump, you will be a technique official as of today. You may take your leave. Kyle swiftly proceeded to another important issue, the upcoming solar eclipse. The solar eclipse, historically viewed as a divine omen, required accurate prediction for national stability. 3 solar eclipse predictions are to be provided by night sky priests, astronomy officials, and the king himself. In previous times, these predictions were always identical. How can this be? Are these calculations correct, Astronomy Minister? I've double-checked it multiple times using the ancient calculation methods. Then why is it that the Majesty's calculated time is 4 hours later than the other 2? We need to be exact. If we're wrong, we will lose the right to persuade His Majesty regarding the dwarf. Normally, the king's calculation would align with one of the parties. Perhaps His Majesty made an error in the calculations. Our calculations have remained in the royal family, and it has never been wrong. If so, let's hurry and move. There's no way these scholars are incorrect. We'll criticize His Majesty's arbitrary decision and prove it on the day of the solar eclipse. However, on the day of the solar eclipse did not occur at the time all of the scholars said it would. The calculation method of before is now ancient. The dwarf, Lump, discovered something and informed me of something. That is why my calculations were different from yours. But the great Thunder Dragon King wrote, "The skies do not change." Is that not an old book? Why can't you acknowledge that they can be wrong as well? The ancestors did not have the luxury of our books today, but they did their best to investigate and organize their knowledge. Why are we still stuck in the past? Do you think that's what the Thunder Dragon King wanted from his descendants? As time passes, the movement of the skies change as well. That is the secret. Re-prepare the ceremony 4 hours later. Deal with this problem for now. And so, the solar eclipse occurred exactly 4 hours later, as Kyle had predicted. Meanwhile, in the ports of Orizon, Basin's exploration voyage was ready to begin. I'll be back, Kyle. The eastern mountains must be explored. My departure is necessary for Kyle's reign, though I never thought I'd feel this refreshed. This is the ship I'll be taking on the voyage. The Pirate's Humiliation. 150 soldiers, divided into 3 ships. I may be labeled as the Eastern Exploration Team's leader. I cannot ride those ships. He also said there would be people keeping an eye on me, though I don't know who that is. Perhaps it's that woman that has ties with the royal family. Nice to meet you. I am Tioni Itamo. It's nice to meet you as well. I am Basin Lac Orizon. So, you're an elf? You're the first to recognize that right away. Lizardmen often say that humans, elves, and Nixon are all the same. Let's get along since we'll be seeing each other for a while. Before that, there's something I need to say. Go ahead. What is it? No matter how royal you are, atop my ship, you follow what I say. If you don't like that, find another ship. As long as it isn't unreasonable, I'll accept those conditions. You're more flexible than I expected. I'll be considerate. You don't have to worry. But is my stuff not here yet? Mate will bring your stuff, so don't worry. That's a nice name. I never said it was his name, though that's what everyone calls him. Just then, a massive figure loomed over Basin, who called the first matey. This is our ship's first mate. He kept saying matey matey, so we just call him mate. Alright, I see. So, it isn't your first time seeing an ogre? Most people would be petrified. I saw some a few times back in the palace. Nice to meet you, ogre. I am Basin Lac Orizon. Nice to meet you, lizard. I am first matey. Do you not have a name? I did, but I, first matey, didn't like it, so I got rid of it. Isn't having an ogre aboard unusual? Wouldn't smaller species with lower appetites fare better given limited supplies? True, matey eats significantly more, but he works several times harder than others, so we gladly feed him as much as needed. Matey is from the Jaren of the North Shore. I see. The ogres from the North Shore had high intelligence in the past. I heard they were traces that God left before. Although they may not be as smart as before, they are still considered hard workers in Hukran. I never thought I'd see something like this in the palace. An ogre on a ship. Nothing on land scares me. My strength exceeds any beast. Thus, I conquer the sea instead. I hope you accomplish your mission, matey. Watching matey depart, Basin relaxed slightly, confident that the person to keep an eye on him was not the ogre. By the way, Prince, you can call me Basin. That's a little too much for a prince. Then Captain is fine. Alright, do you know our next destination, Captain? I thought we'd sail south past Maganin, then east along the coastline. Indeed, that's our general route, but our immediate stop is Bavrin. Basin recognized Bavrin as a large port city outside Orizon, but under Danyum Kingdom's control. Why are we going there? Trying to make an excuse. Tioni explained that their ship was a merchant ship, so we'll be buying and selling goods. I'll tell you the details later, but for now, I'll show you where you'll be staying. We're departing soon, so follow me. Their voyage progressed smoothly, and Basin often stood on deck, observing sailors or staring at the horizon. Don't you get seasick? Is it surprising that I don't? But I'm curious. Why take such complicated jobs? For the generous rewards offered by Black Scale's royal family. This time, they even provided exquisite glassware as advance payment. Puzzled, Basin wondered aloud if glassware held substantial value, recalling childhood days carelessly breaking glass bottles. After Tioni's enthusiastic explanation about glass's immense value, we're going to Bavrin to sell that glassware. If that's the case, are you also going to buy anything there? Of course, a merchant ship can't leave empty-handed. Additionally, there are some items the palace requested we buy as well, and those items are, oh no, they said to keep this a secret. Basin curiously leaned in closer. They asked me to buy niter. I don't know the purpose for it though. If Kyle was the one that requested the niter, is there a reason why it was in secret? Meanwhile, after the solar eclipse incident, Kyle began consolidating his internal governance. Those who might threaten royal power resigned proactively, but he reassured those who supported Basin. The finance minister knelt respectfully, assuming Kyle wished to dismiss him, but was grateful that he did not. Why did you think that? I thought you would replace some of the existing ministers. I'm only from a half-decent family without a last name. I would be easily replaceable. What's wrong with that not having a last name? It means my ancestors contributed nothing during Hukran's founding. It embarrasses me deeply. Yet unlike nobles who rely on their family's reputations, you've ascended by your own merit. Doesn't that clearly prove your ability? I look forward to your continued assistance. I will devote myself to doing my best for you, Your Majesty. Thank you. I shall see you again, Finance Minister. As soon as the minister left the room, Kyle's expression changed immediately. It didn't seem as though the finance minister had ill intentions. You can't keep accusing him because you had bad relations before. Dean wanted to say something back but was cut off. Are you not aware that you are playing with fire? Dinan, leave the resentment of the past behind. You are right, your majesty. I will regulate myself. What happened to the horned alchemist from the Wee family? You mean Wee Ravina Mule? She has already arrived at the palace. Wee Ravina Mule. I wonder why his majesty called that woman the Wee family. The lord family of the Automation Castle and the noble family that inherits the Margrave title. The Wee family, which generationally has served in various positions on the left cabinet, is also a great merchant family. They possess the greatest influence among the non-Lizardmen families. However, the Wee family possesses a big darkness as great as their shining fame. Cursed horns. In the past, there were stories in Automation City about lords with long antlers, though now people dismiss them as mere symbols or myths. Those who take on responsibility within the Wee family knows it was not just a story, because their family often gives birth to horned children. However, without exception, those born with horns become lunatics. Some speak to the air, others show unexplainable bizarre talents. So generally, people cut off the horns when they see a horned child. Then they can live normal lives. Legend has it that Wee Kyung became a wealthy merchant through the power of the horns, but even her end was tragic. Siran Mule was her lizard man lover. Rumors had it that the horned children were mixed blood with the lizard men. Because of that, the name Mule was attached to all of the horned children. Although there's no way humans and lizard men could have children. It would have been great if the story ended there, but she was a unique case. Wee Ravina Mule had now arrived at the palace grounds. Greetings to you. Ravina was born and raised in the Automation Castle, and at the age of 9, Ravina fled the castle because she was treated as a cursed one due to her horns. So she hitched a ride inland on a merchant's cart. The Wee family sent hunters to pursue her. When the mercenaries caught up to Ravina, she already entered the alchemy tower in the kingdom of Sukmayan. The alchemist tower is a place where alchemists gather to study forbidden knowledge. People with similar fates as Ravina gathered there, those who were labeled as cursed ones. So it was only natural for her to have ended up there. Are you looking at my horns? Everyone looks at them like that. I wasn't, but I'm sure you're aware why you have been summoned, right? I heard His Majesty is looking for an alchemist. Alchemists, they deny the existence of gods and believe only in their own knowledge. To others, they are disrespectful heretics involved with ancient evils. Could His Majesty really be opposing the gods? But recalling Kyle had just gained the support of the night sky, she quickly dismissed that thought. Why would you come back? Someone who was a non-believer who entered the alchemy tower. It was His Majesty's order. Emperor Kyle is a very scary person. That is true. But how could you? Someone from Sukmayan would know such things. His Majesty would not prepare an army just to get you. He probably would have. I came to the palace because I was afraid of such consequences. What do you know about His Majesty to say something like that? You are not very aware of the forbidden studies. We moon. Forbidden studies are meant to be unknown. His Majesty would disagree. These are letters that came to the alchemy tower from years ago. They were full of questions about ancient knowledge. These were impressive questions, and the location oddly kept changing. Recently we found out these letters all came from Orizon, and there's only one person capable of asking such questions. Don't you say something that you cannot back up. No, but I must. Emperor Kyle Akarazin is already a great alchemist. He is incomparable to anyone in Hukran. This angered Wee Moon, as it was greatly disrespectful to claim. Just then, a lizard man had entered the room. That is enough. Wee Moon. Emperor Kyle had interrupted their discussion. Your Majesty, is this true? I don't think that's any of your concern. Left cabinet leader. Reading a few alchemy books isn't dangerous. Everyone, sit for now. In Hukran, heretics are only punished by national law. In other nations, heretics are often beaten to death by mobs. Even if His Majesty is a non-believer, he would never be punished. However, his political position will be in trouble if this continues. You must be Wee Ravina Mule. Ravina nodded. Wee Moon, I'm sorry for keeping this a secret from you. I thought you would worry too much due to your personality. But still, Your Majesty, alchemy is your solution. How would the ancestors think of this? Alchemists claim they can create gold and pills of immortality from nothing. Everyone thinks such statements are absurd. It's good to be wary, but they also possess useful knowledge. Studying alchemy alone is illegal. Is the knowledge you seek that important? Indeed, I'll let Ravina explain. There was once an alchemist who lived alone in the deep northern mountains. But one day, news of that alchemist stopped coming. When agents arrived at his home, everything looked normal from the outside. But eventually, they broke down the door. The alchemist was already dead. Was it because of forbidden knowledge? Ravina nodded. He must have sold his soul to an ancient evil. No, the alchemist's death was just an accident. But before he died, he precisely recorded every material and the exact amounts used in the experiment, which made the cause easier to figure out. The alchemist had added several ingredients to make gold, and when it overheated, there was an explosion. So it failed? Alchemists have research, not failures. The powder discovered as a result of that alchemist's failure was greater than any discovery. Although the alchemist's experiment was carried out at a minimal scale, the minimal powder caused an incredible explosion when set ablaze. He put the powder in a lead box for safety, but even that was ripped apart by the explosion, and the shrapnel was what killed him. So that alchemist made a weapon. Indeed, a weapon. Unfortunately, this knowledge isn't some great secret, and I'm not the first to realize it either. Some of the alchemists in the alchemy tower are still under the control of their own nations, and those nations want them to bring the tower's knowledge back to them. Meanwhile, other nations don't want that knowledge to be spread. I was even ambushed more than 10 times on my way here. In Sukmayan, where the alchemy tower is, I'm sure they've already sent their army and have conquered the tower completely. This revelation shocked Wee Moon. You must think the current age is peaceful, but it actually is not. The price of certain ingredients have increased, and each nation has their own secret locations. All of this, in order to create the weapon that we call gunpowder. Could war be about to break out? Not necessarily. But what if the weapon is especially effective? What if someone who doesn't know how to use a bow can still be useful in the battlefield? Sink ships, destroy walls. If there was such a thing, don't you think you could win in a war? I can't acknowledge it, but I understand your intentions come from a good place. If you need help, I will assist you. Yes, I do need your help, and it's about financials. You want to use the king's personal funds? I am the one who manages it. Yes, I'll see to it that you can use them. Have you already decided how and what you'll use it for? And with that, the conditions to produce black gunpowder were complete. It's finally done. Advancing alchemy is always tricky. The more faithful the society is, the more looked down upon scientific development is. The alchemy tower in Sukmayan is the furthest from Hukran, so there was a possibility that this knowledge would not be obtained. We Ravina Mule had a high survival rate due to the demonic property of probability, but it was not certain she would learn how to utilize its techniques. I was fortunate this time. Speaking of alchemy and gunpowder, what about that knowledge? What are you talking about? Do you mean magic? Alchemy and elixir making is a type of science. Alchemists are scientists. Alchemy experiments are scientific experiments. But there is one secret that alchemists hide even more thoroughly, and that is demonic property. Demonic property is defined as an ancient evil by the game, discovered in ruins or inherited through bloodlines. Demonic properties like electricity, fire, probability, or gravity is related to various attributes. The power obtained and used from demonic spirits is simply a form of superpower. When such superpowers and knowledge of ancient relics are combined, a higher dimensional power is achieved. That is magic. Magic, unlike science, can only be used by a small number of people and is unrelated to the development of techniques, which is why they're probably not mentioning it. Above all, there are no mages yet. That's true. Normally, they appear around 100 years after the game begins. The power of magic is definitely strong, but because the players prefer to play in a stable way, they are probably keeping their distance from demonic properties. The alchemy tower is in Sukmayan, so I'm guessing wisdom will obtain a mage. The probability of a mage appearing is highest there, but I think wisdom probably wouldn't want the mage to appear on his land. Meanwhile, in the ports of Bavran City, Prince Basin and his crew have finally arrived in Bavran. There are so many boats. It is the closest port to Orizon. The ships that leave here will continue westward and will pass by Angol to Danri. Some ships will even go further. What's further than that? The western continent. What else? The continent that Owen the storyteller is said to have gone. Does that even exist? There are many ships that head that way and don't return, but it definitely exists. If so, why don't merchants cross to that continent and trade there? Even if it's dangerous, there must be profits, but I've never heard of it. They would go if the danger is worth facing. There are pirates, rocks, areas with no wind or high waves, sea monsters, storms. Alright, I understand it now. I need to make some trades, so I'll be off. You can rest here or get off the port as long as you return by the promised time. Then since it's stuffy here on this tiny boat, I'll go for a walk. Prince Basin, along with a few guards, got off the ship and proceeded to walk around the port city, browsing the various wares of the port. Anyway, I can't see the one who is keeping an eye on me. Well, it would be strange if I could see them. These are all items from Hukran. We receive a lot of items from there. You're from the ship that just came in, right? Are you all making the trade and immediately returning to Hukran? If that's the case, you should pray to your god that you don't meet any pirates. What are you talking about? There's a group of pirates who control the area of Bavran. They usually go for ships leaving Bavran. The name of those pirates are Deep Night Pirates. That's right. Have you heard of them? Not at all. I wonder if there are new pirates that suddenly appeared, which the port merchants are over-exaggerating about. The palace did say to bring as many items as possible, but the rest of the items won't arrive until tomorrow. So, we're waiting until then? No, we'll leave first, and the rest of the warships will bring the rest. Then we won't be able to receive the protection of the warships. There's a lot of cargo to unload and some provisions to load up at Sajan. Every moment counts when you're on this ship. I hope we don't run into pirates. Don't worry, we have never met pirates once during our time voyaging. But later that evening, Tioni was frozen with a shocked expression. The pirates are here. Tioni was in disbelief, while Basin sighed knowing this would happen. Lessen the weight of the boat, dump the sandbags, food, and water. Everyone arm yourselves with the weapons you have. Tioni, can we run from them? The pirates normally use merchant ships. It's made with comparatively lighter wood. It has a large sail, allowing better wind. Those pirate ships have similar builds. However, pirates usually travel with minimal cargo, so it won't be easy to lose them. Darn, they've almost caught up. I guess we'll have to throw away everything we can. What about that cornerstone we got? If you're going to throw that away, I'll jump off the boat. We're going to get caught anyway. Let's just buy time until our warships get here. I heard that the additional cornerstone was arriving in the morning, meaning if we're lucky, they'll catch up in half a day. If only the winds were to blow stronger. Just then, Tioni thought of an embarrassing idea. She then clasped her hands and knelt on one knee. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm praying? You join me in praying for more wind as well. The enemy pirates were laughing in joy. Hey, look over there. The boat is so full that it can't go faster. Perfect. We'll be able to drink lots for dinner. This is thanks to us praying to the white spider god. Shoot arrows and keep them in check. Don't let them get close. The white spider god? I've heard a similar name before. Basin took a shot at the enemies and hit one right between the eyes. Don't get taken aback and keep shooting. The pirate ship is shorter than this ship anyway, so it'll be difficult for them to strike us back. Align our ship with theirs. We're getting on board. The pirates started to throw hooks on board the ship. Climb up. Deal with their combatants first. Can't run away now. You're all dead now. But before they could react, a pirate was blown off of the ship. First matey. Strike pirates. Pirates. Thrown from ship. Matey threw even more pirates off the ship. An ogre. He's not a combatant. He's just a crewman. Without the ogre, they're nothing. Shoot. Nice. As long as First Matey drops the ropes that are caught on the banister. However, Matey started to get shot with arrows. First Matey hurts. This reaction confused Basin. What's up with him? What? Of course it hurts. You got hit by arrows. But he's an ogre. Are ogres not people? Although First Matey does exaggerate. With that size of his F why would he be free-spoken and spirited? He would have been a general somewhere instead. I guess you do have a point. But I can't let the pirates get onto the ship. So if you comfort First Matey and by some time, I'll figure something out. If you get injured, it's my head that's in danger. Is there a guarantee I'll be safe if the pirates get on board? If you tell them you're a prince from Hukran, your life will be saved at least. Even pirates have common sense. But where's the guarantee that you all will be safe? If the rest of their ships catch up, pirates will climb onto the ship from the other side as well. Even if he's an ogre, he can't handle that many pirates. Especially so if he's a scaredy cat. We need to defeat one side before the others join. If you don't want to see me getting shot by an arrow, tell First Matey to pull his weight. I can't believe this. First Matey, I thought you boarded this ship to defeat the ocean, but arrows hurt. First Matey has lost. Idiot. Then you can attack from afar as well. Meanwhile, Basin was hiding to the side. They're all still looking at First Matey, but the problem is the noise that I'd create when I jump down. What is First Matey doing? Then, Matey lifted up a barrel over his head. This stunned Basin, not knowing what Matey is about to do. And Matey, with all his strength, threw the barrel towards the enemies. Simultaneously, Basin capitalized capitalized on the situation and jumped on the enemy ship. Everyone watch out. It's fine. It's just a barrel of drinking water. You just need to dodge. However, behind the man, Basin appeared to take him out. He's throwing more. He'll run away again if we shoot arrows. Another barrel of water blasted the ship. Our deck is getting ruined. I'll have to climb the ropes myself. So, you must be the captain. You bastard. The rest of your crewmates are dead. What will you do? Will you surrender? I thought it was a normal merchant ship, but to think a guy like this would be on board. No, it was smart of him to come from behind, but it's different if it's a one-on-one. It's too late to draw my sword, but I can fight even without one. He's definitely not used to fighting against my species. The pirate captain charged towards Basin with his large claw. To dodge a battle head-on. You were just a coward who aimed for my back. But Basin's attention was somewhere else. The pirate captain looked behind him, and a barrel smashed him right in the face. It was Matey that had thrown another barrel at him, and First Matey shouted a victory roar. First Matey beat the ocean. Looking at how he survived getting by that, he's definitely a crawfish. Captain, I have a question. If the Lizardmen call Astacidines crawfish, what do you call a real crawfish? Edible crawfish, maybe? I think these guys would hate Lizardmen if they found out that the standard is based on whether they're edible or not. Do you really think so? Obviously it is offensive. Oh, he's up. Where's my ship? Oh, your ship. My crewmates are steering it and following us. We took over your boat, you see. What about the other two? They ran away. That can't be true. After we started destroying you all, they seemed to get the hint because our naval ships had arrived at that time. To think my brothers would abandon me. There's no way. However, just let me live this once please. I'll live kindly from now on. You should be grateful that we haven't already thrown you into the sea. We're going to punish you according to Hukran law. Pardon? By Hukran law. I'll definitely die. How unfortunate. Though if you answer our questions well, I'll consider favorable arrangements. Well, it's your choice whether to answer or not. Alright, I understand. Then, my first question. If Astacidines can travel through the sea on their own, what's the need to use a boat? Are you serious? Aren't you curious? I've always been curious about this. This makes it clear how ignorant you are about other species. So, well, it's obvious, but it's because taking a ship is way faster and less tiring than walking or swimming. And you can also take a lot of cargo with you, which is the best part. That was just a personal question. Next question. Where's the religion of the white spider god from? What kind of god is the white spider god? It's a religion from where I was born. There's an island where Astacidines live if you go south of Hukran by boat. Where we come from, each island has a different name, but in Hukran, they generalize all of the islands and call them the Southern Archipelago. Ah, that place. Then, tell me more about that white spider god. The white spider god appeared as a huge white spider 100 years ago. At that time, the white spider god saved the chief from a three-tailed snake and created shrimp on land for us when our tribe was starving. These miracles were said to have appeared all throughout the islands, and some islands call the white spider god by a different name, at the most north point, so the island closest to Hukran. Some call him the blue insect god. Why are you laughing? The blue insect god is the old name of night sky, our god, meaning he also believes in the same god as us. Because it's so far and secluded, we never had to interact under the grounds of religion. However, to be doing pirate work while calling night sky by another name, I can't forgive you. Your entire tribe isn't acting as pirates, are they? No, the other Astacidines are living normally in the Southern Archipelago. I got captured by some pirates when I was young, and those pirates were absorbed by the Deep Night Pirates. That's all. Then the one named Deep Night of the Deep Night Pirates isn't from the Southern Archipelago? Yes, he's from another continent. Another continent? If so, is he from the Western continent? That makes the most sense. That's the only other continent we're aware of. No, I've heard he's from the Southern continent. If you go even lower than the Southern Archipelago, it's the Southern continent. In the Southern Archipelago, inside a cave, Nebula is preparing for an emergency meeting. He summoned the other players in a call. This is the first time you've contacted us from your side. And that too, an emergency call from a southern island in Hukran? What an interesting location. The reason I made an emergency call is because a fourth continent has been discovered. This reveal shocked most of the other players. It seems like you already had an inkling. Krampus. Yup, a group called Deep Night Pirates has been active in the south lately. The pirate named Deep Night is apparently not from the eastern or western continents, but from the southern continent. But there was no evidence, so I couldn't be sure there was a new continent. Is there a reason you think there is? I'm not sure about anything. I just came down here after hearing that info. It's the area where the crawfish live, yet I didn't focus on them for a few years. And in that time, they were conquered by those Deep Night Pirates. The damage isn't big, but they are paying tribute to those bastards periodically. Nebula, Astacidines have the tendency to exaggerate things. There's a possibility that they mistook a big island in the southern hemisphere as a continent. You do have a point, but the islands in the southern archipelago can't be considered small. If it's a fleet that can apprehend the entirety of the archipelago, then they have quite the size. If those pirates were created from an island, it would be difficult to become a big fleet. There is a limit when it comes to technique development and population, so I don't think it's likely. This is definitely a big deal, but emergency calls were not made to be used like this. From our negotiations at the end of the last battle, yes, we decided to use it in relation to glitchy nicknames. I didn't forget. Wait, are you thinking that there's a continent behind the Deep Night Pirates, and a player with a glitchy nickname there as well? I don't just think, I'm certain. This means that another evil god, just like the god of the vampires, has appeared. After the Vampire War, players on the third continent formed a new agreement. The most important content is about glitchy nickname. The emergence of Geowubi and a new race left the players with a sense of crisis. Nebula contacted Hegemonia, who had gone to the western continent. From him, he learned that other continents had encountered a new unknown race, werewolves. A player with a glitchy nickname also appeared alongside the werewolves. Like vampires, the race spreads like disease and infection, but only among humans and humanoid races. Humans, elves, dwarves, and Nyx. Besides being weak to silver, they could shapeshift and weren't harmed by sunlight. Fortunately, the western continent's main races weren't humanoid, so they repelled the threat before it caused major damage. They also said that they may be related to what the game calls the ancient evil. Indeed, and there was also important data that was gathered. The total number of players, excluding those who gave up in the beginning, is 27 people. However, the number of players based on what they knew was as follows: 10 players in Eben, 8 players in Sharnaf, 11 players in Grand Sidiac, which is a total of 29 people. The numbers do not properly add up, and our continent, there are 11 confirmed players. In the end, there are 29 players, with 2 glitchy nickname players with their own additional races. It is certain that players have been added after the game started. Then do you think the player of the pirate group is a glitchy nickname, someone who was added after the game started? If that's the case, wouldn't Krampus have noticed, since the player would appear in his local player list? However, when I did encounter the Deep Night Pirates, there was no direct contact made. Well then, do you have any other evidence, Nebula? I do. I have also made contact with the new force. He showed the players the civilization clash notification, signifying that the Deep Night Pirates is indeed controlled by a player, and the name of the player is, the symbol after the question mark is a Cyrillic letter, pronounced as Sha. Then we shall call them as Cha-Cha. Do they also have a unique unknown race? That's right, let me show you. Look out, Nebula. You don't have to worry about the giant white spider. Rhonda. Good work, Hilliv. It is an honor to serve you. The players carefully observe the corpse. It's not a mermaid. Perhaps a fish person. His head is a fish. What would the name of their race be? Their race is called Dagon. Is that so? Then our next opponent is. Could it be the Dagon or a Cthulhu? Don't you know about Lovecraft's works? Is that important? It has to be. The traits of a vampire and werewolf are all known facts and legends. So you mean to say the name of the species could be a hint at their traits? That's right, don't you think? Perhaps this might be due to the influence of Earth's civilization. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe Earth is being influenced by this game. That's an interesting hypothesis. Eldar, you seem to know about Dagons. Can you give us an explanation? Eldar happily agreed. Dagons first appeared in H.P. Lovecraft's short story Dagon, but their characteristics were more thoroughly described in The Shadow of Innsmouth by the same author. Hold on, can we get to the point? If that's the case, then they live in the water. Those who interact with Dagons or are cursed can turn into a Dagon. You mean just by interacting? Or is it like a disease? Just like the vampires or werewolves? It's through blood mixing, specifically via reproduction. They worship ancient gods like Dagon and Cthulhu, living in hiding without being noticed. It's like when a protagonist thinks they're visiting a normal village, but it's already been taken over by Dagons. They have the ability to look human. Dagons might be infiltrating coastal towns and disguising themselves as regular citizens, because if players can't recognize them, the civilization clash notification will not trigger. So Nebula believed all coastal villages needed inspection. There's one more thing to consider. It's about the limited number of people in the game. That's right, the limit for Lost World is 32 players. Indeed, the limit is 32, 27 of whom were players from Earth. While 2 new players appeared and got eliminated, a 3rd new player appeared still. Does that mean even more will be coming? They may have already appeared. That new continent. We can't know the situation in a large continent. They may have already raised their power significantly on their own. Maybe even their own alliances. Perhaps it would be good to have a temporary alliance among us as well. I'm against it. Although we don't know the location of the southern continent, it is probably closest to Hukrin. Some of you might take chaotic actions in the name of the alliance. Then we will be the ones who are losing out. I think you just want to defeat Cha-Cha on your own and develop the new content however you want. I can't say that had no influence on my decision. If you want to be stubborn, go ahead. I agree as well, but we can always help if the situation becomes dire. Since I'm close to the pirates, they will be causing me some damage. I will be asking the others for help in this case. What do you think? That does not matter to me. Alright, Nebula, going solo is not a bad idea, considering it's you. Since Hegenomia is having a war with the other continent, can you tell him about the contents of the meeting? Alright, I will. And so, the meeting ended. Look at these guys. In the end, no one is saying they won't intervene. They want to go ahead with the new continent. I see. After the emergency call ended, Nebula stopped Renda and Eldar. So you're saying they're all going to get involved? Isn't that a bit of an overinterpretation? They didn't seem to care that much. You didn't catch what he emphasized. Offering help anytime means they'll interfere in my fight with Cha-Cha, no matter what I want. Most crucially, Krampus had clearly said he'd seek help from others. They all just politely informed me in advance in their own way. So we'll be divided when facing this new enemy? We did the same with the vampires, and it was a risky play that time. This is different from the vampire crisis. The players are more prepared than before. So far, the enemy's combat level only matches that of pirate crews. So you're saying they are enemies that we can handle? Yes, and although there are still many unknowns, it's not like we have been idle the past century. More importantly, 2 of the most powerful weapons that players can obtain is about to appear. Mages and gunpowder. It would be a great advantage if we have gunpowder and the enemy still does not. In any case, they can be defeated. That's why I said I could handle it by myself. Hukrin's southern islands are a possible bridgehead to the southern continent. I'm sure the other players, Cha-Cha, and the Deep Night Pirates think the same. The other players might start a fight so they can prevent me from taking the islands for myself. You're sure they will attack? No reason needed. They might use the excuse of helping reclaim the southern islands, occupied by the Deep Night Pirates, to launch an attack. So it will be similar to what happened back then. Indeed, it's just the battlefield has changed and Cha-Cha is the new variable. In any case, once gunpowder is invented, a fight would have been inevitable. In the end, this is a 3-way battle between us, Cha-Cha, and those who will help Krampus. Naval warfare is inevitable. Meanwhile, back in the castle, a priest is rushing towards the palace. Your Majesty, are you there? What is it? I have brought a message of revelation. The revelation priest said it was urgent and to deliver it directly to you. So God is giving a message? Kyle read the letter and was shocked by the contents. Summon the administrative minister. I shall give a royal order. Immediately inform all officials along the coast. If there is anyone that interact with pirates or races that resemble fish, arrest and imprison them. I knew a war would break out, but not in this way. But for a new evil god to appear is truly worrying. I had thought we were in a peaceful era. It is indeed worrying, but you don't need to be too concerned. Second brother, Your Majesty, even if it's just the 2 of us, we should still watch our words. Today's soldiers of Hukrin are no longer like those warriors from a century ago. They only know Hukrin is a great power. They do not know much about other countries. Long-term peace may have already become a poison, but not everyone will drink this cup of poison. Even without an evil god, the signs of war are everywhere, which is actually better. If no evil god had appeared, we wouldn't even know where the war would begin, or what to watch out for. But now the focus is clear. The current issue in Hukrin is our forces were concentrated in the north, so a battle in the southern sea is something we are unprepared for. Isn't Hukrin's fleet stronger than the other nations? Compared to Anian, our fleet is not as good. Luckily, they are too busy advancing to the western continent, so they won't be participating in this war. Even so, if the other 5 nations all try to compete with Ukraine, we will inevitably be outnumbered. But you already have a solution to this? Of course, right around now, we Ravina Mule should have arrived at her destination. Can that alchemist's evil knowledge really save us? As expected, as a priest, you're biased against alchemists? That is not the case. If everything is the will of Night Sky, and it includes alchemists, then that too is part of his will. I'll tell you this, Ravina is one of the closest people on this continent to being a mage. To survive from the alchemist tower to here is proof enough. Gunpowder is knowledge we'll all possess in the future. But mages, their allegiance and actions will drastically reshape this war. Meanwhile, somewhere in the northwestern mountains, a bird-like person, a Garuda, is walking alone in the snowy landscape. Suddenly, the spirit that resides in his arms starts to talk to him. Is this how your miserable fate comes to an end? Shut up, monster. I am no monster. I am a spirit. According to my studies, you serve the ancient gods. There's no difference between spirits and monsters. You can think whatever you want, but you know, escaping your pursuers is nearly impossible. You Garuda overestimate your physical abilities too much. On snow, you'll never outrun a moose, and even with wings, you don't know how to fly. That's why the god of Sukmayan chose trolls as rulers. He used you as pawns in war, then threw you away without mercy once your numbers dwindled. If even one god had chosen the Garuda, your race's fate would be entirely different. Shut up, you rotten hand. I do not believe in such gods. According to Garuda legend, they were once known as the race of emperors. It's said they could fly. Even during the ancient evil era, they were still frontline warriors. When the war turned unfavorable, those ancient gods ran away, and consequently, the Garuda lost the ability to fly. That's how the story goes. At least, one thing is certain, whether in reality or legends, gods cannot be trusted. I don't need gods or their help. I will fly in the sky with my own power. Just as Masdari was about to cross the frozen lake, a massive moose blocked his path. Garuda, stop right there. Sir, that Garuda has a rotten left arm. Are you rotten hand, Masdari? There are also some coming from behind. However, they don't know who I am yet, and they don't know what those bottles on your belt does. My lord, I think you've got the wrong person. My name is Yahurin. My left arm was burned when I was young. It's not rotting. It doesn't look like a burn mark though. Troll and Garuda burn scars look different by nature. Are you looking for a Garuda named Masdari? The troll on the moose nodded. Even you, an ignorant fool, must have heard of the Alchemist Tower. Indeed, located behind the Sky Mountain, right? A strange place where bizarre alchemists live. That's exactly the place. Our knights have completely occupied that tower, but some alchemists have escaped. We're chasing down runaway alchemists to prevent those guys from spreading dangerous knowledge. You'll definitely catch him. Come over here. We need to inspect you, but I'm no alchemist. Once we confirm you're not involved, you can go ahead. Alright, I understand. Good. Now hand over that bag. Once he was close enough, Masdari suddenly sprang into action, blocking the knight's view. Masdari grabbed the vial on his belt and hurled a vial at the troll. The troll screamed in agony, covering his face. My face is burning. This guy is an alchemist. Rotten hand is over here. There are 5 pursuers. How many bottles do you still have left? 1 acid, 1 smoke, and 2 oil. You'll need to borrow my power. If you want to melt the river, then I have no choice. He threw 2 bottles at the charging knights. What is this? Is it oil? Do it now. Then, a cone of flame shot out from his hand. The troll knights screamed as they burned. Everyone retreat. They're running away. Should I kill them all? Unfortunately, my flames can't reach that far. Since you neglect to rely on me, I'm not as strong as I should be. Stop. Rotten hand Masdari. Loosen your belt and put your luggage down. We can fight them. I'll burn any oncoming arrows. It's pointless. There are too many of them. Besides, it would be wise to surrender now, since he is the one that's confronting us. Masdari knelt down with his hands up. I surrender. He threw down the bag and let the trolls restrain him. Are you sure this is enough? I'm a dangerous person even without those. Enough with your empty threats. I am Dermal and Busa, the king of Sukmayan, the one chosen by our god, the intertwined god. Alchemists always seek to challenge the gods. Which will be faster, your fire burning me to ash, or divine punishment striking down on you? Do you want to find out? I should remain calm. I'm sure their god is watching us now. Divine judgment of the intertwined god means you'll be torn into dozens of pieces in an instant. I don't know why the king himself would be involved with catching alchemists. You even ignored the alchemist tower before. Alchemists want their knowledge to seem useless, but we know that isn't truly the case. We ignored the alchemist tower because we chose not to interfere. The gods were merely waiting for the knowledge in the tower to mature. Even if you are heretics, they won't refuse the useful things you make. Will you let me go if I tell you how to make gunpowder? That's not what we want. We already know how to make gunpowder due to an inside man. Then what do you want from me? My god and I, we want magic. Magic isn't something easily obtained. I don't wish to wield it myself. We just need the power. According to intelligence from our insider, magic, like the gods, has the potential to reshape the order of the world. That's just superstition. Ancient tales, nothing more. You people really don't believe those ancient stories? Masdari let out a sneer. You don't want magic. You want a mage who obeys your orders. You understood quickly, but the other alchemists weren't like you. Their bodies were too weak. They died after only a few questions. However, we learned that the best alchemist was you, Masdari. So you are telling me to become a mage. I'll give you all the knowledge we've collected from mages until now. You can become a mage with that knowledge. Then use that power to spread the greatness of Sukmayan. Masdari hung his head as he pondered. Becoming a mage truly was a tempting story. Even without his request, Masdari already planned to search for scattered alchemists across the continent to complete his own knowledge and become a mage himself. I was close to reaching my goal. I was just missing a few pieces. However, with the knowledge they've gathered, it could be possible. But the Rotten Hand exclaimed its complaints, even though it's knowledge they sieved after torturing alchemists. Of course, you will receive the treatment you deserve. In the past, your Garuda race helped us trolls build a nation. Now isn't this a chance to restore your honor? Do I have time to think about it? I can't give you long, since there's another candidate to become a mage has left our country. Another mage candidate? There was another alchemist who successfully escaped. Just who could it be? Later, Masdari was kept in a holding cell as he pondered his decision. An alchemist who could escape the country. Could it be we Ravina Mule? If you're that curious, become his servant mage and ask them. Otherwise, find a way to escape. But the window here was too small. The only option was to melt the iron door. I'm sure the intertwined god is watching. It's too dangerous right now. Just make a decision. You are boring me. Why are you hesitating? I don't know why as well. I thought I would do anything to become a mage, but now I can become a mage, even if I'm a slave to a god. You've been thinking stranger things ever since you got locked up. But then, the rotten hand noticed something. Look over there. Look at the window, you idiot. Masdari looked up again. It was a large grasshopper with a cloak looking through the window. Are you Masdari? I shall come inside so it's easier to talk. How is there such a giant grasshopper? The grasshopper manifested in front of Masdari. Don't be afraid. I am a messenger of God. My name is Hongo. I am one of Night Sky's creations. Night Sky? The god of the Hukran Lizardmen? What does he want from me? He watches everything. You see, Intertwined God reached me using Dermalin, but Night Sky sent a protector. This isn't even your territory. The Intertwined God is currently not watching. How can you be so sure? At the same time, Nebula and the other gods were in a meeting once again. I believe it to be so, since the Night Sky told me. Then what have you come here to tell me? I shall hear you out. It is a prophecy from Night Sky. Masdari, you will become the mage of Sukmayan. So something like that can be a prophecy as well? If I escape right now, won't that prophecy be broken? Can that still be called a prophecy? Because the god gave me special power. I could come here. Even if the Intertwined God isn't present, you still wouldn't be able to escape. And the prophecy isn't over. What's the rest of the prophecy? You, as a mage, will betray Sukmayan. That was the entire prophecy. Masdari narrowed his eyes. You're saying I'll betray Sukmayan after becoming a mage? That's part of Night Sky's will too. No, this is simply a prophecy. That is all it is. And you can do as you please. Just what is this situation? A god's protector came just to deliver this message. If I become a mage for Sukmayan, then they will become strong enough that you can't ignore their power. Sukmayan was already the largest nation on the continent. If they also had a mage, they might even surpass Hukran in terms of might. No doubt that Night Sky has his guard up against the Intertwined God. Why doesn't Night Sky just order me what to do? Night Sky does not give orders easily. He respects the free will of those who follow him. Would a god really respect free will? Of course. The reason for that is he will still achieve what he wants despite the autonomous nature of people. I don't understand. Even then, if I do something against the prophecy, Night Sky wouldn't like it. Who knows? I don't think Night Sky would be neither overjoyed nor depressed about whether the prophecy comes true or not. But my mission here is over. I've delivered the prophecy. Though what you do is up to you. Hide whatever you hear from deep within, as Intertwined God might hear your thoughts. So even if you wanted to betray him, you can't. He looks disgusting, don't you think? Anyway, since the Intertwined God isn't watching us right now, it's our chance to escape. My thoughts have changed. What? You hated God so much, and yet in the end, you're moving according to the will of a god? Perhaps. It's just that after hearing that prophecy, I really want to destroy those who locked me up, tortured, and killed other alchemists. Oh, you're going down the route of betrayal? Well, it'd be perfect if you betrayed them after becoming a mage. Did Night Sky predict that I think this way when he delivered the prophecy? Even if he did, I don't feel very uncomfortable about it. Is this what the god named Night Sky is like? Guard, let Dermalin know. I'm done thinking. I, Masdari, will work for Sukmayan. Meanwhile, on the voyage of Lump and we Ravina Mule. So that's Sajan, a small port located between Hukran's Orazon and Maganin. Because of its large plain and high-quality soil, this port is known to be good for farming. Apart from that, it's an ordinary place that's no different from other port villages, which is why nobody has taken particular interest in this port until now. This is where Hukran's secret ordnance factory is, right? Constructed beside the ocean to meet the supply and demand of materials from vases easily. Well, you're right, but it's not a location simply just for weapon manufacturing. So you mean it's a location where the knowledge of non-believers gathers, like that thing we're bringing along right now. Night Sky will hear you. That was made because Night Sky commanded it. So what's wrong? Even then, the base is still an unholy object. So before we check whether it activates well or not, I don't want to incur any bad luck. I hope Night Sky looks after us. I don't know why someone of a persecuted species is so faithful, but his technique is outstanding. I just told him the theory of gunpowder, and he made a trial product off of that alone. It'll definitely activate well based on that dwarf's abilities. Even if an accident occurs, I can block it with the power of my demonic property. The alchemy tower might be gone, but the knowledge will remain and change the entire scene of this world. Night Sky, are you watching? I want to ask you in the name of Mule, where will this world go? And what do you want? The very next day, still in the city of Sajan. Okay, have some more. I think it'd be good for me to stop. Don't make me sad. The prince has come to a lowly village like this, so everyone is energized, and I hope you let his majesty know how hard I work. I've been governor over such a small port for several years now. I said I got it. Anyway, about the Astacidine, since you said you'd handle him in exchange for information. Of course, don't even worry about a pirate small fry like him. This isn't the first time this has happened. I'll deal with things smoothly. I wish I could punish an irresponsible government official like him, but as the position of the king's older brother, no matter what I do, I'll be accused of abusing my power. Just then, a Lizardman staff came running towards the governor. The Lizardman whispered something to the governor, which greatly shocked him. What is going on? It's nothing much. It's just the business of a small village, so I'll deal with it. Anyway, there's more alcohol, so drink, your highness. I need to use the outhouse. Prince Basin exited the premises, and beside him, a Lizardman subordinate come jumping down from the wall. Your highness. So, what is it? The Astacidine pirate escaped. He's captured a hostage and is causing a fuss. This incompetent governor. I'll punish him. Hurry and take me there. Meanwhile, a commotion is happening with the Astacidine. Go away. Don't come close. Don't move. Human. I'm staying still. Don't talk back. This guy is trembling. Hey Astacidine. Godin, was that your name? Anyway, calm down. Calm down. I was fooled by Basin. I thought if I gave him information, he'd consider, but beheading. Bring Basin before I talk to him. I'm not letting go of this woman. You bastard. What honor does a pirate bastard who used to rob others have to bring up promises? But a promise is still a promise. Human, I told you to stay still. Stop moving. I didn't move. You just grabbed my neck and shook me. Was that the case? I'm sorry. He's so sloppy. It isn't difficult to escape using muscle spasms. So you were calling for me. Godin. Yes, Godin. I went against my promise. But you went against the law. This time, I'll make a promise I'll keep. If you kill that human, I'll kill you on the spot. But if you give yourself up, I'll really give you a chance to have a conversation. Respond quickly. Godin, what are you going to do? Go. Human, I'm giving up. The hostage is free. Grab him. That was surprising. What are you talking about? That you convinced him first. I thought all Lizardmen would just rely on their bronze and go for for it. It's the wisdom of my ancestor, Rakrak. To use conversation to resolve things if possible. If possible, no. To start with conversation, and if that doesn't work, to then use your fists. This response stunned Ravina. For someone who was once the crown prince, that was quite the explicit response. You speak as if you know me. Just who are you? Just then, Lump interrupted them by calling out to the first prince. And who are you? What a relief you're here. Aren't you the technique minister, Lump? Do the two of you know each other? It's a long story. The three then began to debrief with each other of what they know. Judging from the situation, it was all part of the king's plan for each of us to come this Asian. Then it isn't a coincidence that we all arrived at a similar time. Kyle, what are you thinking? Then Lump, what are you holding? I brought it because I thought it might be helpful. It's a weapon. Is that so? The next day, they arrived at a facility outside the city. Is this the place? Hukrin's ordnance factory? That's right. It's a secret area, so it isn't known to the world. So these are more of that weapon. Basin inspected the weapon closely. It's quite heavy, and it's too big. Is the hole in the middle to lessen the weight? Basin exerted himself, swinging down the weapon with great force. That's not how you use the weapon. I'll show you myself. That wooden plank over there will be the target. A long-distance weapon? I didn't think it looked like one. It's a gunpowder weapon that the alchemists made. Alchemists? Gunpowder? Oh yeah, you have horns. Most humans don't have horns, do they? You sure took a while to notice. Gunpowder is a powder that explodes when set on fire. At first, we made this out of wood, but it was too weak so it couldn't withstand it. Making it out of porcelain also caused it to shatter. But we decreased the amount of gunpowder. The impact would also be less, so it wouldn't be able to have full effect as a weapon. So even if it's a bit heavy, we need to use steel for durability. This is the projectile. This will be shot forward. Lumps sparked stones together, igniting the cannon. Stand back. Once the wick burns out, it'll fire. We made it safely, but with a bang, the cannon shot towards the target. As you can see, it's quite loud. The target, and even the wall behind it, was blasted away. Impressive. The sound is one thing, but the force is like night sky's thunder. What is the weapon used for? This is a weapon for war. I heard you came on Pirate's Humiliation, right? And you dropped by Sajin, which was not part of your plans because you had to load a certain item. This was that item. A cannon. Wow, the destructive power is incredible. But how much could this change the appearance of war? The process of putting the gunpowder in, flattening it with a stick, putting the projectile in, and lighting it on fire. It takes far too long to initiate the attack. It's also difficult to change the direction of the cannon itself. I'm sure you can kill a few enemy soldiers with this in a chaotic battlefield, but if they disperse, it's done with. However, what if we had many cannons and not just one? It's quite useful in itself if it can hold cavalry troops in check. It'll also demonstrate an incredible force in a siege where the target is fixed. It's enough to offset the disadvantage of being hard to move once we boarded onto the boat. If there were a cannon in the battle against the pirates like last time, a sea battle could fully display the power of these cannons. This will definitely change the landscape of war. He's right with those thoughts, but there's still a long way to go. Since battleground type cannons are impressive, but compared to the weapons that'll appear in the future, they're nothing. That's exactly right. The firing speed is slow, and after firing, you need to wipe the inside. Since they're so heavy, you need several people for each cannon, and you need training on how to shoot them properly. And if it rains or if it's humid, they're even harder to use. Yes, black gunpowder solidifies quickly if it gets moist, but Kyle is a genius, and that lump dwarf is also talented. They might make the next stage gunpowder soon. They'll be satisfied with that alone for now. Perfecting a technique doesn't make the next stage's technique appear right away, but as you said, it won't take long. Once everyone begins to use this gunpowder, it'll soon lead to an arms race. Are you convinced that a war will occur? I'm quite certain. Wisdom's movements bother me the most. He's gathering resources so adamantly. It's not like I'm just sitting around either. The power this world brings forth is getting larger, and the scale of the war will be incomparable to before as a result. We'll soon be able to find out who has prepared more thoroughly. Tioni stood across the ship, looking at Ravina Mule. Is something wrong? That horned human, she's not dangerous, is she? She shouldn't be. But to me, elves and humans aren't that different. Is it necessary to refer to her as human? Are you joking? To me, there's little difference between lizardmen and frogmen either. They don't even look the same. That's my point as well. We're completely different. We can't produce offspring between our races either. We're fundamentally different species. Ravina Mule's a perfectly fine person. Just because she is cursed doesn't mean she's crazy. I don't mind the horns at all. What matters more is that she's a non-believer. What's wrong with that? I think everyone goes through a bit of disbelief at some point. You're saying an alchemist's disbelief is a minor thing? Indeed, I believe Night Sky would understand the disbelief of a follower. Captain, several unidentified boats are approaching from behind. Naval ships? No sir, but they are very quick. Figure out who they belong to. It's the Deep Night Pirates. Those are the main ships from the southern continent. Tioni looked towards the oncoming ships with a worried expression. We should prepare for battle. That's good. What are you talking about? I wanted to use the cannons during battle. Isn't it a perfect time to do it? Then there's no helping it. Set up the cannons. They have 8 ships, and we only have 6 cannons. While we don't know anything about their forces, there's no need to be scared before we even clash. We should butt heads first. The crew started to set up the cannons to the side of the ship, and all the ships maneuvered such that their cannons are aimed at the enemies. 4 ships. How lucky. I'll be complimented by Deep Night. They're sticking together and not moving. Are they scared? Get closer. I'll give those who surrender a painless death. Basin then gave the order to ready the cannons, and with a loud boom, the cannonballs were fired towards the enemy, striking right at the enemy's head, obliterating them completely. What just happened? Shoot the rest. The cannonballs barrage the enemy pirate ship's deck. Chaos ensues on the enemy ship. The ship is wrecked and the crew is heavily injured. They've stopped pushing forward. Don't be taken aback by their strange weapons. There's no way they can use a weapon like that repeatedly. Get closer. Did he guess by lock? Prepare to load. They are quite smart, it seems. I was right. Get even closer. We'll definitely win in an onboard battle. Second row. Aim. The enemy captain is completely shocked as Basin raises his flag and the cannons are awaiting their orders. Basin finally gives the order to fire, and another barrage of cannonballs destroys the enemy ship. Since the weakness is the long loading time, there'll be a gap in firing rounds one after another. Obviously, I've considered that. Tioni, put some distance and buy us some time to reload. The whole fleet turns in cooperation with the command. Our mission's objective is the safe delivery of the cannons and the gunpowder. There's no need to purposely annihilate the pirates. However, we might just do so if they insist on following us. Shit, those who are alive, grab the sails and get control of the directions. We're continuing onwards. Even if the power of those weapons is great, most things won't destroy our boats. If we get close, we have a chance. As I thought, he's not completely clueless. It was definitely difficult to leave damage to the boats with the cannon shots earlier. Then I should just use the big ones. Prepare the great cannons. An even bigger cannon is loaded up onto the side of the ship. It aims right at the leading ship. The pirates, upon seeing the new cannon, has lost all hope. The cannon fires with a loud bang, striking heavily onto the side of the ship and leaving a massive hole on both sides. The keel is broken. Abandon the boat. Meanwhile, above the battle, Nebula was observing everything. This was a very good experience. It was a good thing I lured the pirates here, allowing them to test the force of the cannons. The pirates were driven out with almost no losses for them, and since they had Ravina, failing the test wouldn't have caused too big of an issue. I must say, Basin is better than I thought. To think he'd even earn the skill command. His leadership also went up. In Rakrak's generation, they did use strategy and tactics, but back then, there were more situations of using an individual warrior's abilities to change the situation. However, after the appearance of firearms, fighting abilities standardized, so command systems became more important. The command skill. I'm excited to see him in the future. After that, Basin received the secret order to sweep out the pirates, and within a mere month, Basin conquers the southern archipelago. Later on, in an evening of celebration, although according to His Majesty's order, we succeeded in pushing out the Deep Night pirates. I don't think we can leave here immediately. Why not? Although southern archipelago may be their occupied territory, they'll have a separate military headquarters. There are 2 islands close to the southern archipelago, from what I heard. One is Ormer, the other is Dolton. Ormer is an island west of the southern archipelago, right? It's close to Dan Yum, so it'll be used as a base for pirates traveling to and from Dan Yum. Dolton is south of it, and quite yet a distance apart. It's closer to the south continent, so there's a high possibility it's the Deep Night pirates' headquarters. We've trained enough on how to use the cannon, but because it's hard to divide our forces into 2, we should conquer one first. Don't worry, we've already conquered Ormer Island. What are you doing here? Mazdari, long time no see. Ravina, you know each other? I am an alchemist. Prince Basin, an alchemist? Judging from how you know who I am, you must be with them. Let General Ian of the warships know to prepare his soldiers. Prepare for battle. There's no need to be so on guard. We just came to expel the pirates as quickly as possible. Well, you did come riding Danium's merchant ships, which is why the Astacidines weren't on guard against you. How could we be at ease when Sukmayan's soldiers came riding Danium's boats? Mazdari, you were here? General, don't come too close. Ukran's first prince is here. So you're Prince Basin. I am Sukmayan's general, older man. Are you in charge of those boats? Yes. Loosen up. The only reason we came on Danium's ships is because Sukmayan didn't have ships that go south. We have no thoughts on creating friction with Ukran. We are just helping because Danyum, our allied nation, is suffering due to pirates. Isn't it better that criminals like pirates are dealt with quickly? Well, I understand. Since the pirates recently extended their influence upon Ukran's southern archipelago, we just drove them out, so there's nothing for you to do. Is that so? To my knowledge, Ukran never took over the southern archipelago territory. There are just uncivilized people there. We simply respected the autonomy of the Astacidines. We've continuously received tributes from them, and decidedly, we believe in the same god. I thought the name of the god they believe in was different from Hyrkins. They believe someone called the White Spider God. That is the same god as Night Sky. A priest from the main temple will come to confirm this soon. These guys, if we were a little late, they were planning on saying that the southern archipelago was all within their territory, and not just Ormer. The fact that Sukmayan came on Danium's ships means they're allied. In the end, there's a possibility that all 5 nations, including Jiaqua Mangul and Juman, will get involved. Even if they don't fight head-on with the Hukran, we cannot avoid competition. The goal in the end is a path towards the South Continent, and right now, there's no method to exclude them. Then are you planning on going to Dolton Island? Yes, and if necessary, even further. Is that so? Then let's enjoy festivities until then. The following day, the ships have sailed once again, but now even more have joined the fleet. Before we knew it, Mangul's ships also joined. After participating in the sweeping of the pirates, they're going to state their authority over Dolton, and I'm sure the 2 of them have already finished talks. I thought we were going to explore the eastern mountains. Just how did this come to be? This isn't in the contract, and Pirates Humiliation is a merchant ship. There's no helping it. Because of the situation, we can't leave. Not to mention, it feels like Night Sky is watching over us. Ah, Night Sky. There are pirates up front. Hang on. Just how many ships is that? Just where are these pirates making all these boats? And since the map looks like this, it's hard to send a recon over there. I'm sure we have to cross to the South Continent ourselves to get a proper grasp. Or is this divine restriction? If so, their level is at least 19, and the movements of the pirates are awkward. Not only is there an unnecessarily large space between the 2 groups, but could it be? Just then, someone alerted Prince Basin. Night Sky has sent down a revelation. He says to practice caution. Slow down the speed of the boats. What's going on? General, Hukran's boats are slowing down. It seems the noble prince lacks battle experience. He must have gotten scared from the number of enemies, and is trying to buy time to plan something. We'll use this opportunity to strike first. If we sweep the pirates, we can get more rights. Just then, a large shadow loomed overhead the trolls on the ship. A large tentacle had emerged from the water. It can't be that. The tentacle slammed down on the deck of the ship, causing heavy damage. It's a kraken. The tentacles were wrapping around the ship, disrupting the whole ship. Cut its tentacles. A kraken, as I thought. The main body is at least 500 meters long. Thankfully, I noticed it fast, so we were able to avoid it. Nebula, you knew? I just found out. Sorry, I couldn't tell you in advance. Did you plan this? No way. If I could have used this earlier, I would have. You know you can't control krakens. The Dagons must have used the kraken. Those Dagons aren't being attacked by the kraken. Did they tame the kraken? The kraken is also related to that ancient evil or whatever. Perhaps they have a symbiotic relationship. Krampus, I'll warn you of the second attack. The Dagons are rising to the surface. The Dagons will attack from between the kraken's tentacles. Then I'll tell you about the sea's third attack. The pirate fleet is on the move. It seems they're trying to make it such that we can't escape the kraken's attacks. What are you going to do? You're not asking me to help you for something as trivial as this. You can just use what you've been hiding, right? Cut the tentacles. Use the axe to slice it. Stop muddling around. Give up those who've been grabbed. General, the mast. The Kraken broke the mast in half, but as it was falling, Masdari caught it with one hand. What a mess. Masdari complained as he was drawing a magic circle on the floor. Aren't you afraid? Teased the rotten hand. I am afraid, but that won't be very helpful in my work. The preparations are ready. General, older man. Good timing. What are you going to do? The reason Sukmayan's king, Dermalin, hired me. The reason Thurni sent me to the southern seas. And the reason you were looking for me. Is this that magic thing? Perfect. The Kraken's tentacles are locked on us. How many ships are there within 300 paces of our ship? Around 10. What is the composition of the species? They're mostly trolls, but there are also elves, Lenars, hobgoblins, and Satyros. The slaves are a mix, so it's hard to tell. Ah, a Garuda too. Thanks for including me. If there's an error, it's on you. I need to focus now, so leave. Shall we begin? Rotten Hand and Masdari start to chant in an ancient language. Masdari's eyes start to glow with power, and energy was overflowing from the magical seal that was drawn. Finally, focusing the energy. I'll show you magic. Magical energy radiates from the main ship. The release of magic was enough to blind the general. The general, opening his eyes, was completely shocked. The gigantic Kraken tentacle was frozen solid. The ice started to crack and shattered completely. General, look there. The ocean is frozen as well. Even the crew was speechless at the display of power. This is incredible. I understand why His Majesty was so bent on getting this guy. However, there was an orc that was also frozen in place. Looks like the magic worked well. Thankfully, it would have been nice if you had told me there were orcs among the slaves. Frozen time magic. There should have been magic more suitable for this situation. Is this some kind of showmanship? Well, I'm sure there's something you want as well. Later on, after the battle, the fleet continued to sail. Magic is fascinating. The pirates, excluding the Kraken, were incredibly strong as well. Without the Garuda's magic, this would have been a difficult fight because the Kraken was dealt with via magic. Danyam and Mangle's ships could join and push the bastards out. Without it, the fleets would have been disassembled, causing great damage. Since Sukmayan has revealed the power of the mage they'd be hiding, they will try to maintain a dominant position with that power as their backing when entering the new continent. I don't think the Deep Night pirates will give up from this. There weren't many ships that were destroyed from that last battle, and if the person behind them has the force as that of the scale of a nation, they will have many means left. Captain, I can see Dolton Island, but there's something quickly approaching from under the water. Something is coming? Describe it properly. The lookout had trouble describing the approaching figures. It's fish that has wings attached. People are riding the fish. General, assume it's an enemy and aim the cannons. Tioni, stop the ship. Everyone, stay alert and be ready. General, the Hukran ship has stopped their ship. Slow down. Let's observe the situation. What is that? It can't be. Is that really fish? Flying overhead. A Dagon readies to attack with its spear, piercing a crewmate on the troll ship. Multiple Dagons on flying fish rush the deck, taking even more crewmates with them. Are they riding the fish like horses? Get away from the railing. Everyone, get down. But it was too late. Many were dragged into the sea before they could hear. Meanwhile, Basin observed the situation of the other ship. When those fish-riding knights knock people off the deck, there are Dagons waiting in the water to finish them off. Look over there. Even if we empty the deck, the Dagons will climb aboard. If we let our guard down, they'll take over the ship. At this rate, we won't be able to use the cannons properly and will be overwhelmed once their main force arrives. Then what should we do? There's no need to overthink it. We're at sea, but they are essentially cavalry. We just have to deal with them the same way we would on land. They likely haven't prepared any special countermeasures. We'll stick to the plan. Knock the soldiers off the deck while infantry climbs their ship. For our god, Deep Night. But the Dagons quickly realized their error. The soldiers were lying in wait with their spears raised. Seeing this, a Dagon rider managed to change course midair. These bastards are trying a sneaky trick. I am the first matey. I will not lose to the sea. The Dagon rider was blasted by a lariat from matey, crashing onto the deck. The rest of the cavalry soon followed. Here they come. Their formation kept strong, the fish falling right onto the spears. Most of the Dagon riders getting dismounted and being finished off by Basin. Don't mind the fish teeth. Their real weapons are the spears. Keep your spear pointed and hold your ground. Good, it's working. It may look like a new tactic, but it's just a variation of an existing one. Fortunately, we had learned anti-cavalry tactics. It might even be easier than fighting land cavalry. Cockatoo cavalry are agile enough to dodge, but fish cavalry have a hard time changing direction once they leap. Looks like the other ships are catching on, but I doubt the attack will stop here. Pirate ships spotted ahead. There's around 120 ships. The earlier battle hasn't ended yet. If the pirates push in there, the ships might get tangled up. Then using the cannons would be tough too. Tioni, we need to move forward, and Tioni gave the order to advance. Are we really the only ones going forward to fight them? If we lead, the rest will follow eventually. This might take longer than I thought. We'll have to buy some time. But just then, Basin noticed something in the sky. Masdari came from above and arrived onto Basin's ship. Why did you do that, Prince Basin? If you had fired the cannons while those 100 pirate ships and allied navy were entangled, you could have crushed both at the same time. Are you suggesting to attack our own side? Isn't Hukran hostile to those other countries? You could have said it was necessary to stop the pirates. What a strange thing to say coming from you. Is this curiosity, or was that what you were hoping we would have done? If you hesitated because of me, that is not the case. Masdari, even without you, I would have made the same choice. We haven't finished this battle yet, and there's no guarantee those 120 ship are all they have. Chasing the immediate gain is not wise. Masdari, this response had Masdari paused to ponder. Gods and followers have something oddly similar about them. What did you just say? Never mind it. The reason I came here is that I think my power could be of use. You'd better get ready. There's something dangerous coming this way. Underneath the water, a massive sea serpent was dragging the ship forward. Smash their ship, then bite them all to pieces. Yabin, you bastard. Once I kill them, you're next. You're welcome to try. You think a beast like you can defy the great Deep Knight's will? I will destroy them and advance into the continent and become the top person of the order. A sea serpent, that's one of the abominable gods. Did the Dagons tame an abominable god? It seems like it, but I don't know how they did it. Abominable gods and abominations were enemies that players had to defeat. They are treated as monsters to defeat to obtain the trophy of domains, so it's difficult for players to deal with them in order to achieve their goals. It's either because they have an evil god, or it's similar to the unique domain domain that Cha-Cha has. After defeating Jiowubi, we obtained a unique domain, Domain of Corpses. This was a completely new unique domain, so maybe he has a special unique domain as well. Damn, the pirate ships have already gotten so close. They'll bump into each other at this rate. Are you not going to help? If I need to, I will, but I don't think it's necessary. Just then, the cannons fired at the sea serpent. The shell hit its body but bounced off its soft body. The cannons aren't working. Prepare the king cannon. Adjust the barrel angle. Next time, hit it point blank. I don't think we'll succeed. There's no guarantee the monster will just sit there and take a shot. And we don't know if the king cannon can hurt it. Good thing you didn't shout that out loud. According to Hukran military law, spreading comments that lower morale gets you beheaded. I'll be assisting you. Will you use magic? I will. However, magic isn't something that can be used whenever I please. There are prerequisites. First, I need to be able to touch that monster's body and tie him down so he can't move. And I need at least enough time to drink a cup of tea. I'll draw a magic circle around the monster, but someone needs to protect the magic circle so it doesn't get ruined. Casting the spell requires total concentration. I'll be completely vulnerable, so someone must protect me too. I need a clear answer. Can you kill the beast? You make it sound easy to fulfill all the conditions, but if they are met, that thing will die. Then it will be done. Basin raised his signal flag and sent a message to the nearby ships. Tioni, reading the signal, was stunned. Are you crazy? Basin turned and glanced at her. Of course not, but to get rammed like this? How could you think of that? Looks like you really are crazy. Matey, tell everyone to prepare for impact. Matey took a deep breath. Prepare for impact. Lump, prepare to fire. Just as the giant sea serpent leapt from the water, the cannon fires at point blank, hitting the sea serpent up close. Ram it. Pin the sea serpent in place. Gunners retreat. Currently, the sea serpent is locked in place by the 4 ships it is surrounded by. You insignificant bastards. It immediately swallowed one of the gunners whole. Everyone raise your bows. Trap the monster on the ship so it can't move. Prince Basin, I'm done with the magic circle on this boat. I need to draw 3 more at the other boats. Yes, tell them I sent you. I'll get onto the enemy ship and open a path. Alright, I got it. For several reasons. I apologize. Tioni, it's fine. Do what you must before the Garuda starts to whine. Basin then jumps onto the enemy ship, but then gets called over by someone. It was Wee Ravina Mule, the alchemist. It's dangerous here. Go back to the ship. No, I came all the way here for this moment. What are you talking about? Just then, a massive axe chops down right between them. Basin turns toward the enemy with killing intent. Are you the boss? Looks like it's my lucky day. Are you Yabin? Then this is very convenient for me. Come at me then. And so Prince Basin charges towards the enemy captain, Yabin. Instantly, their weapons quickly clashed. Yabin had already seen through Basin's intentions. You're just stalling for time to use magic, aren't you? But this is all a meaningless struggle. Basin was surprised that Yabin knew about magic. At the same time, Yabin's axe swung fiercely at Basin, and the two quickly created distance. The enemy captain was indeed a troublesome foe. Mages are all the same, letting others attack with swords and arrows while they leisurely draw their symbols. Don't you think that's unfair? Basin remained on high alert. I don't believe we're on such friendly terms. A smile touched the corner of Yabin's mouth. Unfortunately, tell that mage of yours that it's too late. Just then, the sound of clashing metal rang out. Basin turned to see that the iron chains binding the sea serpent's neck had fallen away. Damn it, the sea serpent will break free at this rate. Don't worry, Prince Basin, there's still time. A magic circle appeared in Masdari's pupils, and a strange formation quickly rose into the air, instantly enveloping the entire sea. The onlookers felt a wave of panic as they watched the scene unfold. However, after a moment, nothing happened. Yabin couldn't help but laugh mockingly. I knew it. You failed, didn't you? You don't know much about magic. The slightest deviation in the pattern of the magic circle, or the smallest mispronunciation of an incantation, will result in failure, especially on a battlefield like this. But in the next second, a tremendous roar echoed in their ears. Many soldiers collapsed onto the deck, screaming in agony, and even Basin clutched his ears in pain. Basin looked at Masdari with disappointment. What have you done, Garuda? Now not only the enemy, but we ourselves can no longer fight. Masdari just gave an awkward smile. Hold on, it hasn't started yet. Then, an explosion erupted in front of the magic circle, and a dark red energy surged out, followed by the rise of a jet black pillar of shadow. Basin wondered what on earth it was. As the shadow gradually came into focus, a look of shock spread across Basin's face. It was an arm. It was difficult to tell which race the arm belonged to. Even several people together couldn't have wrapped their arms around it. In the next second, the giant hand reached for a nearby pirate. Basin curiously asked Masdari if it was the arm of a giant, and Masdari confirmed it. It's a summoning magic. The magic circle can open a gate between worlds, and I opened that gate in order to call a being from another world, who was called Talajan in ancient times. With a loud crash, a Dagon was utterly crushed in the Talajan's hand. Shortly after, another Talajan hand appeared from the bow of another ship, and the pirate's screams rose and fell. Basin was puzzled. The giant hands seemed to be searching for something. Masdari laughed. They're looking for me. This hand of Talajan magic infuriates the Talajan. Imagine you're taking a nap on a sunny hillside, and suddenly, an ant crawling by your ear wakes you up. You'd be very annoyed. On this vast hillside, why did this tiny ant have to pass right by your ear? If there happened to be an anthill nearby, you'd destroy that hill with your hands. Isn't that extremely dangerous? All magic is dangerous, but I'm prepared. Magic follows rules. These hands of Talajan can currently only sense Dagons. The Talajan will perceive that monster as me, and they will vent their anger upon it. After clearing the pirates from the ship, the giant hands turned their attention to the sea serpent. Seeing this, Yabin yelled from the side, "Stupid serpent, bite off those hands." The sea serpent immediately bit down on one of the hands. Once the first wrist was caught, the other hands instantly located the sea serpent, and soon all the arms were reaching for it. One Talajan hand seized the serpent's head, while the others gripped other parts of its body. Although the giant hands didn't completely grasp the serpent's body, their strength was immense, and they ripped the serpent's head clean off. The sight of the giant hands, stained red with blood, was horrifying. Basin, who had witnessed this from behind, remarked, "Magic is indeed dangerous." Masdari agreed. That's why you can't draw the magic circle too large. If you do, what's behind the hands and arms will come through, and then it will be uncontrollable. Although Basin wanted to keep watching, he had other matters to attend to. He turned to look at the stern of the ship where Yabin was, while Masdari stayed behind to supervise the giant hands. After Basin left, he looked up at the sky. Good, everything everything's going according to plan. Meanwhile, upon seeing the sea serpent killed, Yabin knew defeat was certain, but he didn't know where things had gone wrong. Was it a lack of strategy and tactics on his part, or was it because they brought new weapons? The Dagon was defeated before it could even unleash its power, and even the sea serpent granted by the high priest was torn to shreds. If those people united, it would only be a matter of time before they were crushed. If he had enough power, Yabin felt he could have taken them down easily. This was all due to his weakened position from losing a power struggle within the cult. Just then, Basin called out to him from behind. By the decree of King Kyle Lakarazan of the Hukran, I will punish you. Don't be ridiculous. Even if I die, it will be the will of the Deep Night, and it has nothing to do with your insignificant king. Basin couldn't help but narrow his eyes, muttering in confusion, you worship a god called Deep Night? Yabin, however, was furious. Do not speak the name of our god so lightly. His axe came slashing down at Basin, who realized the man's strength was great and he was more experienced. Basin quickly considered his options. Was it a mistake to charge in and fight him alone? But if he didn't seize this chance now, he might lose the opportunity to attack the leader of this pirate band forever. So, Basin felt that even if it was dangerous, he had to take the risk. Suddenly, Yabin made a wide move, secretly sweeping his tail in an attack that tripped Basin. However, Basin used the counterforce of his sword to deftly roll backward. Yabin jeered triumphantly. Is this all you've got? At the same time, Basin's backup arrived. Although Yabin could potentially rush in and kill Basin now, doing so would leave him surrounded by Lizardmen with no chance of escape. Yabin immediately decided to find another way out. Seeing this, Basin pulled out a dagger from his robes. Yabin, you're strong, but you're more of a coward than I thought. Basin threw the dagger, and it plunged directly into Yabin's body. Yabin screamed in pain and turned around. You sneaky bastard. A slight smile appeared on Basin's lips. Our ancestors always taught us to keep an additional weapon on us. With a swift motion, Basin cut down his foe and impaled Yabin's head on a spear, raising it high. Seeing their leader dead, the pirates began to scatter and flee. Basin then had his second-in-command report on the situation. The fighting on the ship continues, as there are still some remnants of their forces. After hearing this, Basin then looked towards the strange magic circles. What he saw next made his heart pound. The remains of the sea serpent had now turned into a pile of white bones, and the giant hands seemed to be arranging them into some sort of pattern. It's a magic circle. Realizing something was wrong, Basin immediately shouted for Masdari, but he was nowhere to be seen. The hand's work did not seem to be finished. One Talajan hand raised its index finger, and then pressed it into the center of the magic circle. Damn it, am I too late? Just as Basin was about to sever that finger, someone grabbed his arm. It was Ravina. She told him that it wasn't necessary, but Basin was still worried because it appeared to be casting a magic. I discovered them first, so what it's doing now is all in vain. Following Ravina's words, Basin looked at the magic circle again. The hands then slammed down on the formation in anger. Their magic had failed. Magic has very detailed rules and requires extremely fine technique. Even the slightest mistake will cause the magic to fail and collapse, and by using my innate talent and magic knowledge, I can induce those subtle mistakes. Ravina then told Basin to move to another ship. Although Masdari set the rule to only recognize Dagons, if left unchecked, they will swing indiscriminately at friend and foe alike. They are otherworldly beings with their own consciousness and desires, and they even possess hidden knowledge we know nothing about. Basin frowned. If left unchecked, wouldn't these hands be more dangerous than those pirates? Ravina confirmed this but said she would stay behind to watch over them. What about Masdari? It'll be best not to trust him. He's more than just a mage. When Sukmayan attacked the alchemy tower, many alchemists were exiled or killed. I was lucky to escape to Hukran, but most alchemists probably never even made it out of Sukmayan. Sukmayan acquired knowledge from the alchemists, but Masdari alone mastered all that knowledge, so he might have betrayed the other alchemists to become a mage. That's why I came here. My knowledge and skills are one of the few things that can resist magic. Although the process of summoning the giant hands was flawless, its very existence could endanger our allies. You've already witnessed what happens when it was using magic. If it hadn't been stopped in time, it could have led to a great disaster. Are you saying Masdari planned that? Isn't that a bit of a leap? Just then, a voice from behind interrupted them. That's truly hurtful, Ravina. I didn't think our friendship was so shallow. Hearing Masdari's words, Ravina was very surprised. When did we ever have such a thing between us? Aren't we like a cow and a chicken staring at each other? At this, Masdari was suddenly taken aback. What a remarkable metaphor, as expected of a top student. However, I was always sincere to you. Basin silently observed the two from the side. A cow and a chicken? It actually seemed to make some sense. Let's talk about it later. It seems I've caused a misunderstanding. Let me explain. The hand of Talajan was recorded in my master's book, and it did say that if that hand was not dealt with, those beings could come to this land. Ravina warned, you really are up to no good. But Masdari cut her off. No, that's not it. I just predicted that you, Ravina, would be able to stop the magic used by the hand of Talajan. Although it was something of a gamble, didn't it succeed in the end? However, there was another reason why Masdari did this. Prince Basin, how many spies colluding with other nations do you think are on the Hukran ships? Ravina thought Basin would confidently answer none, but that was not the case. There are many whose identities I'm not sure of, about 10 or so. How many do you think saw me defeat the sea serpent and saw the hand of Talajan trying to come over? Maybe 1 or 2. Then that's very fortunate. Basin was confused as to why he would say that, because those spies will surely report that I, as a mage of Sukmayan, deceived Hukran and tried to cause great losses to the Hukran soldiers. Basin seemed to have fully understood. So you acted with the spies' reports in mind? You boarded this ship under orders to attack Hukran, allowed the hand of Talajan to use magic, and tried to achieve that goal. Unexpectedly, Ravina successfully stopped it all. If that's how it's reported, it would show that you are loyal to your identity as a mage of Sukmayan, right? Masdari nodded. Immediately, Basin drew his sword. Then the two of us must fight. Masdari drew his sword as well. To outsiders, the situation looked like this. Masdari's plot was discovered by Basin, and the cornered mage was making a final stand. Basin got the sense from Masdari that things were not over yet. Although this is an act, you know it wouldn't matter even if I really did subdue you, right? Either way, it means the same thing. At this, Basin snorted. What are you talking about, mage? Then he made a come at me gesture. I'll go easy on you. You can have the first move. Masdari never refused an advantage. Instantly, Garuda's massive body lunged at the Lizardman. The scene shifts to the shores of Dolton Island, where the ships of Ukraine and the Allied Navy faced off. On the coast, two lines of soldiers stood in formation, led by Basin of Ukraine and General Older of Sukmayan. Basin was the first to break the tense atmosphere. The ransom for a mage captive isn't cheap, is it? But Older was not afraid of Ukraine, as the Allied Navy outnumbered them 2-1. Basin snorted and handed over Masdari, and Dolton Island would henceforth belong to Ukraine. Dolton Island was the gateway to the southern continent, so for the Allied Navy, which was fighting pirates together, this was a painful decision. Additionally, the mage was merely the property of Sukmayan, and Sukmayan would also have to pay compensation to other nations. Older believed it was all worth it, because with a mage, they could win any battle. A few days later, the Allied Navy moved to Bavern for repairs. After a brief truce, a larger battle was about to erupt. Worried that Masdari might be assassinated by Ukraine, Older decided to check on him. However, when he pushed open the door, he found the room covered in strange magic circles. Masdari was initially surprised. "Oh, it's General Older. I thought it was an assassin sent by Ukraine." Older asked what he was doing in confusion. "Why have you drawn so many magic circles on the ship?" Masdari gently scratched his chin, then said, "This is a magic to deceive the eyes of a god, to temporarily escape its notice. If not for this, the god would have intervened when I was acting with Basin, but I can't be sure. Maybe the night sky helped. Regardless, seeing as I'm still safe, this magic circle must be effective." Older had no idea what Masdari was talking about. Just then, Masdari pointed to the floor beneath Older's feet. "That is a natural ignition magic." In the next moment, flames erupted from under Older's skin all over his body. Older struggled to scream in the raging fire, but he couldn't make a sound. In less than a moment, he was reduced to a pile of black charcoal. At the same time, the rotten hand reminded Masdari that it was time to begin. To deceive the subordinate gods and their priests, illusion magic had to be used everywhere, which took a long time. This was a plan he had carefully prepared since returning from Dolton Island. Now, it was finally ready to be realized. In a corner of the ship's hold, a magic circle glowed red, and a dead rat began to twitch. Empowered by the magic, strange tumors grew on the rat's body, making it resemble a walking zombie. It soon scurried through a ventilation duct into another room, which happened to be where the troll soldiers were resting. The zombie rat excitedly ran over and bit a troll crewman's toe. The soldiers in the bedroom were quickly awakened, but the rat was long gone. In less than a few hours, most of the soldiers on the ship were infected. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Masdari did not hesitate to jump off the ship. Beforehand, he had already changed the ship's course, directing it towards the misty region of the deep sea. At the same time, a notification appeared. Prophecy: Mage Masdari will betray Sukmayan has been accomplished. A few minutes earlier, while Masdari was carrying out his plague plan, Nebula invited Wisdom. Wisdom had many doubts, but he still accepted Nebula's invitation. Why not play with Eldar? Nebula was taken aback. "Eldar? Are you joking? Do you really think he's a match for me?" Nebula knew Wisdom was suspicious of him, but he wasn't worried. "By the way, besides Eldar, I've played against all of you and found it quite boring. You, however, are quite skilled. I'll take that as a compliment." In reality, Wisdom's skill was exceptional, almost on par with Nebula's, but due to one of Nebula's mistakes, Wisdom ultimately won the final game. "So, does that mean I won this time?" Nebula thought quietly, looking at the board before him, then confirmed it. "Yes, you did. You're the Go King of the Third Continent." Wisdom's polyhedron rotated. To be recognized by the #1 player in Lost World is truly an honor. Not at all. Nebula didn't really mind, because during that time, Masdari had already taken complete control of the ships. Soon, Wisdom hung up the call amidst Nebula's praise. After Wisdom left, a meaningful smile appeared on Nebula's face. It seems things are progressing smoothly. By now, Masdari had infected the crew and escaped. At the same time, a notification appeared. Prophecy: Mage Masdari will betray Sukmayan has been accomplished. Seeing this, Runda pouted. "What kind of prophecy is this? If I say I'm going to eat an apple today, and then I actually eat an apple, does that count as fulfilling a prophecy?" Nebula turned to look. "That's not entirely wrong." Eldar explained. "That's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. The prophecy itself becomes a factor in its own fulfillment. In the end, beings like mages are naturally rebellious towards players. This really hits a weak spot. It might be considered a brilliant move, but Lost World itself is a game that requires multitasking. There are more than one or two factors like this. It's impossible to constantly keep an eye on mages. Owning a mage is inherently risky, so I had deliberately used the Go game to distract Wisdom, who at the time likely didn't notice Masdari's betrayal. I acknowledge you let the prophecy fulfill itself amazingly, but it's not like Masdari is the only mage right now." "That's true. Sukmayan was the first to make progress and accumulated the most magical knowledge. But it wasn't just Wisdom and Sukmayan who were focused on magic. Juman and Danyam also captured cursed ones who escaped from the alchemy tower, accumulated a lot of knowledge, and they even secured the cooperation of 2 mages. So what will you do next?" However, Nebula was not flustered. "When did I say I only had Masdari turned traitor?" Hearing this, the other two were stunned, not understanding what Nebula meant. Nebula once again showed a meaningful smile. "I know the method and have the opportunity, so why would I let that go?" Nebula reopened the status bar from before and showed it to them. Prophecy: Mage Tale will betray Juman has been accomplished. Prophecy: Mage Yen will betray Juman has been accomplished. From the current situation, it seemed all the mages of the Third Continent had become independent. Meanwhile, on the other side, I've been played. I keep forgetting that we can never trust Nebula. I was having so much fun playing Go that I didn't notice he had other intentions. You think playing Go is fun? Now Zhangwan didn't know what to do. After all, the mages were their secret weapon. If they went to war with Ukraine, they would have no advantage, since every nation had cannons now. At this point, Runda added, "I know the mood isn't great, but I have to say, even if we've lost our mages, Nebula doesn't have any either, right? Isn't there still Ravina, that little one with the horns?" But in Runda's opinion, she couldn't be considered a mage yet. Krampus also agreed. She's not a mage yet, and it seems she has no intention of becoming one. Also, Nebula's strategy seems to be anti-magic. Anti-magic is a strategy that excludes magic from the competition in Lost World. Although the power of one mage can rival hundreds or thousands of soldiers, the moment they can't be controlled, the mages themselves might attack the player's species, bringing negative consequences. In fact, the 3 mages belonging to the 5-nation alliance, Yan, Yan, Tale, and Masdari all fled after causing damage to the player nations. But even though Hukrun is anti-magic, they are relatively tolerant of mages and magic. Although the law punishes it, the king is quite lenient about the occurrence of magic. Krampus also confirmed this. Many alchemists escaped from the alchemy tower, but they seem to only need Ravina's knowledge and haven't sought out other alchemists. Speaking of which, have you found the missing mages? Hearing this, they all shook their heads. From experience, once a mage was lost, it was very difficult to find them again. There was no search function in Lost World, and mages even had magic to conceal themselves. However, that is only true if you look for them yourselves. In the system window AR opened, a pig-like creature appeared. Krampus was confused. Isn't that just a pig? A pig's sense of smell is better than a dog's. It's said that pigs are used to find truffles buried underground. His name is Dasimo. While giving it a tracking function, it also gained an outstanding sense of smell skill. Hearing this, Wisdom couldn't help but be impressed. With that, even if it takes time, we'll find them eventually. As long as we deal with the escaped mages, the variables can be minimized. Even if that's not the case, there's no need to worry as much as Runda said. From the current situation, Nebula has a similar strategy to us, but our scale is 5 times that of Nebula, and the difference in mobilized forces can reach as much as 8 times. Xiangwan interrupted him. Don't get complacent with simple comparisons. I think we should maintain a certain level of vigilance. If we compare Nebula and us, our technology and magic are on the same level, but we have more troops. I agree with your point, but there's no need to amplify non-existent anxieties. If we have a weakness, it's that one part. Runda was confused. What do you mean? Nebula is not an enemy we are unfamiliar with. We have observed Nebula's playstyle. When facing a larger enemy, Nebula has a consistent strategy. Hearing this, Xiangwan understood what Wisdom was trying to say. You mean dividing the opponent? Exactly. I imagine this time will be no exception. Nebula's chance of victory lies in hoping we split. But obviously, we don't want that to happen, and we will actively intervene. So as long as our alliance remains unbreakable, we can win without any problem. Hearing this, Runda's heart skipped a beat, but she showed no expression. No one suspected that there was a mole right under their noses. Meanwhile, after the 3 mages escaped the god's control, they arrived at the sitting Buddha Valley of Hukrun. This place was remote and rarely visited. Of the alchemists from the tower, only the 3 of them had come here. Tale was puzzled. Where is Ravina Mule? She doesn't seem very interested in becoming a mage. She's already cursed, so there's no need for her to endure even deeper suffering. I hope she can walk her own path smoothly. Soon, the meeting of the 3 mages began. Yen proposed rebuilding the tower that the gods had destroyed, but not as a tower for alchemists, but as a tower for mages, giving the cursed a chance to learn magic. As they were focused on their plans, Tale suddenly heard a strange noise in the distance. It sounded like rain, but Masdari felt it wasn't. There were other sounds mixed in with the rain. Then came a sharp cry, as if something was screaming in pain. The mages instantly became alert. In the next second, a lizard man appeared, dragging something behind him. Are you the mages? I suppose you must be. An ant, a gnome, and a chicken. Hearing this, Masdari felt a sense of dread. I am a Garuda. The lizard man under the hat smiled. A Garuda? My apologies. I have never seen a Garuda in my lifetime. Hearing the word lifetime, Masdari asked, who are you? My name is not important. I am merely a messenger of the night sky. Yen was confused. How did you find us? I wasn't tracking you. I was tracking this pig. This pig is a creation sent by the gods to find you. If I had left it alone, this place would have been discovered. Masdari had already guessed who the lizard man before him was. A messenger of the night sky in the form of a lizard man, possessing the power to easily kill a god's creation. Rak, did you come here to kill us? How could that be? You would die even if you just sat here. Why go to the extra trouble? Thanks for the help. But even if this pig had died without finding us, would its death have revealed our location? You don't need to worry about that. The night sky personally intervened in that part. First, he confused the link between the creation and the god, and then I killed the creature. Then the night sky created a similar being, and the god connected to this creation is now watching the wrong pig. Hearing Rak's explanation, the 3 accepted his answer. This time, Masdari asked again, why did you come to find us? Rak crossed his arms and tilted his head. Has everyone eaten? Wouldn't it be better to talk while we eat? Rak was in charge of cooking. As alchemists, the 3 mages knew some cooking skills, as alchemy was essentially inedible cooking, but the cooking Rak was skilled at was completely different from what they knew. At this moment, Yin whispered to Masdari, is it okay for us to eat that, or should we run? Masdari didn't answer, and simply fell into deep thought. Can a mage fight a god's apostle? Masdari thought it might be possible if they recovered their magic and used every means at their disposal, but they were too close, and this was Rak. If the old legends were true, he wouldn't even need to swing his sword 3 times to take all 3 of their heads. Soon, Rak finished the barbecue. Despite their unease, they followed his lead and began to gnaw on the pork. Seeing Tale eat meat, Rak was puzzled. Do Ents eat meat? Tale lifted his leafy canopy. Our race doesn't normally eat such things. Usually, sunlight and water are enough, but I have a cursed part within my body, and this part absorbs nutrients through internal consumption. Hearing this, Rak silently gave a thumbs up. I see. Well, it's good to eat all sorts of things. Just then, Rak changed the subject. How much longer do you think you'll live? The mages were startled by his words. You were lucky to meet me this time, but will you be so lucky next time? Masdari knew it was a gamble. Compared to the gods, they were merely mortals destined to perish. They also knew that the gods only saw mages as tools to be used, but they did not want to be pawns on a game board. If they were killed, it would prove that the gods feared the power of mages, and magic would continue to be passed down. Rak nodded, affirming Masdari's statement. What? As the messenger of the night sky, you agree with us? Those who can do nothing are the real fools. It is also a fact that the gods use us. Masdari was confused. If Rak knew this, why did he still obey the gods' orders? Precisely because I know this. If we know we can be independent without the gods, shouldn't we realize that we are not their pawns? Masdari frowned, feeling that he was playing with words. That sounds like sophistry. I think only by denying the will of the gods can we prove that. If your will and God's will are always the same, then what's the point in proving it that way? You are fooling yourself. Perhaps I am, but if it is a happy deception, what's the harm in that? Masdari didn't fully understand Rak's meaning, but they would not believe in any god. Rak interrupted him. If you don't believe in the night sky, I cannot offer you goodwill or protection, but if it's a contractual relationship, relationship. That's different. The night sky only has one request of you, but I'm not sure if you can follow it. Hearing this, all three stared at Rakrak with great curiosity. What is it? He only needs you to survive. That's all. Hearing this, the three mages didn't understand what he meant. Are you saying that for our side of the contract, you're going to use our survival itself as a threat to the other gods? I suppose you can understand it that way. If not, how else can it be explained? Can you imagine those who were abandoned for being cursed gathering together in a place with those in similar states after traversing the world? Yet even that was destroyed. Among them, those who barely managed to survive gathered in a cave, wet from the rain, starving, debating their dark futures. Can the reason not be simple pity? The gods can pity too. Mages. After hearing Rakrak's words, Yen and Tale fell silent. Mizdari looked at the other two mages. They were companions of many years and could understand each other with a single glance. They had already made their decision. Mizdari thought he was left with only his own choice to make, but suddenly he looked down and saw he was still holding the piece of meat he had just been eating. We filled our stomachs because of this conversation. First, by accepting hospitality, the negotiation becomes disadvantageous. Mizdari felt a little dejected. Rakrak's appearance was no brilliant scheme. It was just a common and basic negotiation tactic. Alright, Rakrak, first apostle of the night sky. We accept this contract. We will definitely survive. The scene shifts to the other side. Runda contacted Eldar and asked for her opinion on the war. At this moment, Eldar noticed something different about Runda. Are you wearing glasses to make yourself look more intellectual? Yes, I wanted to look a bit smarter. Anyway, the glasses aren't important. What do you think about my earlier question? Eldar was not good at lying and decided to answer honestly. The situation's a bit difficult. Runda affirmed this. The Allied forces have now gathered 100,000 troops, compared to Hukrin's 20,000. It's almost the scale of the entire continent, not to mention the forces haven't all been mobilized together yet. Having spent a long time on Nebula's side, Eldar had a new perspective on war. You can't just look at war in terms of numbers. 2/5 of the Allied forces are small-sized soldiers, with heights around 1.5 meters. Runda didn't see it that way. 1/5 are large-sized. The large-sized Runda referred to were the trolls. But all things considered, the Lizardmen of Hukrin were indeed physically superior, and they also had some chosen ones. However, now that firearms have appeared, chosen ones no longer have a clear advantage. But Nebula had another advantage. His divinity level was 21, while the highest player in the Alliance, Wisdom, was level 19. The higher the divinity level, the more creations one could control. However, Runda felt that numbers could make up for this gap. Still, we have 5 gods. But considering the Apostle Rakrak, Eldar, who was continuing to speak, suddenly realized, did you say 5? Yes, Wisdom, Ar, Zhangwan, Krampus, and me. Eldar cleared her throat. Runda, you think you belong with them? Of course. Then why did you cooperate with Nebula up until now? The mention of this angered Runda, and a trace of grievance showed on her face. She had belonged to the Alliance from the beginning. It was just that Nebula had something on her. Runda then pointed at Eldar. To be honest, I'm not sure about you. Eldar, what's your relationship with Hukrin? Are you subordinated to him? Were you subjugated? Maybe absorbed? Or are you merged? Although I don't love your choice of words. You're right. Well, I'm not. Even though I thought it was beneficial to be on both sides until now. Once the war begins, I can't do this anymore. If I continue to support Nebula now and Nebula loses, do you think the others will forgive me for being a spy for him? Doesn't that also go the other way around? If you support the Alliance and lose, do you think Nebula will just let you be? I'm sure Nebula will make me pay the right price, but he might forgive me. Eldar laughed awkwardly, realizing that Runda viewed human relationships quite pragmatically. To be honest, I think the chances of me winning if I'm with the Alliance and make it a 5-on-1 fight are higher than turning it into a 4-on-2 by me sticking with Nebula. I just want to be on the winning side. Eldar hesitated. But why are you telling me all this? In Runda's eyes, their situations were the same. If you cause some minor losses to Nebula during the war, the Alliance will actively welcome you. Eldar thought this made sense, but her heart was already set. She has no plans to betray Nebula. Eldar felt Nebula was a bit of a strange person, as if he had spent his entire life playing only Lost World. Thus, even though it seemed he lived for the victory of the game, Eldar felt Nebula's performance was more meaningful than the process of winning. Although she didn't know what it was yet, she wanted to find out. Thinking of this, Eldar responded to Runda. I need to think it over some more. Can you give me time? Of course, I understand. Hearing this, Eldar then ended the video chat with Runda. Looking at the list beside her, Eldar did not hesitate and clicked the call button. Soon, Nebula appeared in the video chat window. What is it, Eldar? Runda seems quite conflicted. Eldar then recounted the earlier events to Nebula. After hearing Eldar's words, Nebula did not feel troubled. She just wants you to side with them and play a 6-on-1 game. Eldar was confused. Is there no room to persuade her? It's not that there isn't, but I don't intend to persuade her. Actually, Runda's judgment of the situation is flawed. She thinks a defensive strategy is advantageous for me, didn't she? Oh, yes, she did. It's true. I do need to defend in order to divide their forces through various routes. But what if we just defend? During that time, the enemy will grow crops on a wider land, conduct trade, and the isolated side will only become more and more difficult. To prevent this, we must take the initiative to attack. Nebula's words made Eldar understand the reasoning. Then what should be done about Runda? Runda is simple. Even though she's weighing her options, she can't find the right answer herself. She won't be able to decide until the very end. But Eldar was still worried. What if we lose? Nebula sighed. Eldar, war is actually simple. While calculations are important, they are not enough. Even if one side has an advantage and has made many preparations, in the end, the side that fights better will win. Eldar was convinced, because Nebula had always been this confident. Soon, the two ended their call. Although things went as Nebula had expected, he was puzzled that Eldar didn't betray him at a time like this. Soon after, the first battle between the Alliance and Hukrin broke out. Hukrin's 10,000 troops, sent to the wilderness, decisively defeated Danium's 30,000 in the first battle. 1 month ago, after the 3 mages defected, the other nations blamed Hukrin for their betrayal. Although Kyle was a man of few words, all news about Hukrin reached his ears. Sifting out the truth from the falsehoods depended on the listener's judgment. They began to report on Basin's matters, followed by the mages' defections. The allied nations demanded compensation and an apology from Hukrin, as Prince Basin was involved. However, many knew this was just an excuse excuse for the Five-Nation Alliance, which had long been looking for a reason to deal with Ukraine. However, after hearing all the reports, Kyle shook his head. The most important issue seems not to have been discussed. Shouldn't we be preparing for war? Hearing this, a look of unease flickered in the minister's eyes. For over 100 years, there had been constant friction and poor relations between the Five-Nation Alliance and Ukraine. But due to the long period of peace, everyone thought a real war would not break out. But Kyle did not think so. We will go to war with the Five-Nation Alliance. As our ancestor Rakrak said, once a war begins, we must win. But your majesty, this is still an unknown. We must avoid a war at all costs in order to minimize damages. Countless civilians will die. I wish that was possible. But if the world is moving like that and the gods are hoping for that, how could we, who merely walk on this land, stop it? And all of this was witnessed by Nebula. The noble class of Ukraine was obligated to serve as soldiers in war. In addition, the Lizardmen were numerous, and both males and females could participate in combat, so Lizardmen made up a large proportion of the army. The problem was not the standing army, but the reserves. A force of just over 10,000 could not stand against the entire Five-Nation Alliance. Moreover, it was impossible to send out the entire standing army to war. A portion had to be left to guard the regions, while another part was sent out. The standing army was an elite force. If one part was overconsumed, the overall combat effectiveness would decline. Fortunately, Nebula was not worried about this, because the current king was very wise and had cleverly devised a suitable force composition. First, Kyle divided the standing army into two parts, the central army and the regional army. The regional army remained in various places to guard them, while the central army was reorganized into a force centered on Orizon to deal with rebellions and public order issues. Kyle also gathered new recruits to supplement the central army's strength. These additional recruits were also divided into central and regional. For the same reason the standing army was divided into two. The central army was for dealing with foreign enemies, while the regional army was a reserve force that farmed in peacetime, allowing resources to accumulate during the war. Thus, a 4,000-strong central army and an initial 8,000-strong recruited army were assembled. If all available forces were mobilized from the start, there would be an initial advantage, but it would be detrimental in the long run, as this war would be very long. Kyle chose 10,000 forces from the central army and named them Land Army. Soon, they marched north of Orizon. The scene shifts to a desolate place, where Wisdom and Zhangwan floated in the air. Wisdom, you spoke in front of the others that the odds are high, but in reality, you don't think like that, right? Yes, because the odds cannot be predicted yet. Although we have more numbers, we have a lot of weaknesses as well. Even though this is just a game, I don't want to lose to Nebula. If I try my best and still fail, then there's nothing to be done. It's as you say, this is just a game, but I don't like Nebula. I don't want to allow him to conquer this continent. Betrayal can happen at any time, so we need to prepare countermeasures, and there's still a gap that's difficult to overcome between Nebula and us. Wisdom knew Zhangwan was right. There was still a difficult to bridge gap between Nebula and the other players because he had an apostle. Even if all preparations were thorough, the apostle's influence determined the final victory. So, do you know the conditions for creating an apostle? Yes, the entity must be above level 21. The entity's stories must be known to the majority, and the entity must have internalized faith in God. At this time, Zhangwan was curious about what kind of entity Wisdom had prepared. Wisdom swiped the photo before him to Zhangwan. He was one of the sons of King Dermalin of Sukmayan. King Dermalin of Sukmayan, to strengthen his royal power, had his eldest and third sons burned alive. Dermalin's character was extremely cruel, but Wisdom did not choose to stop him. This troll nation created by Wisdom had become cruel for the sake of efficiency. A dictator might make wrong choices, but at least they could make choices. A god possesses infinite power but bears no responsibility. Therefore, Wisdom, simply hoping the trolls would act more efficiently, subjected them to cruel methods. But this cruelty did not guarantee a strong nation. The strongest nation on the third continent was not Sukmayan, but Ukraine. Wisdom didn't know where things went wrong. He found the answer in his own methodology. It wasn't a problem of efficiency, but of not being cruel enough. Facing the upcoming war, Wisdom remained optimistic, firmly believing that one thing would not change. The five alliances were indeed more advantageous, even if someone betrayed them. I don't understand Nebula's methods, so I can only proceed according to what I know. Although it might be a bit later, he decided to change the king. Wisdom found a candidate with sufficient qualifications, who was Dermalin's 21st son, Ledin. Ledin is a concubine's child, and because of his mutated red skin, he grew up outside the palace. But when it comes to strength, intelligence, and camaraderie, he's in the top 1%. However, since Ledin was satisfied with his current humble situation, Wisdom had to give Ledin a motive. He sent his own creation to kill Ledin's mother, and pointed the blame at the royal family members. Returning home, Ledin found his mother lying in a pool of blood, with a dagger beside her. Ledin secretly swore to avenge his mother. Afterwards, Wisdom had already killed the owner of the dagger Ledin was looking for. He was the sixth prince, and Ledin was arrested at the scene as a suspect. In his efforts to clear his name, he demonstrated his abilities, and in the process, he begins to gain Dermalin's trust. While secretly investigating, Ledin realized something. There were endless fights between the siblings, and that was the result of someone's intentional fanning of the flames. He realized that behind all these events, the biggest beneficiary was his own biological father. So that's how he makes up his mind to kill his father? Yes, with a stronger desire, and after his successful search for the culprit who killed his mother, he finds the source at the top of the kingdom. I like it, and he gained even more fame from that. An entity that suits my resolve. Pretty good for our shared apostle. If you agree, then it's time to give him the final trial. Meanwhile, the rat folk were currently holding a festival. The way they prayed was very unique. For others, they used to offer rotten meat to prove their faith, but over time, this ritual was replaced by sacrificial ceremonies. However, the rat folk still followed the ancient tradition, digging holes. At the same time, in a cold cave, Ledin realized something was wrong. Is this a trap? Inviting a prince from another nation to Mango's holy festival, and having me suddenly participate in a ceremony is strange. A strange ceremony where one eats a herb that makes them lose their sense of direction, having to leave the cave by digging their way out onto the ground. What's the reason they're making me partake in a religious ceremony of Mangul? Since Sukmayan's high priest requested it, I couldn't refuse. But it's not like it's impossible. I just need to dig up. If a short rat folk can do it, then it should be easy for me as a troll. But as time passed, Ledin found that walking or crawling in the cave was not easy. It wasn't just his sense of direction. Now he had lost all track of time. It could have been a dozen hours, or perhaps a few days. His only food was this herb, and if he ingests it, his sense of direction gets ruined. But he had to eat it to regain his strength. He then grabbed a handful of dirt and let it fall onto the top of his shoe, confirming he was oriented correctly. In this situation, he couldn't expect anyone to rescue him. He had to dig his way out himself. As more time passed, Ledin grabbed another handful of dirt. This time, the particles fell onto his face. He had thought he was standing upright, but he was actually upside down, his back against a wall, and he hadn't noticed at all. He immediately changed direction, but the situation remained the same. He was bewildered. He had been digging upwards, yet he had somehow ended up inverted. A fear that he might die here pierced his body. Clinging to a sliver of hope for survival, he continued to dig, but as time went on, the fear enveloping him grew more terrifying. Although he was digging up, perhaps he was actually digging down. Even with his best efforts, the final result might be his own death. An existential dread. He desperately called out the name of the god he usually believed in. Exhausted, Ledin heard a voice in his mind and opened his eyes. Oh, Seeker. Ledin was confused. Who are you? I have no name. If I had to say, I am a shared creation of two gods. Why have you appeared before me? I will show you the direction. If you have any strength left, do as I say. Dig straight. Ledin hesitated, but complied. Now below, behind you. Ledin thought this was all an illusion. His instincts screamed at him not to follow the absurd instructions in his mind, but Ledin had no other strength left. Following the voice's guidance became his sole will. Now kneel down and stretch your hands to the ground. Reaching out to touch the ground, a ring of light wrapped around his wrist. What was below soon became what was above. Ledin stuck his head out of the hole and looked up at the vast, empty sky. He didn't even realize he was crying. The revenge for his mother he had dreamed of, the anger towards his father, the fear of death, and all his actions to suppress these emotions. They were all just fabrications. Ledin realized he had glimpsed a divine secret. His emotions and feelings were meaningless. Only one thing was certain, the will of the gods. At this moment, the priests of Ratfolk were waiting for the chosen one. They had reached the same conclusion. Although they believed in a different god, they were no different from Ledin. The result was just as Wisdom and Jianwan had predicted. Ledin completed the dual god evolution. It's complete. Yes, he's a well-created character. Is this really alright? All I wanted was a king who is easy to control, but this method will weaken your power. Jianwan swiped away the information window before her. My divinity level is low, so I can't be of much help. And to create an apostle, the player must also reach level 21. Don't let my resolve be in vain. Hearing this, Wisdom said no more. In the next moment, the priest of Ratfolk unleashed his strongest aura. For the sake of their god, he was willing to sacrifice himself to help them complete their plan to create an apostle. At the same time, as Wisdom gave Ledin the command to end his life, Ledin did not hesitate and ran the priest of Ratfolk through. Moments later, Ledin was gasping for breath heavily. There were no living creatures left at his feet, and the reason he did all this was for the intertwined god. Meanwhile, an information window popped up in front of Wisdom. His divinity level reached 21, successfully unlocking the apostle skill. Immediately after, Jianwan asked him how the situation was. The plan was very successful. Ledin met the conditions for an apostle, and I also reached level 21. That's good. My level had greatly fallen after I descended upon the high priest, but now we have a card we can use against Nebula. Wisdom turned back to look at Jianwan. He had been very curious before. He didn't understand why Jianwan had such great hostility towards Nebula. It is difficult to cultivate such deep hatred relying solely on a game. Jianwan slowly took off her mask. The reason is simple, because I know who Nebula is in real life. His real name is Choi Sung-woon, a good-for-nothing who stays at home playing games all day. And also, he is my cousin. This is truly an ironic coincidence. Wisdom nodded. Perhaps there was some reason for this. At first, he thought all players were selected randomly, but seeing that both Nebula and Hegemonia were here, he felt something was not right. Nebula said that before meeting them, he thought they were selected sequentially from first place to 32nd place, but after listening to Jianwan's words, he felt that there was a different standard for selection. Everything wasn't a coincidence or out of randomness, but someone carefully picked them to play the game. At this moment, he thought of the mysterious person who appeared at the start of the game. He asked everyone if they would participate in the game. In the end, 5 people gave up. It cannot be said that their choice was wrong. Who would make the choice to give up reality and stay in the game? We who chose to remain in the game are really not normal. In the 27 of the 32 being abnormal is a strangely high ratio. Jianwan understood Wisdom's words. You're saying they aimed for people who would partake in the game from the beginning? I think that was one of the conditions, since that was the case for me, and probably for you as well. Jianwan gave an affirmation. Yeah, you're right. I thought that if I was selected, of course, that guy would be too. And that guy who was crazed with that game would clearly win easily if someone didn't interrupt him. That's why I decided to partake, to ruin the game that guy devoted his life to. After hearing these words, Wisdom asked, would it be a bit rude to ask for more details? Jianwan turned her sharp gaze toward Wisdom. Obviously, rather than that, let's talk about something more constructive. How to use me strategically as someone who knew Nebula in real life. The scene shifts to a few days later. Everyone also learned the information that Wisdom changed the identity of the king of Sukmayan. The son killed the father to ascend the throne. Will this really not cause problems? In Krampus's view, changing the king on the eve of war was by no means normal. Wisdom told him not to worry, because this was done intentionally by him. Jianwan, sitting on the side, did not make a sound. Unless a player used a special skill on her, she won't mention that her divinity level now was only 8. Nebula did not know, so she was not that worried. Moreover, Jianwan is the Alliance's last line of defense. Compared to her level dropping, the Alliance's gain from obtaining an apostle is greater, because apostles are the core of Lost World. Although Ledin is not as famous as Rakrak, but he can accumulate it now. Rakrak is an existence capable of fighting against multiple creations. Even gods cannot defeat him, so they can only, before the war fully breaks out, grow Ledin into an individual capable of resisting Rakrak. Meanwhile, Wisdom asked how Krampus's situation was. After all, he was the first to confront Nebula. On the surface, Krampus's plan seemed to have no problems, but he did not think his army of 30,000 could definitely defeat Nebula's 10,000 Ukraine troops. AR also spoke up from the side. You are considering the possibility of failure, right? Krampus gave an affirmation. Yes, it may seem pessimistic, but I don't want to let my guard down. You're all aware of the things he's achieved until now. Even if I lose, while I buy time, you all can prepare the rest of the forces, and consuming some of Nebula's faith resources is more beneficial to us. Just then, an emergency notification popped up in front of Krampus. Krampus looked at the status bar and suddenly exclaimed. Rhonda, who had never seen him so surprised, asked him what had happened. Wait, I'll be off. Just like that, Krampus left, leaving the others confused. And at the capital of Danyum, the Emirate, while the Alliance was meeting, soldiers came rushing in, busy preparing for the enemy who was approaching. King Albanum broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly signaled the soldiers to prepare the cannons, but soon a voice interrupted him. There is no need for that. And at this moment, holding a long spear, a lizard man covered in golden lightning appeared before him. The visitor was none other than Rakrak. In the next second, Rakrak simply took a step forward and killed all the Satyros soldiers. Albanum still tried to explain something. As a king, I truly could not sit idly by and watch Ukraine's tyranny, which led to today's situation. But personally, I hold no grudges. Rakrak smiled. I understand your feelings. Really? Then, however, before he could finish speaking, Albanum's head was split in two. I meant that when executing a mission, I have no personal grudge either. In the distance, Nebula muttered to himself, you guys think too much. However, Eldar frowned at the side. To put your apostle by himself in the enemy's capital, aren't you using your precious card too recklessly? Hearing this, Nebula sighed helplessly. What's the point of saving him? Are apostles like soybean paste, meant to ferment? But if Krampus hadn't partaken in today's meeting, you might have lost Rakrak. After all, Krampus might use all of his creations and all of his faith resources. Nebula affirmed this. It's true that it was a gamble. I did figure out the meeting time thanks to Rhonda. There was a possibility that Krampus wouldn't partake or that the meeting would end early, but I gained something great in return. This stunned Eldar. Were there other gains I'm not aware of? For Nebula, there were many kinds of benefits, but the most important thing was leaving the impression that he didn't just pursue standard tactics. Just this point makes it worth it. In Nebula's view, game styles could be roughly divided into two types: high risk, high return, and low risk, low return. Which style do you think is more advantageous for players? Eldar hesitated for a moment. Low risk, I think. No, high risk and high return is more advantageous, since safe plays are easy to guess. Still, everything should be done in moderation. And what level is that moderation? That standard is different for each person, so it can't be determined. After hearing Nebula's words, Eldar started thinking. So what you did was not all in. Nebula affirmed this. Yes, I'm in the process of getting an advantageous position. The scene shifts. At this moment, Krampus looked crestfallen. I didn't think Nebula would go this far. With only one apostle, I thought he'd use him a little more carefully. We lost to his strategy. Krampus recovered from the mental shock relatively easily. Well, it's not like the king's castle has been completely destroyed, and the king can be chosen again among the royal family. There are also 30,000 troops remaining. His aim to pressure us psychologically. Even though there were no material losses, the internal unrest is severe. AR added, because my king is also afraid. I set a creation as a protector for him. Krampus proposed. In order to prevent things like this, it's better not to hold regular meetings for the time being. We can meet whenever an incident occurs. Wisdom also agreed with Krampus's view. Meanwhile, Rhonda felt confused watching these changes. Is doing this really okay? The meeting itself could indeed become a weakness, but wasn't it to strengthen the alliance's cohesion? Isn't the biggest worry the disintegration of the alliance? For Rhonda, she did not feel anxious. It should also be considered a kind of luck. Rhonda's heart gradually turned from the five-nation alliance to Nebula. The scene shifts. An army was marching mightily towards the valley. The bad news coming from the capital shrouded Danium's army in a gloomy atmosphere. Danium's Grand General Ubaim Dolan urgently summoned the army's generals. What are the enemy's movements? 10,000 enemy troops are marching upstream along the river. They will arrive in 2 days at the soonest, and in 3 days at the latest. The canyon is located on the border between the enemy country and Ukraine. It is a narrow passage, so Ubaim believed that ambushing the Ukraine army here was the best choice. Immediately after, he asked again. The only thing worth suspecting now is who the enemy commander is. Has anyone found any information yet? Hearing this, the generals all fell silent. For some reason, Ukraine concealed the commander's information. Well, it doesn't matter who commands. In war, the most important thing is numbers and supplies. The supplies from the allies are enough, and we have 3 times the number of enemies. And since our god is also watching over us, our victory is certain. 3 days later, the Ukraine army arrived at the canyon. Ukraine's commander asked about the enemy's troop strength. After their reconnaissance, it was not much different from the information they had obtained. After getting the answer, Basin signaled them to go down and rest first to prepare for the upcoming battle. But we haven't contacted the priest yet. If this battle is not the will of the night sky. Before he could finish, Basin interrupted him. Are we supposed to sit and wait for the night sky to solve everything for us? Will he swing the sword for us and bear the sword wounds for us? The moment we fight is when it's easiest for us to win. Night sky wants us to judge that for ourselves, since the enemy will assume that we'll be resting after our march. Now is the perfect time, when they are at ease. Understood, Prince Basin. I mean, General Basin. Meanwhile, the soldiers heard that Basin took the saving of Dolton Island as an opportunity, and regained the opportunity to enter the court. Under the recommendation of General Ian, he became the commander this time. Basin gazed at the battlefield where the battle was about to unfold. The Danyum army was stationed in the canyon, and the Ukraine army could only rush into it. Whether in numbers or terrain, they were in a disadvantageous situation. But battle does not depend solely on numbers. According to Basin's orders, the soldiers prepared for battle immediately after resting. The Danyum army in the distance also felt this tense atmosphere. Just then, a bolt of golden lightning shot straight into the sky. Subsequently, a lizard man holding a long spear appeared, and the visitor was none other than the apostle Rakrak. Rakrak's appearance boosted the Ukraine army's morale greatly. Cheers rose one after another. Seeing this, Ubaim did not feel afraid. He had long predicted that Rakrak would appear. Meanwhile, 5 giant monsters of different forms appeared in the Danyum army's formation. These were the guardian beasts of Danyum, and also creatures created by Krampus. Instantly, these 5 giant giant monsters pounced towards Rakrak with amazing speed, and the war between Danyum and Hukran began. As Rakrak dodged them, he also avoided the main clash between the two armies, luring them to the forest across the river. Just as the beasts were about to pounce on Rakrak, he leaped into the air, and they all missed. Witnessing this, Yubame couldn't help but exclaim, "We did it! Rakrak has left the front line. Now we only have to fight against a regular army. Victory will surely be ours." Hearing this, the soldiers of Danyum cheered as if they had already seen victory. Meanwhile, Basin felt relieved. How fortunate. Hearing this, his adjutant beside him looked puzzled. Fortunate? Basin explained that Rakrak would not obey his commands. If he did, Basin would have to consider too many unpredictable factors in battle, and his head would be a mess. The adjutant nodded, thinking it made sense. But General, the enemy outnumbers us, and the terrain is not in our favor. But Basin was now full of confidence. So what? It's just a regular army. I have never lost a battle against a regular army. Meanwhile, Danium's 5 guardian beasts were majestic. With every step, they left deep craters in the ground, and towering trees were like mere blades of grass before them. And Rakrak, confronting these 5 giant beasts alone, was living out a legend. After running some distance, Rakrak used weapon creation, and a long spear quickly materialized in his hand. He then leaped up, and after a moment of gathering power, he swung the spear backhanded. The beasts were so frightened they scrambled to dodge the attack. At the same time, one of them opened its massive maw and bit toward Rakrak's position, but Rakrak easily dodged the attack. The Hukran soldiers watching this scene broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Basin's confident declaration that he had never lost a battle, Adjutant Suhian thought to himself, what an interesting lizard man. It's obvious he'd be confident since he's made some achievements at sea. But General, based on the situation, I think our forces need to enter that mouth, since it's us who can't let their first round of forces go. But the enemy has blocked the canyon, and the Satyros are experts at climbing rocks, so it'll be dangerous to enter that way. The formation is the same as we planned, right? Yes, we're currently moving in an encircling form to the canyon entrance as you commanded. Of course, it's a stable formation, but it'll be hard to properly attack the enemy. If we're going to enter, wouldn't it be better to change into a wedge-shaped formation now? Suhian, you said the canyon was like a mouth earlier, right? If so, let's say that's a dog. What'll happen if we tickle its snout with a foxtail? Suhian didn't understand. Pardon? Just watch. Before the battle, Basin had studied Danium's combat advantages in weaponry. Despite the introduction of new methods on the battlefield, they still clung to old ways. Choosing old methods wasn't necessarily bad, but the problem was that even after learning new methods, they still insisted on the old ones. Then, Basin raised his military banner and ordered, aim towards the canyon walls and fire. With the sound of explosions, boulders flew into the canyon. Hukran was not aiming at Danium's army, but at the rocks on both sides of the canyon. Under the bombardment, countless boulders rained down on Danium's army. Danium's commander, Yubame, shouted, return fire with the cannons. But their infantry columns were too dense, and their cannons had not been pushed to the front. Hearing this, Yubame signaled for them to move the cannons to the top of the canyon, but doing so would risk injury to both the cannons and the men, and it would take more time. As their army was unable to return fire, the soldiers were already beginning to waver. Any more losses, and the troops' morale might plummet. Damn it, Yubame had thought the Hukran soldiers would charge straight in to fight him, so he hadn't considered placing the cannons on higher ground. As the Danyum army slowly moved their cannons forward, the Hukran army did not stand idle. After measuring the distance and confirming there were no cannons at the enemy's front, the Hukran army began to advance steadily. Seeing this, Suhian understood what Basin meant. So this is tickling the nose. With cannons, wouldn't it be more advantageous to set up outside the canyon? Yes, a surrounding formation is advantageous for focusing firepower. In addition, it's difficult for those inside the narrow entrance of a canyon to shoot cannons outwards. If they shoot a cannon from within such a small space, their forces will get hurt. And it's also difficult to shoot downwards from atop the canyon, since cannonballs will roll down, so they aren't able to use the weapons they invented. Danyum shouldn't have set up inside the canyon in the first place. But what if the enemy somehow bring the cannons to the front? Hearing this, Basin smiled. If they do, then that's better for us. At this moment, Basin continued to order the Hukran cannons to advance and fire. Although each shot failed to inflict massive casualties on the enemy infantry, the continuous barrage had thrown the infantry into a state of panic. After some struggle, Danium's cannons were finally pushed to the front, and the soldiers in front cleared a path. Seeing this, Basin gave the order for the cavalry to charge. Danium's spearmen hastily reformed their ranks, but about half of the infantry had already made way for the cannons. The Hukran's renowned light cavalry began their charge, piercing through Danium's army like a sharp sword. Even if they sent out shield bearers now, it would be useless. In this situation, they were just dead weight. Yubame decided to advance immediately, but his adjutant felt they shouldn't give up the advantageous terrain, as their losses would be greater. However, Yubame was furious. Open your eyes and look. What advantage is there? We wanted to fight safely inside the canyon, but we haven't actually utilized our numerical advantage. But the enemy has already set up their formation. If we attack rashly, we'll be walking into a trap. Then do you want us to retreat? If we retreat now, the path to the capital will be open. Yubame was baffled as to how things had turned out this way. We were the ones waiting in formation, waiting for the enemy to enter. So how did this happen? In the end, Yubame felt the army should continue to charge. Although he lost some men, he still held the advantage in numbers. Then he issued orders again, advance in wedge formation. Without hesitation, the Danyum army charged in. Yubame intended to use the relatively small number of Hukran troops to split them in two and defeat one part first. However, Basin had already seen through his intentions. Basin, who had been waiting, drew his sword, ordering another group of cavalry to launch a surprise attack. This sudden shout came from the right side of the Danyum army. They didn't expect Hukran to have hidden cavalry on the right flank. Basin placed the exhausted Cockatoo cavalry in the rear, and placed the horse cavalry composed of mixed races in the front. Although the speed of Cockatoos is faster than horses, horses also have great advantages. Horses can be equipped with heavy armor, capable of running while carrying greater weight, so the impact force upon collision is also greater. The existence of the phalanx is to block enemy mounts and cavalry with dense spear tips, not only the flanks but also the rear. But as long as there is a slight flaw, the phalanx will be breached from the side. Once a gap appears squares on the flanks. Such a phalanx loses its meaning. Seeing this scene, Yubame Dolan shouted loudly in the distance, "Make way for the cavalry. We must save the forces in the front." Hearing this, someone raised an objection. "It's meaningless to send the cavalry to the front. I think we should retreat to the canyon." "Idiot, the rear has begun to charge too, so it's too late to go back." Yubame explained that consistent orders were necessary for the soldiers to focus, and that they would advance while keeping the foot soldiers in a tight formation. "What about the isolated front forces? We'll give them up." The others tried to argue, but Yubame stopped them. "Shut up, we still have the advantage." At the same time, seeing that the Danyam army's forward troops were almost completely wiped out, Basin withdrew the injured and exhausted troops to the rear, moving troops that had not participated in the previous battle to the front line. Seeing this, Suhian spoke. "General, wouldn't it be better to use up the current soldiers and save our later forces for later? Having them retreat doesn't mean they'll recover quickly." Suhian's thought was common among the generals. However, Basin had a different view. "If the soldiers see that we're not using forces until they're killed, they'll feel a sense of relief." Hearing this, Suhian was stunned. Maybe that's important on a normal day, but is having a peaceful mind important during battle? Only by doing that will the surviving soldiers follow future commands. After Basin annihilated the vanguard of the Danyam army, he retreated to the distance from before. Then he deployed the formation again, continuing to bombard the Danyam army. Hearing the cannon fire again, Yubame realized something was wrong. These cannons caused damage to their infantry. If they tried to repel the infantry and drag away the cannons, the enemy cavalry would take the opportunity to break through the shattered formation. If they quickly advanced the infantry forward, the cavalry would cut off the waist, and the forward troops would be engulfed by the infantry. Yubame could only curse inwardly. Damn it, just what is there we can do? Meanwhile, in Basin's view, this was not the best strategy Danyam could adopt. They chose the wrong position from the very beginning. The wisest choice should have been to retreat, even if there were losses. Just then, Basin noticed Danyam began to change formation. The enemy's formation became thick. This also meant the cavalry could not cut through it. However, their army's area had become larger, so Basin ordered to charge. At that moment, Yubame decided to utilize their best advantage. The Satyros are known for their heavy infantry. Although lacking in agility, they perform excellently in pushing the foot soldiers. Yubame immediately ordered, "Hold the east side. Open up the west side with heavy infantry." Just as Yubame expected, the west side began to open. Yubame and the Danyam generals finally saw the scene they expected. Heavy infantry, push forward and acquire the space. As long as the allied forces leave the canyon, we'll win. But Basin only gave him a few words of evaluation, lacking in caution. In the next second, the Danyam army was directly dumbfounded, because the Hukran army suddenly retreated and its cannons were already aimed at them. With the sound of fire, countless shells struck towards Danyam's heavy infantry. In the face of firearms, no matter how thick the armor, it could not withstand it. Watching his soldiers fall piece by piece, Yubame could no longer speak. Meanwhile, Nebula realized that Basin used the hammer and anvil strategy. The hammer and anvil strategy became a basic strategy since the ancient times of Alexander the Great. The one Basin is using is the most basic form of it, holding the enemy at the front with a strong foot soldier squad, and using the artillery and cavalry to continuously attack the top and sides. Due to the enemy's camp inside the cannon, we haven't had many losses. However, it's too early to rest assured, since it's dependent on how they come out. On the other side, Krampus contacted Wisdom for help. Although Krampus had backup plans, his creations were all stalled by Rakrak alone. He could not defeat Rakrak. He could only ensure his creations were not killed. But if he retreated, considering they would suffer continuous losses in the narrow canyon, in the end, not even half might remain. He told Wisdom that lending him some power should still be manageable. However, hearing this, Wisdom fell silent, then said, "I'm sorry, Krampus. I can't help you." As if sensing Krampus's despair, Wisdom gestured for him to calm down. After all, his capital still stood. But in fact, the real reason was that Wisdom's apostle, Ledin, was not yet ready. Ledin was preparing for the final battle against the rebels. He needs to continuously win those battles and obtain achievements, since an apostle's power is based on their feats and fame. After careful consideration, Krampus decided to retreat. He would bide his time in the capital. After all, Hukran couldn't conquer all of Danyam with just 10,000 troops. A moment later, Danyam's priests received a divine directive. Yubame could only reluctantly order a retreat from the canyon. Watching the enemy flee in disarray, Basin issued another order: pursue and eliminate the retreating enemy. This will make the next battle smoother. The stragglers of the Danyam army and the soldiers trapped on the canyon ridges fell one by one. Bodies piled up in the canyon, and blood flowed down its length. By nightfall, the canyon returned to silence. At this moment, Suhian was reporting the day's battle situation to Basin. They had achieved a great victory, losing only 1,000 soldiers. Danyam, with 3 times the forces, had failed. This would surely become a historical disgrace. Just then, Basin asked, "Are you assuming Danyam will continue to exist?" "General, Danyam is a big nation. Even if we conquer the capital, that alone won't be enough." Basin nodded. "Since there are royals and nobles in the countryside too, we won't be able to conquer the entirety of Danyam. However, don't you think an army of 30,000 is a bit much for Danyam? It's obvious that they overexerted themselves to divide their army." His Majesty said that the current Danyam had significant internal problems, and if they lost this battle, their conflicts would completely intensify. But Suhian still couldn't understand the problem Kyle had mentioned. Basin gave a wry smile. "We'll check and see with our own eyes." A week later, the Hukran army had arrived at the capital of Danyam. Suhian now understood the problem Basin had spoken of. The internal strife within the royal family was more intense than he had imagined. The capital of Danyam was not on alert. Instead, its gates were open. The person who had ordered this was none other than Yubame's daughter, Alanja Dolan, who was also the new master of the capital city and the king of Danyam. She was surrendering to Hukran on behalf of Danyam. This situation was completely unexpected by Krampus. His goal had been to stall for time and wait for his allies to rendezvous. Just then, a call request appeared on his system panel. Krampus sighed and finally accepted the video call. Nebula was there to ask if he intended to surrender. Krampus didn't answer. Instead, he asked the question, "Nebula, do you think I'm bad at this game?" "No, I think you're not bad." "Then can you explain how things came to be this way?" "Your goal was for the Chancellor to gain power after the king died, right?" "Yes." At that point, point, I thought the Chancellor was the most talented being. He had a desire for power, so I thought he could rally the chaotic national situation and unify everyone. Is that why you framed Yubame, who returned after losing, for treason and executed him? With him still around, it would have been impossible to unite everyone under the Chancellor, right? Yes, I thought of it as an obvious choice. I never thought that Yubame's daughter, Alanju, would revolt with the pretext of revenge. She wasn't someone that capable. Was my play wrong? Although you overlook the fact that an individual can grow through specific triggers, the play wasn't that bad. I think it was your best choice. Then let's say I gave up. Can you tell me why I lost? Because I'm better. Nebula's joke left Krampus speechless. It's hard to win with a single split-second decision. One must consider various scenarios within an overall plan. Hearing this, Krampus was stunned. Are you saying you guessed this would happen? To an extent. To be honest, I thought the General and the Chancellor's conflict would last longer. But in the end, things ended even better for you, right? Yes, something like that. So, are you planning to surrender? If you surrender now, I can offer you good terms. But just then, Krampus gave a bitter smile. I won't give up. After saying this, Krampus then closed Nebula's video chat window. After hanging up, Eldar peeked out. Why did Krampus refuse to surrender? The game isn't over yet. Krampus wants to hold out until the end. That's a good attitude. If it were me, I would have given up, out of pity for the elves who believed in me. Nebula nodded. I don't think that's a bad attitude either. The scene shifts to the capital of Danyum. If Danyum had mounted an effective defense, Hukrin would have had to prepare for a fierce battle. Nebula thought to himself, we obtained the enemy's capital without blood, but I can't say I was lucky. Everything has its own causes and consequences. Well then, let's see what he does. At this moment, Krampus was busy organizing his windows, ready to go all in. At the same time, despite surrendering, Alanju Dolan maintained a proud demeanor, as if she were born to be king and had rightfully inherited the royal bloodline. General Basin, Danium's army is still bigger than yours. If I hadn't surrendered, it's clear that you would have had more casualties, so I want an agreement with better conditions. But those Danium forces are all disarmed. You're the one who took us into the castle, so you should have no regrets. Excessive demands are a way of losing popular opinion. If the news that Hukrin is cruel spreads, fewer nations will surrender. Does Hukrin want to continue having difficult battles? Nebula hadn't expected Alanju to grasp the situation so quickly. Just a few days ago, such a future was unimaginable. Honestly, negotiations like that don't really matter. Eldar was puzzled. Don't they need to negotiate the surrender? This is different from a battle between armies. The capital is still governed by its faith in Krampus. Right now, the most important thing is for the Hukrin to remain stationed safely. We need to figure out what Krampus is aiming for. I wonder which choice he'll make. A few days later, with the support of Hukrin's forces, Alanju Dolan's coronation took place, meaning a king of Danyum that had an amicable relationship with Hukrin was officially crowned. However, the ceremony did not go smoothly. The moment Alanju looked into the mirror, it suddenly shattered, and sharp shards cut her face. Thanks to Alanju's armed guards and priests, the ceremony was completed. But even the children present could understand what it meant. The god of Danyum had forsaken Alanju Dolan. Soon, this news spread throughout the country. Krampus also spread some information through his followers. Danyum could surrender to the Hukrin nation, but not to their night sky god. This news also provoked a reaction from the populace. Even Eldar, who was not skilled at the game, could see Krampus's goal. Is that event going to happen now? Yes, it's the so-called separation of church and state. In Earth's history, the separation of church and state refers to the trend of political powers cutting off religious influence. As society becomes more advanced, churches show signs of separation, a phenomenon more pronounced in Western countries. While that is the pattern on Earth, in Lost World, it's the opposite because the influence of religion is much greater here. If Krampus had made this move earlier, things might have become more complicated. The most flustering right now was Alanju, as she had no legitimacy. Alanju knew that many people wanted her dead, so the only thing she could trust was her faith. Alanju prayed, waiting for a divine response, but there was never an answer. Oh Lord, why are you not responding? Was I wrong? This was the only way to save the country. Although she still believed in the god of Danyum, the god gave no response. Nebula noticed that since the mirror shattered at the ceremony, Alanju's abilities had actually grown, and her will was firmer than before. Eldar was now perplexed. Why didn't Krampus choose to kill Alanju? He could have sent a creation to kill her before she inherited the throne. He wants me to help her when she's in danger. Once Alanju comes to believe in me instead, she officially becomes a renegade, which makes her easier to expel. I gave him some advice, and he definitely listened. I'm sure Krampus planned 4 different situations. Plan A, where Alanju retracts the surrender. Plan B, where Alanju dies. Plan C, where Alanju converts to a night sky worshipper. And lastly, Plan D, where night sky protects Alanju in her current state. Plan A, B, and C are disadvantageous for Hukrin, so Krampus thinks you will choose D. That's what he wants most. He wants me to use more resources to protect Alanju and get caught up at the capital, which I've already conquered. Then what will you do? Nebula smiled faintly under his mask. I'm going to show him that just having many plans isn't enough. You must have more plans than your opponent. Meanwhile, the sleeping Alanju sensed something was wrong. Her instincts jolted her awake. Sitting up, she found a mysterious person in her room. The visitor was the mage, Yen. Are you that alchemist? I was. Now, I'm a mage. A mage? Isn't that just from fairy tales? I heard a young general has become king, and it seems there's a lot you don't know. I entered a place full of soldiers, with no one knowing, and I am someone who could easily kill you and just leave. Alanju wasn't angered. In her eyes, the mage before her was just an old gnome. Yen saw her intention to act. Shall we test that theory out? Alanju was no coward. She was always ready to test another's bluff. The tip of her sword swiftly pointed at Yen's neck, and it pierced his throat. Alanju, who had thought Yen was bluffing, stopped her movement when she saw Yen look at her fiercely. With the blade embedded in his throat, Yen took another step forward. I guess people are only satisfied if they confirm it themselves. Do you get it now, young king? What is your purpose here? Rest easy. I've come here to help you. And what is the price for such assistance? A nation free from the interference of gods. That makes no sense. Don't you know the history of the species that fell because they didn't believe in a god? Without the protection of the gods, no nation can survive. What if there is a power that can replace the gods? Alanju seemed to have guessed the power Yen was referring to. No way. Yes, the core of such a nation must be magic. If this power is so great, can we defeat Hukrin? That's too much. The Hukrin of right now is difficult for even me to handle, and because Night Sky has a great interest in magic and mages, we can't easily move. Then just what can we do? Protect the people of this nation. Those who don't believe in gods like my species live their lives being persecuted. Now that another god has come to rule this land, do you think you and your descendants will be able to live in peace? Under Hukran's rule, you may not be able to keep the name Danyum, and freedom of faith may not be guaranteed. But what we must protect is not the nation or god, but the people. We don't follow gods, because we have the power to protect each other. If you accept my offer, I'll provide that power. Unfortunately, there isn't much time to decide. Make your choice before sunrise. Alanju's head throbbed. She knew tonight's choice would decide many things. After a long time, she lifted her head. She had decided to walk a path never before taken, and before the information window, Nebula wore a cunning smile. Everything was proceeding as he had expected. The scene shifts to a few days later. Long time no see. General Basin. Long time no see. Hunting Minister. I didn't expect you to come in person. Basin knew Deenan was one of Kyle's secret operatives. Deenan's arrival meant Kyle was taking this matter very seriously. This time, Deenan brought 5,000 soldiers. He then briefed them on the current situation. Since Danium's capital was occupied by Hukran soldiers, the other nations acted swiftly. First, Danium's closest ally, Jiaqua, dispatched 20,000 soldiers. Mangul sent 24,000, and Juman sent 18,000. A total of 62,000 troops were quietly advancing on the capital of Danyum. Since the armies were departing from different locations and had different marching speeds, it was expected they would all arrive within a month. As for Sukmayan, it was still in a state of civil war, but according to the latest news, the patricide had ended in victory. Ledin, as if favored by the gods, had been unstoppable and even declared himself the apostle of the intertwined god. Besides soldiers, Deenan also brought new weapons this time. Hearing this, Basin asked curiously, are they cannons? If so, we can procure them here in Danyum. They are cannons, but there are two new types. One is an improved version with a longer barrel, the other has a changed size, becoming a different kind of weapon with greatly increased power. The soldiers have already been trained, so Deenan suggested Basin go see for himself. Soon, Basin heard an explosion, but it was quieter than a cannon's. After the smoke cleared, the soldiers who had fired the weapon were revealed. There were no large cannons beside them. The weapon was only the size of an arm, with a long stock attached to counteract the recoil. Basin took the new cannon with interest. What's this called? The technical officials call it a hand cannon. Basin decided to try the new weapon. As he pulled the trigger, a bullet shot through the target board in front of him. Basin was stunned. He hadn't expected the seemingly insignificant hand cannon to have such power. The scene shifts to a month later. The Allied forces had arrived in Danium's territory, but Runda's face was full of melancholy. She didn't know what to do. A few days ago, she had been threatened by Nebula. Nebula had directly asked Runda if she was going to betray him and side with the Allies. Hearing this, Runda quickly explained, no matter what, I'm in an alliance with the others. Although you and I are also like allies, being branded a traitor is not good. If they find out I've been deceiving them, they'll despise me. So that's what you're thinking. Then shall I help you make a clear position? Runda, if you don't cooperate, I'm going to show everyone the info you've provided me until now. Hearing Nebula's words, Runda's face turned dark. Of course, you'll try your best to deny it, but doing so will arouse suspicion, and you'll eventually be isolated. During that time, I will destroy you. Runda understood the words, but wasn't sure if she could truly bear it. Runda shouted at Nebula, if you do this, what will you look like to me? Nebula immediately replied, a piece of trash. But Nebula didn't mind. Runda, the reason I say this is because I believe you are someone who can make rational judgments. The next choice will determine your survival. I hope you will consider it carefully. Runda scratched her head, trying to find a rebuttal. However, after careful thought, she concluded that Nebula was right. No matter what Nebula said, he saw right through her. So, what do I need to do? Your task is simple. However, at this moment, Runda was troubled. Nebula had told her to wait for the opportune moment, but she didn't understand what he meant. Just then, Jiangwan interrupted everyone. Nebula's movements are suspicious. Really? I don't quite see it. He's been gradually adding more of his forces while interrupting our plans. I think that's an obvious choice when you consider their small numbers. Yes, it's obvious. However, it's too standard. Although standard plays are fine for us, Nebula doesn't use them. Why? Because he's ranked first, so he must be doing some kind of play that we can't understand. That's not it. The first battle had a miscalculation, but the next battle will be a siege or a turn. A siege has fixed strategies, and whoever has the higher number would be at an advantage. If we follow the strategies, we'd have an 80 to 95% chance of winning. Our combined divinity level is higher than his, and it's not one-on-one, meaning if we invest our faith resources, we can defeat Rakrak. So at this rate, we'll win. But the fact that Nebula is doing obvious plays is proof he's up to something? Yes, exactly. There are a few things that bother me. First are the mages. Of the three mages, Yan's location is confirmed, but we have no idea where Tale or Masdari are. Nebula had already used the attributes of these mages to cause an incident. He set a mage on the right-hand side of the king, and Danyum has now announced religious neutrality. There are two more mages, so we can expect two more similar situations in the future. Doesn't that mean we just need to be careful of mages in the future? No, the reason Nebula is making such a regular play must be because he judged that even if he plays like that, he can win. There might be something we've overlooked. This is just a hunch, but what if there's a traitor among us? Runda, who had been silent, struggled to control her expression. Fortunately, no one noticed the change in her face. Krampus knew Jiangwan was just speaking hypothetically, not that there was an actual traitor, but that's definitely a card Nebula could have played. Don't you think? If there's one of the spies among us, who would it be? Hearing this, Runda was panicking. Had she been discovered, the traitor would definitely be. Saying this, Jiangwan slowly rose, then pointed her finger at a player in front of her. Her suspect was AR-1026. The scene fell into a dead silence. Even Runda was stunned. She had become the scapegoat. It was then that Runda remembered Nebula's words from a few days ago about an opportune moment. Now was that time. Runda proceeded according to the plan, asking Jiangwan if she had any concrete evidence. No, like I said, it was a hunch. Hearing this, AR also spoke up. You must have a reason for thinking so, right? Then, Jiangwan operated the system window and shared some information. This was her reason. The screen showed footage of a Nix sneaking into the capital of Juman, followed by a scene of him talking talking to a lizard man. When Jiangwan tried to send a priest to capture him, she found that the Nyx was already dead. It seemed Nebula had deliberately had the lizard man do it, making the matter very suspicious. AR listened to Jiangwan's reasoning in silence for a moment. There's no need to explain. I don't even know who he is. Jiangwan raised a question. Then why did the lizard man go to see that Nyx? And why did Nebula kill him when I tried to contact him? It is indeed suspicious, since the lizard man immediately killed Nyx upon seeing Jiangwan try to contact him. It means Nebula was very concerned about it. Runda, on the side, tried to mediate. Frankly, I think this is a bit of an overreaction. This could just be a tactic by Nebula to sow discord, or perhaps he had a bigger plan that was discovered midway, so he abandoned it. But Krampus felt such matters needed to be resolved. But the subject is already dead. How can we find the answer? It's simple. Have AR-1026 disclose all of her info. Jiangwan's words made AR's displeasure palpable even through her veil. How rude. If you were the traitor, wouldn't this be a way to frame me and claim credit? Suddenly, all eyes fell on Jiangwan. Things were progressing more smoothly than expected. Runda, standing behind, couldn't help but smile inwardly. This was the task Nebula had given her, to take the side of the suspected traitor. If you continuously take the side of the person receiving suspicion, it'll be harder for the others to actively confirm. Talk about trusting your comrades and shorten the confirmation process. The complainant will not be able to let go of his initial suspicions, and the others will think that the complainant's suspicions are excessive. The one who will be attacked in this situation is not the person branded as a traitor, but the complainant. If that happens, that alliance will get shaken, and nobody will be able to suspect you. Runda. The scene shifts to a few days later. Jiangwan looked down at the army below, muttering to herself. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Initially, Jiangwan only suspected AR-1026, but now she was beginning to find Krampus and Runda suspicious as well. She had thought at least one person would side with her, but both Krampus and Runda had opposed her. Just then, Wisdom proposed another possibility. What if Nebula wanted us to suspect each other and purposely fabricated this to make us distracted? Then perhaps, there might already be another traitor. Krampus? Me? You? I think they're all unlikely, and Runda doesn't seem very suspicious either. Then let's make an arithmetic hypothesis. What problems would appear if Runda were the traitor? Thinking of this, Jiangwan felt a sense of unease. Wait a second, if that's true, then we're in serious trouble. We put Runda and AR's camps close together because she said she'd keep an eye on her. Krampus is with them too, but he only has 2,000 troops, so Runda alone would be able to ambush them. But that's not as easy as it sounds. Since each individual in Lost World has their own will, everyone will be thrown into chaos if she suddenly tries to betray the alliance, even if it's according to the Oracle. Well, there's a very rare circumstance of an exception that does exist. Meanwhile, Runda recalled the time when he used to play Lost World on Earth. Back then, there was a post that caught her eye. It was a play strategy guide on betrayal that someone had written for fun. Later, that post became known as the Traitor Build. The comments were mixed, and the article did not receive the recognition it deserved, eventually getting buried. However, Runda tried it a few times, and thanks to it, her win rate improved significantly. In this world, Runda had also been gradually implementing these strategies. The Lenars are a race that hesitates when making choices, possessing the caution and inefficiency of choosing both options in a dilemma. Thus, they make indecisive choices even at a loss. Due to these traits, they are not a popular choice among players, but it was for this very reason that Runda chose them. Runda designated a flower as the religious symbol of the Leaner, its name being the all-changing flower. The important part of the all-changing flower is the fruit with a shell, characterized by the fact that one doesn't know if the fruit is ripe until you take the shell off. The moment the fruit ripens is very difficult to guess, so it is used as the primary means of divining fortune, known as the decisive statement. The Leaner priests often make decisions through revelation, but the Leaner general had just received a revelation. Tobe took out an all-changing flower's fruit from his pocket. It had already cracked open, and the fruit was ripe. He then gestured for his deputy to check his fruit, and sure enough, the deputy's fruit was also ripe. Do you remember what today's war divination is? If the fruit is unripe, protect our allies. If it is ripe, betray them. Tobe looked up at the sky. Right and wrong no longer have any meaning. Everything was decided by the Supreme Fruition God from the beginning. We've simply realized that late. The reason we're ignorant and slow to decide is so that we don't stray from our God's will. Oh God, we will follow your will. As the sun gradually set, the Jiaqua kingdom swiftly assembled its army and launched a surprise attack on the unprepared Juman kingdom's forces. By the time Krampus and AR's group discovered it, it was already too late. Jiangwan signaled for Krampus to contact Runda, but she was unreachable. AR urged Krampus to have his soldiers retreat immediately. She could hold them off for a while. AR occasionally performed miracles among her own soldiers, but these miracles were quickly nullified. It turned out Runda was hiding somewhere, counteracting AR's interventions. AR muttered, "Now I have to admit it. Runda is the mole." Jiangwan was furious. Damn it, the situation of the squad that was ambushed is dire, and even the commander of Juman was assassinated. Send your creations down and annihilate them. But Wisdom opposed this. The gates of the capital of Danyam were already open, and the Hukran army was pouring out. The victor of this battle has been decided, which is why I ordered my troops to advance at full speed. If both sides engage. Before Jiangwan could finish, Wisdom interrupted her. We will lose. If you intervene as a god, they'll do the same thing. Do you think we can win? Everyone fell silent, because Wisdom was right. Retract your forces and retreat. This isn't the end. We still have our second expeditionary force. From this, it is clear that what Nebula wants is a short war. So the more time passes, the more disadvantaged Hukran gets. Tell Juman's forces to run to the border. No, for my soldiers to survive, I need to intervene. I'm sorry, but I need to intervene too. Those 2,000 troops are my entire force. I'd rather struggle as much as I can than lose them all. If I lose the capital of Danyam like this, I'll need to give up managing my main species, the Satyros. Even if I acknowledge my loss, I can't just go down quietly. Jiangwan, what will you do? You'll help us, right? However, due to her current divinity level, Jiangwan told them she couldn't. There's no helping it. Your reasoning makes sense too. Jiangwan thought to herself, I can't tell them the reason why I can't help them right now. Because I suspected a member of the Alliance was a traitor. I secretly made an apostle without telling anyone. If I join them, I'll have to tell them the truth, and that my divinity level has gone down. I already created a misunderstanding standing by saying AR was the traitor. If I'm going to hide it, I might as well hide it until the end. Jiangwan told them the least he can do is to turn her army around, drawing the Hukran cavalry into chasing them. AR, it'd be best for you to abandon your army and retreat. Even if you use your faith right now, it won't help you in future fights. You do know that, right? Jiangwan, to be honest, Juman's current internal affairs aren't looking good. Some nobles actually believe in the night sky right now. This is probably due to Nebula's schemes. Since Juman is a nation where the king's power is weak, if we lose now, I can't promise the next expeditionary force. I apologize for not telling you in advance. I didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. It seemed that everyone else was enduring well while Nebula was up to his schemes, so I was also embarrassed to be the only one struggling. Moreover, had Juman's internal affairs been exposed, I could have been suspected. So Jiangwan, can't you consider it one more time? However, Jiangwan still refused. At that moment, Jiangwan realized that each of them had their own problems but never spoke of them. Even as allies, there was a distance between them. This wasn't just true for AR-1026, it was the same with her in wisdom. Perhaps that damn Runda was the same way. Meanwhile, AR looked at the two of them again. That's all in the past. Be careful. Don't be foolish like me. Thank you for all your help during this time. I hope we have a chance to meet again. That last sentence surprised both Jiangwan and Krampus. It sounded like a final farewell. AR gently touched the system window, then disappeared before them. Krampus and Jiangwan both understood what AR was about to do. When the two looked down, AR had already appeared above the Juman camp. She had manifested. AR's true form resembled a human or elven woman. She wore a long black dress, her face obscured by shadows, with only her eyes glowing red. The Juman soldiers recognized her form and shouted the name of Amban. From above, Jiangwan urged AR to calm down. If the Juman forces were wiped out and she died after manifesting, her level could drop to 0. A level 0 god is a sealed god, which was effectively the same as death. Krampus also began rapidly operating his system panel. He knew this was AR's last resort. Let's each do our part. Jiangwan, make your forces retreat. Just as Jiangwan was about to ask what he planned to do, a golden bolt of lightning flashed through the clouds. They knew it was the sign of that guy's arrival. Although Krampus wouldn't manifest his true form, he would also support AR as much as possible. At any rate, let's give Nebula a feast to remember. Meanwhile, seeing AR manifest, Runda was startled. She nervously asked Nebula what to do. Nebula, beside her, chided her. What's there to be so alarmed about? We're winning. Although a manifestation is difficult to deal with, her current level is only 18. It's not that big of a difference from Jiowubi. Runda knew that Jiowubi couldn't compare to a player. He was a guy who didn't even know how to play the game. Nebula was about to argue the point, but understood what Runda was trying to say. The power of the manifestation skill was determined by the player's faith level and the size of their domain. However, what kind of manifested body appears mostly depends on one's playstyle. For instance, Jiowubi had maximized his physical abilities after manifesting, thus appearing as a giant. But this was not the preference of ordinary players in Lost World, as it also increased the amount of faith resources consumed every moment. After all, the divinity level of a manifested body was already high enough that there were few ways to harm it physically, so the remaining resources could be invested in other abilities. Meanwhile, AR gently raised her finger. General Tobe sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted for his soldiers to retreat, but it was too late. Black thorns suddenly sprouted from under the soldiers' feet, impaling them. With a single gesture from the god, 300 soldiers were killed in an instant. Runda's world came crashing down, and she screamed for Nebula to act quickly. Nebula glanced at her. Calm down. It's not too late. Then, a golden bolt of lightning struck the ground, and a black lizard man enveloped in electricity appeared. On one side was the player AR-1026, known as Amban, and on the other was the thunder lizard Rakrak, known as Lost World's first apostle. AR said nothing, merely sliding her finger down. Rakrak was neither surprised nor panicked, as he had already sensed a force locking onto him from the ground. When the black thorns erupted from the earth, he swiftly dodged the attack. AR gave Rakrak no time to breathe, unleashing the skill again, with several thorns shooting out along Rakrak's path of movement. Seeing this, Runda frowned. Rakrak is really struggling on his own, isn't he? Nebula affirmed it. He does need support. He then looked at Runda. I'll block any interference from Krampus or other creations. You go down too. Runda stammered, waving her hands in refusal. Why me? Can't you go down yourself? Nebula glared at Runda. Who do you think AR wants to kill more right now? You or me? Nebula brought up the pain of betrayal she was trying so hard to forget, and Runda nearly screamed. Meanwhile, AR knew Rakrak was fast, so she relentlessly unleashed her skills. Rakrak observed it all, recognizing the power of the black thorns. Anything pierced by them instantly went limp, quickly withering and losing its vitality. If he couldn't fight on the ground, then he would take to the skies. Rakrak immediately summoned his old companion. In the next moment, his mount appeared with a flash of lightning. When Rakrak became an apostle, Nebula had moved the cockatoo to the small world he had created. Mounted, Rakrak charged towards AR. Just as Rakrak's spear was about to pierce the god's body, he discovered it was an afterimage. Realizing it was a trap, Rakrak immediately leaped from his mount's back. By now, AR had already distanced herself. Rakrak found this teleportation ability annoying because it was difficult to predict her position. Suddenly, several towering figures appeared before her. It was the creations sent by Krampus. At this moment, Rakrak's situation began to turn disadvantageous. Rakrak, I'll make sure to get you. Instantly, Krampus's creations attacked Rakrak. Although Rakrak was fast on his mount, each of these creations was personally crafted by a deity and was not to be underestimated. Rakrak dodged the first two attacks, but during the third, as a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth tried to swallow him, another creation's figure appeared at his side. Go, Apostle. I will open a path for you. Rakrak recognized the voice's owner, Stratus. Immediately, Rakrak charged towards AR. Despite Stratus holding them back, there were too many creations gathered together, and Rakrak was eventually knocked to the ground. A cold sweat ran down Rakrak's face, as he knew there would be black thorns attacking from the ground. When he came to his senses and looked at the ground, he found nothing there. He looked up towards AR, but her gaze was not on him at all. Then, Runda's name echoed across the sky. Hearing this, Runda was startled and immediately turned to flee. Seeing Runda's retreating figure, AR's eyes filled with rage. You traitor! AR's distraction was an opportunity Rakrak could not miss. miss. He mounted his cockatoo and rushed in their direction, but a god is still a god, and she had already noticed Rakrak's movement. AR quickly extended a hand, and a dark curtain instantly enveloped Rakrak. Rakrak hadn't expected her to have such a large area of effect skill. Seeing this, Nebula was not worried. In the manifestation skill, the greatest advantage was not size, but the skillization of one's domain. One could use the manifestation skill to construct their own domains. Players could set these skills themselves, adjusting their form, range, and power to maximize the efficiency of faith resource consumption. The Blackthorn's AR had just displayed were likely a fusion of metal and root domains with an absorption system, plus the ability to teleport. The more domains invested in a skill, the more powerful it became. From Nebula's perspective, the Blackthorn's skill seemed to have a significant investment. If a large-scale skill included a movement skill, then there must also be a crowd control skill. Although each player's skill combination differed, these three types of skills were almost essential. Nebula thought this approach was good, but it also had a major problem. Has AR forgotten that Rakrak once killed an evil god? At this moment, Rakrak was not controlled by the Black Curtain. Instead, he tore it apart with the power of lightning. This was because Rakrak had previously obtained a title, God Killer. When attacking a god, any negative effects that will occur from attacking them will be resisted. Apostles obtain skills in accordance to their fame. There's no way a control technique meant to shake his mental state would work on him. Rakrak's spear pierced Ambon's body, but before Rakrak could withdraw the spear, AR used her teleportation skill again. In an instant, Rakrak lost sight of AR 1026. Rakrak knew she must be hiding to buy time and recover. Then, Rakrak turned his gaze in the direction of the Jiaqua priest's movement. He knew Ambon hated Runda for her betrayal, so she would surely want to eliminate her. Just as Rakrak was about to move toward Runda's position, Nebula stopped him. Rakrak, Night Sky, did you call me? Hearing this, Nebula was somewhat surprised. Why are you talking like that? Did you learn it from Eldar? Anyway, there's no need to go after Ambon anymore, but then that priest will be in danger. It doesn't particularly matter what happens to the priest. Then are we abandoning her? No, we need to do something else for her. At that moment, AR was hiding under a tree, examining her wound. Although she felt pain as a manifestation, this pain was merely a measure of the opponent's attack strength. It did not affect her other senses. The absorption skill would soon repair the wound. Rakrak was stronger than she had imagined, so she now had to change her strategy. Just then, AR spotted Runda hiding in the forest. Although Runda was possessing a priest's body, if she could kill Runda, she could greatly compensate for her losses today, and her wounded spirit would also be considerably healed. Runda was about to move when Blackthorn suddenly shot up from the ground, tripping her. She hadn't expected AR to pursue her relentlessly. Suddenly, a sharp thorn pierced her shoulder. Runda quickly pulled it out. By the time she stood up, AR was already in front of her. Before Runda could react, AR grabbed her by the neck. Although Runda gripped AR's wrist with enough force to twist steel, she didn't budge. Despite being enhanced, AR's domain was stronger than hers. Runda gave up struggling and spoke. AR, why don't we make up? Hearing this, AR became even angrier. Are you kidding me? Then AR angrily slammed Runda to the ground, and with a loud bang, Runda's body felt like it was about to explode. I will make sure to kill you. Runda's sturdy body withstood the impact, but the attack seemed to have broken his bones, and his left wrist hung limply. AR stepped on Runda's chest. Runda let out a pain scream, and managed to open her right eye, saying, isn't it better to target for Rakrak instead of me? AR increased the pressure under her foot. Compared to Rakrak, dealing with her was well within her capabilities. Although AR had no penchant for torture, the pleasure of revenge was real. Just then, Runda laughed. You seem to have made a mistake. Why didn't Rakrak stop you? Is it because I'm useless? But AR wasn't worried. Her and Krampus's creations were holding Rakrak back. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong and looked up at the sky. The battlefield opposite them was too quiet. In the next moment, the entire sky was covered by a brilliant light. A pillar of light, large enough to envelop a mountain peak, descended upon the creations, sweeping most of the Juman soldiers into the sky. A moment later, Rakrak was breathing heavily. He seemed to have executed a difficult attack. Beneath his feet lay the creations of Krampus and AR. A player needs a certain divinity level to use skill, and for AR to maintain her divinity level, she could not afford to lose her creations. Exposing too many of her cards would ultimately reveal many weaknesses. By losing her creations, she would lose experience points. The level 19 AR 1026, after dropping 6 levels, became level 13. Although a downgrade wouldn't automatically deactivate skills, her maximum faith resources would decrease, putting her in a dangerous situation. Eventually, the various skills of her manifestation would become useless. Nebula called Rakrak's name, and Rakrak had already locked onto AR's position. AR tried to unleash the black thorns again, but this time, her skill failed to activate due to a lack of faith resources. Rakrak moved swiftly, appearing before AR in a flash. AR tried to teleport again, but Rakrak was faster, slashing her chest open with a single spear strike. As she fell, Rakrak pinned her to the ground with his foot, and in the next second, struck Ambon's fallen upper body with his spear. A massive electric current surged from the ground until Ambon stopped moving. Rakrak let out a sigh of relief, then walked over to the fox priest lying on the ground. He extended a hand to the priest. Are you alright? Runda stood up and checked the information window. Player AR 1026 has been sealed as a spirit. Top contributor who defeated player AR 1026. Player Nebula, 64.3%. Runda thought to herself, as expected. Although she was the one who destroyed the main force through rebellion, it was Rakrak, Nebula's apostle, who killed the manifestation. At least the contribution didn't reach 70%, which meant she was somewhat useful. The afterglow of betrayal and the subsequent victory lingered in Runda's mind, but soon a disturbing voice interrupted her thoughts. What are you doing? Move now. You're losing faith. Are you going to stay in a manifested state? AR is dead, but the war isn't over. Through the fox priest's mouth, Runda bid farewell to Rakrak. I must go. Rakrak nodded silently. For some reason, his eyes held a trace of pity, which made Runda feel both absurd and comforted. The scene shifts to a month and a half later. Due to AR's death and Runda's betrayal, the war entered a completely new phase. Zhangwan, through desperate efforts, saved as many of the Juman Kingdom's soldiers as possible. After that, the front line shifted to Runda's territory, Jiaqua. This was because Wisdom had also led the first expeditionary forced to launch a war of revenge, occupying or destroying large swathes of agricultural areas, mines, villages, and major trade routes. Even with Nebula's help and Rakrak's fierce fighting, it was difficult to inflict a significant blow on Wisdom's first expeditionary force. Nebula believed Wisdom's strategy was very clear. He was disrupting resource production, obviously intending to drag the war into a protracted conflict. He knew Wisdom wasn't acting out of anger, but likely wanted to avoid a direct confrontation with the main forces. Just then, a call from Zhangwan came through. As soon as the video connected, Zhangwan proposed surrender. They could cede Danyum to Hukran, a matter Krampus had already agreed to. In addition, they would hand over 1/3 of Juman. Furthermore, she would return the occupied territories seized from Jiaqua. Before Zhangwan could finish, Nebula interrupted her. "You're offering a lot. What do you want?" Zhangwan replied honestly, "An end to the war with no retaliation, and AR's spirit seal. Some war compensation as well." Before Zhangwan could finish speaking, Nebula simply replied, "I reject." "What? You haven't even heard all of the conditions yet. We both know each other's situations, so is there a need to waste time and listen?" Zhangwan stammered, at a loss for words. Nebula then took the opportunity to quickly end the chat. Behind him, Runda asked in a low voice, "Why did you reject?" The conditions seemed amazing. "They're giving everything they can." Nebula revealed a cunning smile. "To be honest, they're not bad. If I accepted those terms, it would certainly be advantageous in future wars." Runda seemed surprised by Nebula's words. "Future wars? If you accept their surrender, doesn't that just mean you win? There's no need to be obsessed with unifying the continent. Why are you doing this?" That wasn't what Nebula wanted to do. He also hoped to end the war on profitable terms. Runda was even more confused. Zhangwan proposed surrender and even asked for AR's spirit seal. What does that have to do with ending the war? In Lost World, spirit seals don't have many uses. They want to resurrect AR. Unsealing a god allows them to maintain their numerical advantage, and resurrecting her ensures her level is preserved. Although there's a cost, it's worth it for an alliance. This is enough to show they don't really want to end the war, so there's no need to add unnecessary variables. The scene shifts to the capital of the Juman Kingdom. Kaloalate, the Chancellor of Juman, was troubled. Their god had not responded for a long time, confirming the rumors from outside were not false, that Ambon had been killed by Rakrak, the slayer of the evil god. Because of this news, the king of Juman had also fallen gravely ill, and Kaloa had been managing the court during this time. Kaloa knew that without the protection of a god, Juman had no future. The nobles of Juman were now quickly divided into two factions, one siding with the allies, Mangul and Sukmayan, and the other with Hukran. For Kaloa, this was an unacceptable logic, and the choice was not easy. Just then, the door to Kaloa's room opened. She looked at the visitor with a shocked expression, for he was an Ent. "Chancellor of Juman, I am Tale, a mage. I think I can resolve your problem."